Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous chapter. In this world filled with mystery and power, at Nanjing Third High School in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, an 18-year-old named Yi Bai, with his height of 1.8 meters and handsome appearance, became the center of attention. On the long-awaited day of talent awakening, Yi Bai exhibited an extraordinary aura. Behind his calm smile lay the secret of a soul traveler. Guided by the Eternal Tower, Yi Bai embarked on his path of ascension. Yi Bai's talent awakening day was not smooth sailing. Although he outwardly awakened only a clubble talent, keen sight, deep within him resided the power of an SS-level talent, Eye of Insight. This ability allowed him to perceive everything, even foreseeing the future in his dreams. When he truly awakened his power in the Eternal Tower, his life trajectory changed forever. During the challenges of the Eternal Tower, Yi Bai, with his wisdom and courage, continually pushed his limits. From a seemingly ordinary clubble talent holder, he grew into a formidable contender with an SS-level talent. His strength increased significantly with each battle, whether facing the trials of the Hellhound or navigating the crises of hidden levels. Yi Bai consistently overcame difficulties with his prowess and intellect. However, Yi Bai's journey was not without challenges. The shadow of the Dark Sect constantly loomed over him. From the threats posed by the fourth Dark Sect leader to the war god-level adversaries, Yi Bai deftly resolved crises in his own way. He not only demonstrated remarkable strength in combat, but also strategized in the background, using his talent and wisdom to bring hope to humanity. That concludes the recap of Part 1. I hope you enjoyed it. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story, and it's your first time watching, you can start with Part 1 in the comment section or the playlist below. Now, let's dive into Part 2. Yi Bai returned to the mysterious mine, laden with supplies. He unloaded tons of provisions and handed them over to the miner's leader for distribution. Even the old lizard got a set of beach gear and lounged in the sandpit, basking in the moonlight. Yi Bai realized that while free things might not always be the best, they are certainly the most satisfying. While distributing the supplies, Yi Bai sternly reminded everyone, remember, no drinking while mining, and no mining while drinking. The miner's leader and the dwarf Xiaogu promised in unison that they would not allow anyone to drink during work hours. For extra assurance, Yi Bai told the old lizard, if you smell anyone reeking of alcohol in the mine, consider them your extra meal. The old lizard hesitated, but, I don't want to eat human flesh. Yi Bai laughed. Don't worry, I'll get you a grill so you can cook it. With the old lizard acting as the overseer, no one dared to drink while working. When Yi Bai left, the dwarven craftsmen had a mix of happy and disappointed expressions on their faces. As the clock struck midnight, Yi Bai re-entered the Eternal Core City and headed straight for the 9th floor of the Eternal Tower. Familiar scenes greeted him as 3 elemental gates stood quietly, awaiting his choice. He had already cleared the wind elemental path, leaving fire and lightning as the remaining options. The fire elemental gate radiated scorching heat that could be felt from a distance. The lightning elemental gate, on the other hand, sparkled with electric light and emitted constant thunderous sounds. Yi Bai carefully analyzed his own strengths and considered what he currently lacked: sustainability, continuous damage, area damage, and survival ability. After weighing his options, Yi Bai decided to tackle the lightning path first. As he approached the lightning elemental gate, he was immediately engulfed by lightning and disappeared. An hour later, he emerged with a look of regret on his face, exclaiming, why was the lightning path so easy? I accidentally cleared it with an SS-level skill. With the skills like Charge Up, Thunder Blessing, and Heavenly Thunder, the entire process was as smooth as silk. In the end, Yi Bai acquired an SS-level skill that met his needs: Thunder Spirit form. This skill could transform the target into a Thunder Spirit for 15 seconds, making them immune to physical damage but increasing magic damage taken by 30. When used on himself, it made him immune to lightning damage. When used on enemies, it increased their lightning damage taken by 50. Yi Bai analyzed, the biggest advantage of Thunder Spirit form is its immunity to physical damage. Combined with the anti-magic disc, I become a mobile damage turret. He understood that such a trump card skill should not be made into a skill book for sale to avoid exposure. After putting away the skill description, Yi Bai turned to the final fire elemental gate. Blue flames instantly engulfed him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by numerous active volcanoes. Lava spewed out, and fire elemental monsters continuously emerged. This path only allows the use of fire skills. Yi Bai quickly got into the groove and began the new challenge. Compared to the lightning path, the difficulty of the fire elemental path was noticeably higher. Yi Bai already had an idea of what SS-level fire skill he wanted, and was prepared for a more arduous trial. The burst damage was left to the lightning element, while Yi Bai initially chose the fire element for its potential to deal sustained and area effect damage. At this moment, He was intensely focused on hunting down one fire elemental monster after another. These creatures howled and fell under his attacks, their bodies disintegrating into molten lava, leaving behind only the flickering elemental cores. Yi Bai continuously reset his skills, searching for the most suitable fire abilities. Fire Delight. Shrank. Not strong enough. Reset. Blazing Inferno. Shrank. Still not satisfied. Reset again. After 3 to 4 hours of intense battle, he finally reset his skill to SS rank. Flaming Immolation. SS rank. Yi Bai quickly scanned the skill description but found that the hurt enemies 1,000, harm oneself 800 nature didn't suit his needs. Although it boosted all stats and provided powerful buffs by burning HP, this aggressive playstyle didn't match his combat approach. As time ticked away, Yi Bai's keen eye reminded him to leave enough time to tackle the surprises awaiting him after clearing 3 job transition dungeons. Glancing at the remaining time, he saw he had 90 minutes left. He continued focusing on resetting his skills while hunting the surrounding fire elemental monsters. After 3 more resets, a seemingly good option appeared: Inferno Storm, SS rank. This was a classic area effect skill that dealt high fire damage to all targets within range and applied a burning effect. With high mana consumption, short cooldown, and quick casting time, it seemed to perfectly align with Yi Bai's initial goals. However, after some thought, Yi Bai realized that while the skill was balanced in all aspects, it lacked a standout advantage. It might only be useful up to the Warlord stage, and would struggle to remain relevant beyond that. Just as he was about to reluctantly accept it, the skill smelter suddenly prompted. The next reset would reveal Spark of Stars. Yi Bai was immediately captivated by the description of this new skill. Inferno Storm was instantly forgotten, as if it had never existed. He quickly dove into a new round of battles, collecting more elemental cores to prepare for resetting Spark of Stars. During this process, Yi Bai chuckled to himself. Who would play the game normally if they could exploit a bug? Exploiting a bug is fun for a moment, but continuously exploiting bugs is endlessly enjoyable. With this sense of excitement, he continued his pursuit of more powerful fire skills. The Eternal Tower, 9th floor. Flames from the fire attribute transition realm danced around Yi Bai, filling the air with a scorching heat. Holding the newly acquired fire element core, he felt the immense power within and without hesitation, placed it into the smelter before him. Reset. Yi Bai commanded, and the smelter emitted a blinding light. Skill, Spark of Fire, generated. Do you wish to learn it? The system prompt sounded. Learn. Yi Bai confirmed eagerly. With the skill in hand, Yi Bai immediately opened the skill description, carefully reading each word. Spark of Fire. Summons a fireball that hits an enemy, dealing 2001.5 intelligence fire damage, and applies a layer of spark mark on the target. Each layer of spark mark burns the target, dealing 1002 intelligence fire damage over 10 seconds. If the target dies while spark mark is active, the number of marks doubles and is randomly distributed to nearby enemy units. Any non-spark of fire skill can detonate spark marks, dealing 10,000 number of marks in fire damage. Cost: 600 mana. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Powerful. As expected of an SS level skill. Yi Bai's eyes gleamed with excitement. The power of Spark of Fire lies mainly in its 3 stages of damage. Yi Bai quickly calculated in his mind. With his nearly 2,000 intelligence attribute, the initial hit would deal approximately 5,000 damage. The burning would deal 5,000 damage per second over 10 seconds, totaling 50,000. Considering the 100 effect bonus from Fire Mastery, this number would double. Just the first stage alone can deliver a lethal blow to enemies with less than 410,000 health. Yi Bai marveled. Even more exciting was the fission effect of spark marks. When a marked enemy dies, the number of marks doubles and transfers to other enemies. No one understands exponential growth better than I do. Yi Bai thought confidently. The detonation effect was the cherry on top. Each spark mark could cause 10,000 burst damage, and with high mark counts, the power was simply astounding. Yi Bai put away the skill description and began contemplating the best scenarios to use Spark of Fire. While the single target damage was standard, in situations where a powerful boss leads a horde of minions, this skill would shine. The death of minions would continuously increase the number of spark marks, eventually concentrating on the boss, causing devastating damage. Such ideal scenarios are rare. Yi Bai shook his head, but in group battles, Spark of Fire is definitely a god-tier skill, addressing my lack of area damage and boosting my burst capability. Having made his decision, Yi Bai decisively abandoned Flamestorm and focused entirely on mastering the new skill. As Yi Bai completed his learning, the surrounding fire element monsters seemed to be drained of life, dissolving into magma. The fire element transition realm of the Skywrath Mage was thus conquered. A flash of dazzling firelight later, Yi Bai found himself back on the giant floating stone in the void. 3 completed elemental gates: wind, thunder, and fire stood at the edges of the stone platform. Suddenly, the 3 elemental gates emitted strange lights and began to merge. A sense of unprecedented danger surged in Yi Bai's heart. "Young man, I advise you to tread carefully," a deep voice echoed in the void. Yi Bai didn't dare to be careless and immediately activated his combo skills. Wind Fury. Charging up, he shouted, preparing for the imminent battle. At that moment, Yi Bai's Eye of Insight provided a chilling prompt. Fun fact, the boss possesses all the skills you created in the transition realm. Bro, wanna trade? I'll swap my Eye of Insight with you. Yi Bai tried to bargain with the system. I asked, it told you to scram. The system coldly replied. Humiliated by both the boss and the system, Yi Bai was furious. There are two kinds of people I despise the most in life. Cheaters, and those who don't let me cheat. Reflecting on his experiences in the three transition realms, Yi Bai regretted his actions. The thunder and fire realms were fine, but in the wind realm, he had crazily reset and created over a dozen SS level skills. Now he was really in trouble. Yi Bai quickly stacked his charging up layers while keeping a wary eye on the boss gradually forming before him. He knew an unprecedentedly difficult battle was about to begin. The master of the wind, thunder, and fire's secret realm, a formidable boss, stood dauntingly before Yi Bai. At level 60, it boasted a staggering 90 million shield and 120 million health points, akin to an insurmountable mountain. Its three major skills, Boundless Wind, Thunder Spirit Phase, and Spark of Fire, required no energy, had no casting time, couldn't be silenced, and their effects were terrifyingly boosted by 100. Yi Bai stared at this powerful adversary, calculating in his mind. Defeating it would grant a 10 increase in affinity for the three elemental types. But the challenge was that this boss could only be damaged by wind, thunder, and fire elements, with an 80 reduction in all incoming damage. Thanks, I already know it's a cheat, Yi Bai said with a bitter smile. Enough, I need a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, his vision blurred, and countless images flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern, including scenes of cars speeding by. This unexpected vision made his heart skip a beat. Had he triggered some special mode? 5 minutes later, as the boss fully materialized before Yi Bai, he attacked without hesitation. A cheat? I'll take down this cheat. Yi Bai roared, Thunder Blessing. Heavenly Thunder. A terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, piercing through the boss's shield and about to strike the master of the secret realm. However, the boss suddenly activated Thunder Spirit Phase, becoming ethereal and immune to thunder damage. A few lines of frustration appeared on Yi Bai's face. This skill was originally his own creation, and now the boss was using it against him. That's not fair, he muttered through gritted teeth. Unwilling to give up, Yi Bai quickly switched tactics. Boundless Wind. Water Severance. He charged forward like a swift wind, dealing wind damage to the boss as he moved. Boundless Wind unleashed an invisible wind blade, slashing rapidly at the master of the secret realm. However, the damage from Water Severance was zero. Yi Bai suddenly remembered that the master of the secret realm was immune to all damage except wind, fire, and thunder. Worse still, with Thunder Spirit Phase, it could even negate thunder damage. But Yi Bai's actions were not without purpose. His true aim was the healing prohibition effect of Water Severance. He knew well that many of his previously created wind skills included healing and shielding effects. If the boss could release these skills without casting time, the situation would become even more dire. Spark of Fire. Ignite. The boss's counterattack came swiftly and fiercely. In the Job Change Secret Realm, the fierce battle between two powerful beings continued. Amidst the howling winds, Yi Bai's angry shout could be heard, Wind Fury. Boundless Wind. His resolve was unshakable today. Only one cheat would walk out of the Job Change Secret Realm alive. Facing Yi Bai's roar, the master of the wind, thunder, and fire secret realm coldly replied, I was never going to leave in the first place. The Eternal Tower, 9th floor. The Job Change Secret Realm. The power of the master of the wind, thunder, and fire secret realm far exceeded Yi Bai's expectations, mainly because he had reset too many skills. The boost from Thunder Spirit form rendered both sides immune to thunder damage, turning the battle into a clash of wind and fire. Sparks of Fire. Yi Bai muttered, and flames danced on his fingertips. Wind Fury. The Realm Master responded, and a fierce wind roared. Wind without bounds. Both of them unleashed the skill almost simultaneously. As they repeatedly used wind without bounds, the distance covered with each dash increased, and so did the damage. The anti-magic talisman in Yi Bai's arms trembled slightly, blocking all magical damage below 10,000. Their figures flashed past each other like lightning. The talisman blocked another attack, while the Realm Master's health steadily declined. The battle continued, but Yi Bai's speed in stacking wind without bounds damage was more than twice that of the Realm Master. Meanwhile, at the Wolf's Den, Xue Ming had just finished his task and idly glanced at the time. 5:50 p.m. That kid Shilua is still stuck on the 9th floor, he calculated, mastering wind, fire, and thunder. Each element requires an SS level skill. One gate of elements takes a day. so the ninth floor should take at least 3 days. He casually picked up his phone and opened the headlines. Seeing the top news, Xueming thought, without an SSS level clearance tonight, Shilua is in trouble. Stretching lazily, he prepared to clock out and shouted to the office, if Shilua clears with an SSS level today, drinks are on me. The room erupted in cheers, with everyone rooting for Shilua. Xueming opened a bottle of beer, propped his feet up and said leisurely, Shilua, you better step up your game. The Eternal Tower, 99th floor. A middle-aged Taoist sat cross-legged on a green stone brick, with only a little sand left in the hourglass before him, about 10 minutes worth. He glanced down the tower, calculated with his fingers, and raised his right hand slightly. The hourglass began to reverse, doubling the amount of sand before resuming its normal flow. Having done this, the Taoist no longer paid attention to the hourglass or the lower floors. He stood up, walked to the edge of the tower, and stepped onto a cloud. His voice echoed through the clouds, how dull. Back to the ninth floor. Yi Bai glanced at the time, 5:50 p.m., just 10 minutes before disconnection. The Realm Master had gained several extra lives from a reset Wind SS level skill. Time was running out, and Yi Bai wasn't sure he could defeat his opponent within the limit. If the Realm Master used another life-saving skill, he'd be out of time. There were too many reset skills for Yi Bai to remember them all. Suddenly, the countdown changed to 19 minutes and 46 seconds. Did I miscalculate? Yi Bai was puzzled. How did I get an extra 10 minutes? Then he realized, thanks to the Supreme Expert for extending the time. Though the insightful I couldn't directly name the Supreme Expert, Yi Bai knew there was only one person capable of such a feat, Xiaoyao. Yi Bai couldn't help but marvel. The Eternal Tower is like Xiaoyao's playground. Xiaoyao, unmatched. Wuhan, unyielding. Nightmare, both unmatched and unyielding. He harnessed the power of nature. Looking at the Realm Master with renewed vigor, my boost got extended. How about you, buddy? The Realm Master protested. I report, someone is cheating. The system prompt immediately followed. Administrator Xiaoyao has rejected your report and muted you for 365 days. Wind Fury. Wind without bounds. Yi Bai roared. Ninth floor. Break for me. 5:59 p.m. and 30 seconds. Xueming stared at the wall clock, thinking, even if that kid clears at SSSS level, he won't make it in time to join us. Tomorrow, I'll make sure he knows what he missed. Xueming could already imagine Shilua's frustrated face. That kid always felt cheated if he didn't get a good deal. He happily thought, I need to prepare a few cameras to capture this moment. 5:59 p.m. and 45 seconds. Wind without bounds. A figure dashed through the void, wind blades slicing with such speed it seemed to cut through time itself. Boom! Amid continuous explosions, the Realm Master collapsed, his body disintegrating. It was defeated. Yi Bai coldly glanced at the time, saying, even without the extension, I would still cut you down. Yi Bai, do not cheat. 5:59 p.m. and 50 seconds. From the clouds above came a rare, slightly surprised The Taoist raised his hand, intending to restore the hourglass's sand, but after a moment's pause, he withdrew his hand, seeking dullness. The next second, the Eternal Tower broadcasted a server-wide announcement. Player Azura cleared the 9th level with an SSSS rating, causing an instant sensation throughout the Eternal Tower. The system notification echoed loudly, rewarding all human players in the Eternal Tower with the buff. Master of Professions, limited time buffs, lightness of wind, roar of thunder, and joy of fire, each enhancing skill effects by 25 for 6 hours. Master of Professions privilege, upon entering the job change realm, automatically gained 15 progress. Inside the Wolf's Den, cheers erupted like a tidal wave. Everyone, including Xueming, was stunned by the unexpected good news. No way, he actually did it? Xueming muttered in disbelief. He cleared all 3 job change realms with an SSSS rating in just 2 days? Though genuinely happy for Azura, Xueming felt a sense of relief. He silently congratulated himself, thinking, there's no time left. Even if he cleared it with an SSSS rating, he can't. Just then, a sudden exclamation from the crowd interrupted his thoughts. It's 6 o'clock. Is my watch broken? It's 6 o'clock, and we haven't been forced out. We're still in the Eternal Tower. Everyone was stunned. Staying in the Eternal Tower past 6 o'clock was unprecedented. While the excitement was palpable, Xueming felt a twinge of unease. That guy just cleared the level. He must be organizing his rewards. He shouldn't return to the Wolf's Den so soon, right? However, no one cared about these details. The extra time was spent celebrating. Cheers to Azura. Countless lone wolves poured into the Wolf's Den, igniting a festive atmosphere. In the crowd, a Loki lone wolf named Xing Chen quietly made his way to the bar. Daiming, with her sharp eyes, immediately handed him a chilled beer and kindly reminded him, "Fourth brother, Xueming said earlier that if Azura cleared with an SSSS rating tonight, he'd cover the tab. Without a word, fourth brother slapped a storage ring onto the bar with a commanding presence. Daiming astutely asked, "Fourth brother, 5,000 single meals?" "No, fill it with beer," fourth brother replied calmly. "How much?" Daiming, holding the large capacity storage ring, was momentarily at a loss. Yi Bai downed his beer in one gulp, his gaze piercing, and uttered two words, "Fill it up." Wolf's Den. Yi Bai stood in front of Xueming, observing the latter's stunned expression. Unable to resist, he waved his hand in front of his face. "Come on, Demengzi, give us a smile." But Xueming remained motionless, as though frozen in place. At that moment, Daiming approached and tossed a card back into Xueming's lap. Pointing at the bill displayed on her tablet, she teased, "Xueming, your card is out of funds. What about the rest of the bill?" Tonight's expenses weren't small, and everyone partied hard for extra hours. Snapping out of his daze, Xueming weakly muttered, "Charge it." "Charge it where?" "Speak up, I can't hear you," Daiming urged. Gritting his teeth, Xueming finally managed to say, "Charge it to my dad's account." Upon hearing this, Daiming tapped a few times on her tablet, and the bill was instantly cleared. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, "Your dad's that rich?" He couldn't help but imagine Xueming's father finding out about the hefty charges from Wolf's Den and possibly hanging Xueming upside down as punishment. Clearly not wanting to dwell on the subject, Xueming quickly changed the topic. "Ahem, let's not talk about my dad today." As he spoke, he tried to make a quick exit. But this time, Yi Bai took the initiative and grabbed Xueming by the sleeve. "Come on, follow me inside." He pushed Xueming into the office and urged, "Quick, hand over the stuff." "What stuff?" Xueming, still flustered from his previous embarrassment, didn't catch on immediately. "The SS grade materials, do you still have them?" Yi Bai asked directly. "Oh, right." Xueming finally remembered. "The Hellhound Emperor's bones just arrived today, a complete set." He handed over the remaining skeleton to Yi Bai, one of the leg bones still bearing charred marks and a hint of cumin. Yi Bai couldn't help but ask, "Who grilled and ate this?" Xueming shrugged. "It wasn't me. Nightmare's shadow ate it, so it doesn't matter." As they chatted, time slipped by unnoticed. At 6:10 p.m., everyone was forcibly logged out of the Eternal Tower, 10 minutes later than usual. Soon, the Defense Department issued an announcement. Due to multiple SSS grade achievements by Azura, the time limit in the Eternal Tower has been permanently extended by 10 minutes. This news exploded among the crowd, who had just finished celebrating. Yi Bai looked at the flood of praises on his phone and shook his head with a wry smile before setting it down. He turned to Ingio and asked, "Why did that person do this?" Ingio snorted, clearly unwilling to discuss it further. "Why ask me? Who am I supposed to ask?" However, in the shadows, Ingio whispered in a voice Yi Bai couldn't hear, "Have we reached this point already, Ingio? Have we really reached this point?" Sensing something, Yi Bai raised an eyebrow. "Is it really okay to eavesdrop like this?" "Perfectly fine." Ingju didn't deny it, instead speaking frankly. "Even I didn't expect Xiaoyao to have such means." Yi Bai pondered. Among the three supreme beings, Xiaoyao was indeed the most mysterious, rarely making a move yet spending the longest time in the Eternal Tower. He even suspected that Xiaoyao didn't adhere to the tower's time limits and was on line 247. Just as Yi Bai was lost in thought, a rapid knocking on the door interrupted him. "Bang, bang, bang, Brother Bai. Don't forget we have a combat test today." Feng Dong's voice called from outside. Yi Bai opened the door, and Feng Dong immediately reported the latest news. "Brother Bai, the morning cultural class is cancelled. It's been replaced with Onion training. The combat test will be in the afternoon." Suddenly, Yi Bai's eyes lit up. "I have a bold idea." He shared his plan with Feng Dong, whose expression turned peculiar. "Is that really okay?" Feng Dong hesitated. "Why wouldn't it be? Do you want to fail?" Yi Bai's reasoning was solid. After a moment's thought, Feng Dong decided it was indeed a feasible plan. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "All right, I'll do as you say. I believe in you." Yi Bai encouraged him. Feng Dong nodded and dashed off to find Zwilingxia, realizing he couldn't pull this off alone. Taking advantage of the break, Yi Bai began examining his personal rewards for achieving the SSS grade clearance. After his second job change, he had advanced from a Thunder Mage to a Thunder Archmage. Although he still had mastery in only 3 elements, his attributes had seen a significant boost. He carefully reviewed his attribute panel. Eternal ID, Azura. Talent, Eye of Insight SS grade. Level, 60. Class, Thunder Archmage Wind Fire Lightning. HP, 56, 20056, 200. MP, 112, 600 600. Strength, 1205800. Intelligence, 2917480. Spirit, 2671390. Agility, 891,246. Constitution, 951,500. Luck, 12. Gear, Force of Nature 4, Nightmare's Shadow, Flame's Rhythm, King's Sword. Skills, Boundless Wind, Spark of Fire, Lightning Phantom, Water Splitter, etc. Status, Lightning Affinity, Lightning Mastery, Fire Mastery, Wind Mastery. Yibai couldn't help but marvel at the strength of an SS grade class template. His basic attributes now surpassed many warriors. The biggest gain, however, was the evolution of 3 class skills. Wind Fury evolved to allow 3 consecutive spell attack casts instead of 2. Thunderstrike evolved to automatically jump to the next target upon a kill, dealing 50 damage. Upon ignition, the damage converts to true damage, and there's a 50 chance to blind the enemy while gaining their vision. Yibai gazed at the skill book shimmering in his hand and thought to himself, when will I get another series upgrade? Through the arduous process of his second job change, Yibai deeply understood that training in 3 series simultaneously was exponentially challenging. He looked around at his classmates who were struggling with just 2 series and couldn't help but shake his head. For most people, the job change realm was like an insurmountable mountain blocking their path forward. Only a rare few with exceptional talent could barely cross this threshold. However, Yibai found 3 series not stimulating enough. A flicker of fanaticism crossed his eyes as he already began planning how to add more challenges for himself. In the morning, the training ground was bustling with activity. Yibai was engaged in high-intensity physical training while meticulously copying the Wind's Boundless skill book. With seamless coordination from the frontline Wind element masters, a steady stream of raw materials was supplied to Yibai. Completing 50,000 Wind's Boundless skill books in 3 days was a colossal task that set the entire training camp abuzz. Time flew by, and the joyful morning passed in the blink of an eye. After lunch, the afternoon combat test was about to begin. Feng Dong, Fei Te, and Zhuo Lingxia gathered at the entrance of the training hall, each with a different expression. Zhuo Lingxia broke the silence first. Do you think you have a chance to stay back? Anyway, Lu Sueki is definitely staying. Feng Dong rolled his eyes helplessly. Who doesn't know by now that she has awakened in S-level talent for the second time? Fei Te pondered for a moment before saying slowly, I'm not too sure, but Zhao Lin should be fine. As Zhao Lin's mentor, he knew Zhao Lin's strength inside out. That kid is like a bottomless pit. Just by devouring skills, he's far beyond his peers. Both of them turned to Feng Dong, waiting for his response. Feng Dong grabbed his hair, turning it into a tangled mess, and said with a wry smile, as for Bai, I can't say for sure, but I always feel he has this magical ability to turn the impossible into the extraordinary. He'll definitely stay, but the process might be beyond our wildest imagination. At that moment, Fei Te raised an eyebrow, sensing a slight tremor from the ground. He's here. At the entrance of the training hall, a slender figure gradually came into focus. Yibai was carrying a massive cannon cart, walking towards the trio, and said casually, there you are. I've been looking for you guys. Instantly, the entire training hall fell silent, and all eyes were on Yibai. The air was filled with murmurs of astonishment. That's the guy from Class 2. Is he the one who eliminated Zhang Yun? The CCF trio from Nanjiang 3rd High. His last name is Yi? Why is he carrying a cannon cart? Seeing Yibai effortlessly carrying a cannon cart weighing tens of tons on his shoulder, all the students participating in the combat test felt a chill down their spines. Someone stammered, is this guy planning to take the test while carrying the cannon cart? In the training hall of Camp C, an unusual sight caught everyone's attention. A trainee was seen slowly walking in, carrying a massive artillery carriage on his shoulders. The metallic sheen glistened under the sun, drawing everyone's gaze. This trainee was none other than Yibai, and his figure carrying the artillery became the focal point of the entire hall. Fate frowned at Feng Dong and asked puzzledly, how can Yibai carry something you can't? Feng Dong, feeling defensive, immediately retorted, it's just a few dozen tons of artillery. I'll carry one for you right now. With that, he turned to leave. At this moment, Zhuo Lingxia interjected, explaining, look closely. The artillery carriage has had many of its support structures removed, leaving only the main body. Even so, it still weighs no less than 20 tons, which no ordinary mage like Yibai could carry on his own. Seeing Fate gesture for her to continue, Zhuo Lingxia added, this morning, Feng Dong came to me and asked me to modify the artillery carriage. While dismantling it, I also designed some hollow spaces and left room for inscribing magic patterns. A top student in the mechanics department, Zhuo Lingxia had figured out the trick with just a glance at the artillery on Yibai's shoulder. She continued, once the wind magic array is inscribed, Yibai only needs to inject wind elements to activate it. Feng Dong chimed in. The wind currents generated by the array pass through the pre-designed hollow spaces, supporting the artillery and sharing the load. In simple terms, the artillery Yibai is carrying now weighs only a few tons, not as exaggerated as it seems. After listening to their explanation, Fate nodded slowly. Although he didn't fully understand, he realized one thing clearly. Regardless of the method, this wind mage had lifted a 20-ton artillery carriage. Fate turned to Zhao Lin and commanded, "In the next combat test, you carry the artillery." Zhao Lin looked confused. "Huh? What does this have to do with me?" Fate explained, "You're a warrior, and he's a mage. In terms of strength, a warrior can't lose to a mage." Zhao Lin tried to argue, "But Dubai isn't lifting the artillery purely with strength." Fate responded firmly, "Using your brain is also a form of strength." Everyone looked at Fate in surprise, not expecting such wisdom from the usually silent and muscular figure. Zhao Lin, convinced, accepted that he too would carry a multi-ton artillery in the next combat test. For now, though, he was more concerned about passing the current combat test. Just then, Instructor Lin appeared in the training hall, blowing a sharp whistle. "Assemble." All the students quickly lined up, fully armed, standing in front of Instructor Lin. At the end of the line, Yibai stood out with the artillery on his shoulder. "Yibai, step forward." Instructor Lin called out, his gaze sweeping over the other students. It was clear he had some opinions about Yi by carrying the artillery into combat. Instructor Lin then asked, "Who currently has the highest score in Zone C?" The assistant instructor immediately reported, Tianhai First High, Class Talent, Wang Zheng, Level 43 Thunder Warrior, 3rd Air Battle Soldier, 1900 points. 3rd Air Battle Soldier, 300 points. This week's task completion. Class cleared Eternal Tower floors 3, 4, 5, and 6, earning 400 points. Submitted in class or 1.2 kilograms, earning 1,200 points. Hearing this report, many people gasped. Wang Zheng's prowess was astonishing. Class Talent, Level 43, 3rd Air Battle Soldier, and exceptional task completion. Even Lu Sueki felt a bit pressured, thinking, he's only 8 levels lower than me, and I've just been rated a 5th-tier battle soldier. Instructor Lin's intentions became clearer, and Lu Sueki worriedly speculated, he can't be planning to. Feng Dong's face crumpled, muttering, "Oh no, my bro Bai is doomed." Wang Zheng, step forward. Following Instructor Lin's command, a burly, honest-looking young man stepped out of the line. His battle armor faintly crackled with thunder, exuding a powerful aura. First match, Wang Zheng versus Yi Bai. Instructor Lin announced. Hearing this, Feng Dong looked desperate and retreated to a corner. "Bro Bai, GG. The odds are too stacked. This match is over." Zhuo Lingxia, however, seemed excited, shouting, "Go for it, artillery boy." Yi Bai spent the entire morning modifying his cannon vehicle. He didn't want his efforts to go to waste. Under Coach Lin's arrangement, all the students retreated to the edges of the training hall, leaving the spacious arena to the two opponents. This was the first fight of the day, a duel personally designated by Coach Lin. Coach Lin coldly announced the combat rules. As long as you don't die, fight to the death. The war god is watching. If either of you can kill the other, you've got real skills. Yi Bai felt a surge of excitement, thinking, such a great opportunity. But he quickly restrained this thought. Although Dragon Kingdom people don't deceive Dragon Kingdom people, this was clearly a joke. Yi Bai wasn't a saint, but he wasn't about to kill Wang Zheng either. After all, they were classmates, and it was just a fight. There was no need to take it too seriously. The two stood in the center of the arena, sizing each other up. Yi Bai knew he absolutely couldn't lose this fight, or he might be kicked out of the summer camp. But here lay the problem: if he went all out, it wouldn't just be Wang Zheng. Even if Wang Zheng's War King grandfather showed up, they wouldn't be able to take him down. Yi Bai's dilemma was that he needed to win, but win in a believable way. A Clevel talent defeating an S-level talent was highly improbable. Yi Bai glanced at the cannon vehicle on his shoulder and calculated his plan. To win, he'd have to rely on this cannon vehicle. He decided to try out his premeditated strategy on Wang Zheng. As they approached each other, Yi Bai extended his hand. "Hello, Yi Bai from Nanjiang 3rd High." Wang Zheng responded politely with a handshake. "I've heard a lot about you." Wang Zheng from Tianhai First High. Yi Bai took the opportunity to ask, "Can we start now? At this distance?" Wang Zheng hesitated a bit and reminded him, "You're a mage, and I'm a warrior. According to the combat rules, you can request to distance yourself by 1,000 meters. He glanced at the cannon vehicle on Yi Bai's shoulder. "Or are you planning to blast me at close range with that thing?" Yi Bai replied seriously, "You're underestimating me, Yi Bai. I'm not that kind of despicable person. There are no shells in this cannon. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Wang Zheng was moved by Yi Bai's sincerity, thinking that a mage requesting close combat shouldn't be at a disadvantage as a warrior. Besides, the cannon vehicle didn't look too intimidating. So, he nodded in agreement. Just as Wang Zheng nodded, Yi Bai suddenly exerted force, pulling the still clasped hand. Caught off guard, Wang Zheng leaned forward, nearly losing his balance. A cold glint flashed in Wang Zheng's eyes as he quickly assessed the situation. He concluded that his battle armor could withstand close-range cannon fire, and that the cannon vehicle was cumbersome to reload without energy minerals. After one shot, it would become useless scrap metal. At that point, a warrior in close combat with a mage who's lugging around 20 tons of dead weight would be a decisive victory. However, Yi Bai's next move completely overturned Wang Zheng's expectations. Instead of firing, Yi Bai threw the cannon vehicle forward, directly into Wang Zheng's arms. Already off balance, the collision completely disrupted Wang Zheng's tenuous equilibrium. Simultaneously, Yi Bai ceased inputting wind elements, causing all wind-based arrays to extinguish instantly. The 20-ton cannon vehicle lost its buoyancy and pressed down heavily. Wang Zheng realized he had made a fatal mistake. A cannon vehicle that couldn't fire was indeed scrap metal, but it was 20 tons of scrap metal. When this behemoth fell into his arms, even a level 43 warrior had only one outcome: being knocked off his feet. As he lost his balance, Wang Zheng felt a gentle breeze binding his limbs. The cannon vehicle in his embrace seemed glued to him. Boom! A deafening crash erupted, sending a cloud of dust into the air. When the dust settled, the scene left everyone dumbfounded. In the center of the training hall stood a 20-ton cannon vehicle. Beneath it, Wang Zheng lay with blood trickling from his mouth, limbs splayed out, embedded into the ground, unable to move. With 20 tons weighing down on him, even with various buffs, Wang Zheng might have barely managed to lift it. But now, with his limbs spread wide and the cannon vehicle pinning him down, he couldn't find a leverage point to exert force. Even with immense strength, he couldn't muster a tenth of it. Through his blurry vision, Wang Zheng saw a figure approaching. Yi Bai leaned over, looking at him seriously, and said, "You lost? You've lost." Yi Bai's voice was soft, but in the silence of the training hall, it was crystal clear. Everyone froze, their minds racing to comprehend what had just transpired. Many students hadn't even caught a glimpse of the fight. All they saw was Wang Zheng being pinned under the massive artillery vehicle in the blink of an eye, utterly powerless. Who could have imagined that instead of using the artillery to bombard his opponent, Yi Bai would wield the 20-ton behemoth itself as a weapon? This mind-boggling combat tactic left everyone speechless. Instructor Lin stepped forward, expressionless, and calmly announced, "The winner is Yi Bai." Given that most people hadn't seen the fight clearly and the match was highly educational, Instructor Lin decided to offer a brief explanation. He pointed out that everyone had been misled by the conventional use of the artillery, overly wary of its firing capabilities while ignoring its sheer weight. Yi Bai had cleverly exploited this, not only crushing Wang Zheng with the artillery but also dismantling the magic array and using wind spells to unbalance his opponent. The clouds of dust you saw were actually sand thrown from Yi Bai's storage space, stirred up by the wind, Instructor Lin explained, his brow furrowing slightly as he seemed to spot traces of lime in the sand. He thought to himself, this kid's cunning might be beyond what I expected. After analyzing the fight, Instructor Lin turned his gaze to Wang Zheng, still trapped under the artillery, and asked, "Wang Zheng, do you know why you lost?" Wang Zheng's face changed color, but he couldn't utter a word. Instructor Lin's question was aimed not only at Wang Zheng but at everyone present. If your opponent were Yi Bai, would you really do better than Wang Zheng? First, underestimation. Instructor Lin's tone was icy, each word enunciated clearly. Shaking hands with your opponent before a fight? Huh. How have your seniors been teaching you? Is this a game to you? He continued, combat is a fight to the death. On a real battlefield, there's no grace, no morality, no referees. Only the living and the dead. He glanced at Yi Bai and said lightly, in this regard, Yi Bai did very well. Everything he did in the fight was to pave the way for victory. If this had been a real battlefield, Wang Zheng, you would be dead. Yi Bai thought to himself, this doesn't sound like a compliment. Is Instructor Lin subtly calling me shameless? Feng Dong, you did well. Upon hearing the praise, Feng Dong's face twitched slightly, showing a hint of awkwardness. Instructor Lin, there's a misunderstanding. I didn't teach him any of this. Bai Gu figured it out on his own. Feng Dong thought, if shamelessness were a talent, Bai Gu would be at least glass. Instructor Lin continued his analysis. Wang Zheng, underestimating your opponent was just one reason for your defeat, but not the fundamental one. Yi Bai outperformed you in every aspect, understanding combat rules, reading the opponent's mind, and leveraging his strengths and weaknesses. Even if you fought again, your chances of winning would be slim. Crushed under the artillery and subjected to Instructor Lin's harsh criticism, Wang Zheng felt both mentally and physically battered. Losing to Yi Bai, who had a class talent, wasn't a disgrace to him. After all, even the legendary 90-year war god Xuemeng had once been punched by a classmate. Victory and defeat are common in combat, with only the strongest remaining undefeated. Wang Zheng just hadn't expected combat to be like this. In less than half a minute, Yi Bai had opened a new world of possibilities for him. Whether he could seize this opportunity and become a true warrior remained to be seen. Alright, that's all I have to say. Instructor Lin cast a cold glance at Yi Bai, Carry your artillery back to the team. Yi Bai quickly approached Wang Jing and reactivated the wind element array. Wang Zheng immediately felt the weight on him lighten considerably. Come on, bro, give me a hand. This thing is heavy. Urged by Yi Bai, Wang Zheng helped lift the artillery back onto his shoulder. Thanks. Treat me to a meal sometime, and we'll call it even. With that, Yi Bai carried the artillery back to the team, leaving Wang Zheng bewildered. He couldn't help but wonder if something had gone wrong somewhere. After defeating the class Wang Jing, Yi Bai felt a sense of relief. To outsiders, even Instructor Lin, who had a high opinion of Yi Bai, acknowledged that on paper, Yi Bai's strength was inferior to Wang Jing's. However, Yi Bai's ability to maximize his potential and utilize every advantage in combat led to his ultimate victory. This perception was precisely what Yi Bai wanted. He had won, but not completely. The pace of the combat tests picked up noticeably after that. Yi Bai's second opponent was a class archer. As soon as they were distanced, Yi Bai fired a shot, blasting the opponent away. Didn't you say you had no ammunition? The opponent, now charred black, was utterly bewildered. Yi Bai responded confidently, Oh, I lied to Wang Zheng. The winner is Yi Bai. Throughout the afternoon, Feng Dong and others watched the entire combat test. The big guy suddenly remarked, I have a bad feeling about this. Feng Dong still wore a mournful expression, pointing at the crowd below with anxiety in his eyes. Isn't Bai a bit too intense? At this rate, forget about failing. I might even end up with a scholarship. Yi Bai's performance was indeed astonishing. He transformed into a formidable warrior, seamlessly integrating man and machine. In close combat, he wielded his weapon like a storm. In ranged attacks, he was relentless and precise, leaving his opponents defenseless. Whether advancing or retreating, Yi Bai moved with ease and unstoppable momentum. Zhuo Lingxia, ever the instigator, chimed in, I heard an old master has high hopes for Yi Bai. Unlikely. Fei Te shook his head, analyzing gravely. The gap widens the further we go. Today, Yi Bai can dominate Wang Zheng with a 20-ton machine and win easily. In half a month, even if it's 200 tons, Wang Zheng will have ways to counter it. In the face of absolute power, everything else is insignificant. Hearing this, Feng Dong felt somewhat relieved and joked. Looks like my chances of failing are still pretty high. He then added regretfully, it's a pity. If Bai had S-level talent, or even just in a level with his brains, he wouldn't be any worse than S-level. Zhuo Lingxia immediately retorted, Who says Yi Bai is inferior to S-level talent now? He pointed to the field. The strongest S-level talent just lost to Yi Bai. Indeed, Wang Zheng's strength far surpassed other students. After losing to Yi Bai, he won all his remaining combat tests cleanly and decisively. A short whistle blew again. Gather up. Instructor Lin called out, now announcing the results of this combat test. First place, Yi Bai. 22nd place, Wang Zheng. 341st place, Zhao Lin. He paused, then continued, Today, there are 8 students who achieved a perfect win record. Among them, the lower the talent level, the higher the ranking. Therefore, Yi Bai stands out among the 8. After announcing the results, Instructor Lin spoke again. The day after tomorrow, there will be an exchange battle between Zone C and Zone A. The participants will be the top 50 and bottom 50 from today's rankings, totaling 100. If those in the bottom 50 cannot achieve 3 wins in the exchange battle, they will be directly eliminated. He briefly explained the significance of the exchange battle. The resources of the summer camp are limited. How they will be distributed in the future depends on you. Win, and you get more. Lose, and you give up your share. Dismissed. Meanwhile, Zone A of the summer camp had just concluded a similar combat test. In a corner, teacher Xiao Xiaola finished advising a student and began counting on his fingers. 2 more days. After the exchange battle ends, I can join the team heading to the abyssal plane. The thought brought a broad smile to his face. Then, the sky's the limit. There's nothing to fear. Noticing Xiao Xiaola's smile, a colleague casually asked, Old Xiao, why are you so happy? Xiao Xiaola quickly restrained his smile and explained with a serious face, I just remembered something joyful. The combat tests had concluded. To celebrate the entire CCF group passing, everyone gathered for a meal in the cafeteria. In the lively dining hall, Zhao Lin sat alone at a table, looking somewhat out of place. Fett somehow procured a crocodile and instructed the cafeteria to prepare it 3 ways, specially arranging it for Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin looked at the exquisite crocodile dishes in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Feng Dong quietly approached Yi Bai and whispered, Brother Bai, someone wants to see you after dinner. Yi Bai frowned slightly, looking troubled. I've been quite busy lately. I've only completed less than a third of the 50,000 wintless distance skill books. There are only 2 days left, and there's still a long way to go. Feng Dong smiled mysteriously, not revealing the person's identity, but added, It's best if you meet them. It will be beneficial for you. Suddenly, Zhuo Lingxia interrupted their private conversation. Yi Bai, Are you interested in applying to Imperial Capital University? Without waiting for Yi Bai's response, she continued, due to the influence of the wind demon Feng Qi, the future of wind-based professions is uncertain. If you are willing to sign an application agreement with Imperial Capital University, they are willing to help you switch professions. Additionally, once you enroll, you will receive a level treatment. Yi Bai's exceptional performance today naturally drew a lot of attention. This generous offer came so suddenly that it left Yi Bai somewhat at a loss. On the surface, he only had a clever talent but was now being offered top-tier A-level treatment, showing Imperial Capital University's sincerity. As soon as Wu Lingxie finished speaking, Feng Dong immediately looked anxious, his face full of reluctance. How can they start poaching now? As a senior mentor providing unknown guidance, losing a promising student to another school would be a major failure. Fett nodded seriously and said, Lingxie, that's not right. Then he turned to Yi Bai and made his own offer. Come to Magic Capital University, and Master Lan is willing to take you as an apprentice. Yi Bai was bewildered, thinking to himself, Uncle Nine, something big has happened. The seer has revealed their identity. Zhuo Lingxie couldn't stand it and immediately exposed Fett's trick. Any student with a talent below level can study under Master Lan at Magic Capital University. Is this the same thing? Zhao Lin, who was gnawing on crocodile meat, suddenly brightened up and excitedly shouted, Senior, I want to go to Magic Capital University too. Quiet, we're discussing serious matters here. Fett glared at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin immediately deflated, lowered his head, and continued gnawing on the crocodile, muttering to himself, why is there such a big difference in treatment for the same clever talent? With that thought, he grew even more disheartened and channeled his sorrow into eating, taking a big bite of the crocodile meat. Yi Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, watching the two seniors argue over him with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Zhuo Lingxie countered sharply, we can offer Yi Bai the best resources. Fett replied sternly, we have Master Lan. Yi Bai can work at the command center after graduation with a starting position as a battle commander. We have Master Lan. No matter what Zhuo Lingxie said, Fett kept repeating this like a broken record. Seeing this, Yi Bai quickly intervened to stop the farce from continuing. All right, it's still early. Whether I can stay in the summer camp is another matter. Let's focus on the upcoming exchange battle in 2 days. Zhao Lin, with a round belly, squeezed next to Yi Bai and eagerly said, speaking of the exchange battle, Bai, did you hear? Zhang Yun took first place in overall ratings at 3rd high and defeated everyone there. Yi Bai was slightly taken aback, remembering the unfortunate guy. If it weren't for his own actions, Zhang Yun should have been in the summer camp. With the first batch of summer camp seeds gone, 3rd high didn't have any strong seeds left, so it wasn't surprising Zhang Yun could sweep through. Zhao Lin continued. That guy then went to 2nd high and swept through their newly selected seeds, making quite a name for himself in Nanjing City. He then gave Yi Bai a meaningful look. Bai, people at 3rd high are saying he's coming to seek revenge on you. It was clear that losing to Yi Bai had greatly affected Zhang Yun, who even gave up his chance to join the summer camp. Yi Bai waved it off nonchalantly. It's no big deal. When the time comes, let him fight Wang Zheng first. If he beats Wang Zheng, then he can challenge me. Everyone exchanged glances, thinking Yi Bai's words were a bit too arrogant. After the meal, Feng Dong took Yi Bai and headed towards the hospital. Along the way, they passed through multiple checkpoints, with no less than 5 Battle King level guards. This made Yi Bai even more curious about the person Feng Dong was taking him to meet, who could have such a significant presence. Finally, Feng Dong stopped and turned to Yi Bai. Brother Bai, we're here. Outside a high-end hospital room, Feng Dong lowered his voice and said to Yi Bai, when you see my nephew later, be respectful. Even though he's seriously injured, he's still a war god. Yi Bai was momentarily taken aback, struggling to connect the terms nephew and war god in his mind. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, Feng Dong seemed to sense his confusion and coughed lightly before explaining, my parents had me late in life, so my generation is a bit older. But never mind that, follow me. Feng Dong pushed the door open and strode into the room, greeting the person on the bed with enthusiasm. Nephew, I've missed you. A pale-faced middle-aged man was half sitting on the bed, engrossed in a skill book. Hearing Feng Dong's voice, he slowly looked up, his gaze settling on the visitors. Uncle, you're here. The middle-aged man responded faintly before turning his attention to Yi Bai. Let me introduce you, this is my friend, Bai. Just as he finished speaking, he began to cough violently, the sound resembling a bellows being pulled repeatedly, clearly indicating his severe injuries. Yi Bai took a seat on a nearby chair, and Feng Dong began to introduce the middle-aged man. This is Su Qingfeng, former commander of the Fenglan Legion, now deputy commander of the Nightmare Legion, just returned from the front lines. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai's eyebrows raised slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his mind. Is he the one you mention? Yes, Feng Dong interrupted, his tone tinged with pride. He's the strongest war god in the wind combat method. In Feng Dong's view, since Bai had chosen the path of wind combat method, and his nephew Su Qingfeng was the strongest in that field. Su Qingfeng was naturally Bai's idol. By extension, Feng Dong considered himself Bai's idol's uncle. However, Su Qingfeng interrupted Feng Dong's pride. Uncle, you should stop saying that. Xiaoyi needs a new idol. Despite appearing extremely weak, Su Qingfeng still exuded a powerful aura. His eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance, even in his debilitated state. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. The wind combat method has produced a true prodigy. This statement instantly piqued Feng Dong's interest. He eagerly pressed, "Nephew, tell me more." Su Qingfeng shook his head, his gaze returning to the skill book in his hands. "I can't reveal too much. In 2 days, you should know everything." His tone became resolutely firm. By then, the wind combat method will be the most formidable path among all wind mages. No, among all mages. Feng Dong's curiosity only grew, and he scratched his head in frustration. "Nephew, can you stop being so mysterious? Has someone created a core skill that perfectly complements the wind combat method?" As a genius in the wind element, Feng Dong knew that the biggest shortcoming of the wind combat method was its lack of damage. A powerful damage-dealing skill could completely change the landscape. "I can't say," Su Qingfeng warned, pointing to his own head. "If I tell you, you won't make it out of this room before someone comes to seal your memory. They might even take you away until everything is over, and I would also face consequences." "That's serious?" Feng Dong finally realized the gravity of the situation, his curiosity about the legendary skill growing even more intense. Yi Bai's gaze involuntarily fell on the skill book in Su Qingfeng's hands. The cover boldly read, "Wind Without Boundaries, Creator, Xiaoluo." In the hospital room, Feng Dong and his nephew, the war god Su Qingfeng, were having a lively conversation centered around the abyssal plane. Yi Bai, meanwhile, played the role of a quiet listener, silently observing their exchange. From their interaction, Yi Bai could sense the unusual closeness between Feng Dong and Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng appeared to be completely open with Feng Dong, willing to share anything with him. Besides introducing Yi Bai to Su Qingfeng, Feng Dong had another hidden agenda for this meeting to gather information about the demon god Feng Qi. As the deputy commander of the Nightmare Legion, Su Qingfeng rarely left the abyssal plane. His return to Blue Star for treatment was due to an encounter with Feng Qi. The moment Feng Qi appeared, an unsuspecting Su Qingfeng was caught off guard. This unexpected encounter nearly cost Su Qingfeng his life, prompting the mighty Wu Hen to make a seemingly extreme decision to recall all wind element warriors. If anyone else had made such a decision, it would have been met with widespread skepticism. But Wu Hen's domineering style, which never required explanations, always seemed to make people accept his actions as a matter of course. This approach was very much in line with Wu Hen's character. As a wind element practitioner, Feng Dong naturally cared deeply about the future of his profession. "Did you say demon god Feng Qi?" Su Qingfeng's face showed a peculiar smile as he remarked, "Let's just hope we never end up on the same battlefield with him." Feng Dong, unwilling to show weakness, immediately retorted, "Nephew, you can't boost the demon god's morale while diminishing our own." Yi Bai's gaze fell on Su Qingfeng, and various pieces of information surfaced. Su Qingfeng, LV 979, title, Wind of Assassination, Wind Element, Space Element, SS Level, Talent Infinite. In single-target combat, every 10 seconds in battle increases damage by 10. This information shocked Yi Bai, making him think, beep beep beep, looks like I've detected a cheat. Is S-level talent really this strong? Inside Eye, you need to step up. More information then flooded into Yi Bai's mind. 99 ways to kill Su Qingfeng. 1. Reveal identity. Let Shadow 9 kill him to silence him. 2. Yi Bai was startled by this sudden influx of information and quickly calmed his mind, not daring to delve deeper. Alright, it's getting late. The Eternal Tower will open soon. Cough cough. Su Qingfeng's words were cut off by a sudden violent coughing fit, blood splattering on his hospital gown. Even in this condition, Su Qingfeng's first reaction was to raise the windless skill book in his hand, afraid that blood might stain it. "Doctor, where's the doctor?" Feng Dong finally realized the severity of his nephew's injuries. Before he could rush out to call for help, a team of doctors had already burst into the room, quickly administering emergency treatment to Su Qingfeng. "Please, both of you, step outside. Deputy Commander Su's condition is unstable." A priest warrior politely requested them to leave. As they were about to exit, Yi Bai couldn't help but glance back at Su Qingfeng. Suddenly, a perfect treatment method appeared in his mind. Take 16 drops of Feng Qi's blood, mix with ash, and evenly apply to the wound. With this information, Yi Bai turned to leave, muttering to himself, "This is going to be tough. Feng Qi is a demon god. After all, blood and ashes? That's not very respectful. You need to show at least some respect to a demon god." Judging by the situation, curing Su Qingfeng's injuries might only be possible with the help of his second brother. The two retraced their steps, and after Feng Dong dropped Yi Bai off at his dorm, he left. Alone. Yi Bai cleared his throat. Lord Nine? Speak. A deep voice responded. Yi Bai changed his tone. Lord Nine, if this is your attitude, I think there's no need for us to talk. Healing a 9th-level war god isn't a big deal. Without waiting for a response, he quickly added, but I'm a soft-hearted person and can't stand to see someone severely injured. Su Qingfeng's treatment requires. After explaining the treatment method, Yi Bai gave a warm smile. Lord Nine, could you put the knife down? Holding it like that must be tiring. A pitch-black knife had somehow found its way to Yi Bai's neck. Smart move, Shadow Nine said coldly. Come on, don't treat me like an outsider. Yi Bai feigned calmness, though he was inwardly terrified. Only now did he truly understand what it meant to be killed by a single strike from Shadow Nine. The oppressive feeling from the knife lightly resting on his neck was far beyond the experience of facing a demon god's projection. I've noted the treatment method. Someone will verify your contribution. Shadow Nine seemed unusually irritable today. Kid, in 2 days, something big is going to happen. You know that, right? Yes, what do you need me to do? Yi Bai asked cautiously. Survive. Shadow Nine's voice was hoarse, with a hint of tremor. At that time, I won't be by your side. I have my own matters to attend to. No war god will trouble you, but war kings, you will definitely encounter them. All you need to do is survive, by any means necessary. Shadow Nine's rare seriousness made Yi Bai aware of the gravity of the situation. He nodded lightly. Understood. And when I'm not around, don't be alone with Xiaoyao. Got it. This wasn't the first time Shadow Nine had warned Yi Bai. He seemed to be wary of something. As Xiaoyao's master, if Shadow Nine said so, he must have his reasons. Although Yi Bai didn't fully understand, he decided to follow the advice for now. However, Ninth Master, you really draw your sword at the slightest disagreement. Ying Jia's voice gradually faded, leaving behind a meaningful remark. For the battle in 2 days, I've used a secret technique. My combat power will increase significantly, but I'll also become more bloodthirsty. Yi Bai felt a chill run down his spine, and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. The image of Ninth Master mowing down enemies like grass flashed in his mind. He couldn't help but wonder. Would this assassin, in a fit of rage, casually give him a couple of slashes too? Try it and die. Yi Bai muttered to himself, confident in his own strength. He silently vowed that if Ninth Master dared to make a move, he would die on the spot to prove a point. Time ticked away, each second's passing amplified in the silence. Yi Bai held his breath, waiting for the stroke of midnight, the moment when the Eternal Tower would open. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Forest, Xuanmeng's quiet rest was interrupted by a phone call. Who the? Oh, Ninth Uncle, have you eaten? Xuanmeng's tone instantly became respectful, nodding repeatedly into the phone. On the other end, a hoarse, elderly voice spoke, and Xuanmeng listened intently. I found a secret formula in ancient texts that can heal Su Qingfeng's injuries. Write this down. Got it. I'll handle it just as you instructed. Xuanmeng responded promptly. After hanging up, Xuanmeng immediately set off for the Abyssal Plain. Along the way, he calculated how much travel allowance he could earn from this errand, thinking he might finally pay off some debt. As a dignified 9th-rank war god and the top lone wolf on the star chart, it was ironic that he had to hustle for a living who knows whom he had offended. Before long, Xuanmeng returned from the Abyssal Plain with the secret formula. Without a word, he kicked open the door to Su Qingfeng's emergency room and rudely pushed aside the attending priest. Let me see. Where's the injury? Xuanmeng shouted. A mere 2 or 3 centimeters wound, and it hasn't healed yet? Without hesitation, he poured a bottle of medicine over Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng immediately clenched his teeth in pain, writhing on the bed like a worm. What the hell did you pour on me? Su Qingfeng roared from the depths of his throat. Xuanmeng glanced at the small bottle's label, which clearly read, chili oil interrogation use, War King level. Used the wrong one. Xuanmeng coughed awkwardly. Ahem. This serious illness needs strong medicine. That was just for disinfection. He pulled out another bottle, this time double-checking the label before applying it to Su Qingfeng. Hiss, Su Qingfeng gasped, but to his surprise, the long-and-healed wound began to close. Amazing, the priest exclaimed. Su Qingfeng had been injured by a demon god and had been hard to heal, but a small bottle of this medicine solved the problem. Just as Su Qingfeng was about to thank him, he caught a glimpse of the chili oil bottle in Xuanmeng's hand. He looked down at the red oil on his wound, which had a pungent aroma. That day, everyone in the summer camp heard a roar. Xuanmeng, I'll give you a head start of 3 million miles. At precisely noon, the resonant chimes of the clock echoed through Eternal Core City. Yi Bai stepped into the wolf's den and selected an S-level room. He picked up a glass of rum, took a deep breath, and prepared to sort through the matters he'd hurriedly left unresolved on the 9th floor of the Eternal Tower the day before. First, Yi Bai took out the gluttonous claw from his backpack. This SSS-rated reward for clearing the 8th floor had been neglected due to other pressing matters. He carefully inspected its attributes. Item: Gluttonous Claw. Level: LV.60. Grade: S level. Attributes: Strength 450, Physical Attack 800. Effects: 1. Hoarder. Enemies cannot collect currency or items after taking damage, and the corresponding items automatically drop. 2. Bloodthirst. Grants 15 lifesteal when used. 3. Infighting. Deals 100 additional damage to dragon-type creatures. Advanced effect: Gluttonous Treasure. Advancement count: 8. Advancements made: 0. Yibai furrowed his brow in thought. Although the weapon was highly functional, it seemed underwhelming as an SSS-rated reward. He speculated that the real reward might have been allocated to a universal buff for all humans. He recalled Lu Qingyan returning injured from the Abyssal Plane, Li Xiaoming going bankrupt to have him appraise an item before heading to the battlefield, and even the newly acquainted 9th-level war god Su Qingfeng fighting valiantly on the front lines. These scenes flashed through Yi Bai's mind, reinforcing the solemn vow of humanity will protect the Azuras. Though willing to make sacrifices for humanity, Yi Bai still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He resolved to find opportunities to make Xue Ming treat him to a few more meals. Setting aside the gluttonous claw, Yi Bai took out the Hellhound skeleton. With permission granted, the Nightmare Wind eagerly devoured the skeleton. Yi Bai examined the updated attributes of his equipment. Item: Nightmare Wind. Level: LV.60. Grade: SS level. Durability: 2.841. Attributes: Agility 2841, Strength 2841, Constitution 2841. Physical Magical Defense 2841. Effects: 1. Unbroken. Please repair me. I really miss my original form. 2. Picky Eater. Consuming too many similar SS-level materials will gradually reduce the corresponding repair effect. 3. Master of 3 Elements. Choose any 3 elemental types, and all spell effects are increased by 28.41. 4. Hellhound Shadow. Summons a LV.60 Hellhound Shadow for combat, which requires a 30-minute rest if defeated. Equipping the repaired Nightmare Wind, Yi Bai's strength attribute surged, far surpassing his intelligence attribute. He attempted to summon the Hellhound's Shadow, and with a whirlwind carrying a faint aroma of cumin, a formidable 3-headed dog appeared before him. Gazing at the Hellhound, whose strength rivaled that of a battle general, Yi Bai couldn't help but daydream. When he reached level 1000, perhaps releasing just one dog would be enough to kill a demon god. He suddenly felt an increasing affinity for dogs, thinking, maybe this is why they are man's best friend. Come back, Yi Bai commanded in a low voice. The shadowy figure of the dog shattered into countless fragments and swiftly returned to the cloak behind him. He quickly checked the repair status of the Nightmare Wind, then shifted his focus to the force of nature. Yi Bai couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Having too much high-quality gear was indeed a dilemma, one that ordinary people could hardly imagine, especially at this level of challenge. After his second job change, the force of nature had advanced once more. All its attributes were significantly enhanced, and a new attribute, Mage's Staff, was added, increasing the affinity for all 3 elemental types by 5. Additionally, it unlocked a new advancement condition, Return to Nature, which required collecting 9 seeds and planting them on the force of nature. Yi Bai knew well that the higher the grade of the seeds, the stronger the force of nature would become. Currently, the force of nature had advanced 4 times, rising from a grade to S-grade, with 8 more advancements possible. If the 5th evolution failed to reach S-grade, the future potential of the force of nature would be limited. After weighing his options, Yi Bai decided to seek the highest quality seeds available. He planned to visit the trading realm after clearing the 10th floor of the SSS grade dungeon today. On one hand, he would transport mineral bricks, and on the other, he would search for premium seeds. Yi Bai was no longer the person he used to be, now holding 4,000 war god merits, feeling invincible. Of course, he hadn't forgotten one truth-free booze is the best. After organizing his spoils, Yi Bai carefully stored all his equipment and turned his attention to the map of the 10th floor. The 10th floor offered players a choice between 2 factions, werewolves or vampires. Regardless of the choice, players had to defeat members and NPCs of the opposing faction and complete tasks to accumulate exploration points. According to the setting of the 10th floor of the Eternal Tower, werewolves and vampires would attend a masquerade ball. The ball was meant to celebrate the awakening of a certain vampire elder, with the sacrificial offering being a werewolf leader of noble blood. Players in the vampire faction needed to ensure the elder's survival and identify and kill the disguised werewolves. Players in the werewolf faction had to rescue the werewolf leader and escape the castle before the ball ended. The ball lasted for 3 hours, with 2 sessions held daily. Familiar with the basic information and story background, Yi Bai had a plan in mind. He summoned the Eternal Core Crystal, placed his palm on it, and chose to enter the 10th floor. The familiar notification sound rang in his ears once more. wishing you a swift clearance of the eternal tower. In the dungeon, a peculiar mix of decay and the aroma of wine filled the air, reminiscent of a candlelit dinner next to a stinky tofu stand, or an odd blend of Sprite from 82 mixed with Lafite. A flash of white light appeared, and Yi Bai materialized out of nowhere. Before he could adjust to the dim surroundings, a shrill voice pierced his ears. You newcomers, perk up. Line up, you're about to receive the embrace. A ragged young man straightened his back, his eyes glowing unnaturally red as he glared menacingly at Yi Bai. The embrace? Yi Bai looked around and saw 9 other players in the basement, 4 men and 5 women, each wearing masks that covered the upper half of their faces. One player eagerly approached. Hey friend, which faction are you planning to join? We've already decided. For werewolves, 5 vampires, Yi Bai casually replied. I'll join the werewolves then, while secretly considering other possibilities. Choosing the vampire faction meant accepting the embrace and attending a masquerade ball. Refusal would get him thrown into the depths of the dungeon to gain werewolf blood. Neither option seemed particularly appealing. Just then, an unexpected message appeared before Yi Bai's eyes. Current werewolf faction exploration, 0. Current human faction exploration, 0. Current vampire faction exploration, 0. Human faction? Yi Bai was startled. There were 3 factions, not 2. Why had no one ever mentioned this in the guides? Could it be that no one had discovered this in all these years? No, that was impossible. The Eye of Insight confirmed Yi Bai's suspicion with historical records. One person had achieved an SS grade clearance in the human faction and one in the S grade. One person had achieved an SS grade clearance in the werewolf faction. Clearly, someone had completed an SS grade clearance in the human faction, but had not shared the strategy. Yi Bai quickly organized his thoughts. Only 2 people had achieved an SS grade clearance on the 10th level, both being top-tier players. Based on the message board he had seen on the 3rd level, he guessed that Xiaoyao might have deliberately given up just before achieving an SS grade rating. Excluding Xiaoyao, only Wuhan and Nightmare remained. Nightmare was definitely from the werewolf faction, so the SS grade clearance in the human faction must have been achieved by Wuhan. As Yi Bai pondered whether he should aim for an SS grade clearance in the vampire faction, he heard cursing and the crack of a whip from outside the dungeon. The pale-faced young man reappeared, urging everyone to move forward. Hurry up, stop dawdling. The Count is bestowing his precious blood upon you for the embrace. What a valuable opportunity, and you're just standing around. The 10 players slowly shuffled forward. Yi Bai recalled an interesting detail from the records. The original method of the embrace on the 10th level involved biting the neck, but after Wuhan's visit, it had changed to a more civilized method of placing a drop of blood on the palm. He couldn't help but wonder how his second brother had convinced these vampires. Yi Bai wasn't keen on becoming a vampire just yet. He planned to explore the depths of the dungeon. However, he didn't want to waste the Count's blood either after all. Passing up something free wouldn't be wise. Yet, he knew all too well that as soon as the blood touched his skin, it would immediately transform him into a vampire. Yi Bai wanted to take advantage of the vampires, but it was no easy task. A bold idea began to form in his mind. He looked down at the shadow of the Hellhound standing quietly at his feet and whispered, I'll hit you once. If you don't die, I'll treat you to a barbecue later. Sounds fair, right? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. The shadow of the Hellhound remained silent, as if contemplating the proposal. Yi Bai thought to himself that being with such a dog-like master gave him the illusion of returning to a pack of dogs. After finalizing the plan, Yi Bai quickly removed his other equipment and only wore the claws of Tao Tai. Taking a deep breath, he lightly struck the Hellhound. With a muffled bang, the Hellhound's health dropped sharply. Yi Bai held his breath, keeping a close eye on its condition. Fortunately, though severely injured, it was still alive. Yi Bai let out a sigh of relief and carefully observed the Hellhound's status. Sure enough, the miser mark appeared. This meant it could no longer acquire any new items or currency. The plan was halfway successful. Next, Yi Bai needed to wrap the shadow around his palm, creating a natural firewall. When the Count's essence fell, it wouldn't be able to alter the bloodlines of either Yi Bai or the Hellhound. Yi Bai calculated that as long as he timed it right to collect the essence, he could successfully complete this while gathering feet. As the team continued to advance, the surrounding environment gradually improved. The decaying smell in the air dissipated, replaced by a faint sweetness. Finally, everyone stopped walking and arrived at the destination, a massive and luxurious coffin. When Yi Bai saw the Count's face, the question that had been bothering him was instantly answered. How had his second brother convinced this group of vampires to become civilized? The answer seemed to lie in the vicious scar on the Count's face and the coffin broken into 2 pieces at his feet. Yi Bai couldn't help but genuinely admire. Second brother is really something. This simple sentence conveyed his respect and awe for his second brother's methods. In the understated yet luxurious coffin hall, a raspy voice echoed, Step forward. Yi Bai glanced around. realizing that the 9 others had either completed their initiation or been thrown into the dungeon. He was the only one left. Taking a deep breath, he walked forward and stood before the Count. The Count's aged face bore a striking scar that ran from the upper right to the left corner of his mouth, marring his once handsome features. Yi Bai thought to himself that the origin of this scar was self-evident. Hold out your hand, the Count spoke again. Yi Bai then noticed that the Count's teeth were flat, unlike the sharp fangs often depicted in movies. They seemed to have been ground down, as if by a grinder, flat and devoid of any sharpness. Yi Bai couldn't help but think that these teeth would struggle to even chew vegetables, let alone anything else. Following the instruction, Yi Bai extended his palm, which was pitch black. The Count frowned, not immediately producing the vital blood, but instead asked, "Why is it so black? Didn't you wash your hands?" "It's a birthmark," Yi Bai confidently explained, without changing his expression. The Count's skeptical gaze roamed over Yi Bai's face, clearly finding the lie hard to believe. "Switch hands," he said irritably. Yi Bai extended his left hand, which was even darker. "Pretty symmetrical, isn't it?" he said, trying to sound nonchalant. The Count shot Yi Bai a cold look and suddenly asked, "Do you think you're funny?" Yi Bai's fists clenched involuntarily. However, before he could take any action, the Count had already let a drop of vivid red blood fall, muttering, "If it weren't for that guy, a simple bite would have sufficed." The blood drop fell onto the dark shadow, instantly disappearing into a small bottle Yi Bai had prepared in advance. One drop of the Count's precious blood, secured. The Count stared intently at Yi Bai, as if trying to see through his disguise. After half a minute, he spoke again. "Why haven't you completed the initiation? Maybe my skin is too tough. One drop isn't enough?" Yi Bai ventured. "Indeed, among your kind, there are some unique individuals." The Count seemed to accept this explanation, recalling, years ago, there was a Taoist priest. Taoist priest? Yi Bai immediately became alert, ready to catch every word. However, the Count suddenly screamed, "Damn it, kid. I've already used 18 drops of my blood, and you still haven't completed the initiation." His face turned even paler, his eyes sunken, staring daggers at Yi Bai. "Really? I didn't notice," Yi Bai feigned indifference, casually tossing the bottle containing 19 drops of the Count's blood into his backpack. The Count withdrew his hand and said sinisterly, "Kid, you have two options. Be thrown into the stinking dungeon to accompany those dog-like creatures, or..." He glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then continued in a low voice, "I can introduce you to the Duke. He'll grant you the blood needed for your initiation. I don't know what trick you're using, but the blood you get from the Duke, I get 90%. Yi Bai inwardly chuckled. These vampires truly lived up to their reputation, even taking a cut. But he wasn't someone to be easily manipulated. 70-30, Yi Bai countered directly. 80-20. 70-30. 70-30 it is, Yi Bai interrupted again. 70% is mine. Kid, don't push your luck. Then I'll leave. 30% it is. The Count's eyes gleamed with greed. Even a single drop of the Duke's blood was immensely valuable to him. The two quickly reached a deal, and Yi Bai inquired about the Taoist priest mentioned earlier. "Come back with the Duke's blood, and I'll finish the story," the Count replied cunningly, clearly wanting to keep some leverage. The Count pressed a button on the armrest, and immediately someone entered the hall, ready to take Yi Bai to the Duke. "Kid, remember, even if you die, come back here," the Count instructed. "No problem, old geezer, just don't die on me first," Yi Bai retorted. They exchanged friendly farewells, as if they were old friends. Before leaving, Yi Bai took one last look at the Count. This once mighty vampire prince, the owner of the Nevernight Castle, had been the strongest presence here. Until one day, he encountered a sword. Geez, second brother really went all out, Yi Bai thought to himself. The story of the 10th floor of the Eternal Tower was actually an endless loop of a single day. The traces left by ordinary players would reset in the next cycle. Only a few could truly change and influence this dungeon. Clearly, Wu Hen was one of those people. Yi Bai withdrew his gaze. In a short time, he had gathered enough information. This seemingly ordinary old Count hid an astonishing secret. The Eye of Insight informed Yi Bai that killing the old Count would increase the human faction's exploration rate by 50. Yi Bai felt a surge of excitement. If he could kill the leaders of both the vampire and werewolf factions, wouldn't it be easy to achieve 100 exploration for the human faction? However, a detail caught his attention. The interface at the bottom right showed the exploration rates of 3 factions. Why was that? Yi Bai fell into deep thought. After collecting 19 drops of the Count's blood, the vampire faction's exploration rate increased by 19, while the other 2 factions' rates remained and even provided hints on how to increase the human faction's exploration. It suddenly became clear to Yi Bai. All 3 factions could be completed with 100 exploration. Achieving 100 exploration for one faction would earn an SSS rating, as Wu Hen and Nightmare had already confirmed. If all 3 factions reached 100 exploration simultaneously, Combined with the eternal blessing, could he achieve a 5S rating? This thought made Yibai's heart race, and he decided to give it a try. Led by a maid, Yibai entered a more luxurious hall. This room also bore marks of chopping, but he carefully avoided those cracks, pretending not to notice them. A duke in fine clothes stood there, his face hidden behind a golden mask. As per tradition, the duke dripped blood into Yibai's palm, attempting to complete the embrace. Predictably, it failed again. After collecting 9 drops of the duke's blood, Yibai was about to switch containers when the duke withdrew his hand, saying coldly, "There's no more, not a single drop." The 9 drops of the duke's blood increased Yibai's vampire faction exploration rate by 27, bringing it to 46. Unwilling to give up, Yibai asked, "Are there any stronger vampires around, like a prince? I really want to complete the embrace. I'm not just here for the blood." The duke snorted. "There is? Do you want to be sent as blood food?" Yibai's heart skipped a beat, but he feigned curiosity. "I wouldn't mind. Just curious, his health isn't in the trillions, is it?" With 30 layers of readiness, Yibai felt somewhat reassured. If he did encounter a vampire prince, he would strike first. The duke continued, "You failed to complete the embrace with so much blood. Your bloodline must be very strong." He paused, then added, "You also have a dog scent on you. A repulsive smell. Watch your mouth." Yibai couldn't help but retort. The duke stared at Yibai and spoke again. "I'm willing to give you a chance. Infiltrate those slaves and find out what they're planning tonight. Do you accept the mission Dancing with Wolves? Completing it will increase the vampire faction's exploration rate by 50. Accepted. Yibai responded quickly. He already had 46 exploration. Completing the undercover mission would add 50, and he could get the remaining 4 by squeezing some blood from the old count. This way, achieving 100 exploration for all 3 factions seemed possible. After accepting the mission, someone approached to put shackles on Yibai. The duke waved them off, saying, "No need. His scent will make the slaves think he's one of them. Take him to the deepest part of the dungeon." In the deepest part of the Nevernight Castle dungeon, Yibai's footsteps echoed in the corridor. A group of ragged, disheveled prisoners, all wearing shackles, was confined here. "Get in." A guard roughly shoved Yibai. Several prisoners looked up at him, their eyes glinting green. "Behave yourselves. After tonight, you're all dead." The guard threw out a harsh remark and turned to leave. Soft sobs echoed in the dark dungeon. Yibai scanned the area, looking for the werewolf leader. Suddenly, a shadow leaped out, nearly triggering Yibai's instinct to unleash a thunder strike. Amidst the clanging of countless chains, the shadow knelt at Yibai's feet, staring intently at Yibai's cloak, voice trembling, "I knew you would keep your promise. We have been waiting silently for your arrival for 100 years." Yibai was puzzled and was about to ask when the next words from the person made him tremble. "You were sent by Lord Nightmare, right? The Eternal Tower, 10th floor. The ancient fortress of Eternal Night, deep within the dungeon." Chains clanked, echoing through the dark, damp dungeon. A shadowy figure lay prostrate at Yibai's feet, trembling uncontrollably. Yibai crouched down and helped him up, asking curiously, "Do you know my elder brother?" The shadow looked up, revealing the face of a middle-aged Westerner. His chiseled features were marked by fatigue, and his bloodshot blue eyes reflected his exhaustion. In a hoarse, pleading voice, he said, "Lord Nightmare is your brother. That's great. That's great. Do you have a way to get us out of here?" Yibai coughed twice, trying to make the man speak more clearly. "Before I came, cough cough. My brother didn't give me many details, just told me to come here." He thought to himself, "Nightmare, I've never even met him. Claiming Nightmare as my elder brother. Will my second brother be upset? As for my third brother, he wouldn't mind. I'm sure of that." As the shadow was about to speak, a young werewolf jeered, "Don't listen to that old fool, he's crazy." Several others echoed, "That's right. He's been acting strange since this morning, muttering about Lord Nightmare. If you ask me, Nightmare is nothing but..." Before he could finish, a staff pierced through the werewolf's throat, pinning him to the ground. Blood slowly seeped from the wound, and life ebbed away. The owner of the staff stood expressionless beside the corpse, but a murderous intent was evident in his eyes. In an instant, most of the werewolves retreated, creating a distance from Yibai, growling threateningly with claws bared, ready for a fight. A small group of werewolves, however, surrounded Yibai protectively. These were not NPC werewolves, but human players who had chosen the werewolf faction. They had witnessed everything and heard the conversation between Yibai and the shadowy werewolf. Addressing the powerful Nightmare as his elder brother, appearing on the 10th floor today, and instantly killing a disrespectful werewolf, these factors combined pointed to only one answer: Shura. They had encountered Shura. Despite the unique nature of the 10th floor, where everyone wore masks and had slight changes in voice, body shape, and appearance, even if they met Shura himself, they couldn't recognize his true identity in reality. Understanding this, they unanimously chose to protect Shura. The battlefield instantly became polarized, the tension palpable. The thick scent of blood permeated the air. Ignoring the tense situation, Yibai kicked the shadow of the hellhound. Clean up this mess. I'm faint-hearted and can't stand the sight of blood. The hellhound swallowed the werewolf's corpse in one gulp, licking the ground clean of blood. The bloody smell quickly faded, replaced by a faint scent of cumin. Now, where were we? Oh yes, how should I address you? Yibai turned his head and asked, as if the surrounding tension had nothing to do with him. The shadowy werewolf answered shakily, my name is Jack. Jack, can you tell me what exactly happened here? Yibai focused on his conversation with Jack, ignoring the enraged werewolf NPCs. Jack began to recount, 100 years ago, Lord Nightmare came to the fortress. He was one of the first guests and the beginning of all nightmares. Through Jack's narration, Yibai learned the whole story. 100 years ago, the Eternal Tower descended. Nightmare awakened with an SS-level talent, cleared the levels at the fastest speed, and was the first to reach the 10th floor. He chose the werewolf faction and left after achieving an SS level rating. The problem lay here. The storyline of the 10th floor was an infinite loop of a single day, where everything would reset. After Nightmare left, one werewolf went mad. Shadow Wolf Jack. The reset had no effect on his memory. Each time he died and came back to life, Jack retained his memories, starting a new loop. This wasn't a blessing but a curse. Until today, Jack recognized Yibai by his cloak. So, what did my brother promise at that time? Yibai asked, thinking that this was more important than a 5S clearance. A 5S clearance was just some rewards, but Nightmare's dark history was invaluable. It could even persuade Ninth Lord to take action. Jack had memorized Nightmare's words by heart and repeated them verbatim. Lord Nightmare said, in the future, a young man would come to help you escape this endless loop. When you see him, you will know it's him. Yibai furrowed his brows and thought to himself, the Nightmare's words are nothing but a charlatan's rhetoric. They seem full of information, but are actually devoid of any real substance. What 10th level? What early stage of the Eternal Tower? Off course. The ones who come here are all young. As for helping to break the cycle, it's just an empty promise. The last part is even more of a ramble. He rubbed his temples, feeling at a loss. He then turned to Jack and asked, have you seen anyone wielding a sword? Yibai tried a different approach, guessing that the arrival of 3 supreme beings would surely leave some traces. Jack shook his head and explained, over 60 years ago, I had just reset when a newcomer werewolf killed me. When I revived again, the entire castle was in chaos, with sword marks everywhere. They may not have memories, but they are extremely afraid of these sword marks. Yibai understood. It seemed Jack had just missed his second brother. Still unwilling to give up, he wanted to ask about Xiaoyao. In this cycle, Yibai knew there were 2 beings whose memories wouldn't reset. Shadow Wolf Jack and Old Coin Count. Jack was immune due to the supreme being Nightmare, while the Count had been cut down by his second brother. Yibai figured there must be a third person, someone influenced by Xiaoyao. He couldn't help but complain, you guys have messed up this dungeon, and now I have to clean up the mess. Not even a guide left behind. This definitely deserves a pay raise. Just then, the sound of chains clanging echoed again, but this time it was different. The dull sound of chains caused all the werewolf NPCs to become unusually docile, huddling in the corners, trembling like lambs. Thud thud in the darkness, a massive shadow slowly emerged. Each step made the entire dungeon shake, causing numerous stones to fall from the ceiling. A colossal figure, standing 5 meters tall, revealed itself, covered in scars, with rare white fur and white eyes. It exuded a terrifying aura, wrapped in countless chains, radiating danger. Someone whispered, that's Lord Azura, the White Wolf King, a power comparable to a battle king. He's someone you absolutely cannot provoke in this stage. The White Wolf King ignored everything around it, its gaze locking directly onto Yibai. Are you looking for someone who uses a sword? It asked, clearly having overheard Yibai's conversation with Jack. Yes, Yibai replied. Have you also retained your memories? I don't believe Jack's crazy talk. How could this cycle have repeated for 100 years? The White Wolf King exhaled, raising its right hand to crush the chains on its chest, revealing a terrifying scar. It asked in a deep voice, what's the story behind this sword mark? Clearly, it had woken up to find this scar but had no memory of it. Yibai looked at the familiar sword mark, nodded, and calmly said, my second brother did that. Is there a problem? My second brother did it. Got a problem with that? Yibai stared directly at the White Wolf King, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. The White Wolf King shook his massive head, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. No problem, he replied in a deep voice, a barely noticeable tremor in his tone. Yibai couldn't help but take a sharp breath, reassessing the Wolf King before him. He thought to himself, this guy has really broadened his horizons. The White Wolf King spoke in a grave voice, even just looking at this wound makes my heart race. It's hard to imagine how anyone could survive such a blow from that sword, Yi Bai coldly corrected. To be precise, you didn't survive. He firmly believed that the level 60 Wuhan definitely had the power to kill the White Wolf King. However, he still found it hard to fully accept Crazy Wolf Jack's claim. The White Wolf King crossed his legs and sat down on the ground. His sharp gaze darted between Jack and Yi Bai, as if weighing something. Finally, he said, Jack, are you willing to swear by the soul of the wolf ancestor that what you say is true? No, I can't. Jack's response shocked everyone present. He explained, ever since I met the Nightmare Lord, I no longer believe in the wolf ancestor. Swearing by the wolf ancestor's soul means nothing to me. Jack raised his head slightly, his body starting to tremble, for growing rapidly on his limbs, almost fully transforming into a wolf. Now, I follow the Nightmare Lord and can only swear by his name. You've betrayed your faith, the White Wolf King roared, his voice filled with anger and disappointment. The surrounding werewolves were so intimidated by his aura that they collapsed, their limbs twitching uncontrollably. Jack wasn't faring much better under this pressure, curling up and struggling to resist. At that moment, a shadow stepped in front of him, sharing some of the burden. Awu, the shadow of a hellhound, bared its teeth at the White Wolf King, growling defiantly. The White Wolf King looked down at the hellhound, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Interesting, Hades seems to keep a dog like this too. Aside from having more heads, it's useless. Hearing the White Wolf King's remark, Yi Bai narrowed his eyes. He suddenly remembered an encounter with a vampire count, who was originally at the rank of a prince. The hierarchy of vampires from highest to lowest is progenitor, prince, duke, marquis, count. In other words, that vampire prince had been slashed by his second brother and dropped 3 ranks. Yi Bai's gaze returned to the White Wolf King. At this moment, the White Wolf King possessed combat power comparable to a war king. So, how terrifying must his power have been before his second brother cut him down? Even more shocking was that an adult Hellhound Emperor had war god level strength, yet the White Wolf King dismissed it as nothing. Yi Bai marveled inwardly. When my second brother created the water-splitting slash and said, this move can kill a war king, it seems it wasn't an exaggeration. He couldn't help but think, my second brother's abilities are no less impressive than mine. Refocusing his thoughts, Yi Bai turned his attention back to the current situation. The White Wolf King spoke, Shadow Wolf Jack, as a follower of the Nightmare. Swear that what you say is true. I won't trust just an oath. I've seen too many traitors, even among werewolves. He paused, then continued. But if what you say is true, and every day is a cycle, life or death means nothing to me. Tell me your plan. How you intend to break this damned cycle. I suspect my help could make your plan smoother. The White Wolf King's attitude was clear, wasn't going to act without assurance. Jack looked at Yi Bai, and all eyes turned to him again. A plan. Huh? Yes, I do have one, Yi Bai said, quickly glancing at the current exploration progress and the hints from the Eye of Insight. He thought to himself, I need to earn the werewolves' trust and join their faction to accumulate exploration progress. The White Wolf King extended a clawed finger, tapping the ground lightly. You already have it. A system prompt appeared. Gain the friendship of the White Wolf King. Werewolf Faction Exploration Progress 10. Yi Bai continued. Tonight is the night of the full moon. I need to help 9 werewolves escape from the Eternal Night Castle. Fine. I'll pick the 8 most promising pups, plus Jack. Is that enough? The White Wolf King's unexpected cooperation made Yi Bai think that his second brother might have had a lot to do with it. You're not coming? Yi Bai was surprised. Based on his knowledge of the Eternal Tower, if the 100 exploration progress for the 3 factions was completed, the 10th level would definitely change. Just like the 3rd level before, the plot would take a new direction. Staying in the Eternal Night Castle likely wouldn't end well. In other words, escape meant survival. I can't leave. The White Wolf King raised an arm, showing the countless chains wrapped around it. This castle was built to imprison me. That damned Dracula Prin. Count. Yi Bai corrected. It's Count Dracula now. Count. The White Wolf King was first stunned, then burst into laughter, shaking the entire castle. That pale-faced fool finally got what he deserved. This is the best news I've heard today, assuming it's true. With the White Wolf King on their side, Yi Bai only needed to take 9 werewolves to achieve 100 exploration progress for the werewolf faction. 5S completion, 13 done. Alright, I also need to know what your original escape plan was, Yi Bai said, ready to hear more details. Yi Bai stood deep in the dungeon, facing his Tasto dance with wolves and enhance his vampire faction exploration level. He took a deep breath, his thoughts drifting towards the cycle of destiny. If everything is a cycle, nothing we do can change fate, Yi Bai murmured. We can only hope for you and your Nightmare Lord. The White Wolf King scoffed disdainfully. Even the mightiest wolf can't lift itself off the ground by its nape. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, a sly glint in his eye. Actually, it can. Shao San, show him. With that, he gave a slight kick to the shadow of the hellhound beside him. To everyone's surprise, the hellhound's shadow complied. One head grabbed another's nape, while the third head blew air at the ground. In this peculiar collaboration, the entire shadow began to levitate. The White Wolf King, seeing this, retorted defiantly, "It's a dog, not a wolf. You're all canines, one big family." Yi Bai shrugged. "So what? Dog or wolf, what's the difference?" The White Wolf King stubbornly insisted, "It's a dog, not a wolf." Yi Bai narrowed his eyes, his tone challenging. "How about I rename them Hellhound Wolves and call you the White Dog King? Would that make you happier?" The verbal sparring ended with Yi Bai's victory. After reaching an agreement, Yi Bai completed his task and prepared to leave the dungeon. "Good luck," Yi Bai said, watching as the White Wolf King was dragged back into the shadows by chains. At that moment, the White Wolf King pointed to a spot on his chest, where an invisible sword mark lay. "If your second brother truly exists, tell him his sword is incredibly swift." Yi Bai was slightly irked by this. "Does my second brother need your praise? Are you questioning my status as his #1 fan?" Accompanied by guards, Yi Bai made his way to the hall at the top of the castle. Along the way, he reviewed the methods to achieve 100 exploration for the human faction. 1. Kill Count Dracula, human faction exploration 50. 2. Destroy the Castle of Eternal Night, human faction exploration 50. Yi Bai pondered these options, his mind already calculating the next steps. On his way back, Yi Bai's thoughts raced as he meticulously reviewed the key points for clearing the level. Although his bloodline remained human, he had exploration points in 3 different factions. This anomaly heightened his alertness. If there was a human faction, there should at least be some human NPCs in the castle. However, despite having spent considerable time there, he hadn't encountered a single human NPC. The absence of NPCs in a supposedly human faction was highly suspicious. Upon returning to the hall, Yi Bai was instructed to wait at the door. Suddenly, a maid rushed out, looking flustered. "The Duke says he will meet you after the banquet begins," she quickly relayed. Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat, and he responded in a deep voice, "I have something extremely important to report to the Duke." Without hesitation, he strode towards the hall. Just then, a cold command echoed through the air. "Intruders will be killed." Instantly, the entire scene seemed to come to life. Gargoyles on the walls animated, their wings stirring up powerful gusts. The empty suits of armor lining the hall emitted a grating noise as they raised their weapons. The maid and the guard's pupils turned into slits, glowing with an eerie red light as they fixated on Yi Bai's neck. "This human smells so delicious," they thought. "If it weren't for the Duke's orders, we would have devoured him by now. Since he's courting death, we might as well oblige him." Facing the sudden crisis, Yi Bai remained unfazed. He raised his staff slightly, casting 2 spells with astonishing speed. Wind Fury, Ember Spark. A gargoyle was instantly engulfed in tiny flames, and before it could react, its health bar was depleted, shattering it into countless fragments. The embers then spread like wildfire. Boom boom. Explosions erupted behind Yi Bai, engulfing the castle's elite guards in a sea of flames. Without even looking back, Yi Bai walked calmly into the Duke's hall. They weren't human anyway, so no big deal, Yi Bai thought to himself. Upon entering the hall, Yi Bai was shocked by what he saw. The Duke, wearing a golden mask, lay unconscious beside his throne. Even more startling was the sight of Count Dracula, sipping blood from a small wound on the Duke's neck through a straw, a scene utterly at odds with the vampire's usually noble image. Yi Bai couldn't help but cough lightly and tease, "Ahem, old man. Don't you think this is a disgrace to vampires? Look at other vampires, cold, sinister, elegant. And here you are, drinking blood with a straw. Aren't you embarrassed? This dungeon has really been messed up by the 3 powerhouses." Dracula looked up, a trace of surprise in his eyes. "Kid, you're back. Much sooner than I expected. That idiot White Wolf didn't kill you?" It was clear that sending Yi Bai to the dungeon had been Dracula's idea. As the true master of the castle, even though his rank had fallen, he still had control over everything. If the White Wolf had killed Yi Bai, all the better. If not, he had another plan: draining the Duke's blood. For them, blood was the best tonic, and Dracula's power was rapidly recovering. Despite this, Dracula remained cautious around Yi Bai. He wiped his mouth and said, "We can still work together, can't we?" He then fell into a reverie. "When did I start remembering? Let me think. Oh, it was when that man stormed into the castle with a sword. He was the rudest guest I've ever met." At the mention of the sword, Dracula visibly shuddered, indicating the deep psychological trauma inflicted by Yi Bai's second brother. "That sword light. I can never forget it," Dracula murmured, his eyes filled with deep fear. "It felt like I was being sliced 1,000 times in just one instant." He curled up on the throne, trembling, looking pitiful, weak, and helpless. Yi Bai chuckled inwardly. tempted to strike him with a lightning bolt to see what kind of memories it would create. But he restrained himself, waiting for Dracula to continue. Dracula, lost in his memories, went on. I should have died when that sword light cut through me. But somehow, I woke up the next day. No one around me had any memory of the event, even though the castle was covered in sword marks. From that day on, my nightmare began. He looked at Yi Bai and added, I heard there was a slave who went mad, constantly muttering about a repeating day and a lord of nightmares. I interrogated him, but he wouldn't say anything. This confirmed Yi Bai's suspicion that Dracula had indeed been affected by Wu Hin. Until about 30 years ago, I met a Taoist. Dracula suddenly paused, extending his withered hand. Give me the Duke's essence blood, and I'll tell you what really happened. Yi Bai was furious. You want to charge for your lousy story? He raised his staff, ready to strike. Die, you hack. Wait, let's discuss this. Dracula unexpectedly cowered, seemingly aware of the impending danger. Clearly, that sword from over 60 years ago changed Dracula profoundly. The once aloof and powerful vampire prince had now become a shadow of his former self, displaying an almost cowardly demeanor. Yi Bai observed Dracula closely and noticed his eyes losing their sparkle, becoming hollow and lifeless. It was as if he had turned into a zombie, mechanically repeating a single phrase. He said, maybe you are a pig. Yi Bai's eyes widened in disbelief at the surreal scene unfolding before him. As Dracula repeated the phrase, his body began to undergo a shocking transformation. He shrank in size, his pointed ears became large and round, his nose turned upward and protruded forward. In short, Dracula had transformed into a pig. A seasoned vampire marquis with Nurking-level combat prowess had turned into an ordinary pig. A chill ran down Yi Bai's spine. He suddenly gained a new understanding of the repeated warning from Jiuyi. Never be alone with Xiaoyao. Yi Bai couldn't help but worry. What if Xiaoyao saw him and casually said, maybe you are a dog? Would he really turn into a dog? The thought sent a shiver through him. Stay away from Xiaoyao, or misfortune will surely follow. Dracula, now a vampire pig, let out a series of grunts. Yi Bai couldn't understand pig language, but fortunately, he had a universal translator with him. Honestly, old chap, I almost feel sorry for you. Yi Bai said to the Dracula pig. Cut the nonsense, just give me the essence blood. The Dracula pig responded urgently. Yi Bai stepped forward and kicked the pig away to prevent any surprise attacks. He then began to drain blood from the unconscious vampire duke, collecting a few drops of essence blood. The duke's body shriveled up, completely drained. After that, Yi Bai wasn't done. He wanted more spoils. He noticed a golden mask on the duke's face, clearly a valuable artifact. But the mask was tightly fitted and wouldn't come off easily. In the end, Yi Bai had to cut off the entire head and put it, along with the mask, into his storage space. With the Duke's essence blood and the completion of the Dancing with Wolves mission, the exploration level of the vampire faction reached 100. Yi Bai turned to the Dracula pig and said sincerely, all right, according to our agreement, I'll give you 30% of the Duke's essence blood. I, Azura, value integrity above all in the Eternal Tower. The Dracula pig's eyes were filled with doubt, silently questioning, are you really human? Yi Bai placed a small bottle containing the essence blood on the ground, signaling Dracula to come forward and take it. The Dracula pig cautiously approached. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed his ears and lifted him off the ground. Despite his vigorous struggle, what could a pig do? You're my captive now, Yi Bai said coldly. According to the rules, everything belonging to a captive is my spoil of war. He pocketed the small bottle. Once something is eaten, there's no spitting it out. Yi Bai looked at the Dracula pig, momentarily unsure of what to do. I'll keep you around and kill you before I clear the level, he muttered to himself. Kill me now, the Dracula pig pleaded urgently. Quiet, or I'll throw you into a pigsty, Yi Bai threatened. Dracula immediately fell silent. With both the Duke and the Marquis gone, the entire castle descended into chaos and panic. Yi Bai hurried to the depths of the dungeon, which was already in turmoil, with many werewolves breaking free from their chains and fleeing. Jack and 8 werewolves obediently waited in a corner for Yi Bai's arrival. Sir, Jack called out as Yi Bai approached. Move aside, Yi Bai said, rushing past them without stopping. The White Wolf King was still imprisoned there. If possible, Yi Bai wouldn't mind taking the White Wolf King with him. Even in a severely injured state, the White Wolf King was still at the king level, far stronger than a hellhound. Kid, it's useless, the White Wolf King said from the darkness, his chains seemingly alive, tightly binding him with no room for escape. Even at my peak, these chains could hold me. Now, with only king-level strength, there's no way I can break free. Shut up, Yi Bai snapped, appearing beside the White Wolf King in an instant. He suddenly wielded a sword and slashed down hard. Heavenly King Sword. Water-splitting slash. Boom. The sword strike landed on the White Wolf King's chest. The sword mark on his chest began to heat up, as if something inside was trying to break free. Not only that, but all the sword marks throughout the castle began to react, as if awakened. Boom! Countless sword beams erupted, shaking and splitting the entire castle into countless pieces. The chains binding the White Wolf King broke apart. All of this stemmed from the sword marks left by Wu Hin years ago. The White Wolf King was utterly shocked, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Yi Bai held the Heavenly King's sword and let out a cold snort. Since my second brother slashed this castle once, it was already destroyed. It just needed a trigger. No one understands my second brother's sword better than I do. In the deepest part of the dungeon of the Evernight Castle, Yi Bai unleashed a sword strike, causing the entire ancient fortress to begin crumbling. With a thunderous crash, the chains binding the White Wolf King shattered. A massive figure burst forth from the darkness, its blood-stained silver fur illuminated by the moonlight. The White Wolf King howled towards the sky, its cry reverberating through the entire castle. Instantly, all werewolves involuntarily transformed into their wolf forms and scrambled to escape. Move! Yi Bai commanded sternly. The castle continued to collapse under the invisible sword light, and staying would be a death sentence. Leading the way, the White Wolf King dashed forward, followed closely by Jack and the other werewolves. However, Yi Bai remained calm, even having the leisure to interrogate the pig in his hand, Dracula. Old fool, is there any treasure in this castle? This is your last chance to tell me. Dracula arrogantly replied. I am the most valuable treasure here. Yi Bai sneered, you're a pig now, so adjust your attitude. I have a friend who can eat a pig in 3 bites. Would you like to meet him? While threatening Dracula, Yi Bai's eyes quickly scanned the interior of the castle. He eventually realized, disappointed, that there was nothing of value left just as Dracula had said. He was indeed the most valuable thing there. As the castle continued to collapse, figures dashed out, escaping to the safety of the cliff's edge. With a pig in his left hand and a staff in his right, Yi Bai narrowly escaped unscathed. A system prompt appeared. Werewolf Faction Exploration 100. Vampire Faction Exploration 100. Human Faction Exploration 50. Yi Bai glanced at the pig in his hand, calculating. Killing Dracula would grant him 50 Human Faction Exploration. Dracula seemed to sense Yi Bai's intentions and urgently shouted, Kill me now. Yi Bai coldly responded, Since you turned into a pig, you've been begging for death. If I'm not mistaken, you have a way to resurrect yourself, right? This resurrection would also free you from your current predicament. I bet this isn't your first time turning into a pig. Dracula fell silent, a cunning glint flashing in his cloudy eyes. He spoke directly, Kid, don't think you can threaten me. Once you leave, everything here will reset. As long as the cycle isn't broken, Dracula will return to his former self. Yi Bai chuckled. I have a feeling this time will be different. Care to bet on it? Dracula turned his head away, his silence indicating his answer didn't dare. Yi Bai sincerely said, Show enough sincerity, and I might help you. I swear on the name of Azura. No. Dracula refused flatly. You have no credibility. You're worse than a vampire. Thank you for the compliment. I was insulting you. Dracula fumed. Yi Bai raised his natural power, preparing to teach the foul-mouthed pig a lesson. Wait. Dracula quickly changed his tune. Swear on the names of your elder brothers, and I'll believe you. Yi Bai looked awkward. That's not very appropriate. I knew you planned to break your promise. Dracula's ears perked up in anger, his whole body trembling. Yi Bai continued persuading Dracula, How about this? I have a revered mentor named Shadow 9. I'll swear on his name. No way. After several rounds of bargaining, they finally reached an agreement. Yi Bai swore on his second brother's name, promising to protect Dracula within his means and only kill him once. Dracula, in turn, swore on the name of the Blood Patriarch, signing a servant contract and willingly offering materials of at least SS grade. Dracula made such a significant concession because Yi Bai told him the White Wolf King was nearby. The enmity between them was deep, and if Dracula, in pig form, were handed over to the White Wolf King, the consequences would be dire. Under Yi Bai's persuasion, Dracula quickly understood the pros and cons and sincerely said, I willingly follow Lord Azura. After making their vows, Dracula opened his mouth and spat out a false tooth. Inside the tooth was a drop of prince-level blood, the most valuable item in the castle. Yi Bai looked at it with disdain. How filthy. He had the Hellhound rub the false tooth on Dracula several times before taking it. Prince-level blood, left by Dracula at his peak. Good stuff. Yi Bai stored the false tooth and assured Dracula he would keep his promise, then swiftly beheaded the pig. A system prompt immediately sounded. Killed Count Dracula, Human Faction Exploration 50. With this, Yi Bai achieved 100 exploration for all 3 factions. As Dracula's body lay still, a blood shadow shot out, heading straight for the moon. The bright moon was instantly stained with a layer of blood. Suddenly, countless bat shadows descended from the sky, merging into a new human form, Count Dracula. He was reborn, looking as elegant and composed as ever. His Count Dracula's face twisted for a moment. He had painstakingly regained the rank of Marquis, only to fall back to square one after using a secret technique to resurrect himself. In the distance, Yi Bai's figure came into view. Reluctantly, Dracula walked forward and bowed. "My lord, Dracula III at your service." His voice carried a barely noticeable hint of resentment. Yi Bai patted Dracula on the shoulder, his expression serious. "Work hard, and you'll have a bright future with me. Here, we have the blood of counts, dukes, and even princes. You won't be mistreated." Dracula sighed inwardly, his gaze sweeping over the imposing hellhound beside him. He couldn't help but speak up. "Even if you never do anything decent, could you at least try to cover it up?" A strong sense of regret welled up within him. He felt he might have chosen the wrong path. Yi Bai, however, was unconcerned. He laughed and said, "Cheer up. Whether we meet again is another matter." With that, he summoned the Eternal Core Crystal, which glowed with a mysterious light, preparing to clear the level. A sad smile appeared on Dracula's face as he whispered, "It would be best if we never meet again." Yi Bai's gaze suddenly shifted to the distance. "By the way, the flowers and plants around your castle are well tended. Maybe you'll make a decent gardener someday." With those words, he placed his hand on the crystal and began the settlement. Whether he could exploit a bug successfully was uncertain, even to him. After all, achieving a 5S clearance was something he was attempting for the first time. "They say it's 30% fate and 70% effort," Yi Bai muttered to himself. A flash of white light, and Yi Bai's figure vanished from where he stood. Dracula stood alone, looking around in confusion. "Flowers and plants? When did my castle have such things?" he murmured, his eyes falling on the lush greenery surrounding the castle ruins. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes filled with terror. Where did these things come from? Not long after Yi Bai left, an unexpected guest arrived on the 10th floor. A Taoist priest stood quietly in front of the castle ruins, his gaze sweeping over the piles of bricks and stones, with the flowers and plants swaying in the evening breeze behind him. He strolled through the ruins, casually saying, "People are not like plants." As soon as he spoke, the flowers and plants began to change, gradually transforming into human figures. As they appeared, they immediately knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. An elder at the front, his voice hoarse, said, "Master, thank you for saving us from the suffering of reincarnation." It turned out that these flowers and plants had been quietly growing outside the castle for the past 30 years, undisturbed. To them, 30 years had passed in the blink of an eye. They had not experienced slaughter, battles, or the ravages of time, but had silently witnessed the changing of seasons, day after day. The human NPCs Yi Bai had been desperately searching for were right here. Inside the castle, Dracula and Jack, tormented by the suffering of reincarnation, were barely recognizable, while these human NPCs had escaped such a fate. The Taoist priest, with his back to the crowd, continued to walk through the ruins, observing the lingering sword energy. "It has nothing to do with me," he said flatly. "Just fulfilling a promise." Wherever he went, the sword energy retracted and entered his body. Having walked through every corner and gathered all the sword energy, the Taoist priest stood still and shook his head, speaking to himself with a hint of self-mockery. "Boring. White clouds drift without sorrow," the Taoist priest murmured, then returned to the 99th floor, sitting cross-legged on a mat. After a moment of meditation, he opened his eyes again, a hint of fatigue visible in his brows. A white wolf hair bamboo pin appeared in his hand, its tip dipped in bright red cinnabar. The Taoist priest's hand was steady as he added an extra S to a line of text. Before the ink dried, the next second, a notification was sent to all humans in the Eternal Tower. "Congratulations to player Shura for achieving an SSSS level clearance on the 10th floor. Congratulations to player Shilua for achieving a SSSS level rating on the 10th floor." This announcement caused quite a stir on the streets of Eternal Core City. Meanwhile, Yi Bai was sitting at the bar in the Wolf's Denver. He had just raised his glass when his eyes caught Butterfly Dream beside him. She smiled knowingly. "This one's on me," Yi Bai said. "How can I accept that?" But he downed the drink without hesitation. He set the empty glass down and looked around as if searching for his next benefactor. Unfortunately, the bar was rather empty, with most people busy climbing the Eternal Tower. With a sigh, Yi Bai pushed the empty glass back to the bartender. "Just give me water." Despite the impressive 5S rating he had achieved, Yi Bai felt uneasy. Though the score was out, neither personal nor collective rewards for humanity had appeared. He couldn't help but wonder if something big was looming. As Yi Bai was lost in thought, Xue Ming burst into the Wolf's Denver. Without a word, He grabbed Yi Bai's arm and dragged him to a back office. Come with me. It's not safe to talk out here. After they left, the girls at the bar started gossiping. Dream. Is fourth brother the one? Being so close with Xue Ming, he must be. They speculated about Yi Bai's true identity, but Butterfly Dream just shook her head and laughed. What are you girls thinking? Fourth brother was here drinking when the announcement was made. The realization dawned on them. Oh, right? Butterfly Dream added. I know fourth brother personally. He's connected to Nightmare, but Shelua is a newcomer. There's no way he's the same person. Her explanation seemed reasonable, and the girls stopped questioning. Butterfly Dream gave an order. All right, send 2 cases of beer to Xue Ming's office. Put it on my tab. In the office, Xue Ming, still catching his breath, said, Kid, are you trying to stir up trouble? Yi Bai was nonchalant. Is that why you dragged me here? Old Daoist asked me to pass on a message, Xue Ming said, annoyed. He said to cut it out with these stunts. Oh, Yi Bai pondered. So it's not completely forbidden? Xue Ming was stunned by Yi Bai's interpretation. Get the point. He said at least 10 floors apart. You handle it. Got it. 1-5S run every 10 floors. Yi Bai nodded. Anything else? Xue Ming relayed more from the old Daoist. Don't go into the Eternal Tower today. Stay in Eternal Core City to avoid trouble. And the 5S rewards will take some time. Yi Bai understood. Even though he had GM Xiaoyao backing him, pushing too far might get him banned from the Eternal Tower. Moderation was key. Also, Xue Ming warned seriously, never be alone with the old Daoist. You have no idea what he's thinking. Yi Bai was intrigued. Funny, Ninth Master warned me the same. Can you be more specific? Xue Ming hesitated. The old Daoist, how to put it, he thinks about strange things. When I first met him, he asked if I could be a horse. I ended up as a wild horse running across the plains all night. That's it. Yi Bai felt that Ninth Master and Xue Ming's warnings, while similar, had different motivations. Turning into an animal didn't seem like a big deal to him. There had to be more to it. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Yi Bai stood up. I'll get it. He opened the door to find 2 cases of beer. Grabbing 2 bottles, he stored the rest in his inventory and returned to his seat. Dream sent us some drinks. Yi Bai expertly opened a bottle and handed it to Xue Ming. Go on. Xue Ming took a swig and continued. The old Daoist is very old, from the same era as my great-grandfather. Yi Bai frowned. This was the first time he heard that Xiaoyao and Nightmare were contemporaries. His talent awakened late, while he was in the ICU, Xue Ming said. It even made the news as the oldest person to awaken. Elder Lan privately told my second dad that if not for his nearing death, the old Daoist would never have entered the Eternal Tower. Hearing this, Yi Bai grew even more silent. Xiaoyao's actions seemed increasingly inexplicable. He lived in the same era as Nightmare but had never set foot in the Eternal Tower for the first few decades of his life. It wasn't until his end was near that Xiaoyao reluctantly entered the legendary structure. However, fate seemed to favor this latecomer. He effortlessly awakened an SS-level talent, casually chose a master named Ingjiu, breezed through 99 floors, and even killed a demon god with ease. Just like that, Xiaoyao became the 3rd supreme being of the human race without breaking a sweat. Yi Bai found this utterly absurd. This wasn't the plot of some power fantasy novel. It was more like the legendary tale of the Tower's chosen one. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Xue Ming downed his beer in one gulp, shrugged and said, That's all I know about the strange Taoist. He continued, A lot of people don't really understand the strange Taoist. Ever since he became a supreme being, he rarely left the Eternal Tower. Most of the human race's affairs are handled through the 6 faction talks, and even when a supreme being is needed, it's always my first or second elder who steps in. What's even more interesting is that, aside from Uncle Gio, those top-tier monsters in the shadows all show extreme reverence for the strange Taoist. Xue Ming hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak his mind. But if you ever get the chance, I suggest you learn more about the supreme being Xiaoyao. Sensing there was more to Xue Ming's words, Yi Bai probed further. Oh, is there something special about him? Xue Ming lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. I actually overheard this from my second elder. Don't spread it around. I've only ever told you. It seems that every supreme being has a sort of inheritance relationship with the previous one. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, pondering. You mean like a master-disciple relationship? Xue Ming nodded and added, That's just my guess, though. I didn't hear everything clearly. Yi Bai couldn't help but smirk. Xue Ming certainly had a knack for digging up dirt. Following this line of thought, he speculated. So, could it be that Nightmare mentored Wuhan, Wuhan mentored Xiaoyao, and Xiaoyao mentored Shura? Suddenly, a scene flashed in Yi Bai's mind, imagining his encounter with the supreme being Xiaoyao on the 99th floor. In his mind's eye, the two stood facing each other, one refined and handsome, the other exuding an ethereal aura. In this seemingly solemn historic moment, Xiaoyao broke the silence with an absurd question. Is it possible that you're a dog? Yi Bai shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the ridiculous thought. No way, absolutely no way, he firmly denied, unaware of how the future would unfold. Wolf's Den, Xueming's office. Yi Bai sat on the sofa, his brow slightly furrowed. Xiaoyao's warning still echoed in his ears, temporarily halting his progress in the Eternal Tower. He decided to review his experiences on the 10th floor. Although the information he had was limited, he had already analyzed most of it. Demengzi, Yi Bai looked up at Xueming. What rating did you get when you cleared the 10th floor?
This rank.
Xueming replied confidently, but then he remembered he was talking to a 5S rank clear, and immediately felt deflated. Yi Bai continued, did you encounter the White Wolf King? You mean that monster deep in the dungeon? Why would I provoke it? Xueming shook his head. What about Dracula? Never heard of him. Is he even real? Xueming looked puzzled. At Yi Bai's request, Xueming briefly recounted his experience on the 10th floor. I refused the Count's offer, got thrown into the dungeon, fought the werewolves, and earned their recognition. Later, at the masquerade ball, we ambushed and killed the weakened Marquis and escaped the castle through a secret passage with the remaining werewolves. After listening, Yi Bai immediately sensed something was off. With the insights from the Eye of Insight, he had pieced together clues left by previous top-tier players to achieve a perfect clear. Compared to Xueming, Yi Bai's experience was clearly a deeper storyline. The story of the Eternal Night Castle had two layers: the overt plot involving the masquerade ball and the feud between the Marquis and the low-ranking werewolves, and the hidden plot involving Dracula and the White Wolf King. Dracula 3 built the Eternal Night Castle to suppress the White Wolf King. For a 100 exploration rate in the human faction, Yi Bai had to kill Dracula and destroy the castle. A sudden realization struck Yi Bai. Before me, second brother actually achieved an SSS rank clear, destroyed the castle, and killed Dracula? He muttered. The hidden condition of the Dark Line is to rescue the White Wolf King. That explains everything. Yi Bai clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm in excitement. Second brother achieved an SSS rank clear for the human faction. According to the rules of the Eternal Tower, the Eternal Night Castle instance should reset, just like when I was on the 3rd floor. The problem is, second brother went too far and killed the White Wolf King too. So, even though he achieved an SSS rank clear, the White Wolf King wasn't rescued, preventing the instance from resetting. White Wolf King, White Wolf King. Yi Bai repeated the name, thrilled by his discovery. But what made the White Wolf King so special? The known information was that the White Wolf King was incredibly powerful, not even fearing a mature Hellhound Emperor, and seemingly acquainted with the legendary Hades. Yi Bai felt his clues were fragmented and couldn't piece together the truth. It was like walking halfway down a path and hitting a dead end. Charging forward only to freeze, deriving a formula only to run out of ink. He must have missed some crucial detail. Seeing Yi Bai ponder over the 10th floor storyline, Xueming joined in, sharing his thoughts as they came. I remember something. My dad and his team speculated that all levels that are multiples of 10 in the Eternal Tower might be interconnected. Yi Bai was shocked. What? Levels 10, 20. All levels that are multiples of 10, interconnected? If that were the case, the White Wolf King might be related to the 20th floor. The first thing Yi Bai thought of was the 100th floor. All top-tier players were stuck at the 99th floor. If all the storylines were interconnected, the 100th floor would be part of it too. Then Yi Bai remembered another thing, something only he knew. The 0th floor? In the hidden level of the newbie instance, he had seen a bronze door sealing a terrifying presence. 0 is also a multiple of 10. This information might be more valuable than Yi Bai initially thought. Maintaining his usual demeanor, Yi Bai asked, Demengzi, can you contact your dad? I can reach both of them. Why? Do you have a message for me to pass on? Xueming perked up. One word costs 100,000 gold coins. Heh, why don't you just rob me? Yi Bai sneered. I am robbing you. Xueming shamelessly replied. Yi Bai didn't respond. Matters concerning the 0th floor would be better conveyed by Jiuyi. Tentatively, Yi Bai asked, can I meet the Nightmare Overlord? The Nightmare Overlord, a top-tier guardian of Blue Star, should be the easiest to meet. Given Yi Bai's contributions to the human faction, meeting a top-tier guardian shouldn't be difficult. Xueming shook his head. No. My eldest dad fought the top-tier demon god and hasn't been in good shape since. After my second dad rose to power, my eldest dad never made a move again and has been elusive. We can pass a message, but we can't pinpoint his exact location. Such information about the state of top-tier guardians was classified, even to a 9th-rank war god. Xueming knew more due to his unique status. Yi Bai was still hopeful. What about your second dad? My second dad is always on the front lines of the abyssal plane. The teleportation array requires at least war god level strength to access directly. Without direct access, it's at least a week's journey. Xueming shrugged. This route is closed. Not my fault you're not a war god. Yi Bai rubbed his temples, his brows knitted tightly. His voice was filled with frustration. So, If I want to meet the Supreme, I can only meet Xiao Yao? The thought of possibly turning into a dog made him feel extremely uneasy. Xueming's face took on a strange expression as he shook his head. No, you won't be able to meet any of them. The old Taoist already instructed me to tell you that he won't see you until the battle ends in 2 days. What's up with this old Taoist? Yi Bai pondered with a frown. The prophet thing. He's really got it all figured out. He suddenly realized another implication. So, the Supreme Xiao Yao specifically wants to see me after the battle? Xueming nodded in confirmation. You could understand it that way. Yi Bai took another bottle of beer from his bag and filled his glass. He sighed and decided to change the subject. One unsolvable mystery after another. Let's talk about something I can understand. Whether it's the 10th level, the 0 level, or the Supreme Xiao Yao, overthinking it is just a mental drain. Better to focus on something more practical. He looked Xueming in the eyes. What do you know about this upcoming battle? Xueming's expression turned serious. The battle in 2 days is a certainty. The demons are well prepared. We've all been fighting for years and know each other's strengths. No one will take risks lightly. From what I know, at least 2 demon lords will be participating in this battle. He counted on his fingers, the 4th demon lord and the 6th demon lord. Suddenly, Xueming slapped his forehead. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 6th demon sects have all been wiped out. I took action with Uncle Gio, and we left no loose ends. Wow, Yi Bai took a sharp breath. This latest news made him realize the gravity of the situation. From this, it's clear the Supremes are playing a big game this time. It's probably more than just 2 demon lords. Xueming's face grew even more solemn. Shura, this is no joke. Once the battle starts, the Eternal Forest will become the front line again. The demons have been amassing their strength to invade Blue Star. He added in a grave tone. We'll hold off any enemies above the War God level outside of Blue Star. But for those below that level, in the worst-case scenario, you might have to fend for yourself. Yi Bai pondered deeply. No one knew Shura's true identity, not the enemies, not their own people, not even Xueming. There was one thing Xueming didn't mention, and both sides tacitly avoided discussing it. The reason the situation had escalated to this point, with a battle imminent, was fundamentally because of one person's emergence, the Supreme Seed, Shura. This battle was both to protect Shura, and because Shura was the sole target of the enemies. Wherever Yi Bai was, that would be the battlefield. There was no escape. A War King level enemy? Huh, Yi Bai murmured. If I managed to kill a War King at level 60, wouldn't that be pretty embarrassing for my second brother? Wu Hin's first public appearance was when he killed a Demon War King at level 200. Yi Bai silently calculated, level 60 Shura equals level 200 Wu Hin, Shura 3 Wu Hin Supreme, Shura 3 Supreme's Nightmare Wu Hin Xiao Yao. The Yi family's math never lies. Is there a problem with this equivalent exchange? Absolutely not. In the Wolf's Den, Yi Bai stood by the window, gazing thoughtfully at the distant Eternal Tower. Although he couldn't enter the tower for now, he wasn't idle. Instead, he meticulously organized the spoils from his journey. He opened his palm, revealing several glistening blood droplets that sparkled in the sunlight. These were pure blood from vampires, each drop brimming with immense power. 19 drops from counts, 12 from dukes, and the most precious, 1 drop from a prince. Yi Bai silently calculated. The prince's blood was an SS level material, the duke's was S level, and the count's was a level, each drop worth a fortune. Suddenly, a fong with a cold gleam appeared between his fingers. Yi Bai gently rubbed the tooth, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. This was a treasure containing Dracula's peak period blood. Good stuff, Yi Bai murmured to himself. Xueming, standing nearby, noticed the treasure in Yi Bai's hand and explained, vampire blood can enchant equipment. On weapons, it grants a lifesteal effect, and on other gear, it provides self-healing abilities. Yi Bai nodded thoughtfully, forming a preliminary plan in his mind. Using these blood drops directly on the Nightmare Wind seemed wasteful. It was a gluttonous entity, and a single drop wouldn't even be enough for a taste. He decided to sell the Count and Duke blood, while considering the Prince's blood for enchanting the force of nature. Besides vampire blood, Yi Bai also received 2 wolf teeth from the White Wolf King, both SS-level materials. He had once thought of making them into knives, but quickly dismissed the bold idea. According to his agreement with Wu Hin, a demon forging master would create a piece of equipment for Yi Bai. Since it was free, the higher the material grade, the better. Yi Bai planned to use the best materials he had. After inventorying his gains, Yi Bai stood up and said, I'm going to sell some ores. Treat me to a drink when I get back. Xueming looked puzzled. Oh? You have a mine at home, and you want me to treat you? Do I look rich? I only have 2 supreme fathers. Before Xueming could refuse, Yi Bai had already left, heading straight for the mysterious mine. By the mine, the lizard brother was lazily basking in the moonlight. Following Yi Bai's instructions, its food intake had recently been reduced by a third. However, Whenever someone drank and went down the mine, it could have a feast. Boss. The mine leader and dwarf chief, Xiao Gu, hurriedly approached, eager to report. We've produced 15,000 tons of grade raw ore, 12,000 tons of A grade, and 1,000 tons of Scrade. We've prioritized refining higher grade ores, resulting in 800 tons of Scrade refined ore, 8,000 tons of A grade, and no grade refined, or due to a manpower and furnace shortage. Yi Bai nodded in satisfaction. Following his instructions to prioritize higher grade ore production was crucial for the human race's current resource needs. I understand. Manpower can be resolved, but the furnace? Yi Bai frowned in thought. The super furnace was a reward from the Eternal Tower, with extremely high smelting efficiency. Building a new furnace would not only waste ore, but also limit production capacity. Most importantly, it would cost money. Yi Bai reluctantly said, I'll find a way to solve it. He carefully picked up and Scrade refined ore piece, a diamond-shaped transparent crystal the size of a baby's fist, weighing 1 ton and feeling heavy in his hand. After storing all the ores in his storage space, Yi Bai prepared to visit the trading realm to find his goblin associate. Boss. Xiao Gu hurriedly called out to Yi Bai. What's up? Out of booze? No, the wine that kind-hearted Xue Ming sent will last a year. He's a good man. Xiao Gu rubbed his thick hands, looking a bit embarrassed. Boss, we dwarves are not only masters of smelting, but also excellent in forging. Seeing all these fine ores makes our hands itch. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, realizing he had overlooked this. Can you forge SS level equipment? No. How about S level? Xiao Gu blushed and shook his head. No. He quickly added. But we can forge S level. All right, I understand. I'll make arrangements. Yi Bai thought that even if he couldn't use this level equipment, selling it at the Wanwu Pavilion would fetch a good price. The more processing steps in production, the higher the profit. Knew this well. Leaving the mysterious mine, Yi Bai arrived at the trading realm. His goblin associate arrived promptly, smiling and saying, Congratulations, fourth brother. As the master of Wanwu Pavilion, Zhao Qian was naturally privy to more secrets. A 5S level clearance was no small feat. It had taken the 4 supreme human warriors 100 years to achieve the 10th level 5S clearance. Likewise, let's see the goods. Yi Bai got straight to the point. A grade ore is 1 million gold coins per ton. Scrade is 5 million. The goblin associate was already numb to the mine's terrifying output. A grade ore totaled 80 billion gold coins, Scrade 40 billion, amounting to 120 billion gold coins, equivalent to 12,000 points of warlord merit. In just one day, Yi Bai earned merits equivalent to slaying 3 demon warlords. Combined with his previous 4,000 points, he had a total of 16,000 warlord merit points. You want to enchant your weapon with vampire blood? Hearing Yi Bai's request, the goblin associate nodded slowly. It can be done. Prince-level blood requires 10 warlord merit points per drop. Yi Bai didn't hesitate for a moment and said, Drain it dry. If there's one thing I have, it's money. My family's got a mine, so don't worry about the cost. Just go all out. The goblin assistant looked a bit embarrassed and coughed lightly. Ahem, there's no need to go that far. Draining it completely might be a bit too intense. Could you show me the weapon you need enchanted? Yi Bai took out the Nature's Force 4 from his spatial ring and handed it to the goblin. He thought to himself that revealing the king's sword, his trump card, wasn't a good idea. Besides, as an SS-class weapon, the king's sword couldn't undergo this kind of enchantment. The goblin's eyes flashed with surprise as he took the weapon. It's already advanced 4 times. Despite being mentally prepared, he couldn't hide his astonishment upon seeing the Nature's Force up close. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he quickly explained, We can use 1 drop of Blood Ancestor's Essence and 36 drops of Prince's Essence to boost the lifesteal effect to over 80. Any more, and the weapon's grade won't handle it. The Blood Ancestor's Essence costs 500 War God merits, totaling 860 merits, with the enchantment fee included in the materials. Yi Bai nodded. No problem, make it quick. Without hesitation, he took out 860 million gold coins from his spatial ring and paid without batting an eye. And, Yi Bai continued, Make me a list of life-saving items. I want to see what I can use. Preparing for the upcoming battle, Yi Bai spared no expense. He thought to himself that money not spent is as good as money not had. Only by converting it into resources to enhance his strength does it hold value. As Yi Bai was selecting life-saving items and equipment, a notification finally arrived. Player Azura has completed the 10th floor with a 5S rating, granting the Eternal Tower humans the Supreme Realm buff. Permanent buffs include Friend of Werewolves, granting humans in the Eternal Tower goodwill from werewolves, who will not attack them. Friend of Vampires, granting humans goodwill from vampires, who will not attack them. Not of our kind, increasing damage dealt to non-human races by 30, and Supreme Realm, which adds 10 exploration rate if the rate is below 80 when calculating the Eternal Tower rating. For permanent buffs, each worth a fortune. While the werewolves and vampires' friendships are only useful in special stages, getting them for free is nothing to complain about. The real gems are not of our kind and Supreme Realm. Not of our kind boosts the overall damage output of humans. Most of the monsters in the stages are non-human, and an additional 30 damage can turn the tide of battle. Supreme Realm is an absolute godder buff, giving everyone a 10 exploration rate boost, which is invaluable for humans. Yi Bai remained calm, thinking, Supreme Realm is pretty much useless to him. An exploration rate below 80? Sorry, not familiar with that. Not clearing stages with a 4S rating would be a disgrace to his eternal blessing. The goblin assistant, however, couldn't maintain his composure any longer. He began to jump around excitedly, speaking incoherently. This is just the Supreme Realm buff alone gave him the chance to reach higher floors. And all of this was thanks to the man in front of him, Fourth Brother. Overwhelmed with joy, the goblin assistant blurted out, Fourth Brother, tonight's expenses are on me. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. He quickly checked off everything on his previous list and placed it in front of the goblin assistant, smiling. No more picking. I'll take it all. That's exactly what I was waiting for. After fleecing the goblin lackey for a hefty sum, Yi Bai's pockets were brimming. He looked contentedly at his bulging wallet, unaware that to the goblin lackey, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Though the goblin lackey appeared as a goblin in the trading realm, his true form was that of a human. His fame predated even the mighty Xiaoyao, and he was already a 9th rank war god. After Xiaoyao's rise, he chose to follow and join the pavilion of all things as its master. His position in the pavilion was akin to Ying Jia's in the shadows or Xue Ming's in the wolf's nest. However, the pavilion focused more on economic development, and Master Zhao Qian's wealth far surpassed Xue Ming's, which was only natural. Yi Bai couldn't help but wonder, why didn't I take more? Was it because my storage space isn't large enough, or do I think I have too much money? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Please enchant the force of nature at the pavilion of all things, Yi Bai said, pulling out 860 war god merit points from his pocket. By the way, the force of nature requires seed transplantation for advancement. Keep an eye out for seed resources on the market. Pointing to his card, which still held 15,140 war god merit points, Yi Bai added, money is not an issue. The goblin lackey nodded with a smile. Understood. He was well aware of Yi Bai's financial situation. As long as the 7,500 million tons of minerals at home remained unmined, Yi Bai would accrue thousands of war god merit points daily. The joy of mining, most people can't even imagine, he thought to himself. Bidding farewell to the goblin lackey, Yi Bai left the trading realm and returned to the wolf's nest. Instead of heading straight to Xue Ming's office in the deepest part, he found a corner to sit down. A glass of water, please, he said to a passing waiter, resolving to quit drinking for his health. However, just then, a congratulatory message from the pavilion of all things arrived, celebrating a 5th level clearance of Azura. All expenses tonight would be covered by young Master Zhao. Yi Bai's resolve wavered instantly. When the water was brought over, Yi Bai changed his mind. Take the water to Xue Ming and bring me a beer instead, half chilled, half at room temperature. Thanks. Do you have grilled skewers? A friend of mine wants some. Soon, a platter of assorted barbecued meats and a case of beer were delivered to Yi Bai. He gave 2 skewers to the shadow of the Hellhound, keeping his promise. Meanwhile, he enjoyed the skewers and beer, waiting for his personal reward and reflecting on his journey through the 10th level. If I can get stuck at level 10 once, the next time I'll be stuck at 5's level clearance will be at level 20, Yi Bai pondered. The group reward for a 5's level clearance is indeed powerful, but I rarely need it. Take the 1st level's human reward, Guardian Angel, for example. Giving everyone a resurrection armor in the Eternal Tower is strong, but I've never died once. What use is resurrection armor? Yi Bai sighed. Sometimes being too strong isn't a good thing. He hoped that the 5's level personal reward would be generous enough to compensate for his losses. As time passed, more people gathered in the wolf's nest. Yi Bai even spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. Zhao Lin was peering into the wolf's nest hall, but didn't enter. Having just completed the 1st rank soldier test and chosen the United Legion as his faction, he was now a reserve member. Given Zhao Lin's talent, being a lone wolf would be quite challenging for him. His senior, Feet, was also in the United Legion, which could make Feet a perfect guide for Zhao Lin. They might even fight side by side in the same legion in the future. After a curious glance at the wolf's nest, Zhao Lin prepared to leave. Without a lone wolf badge, he couldn't enter the wolf's nest without permission. However, a shadow behind him stepped forward, bypassing Zhao Lin, and approached the front desk of the wolf's nest. Feet said in a deep voice, I'm here to pick up Feng Dong's meal. His expression was cold, and his tone steady, clearly not his first time doing this. Yi Bai was dumbfounded. Is that even allowed? Learn something new. Yi Bai muttered to himself, oh, I already knew that. Never mind. Before Yi Bai's eyes, Feet carried away 3 black mountain goats from the front desk, concealing his prowess and achievements. After this little episode, Yibai finally received his long-awaited personal reward. 5th level clearance of the 10th level. Reward: Nocturnal Castle 1. 5th level clearance of the 10th level. Reward: Vampire Guard Squad 1. 5th level clearance of the 10th level. Reward: Werewolf Guard Squad 1. It's here. Yibai hadn't expected an entire castle to be his reward. What the 10th level instance would become next was anyone's guess. Nocturnal Castle was now part of Yibai's exclusive space, connected to the mysterious mine. His exclusive space was expanding. Let's check it out. Yibai finished his last bottle of beer, got up leisurely, returned to room SS004, and entered his exclusive space. He had a hunch that Dracula Pig might be among the vampire guards. Humming a tune, Yibai's figure appeared before Nocturnal Castle and walked inside, feeling it was meant to be. In the imperial capital, a scenic spot with rockeries was rumored to be the burial place of the human war god Tongtian. A man dressed in black paced anxiously outside the rock garden. His steps were hurried, his hands incessantly rubbing together, and his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Clearing Azura level 5S. Does that mean we've broken the heavens? He muttered to himself, filled with hesitation. After receiving the message, he rushed to the location but hesitated to awaken the elder in the black coffin. It had only been 4 days since the last awakening, and he knew frequent disturbances were a burden to the elder. The man in black stopped, took a deep breath, and a thought flashed in his mind. If a phone is awakened every few seconds, why not just keep it always on? The same logic applies to the elder. If you wake him every few days, he might as well not sleep, since he can't rest properly anyway. He decided to wait for the reward announcement from the Eternal Tower before making his decision. And so, the man in black stood like a statue outside the rock garden, staring intently into the distance. Suddenly, his body jolted. The announcement had arrived. Without hesitation, he rushed into the rock garden. This is crucial. I must report this, he repeated in his mind. Entering the inner chamber, he quickly lit incense and performed a full set of respectful rituals. Burning incense, bowing, and paying respects. As the ritual concluded, the black coffin slowly rose from the ground. The elder's voice emanated from the coffin, laced with obvious displeasure. I feel like I just took a nap, and you're back already. This time, even if Azura has shattered the heavens, I won't be the least bit surprised. Aside from the initial complaint, the elder's voice soon regained its calm composure, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible confidence. Tell me what happened this time. The man in black bowed deeply, lowering his gaze, and reported respectfully. Azura just cleared the 10th level at 5S rank. The reward, he succinctly recounted Azura's achievements. After the report, an eerie silence fell over the room once more. The man in black silently admired the elder's composure, truly the demeanor of a god of war, able to remain unflustered no matter what happens. He maintained his bowing posture, awaiting instructions. However, time ticked by. Half a minute, 3 minutes. The man in black began to feel uneasy. This is taking too long, he thought. Could the elder have fallen asleep? With this thought, he cautiously lifted his head to glance at the coffin. In that instant, his heart nearly stopped. A crack had appeared in the coffin lid. A withered hand was gripping the edge tightly. The man in black's eyes widened, his body stiffened, and a terrifying realization exploded in his mind. Is he coming back to life? Next to the black coffin, a skeletal hand clung desperately, leaving behind a partial handprint. The sword marks on the coffin lid once again emitted a sword aura, but it failed to subdue the hand. The man in black, suppressing his fear, gritted his teeth and attempted to approach, only to be thrown back like a kite with a broken string by a low growl from the elder inside the coffin, landing heavily on the ground. The coffin shook violently, its seams widening, on the verge of losing control. Just as the elder was about to speak, a sigh interrupted him. A figure appeared beside the black coffin, ignoring the terrifying pressure, standing still. It was Nightmare, the supreme being, who casually said, "Go back to sleep." In an instant, silence fell over the world. The black coffin stopped shaking, the seams slowly closed, and the skeletal hand withdrew, leaving only the incomplete handprint. Even faint snoring could be heard. The man in black struggled to his feet and bowed in gratitude to Nightmare's back. Nightmare's figure seemed ethereal as he continued. In the battle 2 days from now, let him stay lying down. After the battle, Xiao Lan will go to the Abyss Plane, and Xiao Ju will follow. Hearing this, the man in black's eyelid twitched. Lan Lao and Lording Jiu going to the Abyss Plane? If anything went wrong, it would be catastrophic for the human race. More importantly, if Lording Jiu went, wouldn't that mean Azura would go too? The man in black clasped his hands again, asking Nightmare for clarification. Nightmare replied, "When they depart, take this coffin to the Eternal Forest." Sweat beaded on the forehead of the man in black. Was the situation for the human race so dire? The elder in the black coffin, half mad and half lucid, had combat power rivaling the war god, but in a real fight, the outcome was unpredictable. Moreover, fighting without restraint would only worsen the elder's injuries, pushing him toward destruction. Unless absolutely necessary, the black coffin must not be moved lightly. Finally, the man in black gritted his teeth and complied. Understood. When he looked up again, Nightmare had vanished, leaving only the sound of snoring within the black coffin. In his sleep, the elder dreamt of the past, muttering intermittently, Lan Tianqi, I'm telling you for the last time. I can fight War King level monsters. Almost got killed last time? That's in the past. The boy's name is Shui Yixing, and the girl's name is Shui Yan? No, listen to me, call them Schwimming and Schwimming. Lao Jiu, slashing at your father's body? Don't stop him. Today, I'll show Lao Jiu who the true war god of the human race is. Apply the medicine gently. Lao Jiu's strikes are heavy-handed. Is it necessary to go all out during a sparring match? The man standing by the black coffin listened to these dream words and shook his head with a bitter smile. All in the past. The gates of the Eternal Night Castle opened, with two groups standing on either side of the tattered red carpet. On one side were numerous werewolves led by Jack, looking fierce and aggressive. On the other side was Count Dracula, leading a few vampires. Though they were fewer in number, Dracula's immense power kept the werewolves from acting rashly. Yi Bai appeared, breaking the tension. Everyone's here. Have you eaten? Jack immediately led the werewolves to kneel on one knee. Right fist to chest. Master, the werewolf clan will never forget your kindness. Dracula sneered, mocking the werewolves for their lack of dignity. He stepped forward and said, Lord Azura, your loyal servant Dracula feared he had lost your guidance and almost strayed. Your return has brought new light to this hopeless world. As he spoke, he began to choke up. Yi Bai waved his hand dismissively. Cut the crap. I just had some barbecue. You're making me nauseous. Even if you turn into a white pig, your heart is still black. Stop pretending. Dracula forced a smile. You're joking. My heart is red. If you don't believe me, I'll pull it out for you to see. Yi Bai ordered everyone to stand up and scan the room. There were 24 werewolves and 7 vampires, most of them under level 200, considered minors in their races. Only Jack at level 246 and Dracula at level 299 were barely noteworthy. Yi Bai had a private conversation with Jack and learned that he had formed soul contracts with these werewolves and vampires. They had no choice but to follow him. Yi Bai surveyed the surroundings and addressed the werewolves. Follow Jack to the mine and see if there's any work to be done there. I'll take care of your food and lodging, and I'll invest resources to help you improve your skills. Of course, with rewards come responsibilities. Jack nodded in agreement and led the werewolves away from the castle. Yi Bai then turned to the remaining vampires, his gaze scrutinizing. Besides drinking blood, what else can you do? A young vampire arrogantly replied, wine tasting, makeup, attending parties. Before he could finish, Dracula punched him hard in the face, knocking out several teeth and sending him crashing to the ground. Dracula sternly reprimanded, Fool, the master is asking about our worth. He quickly composed himself and, like a dutiful butler, reported to Yi Bai, Master, we excel in combat, intelligence gathering, brewing, and inscribing equipment runes. Yi Bai internally assessed the situation. These skills weren't particularly useful to him. Perhaps Dracula himself had some potential, but the rest of the vampires were questionable. Noticing Yi Bai's hesitation, Dracula's eyes glowed red as he added, Master, our greatest value lies in our immortality. As long as the Eternal Night Castle stands, we can resurrect with just a small amount of blood. This piqued Yi Bai's interest. He nodded. Vampire warriors with unlimited resurrection, it sounds promising. Yi Bai realized that this castle might have even more functions waiting for him to explore. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in Yi Bai's mind. He waved for everyone else to leave, keeping only Dracula behind. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Dracula stepped back in fear, stammering, What kind of experiment? You wouldn't be into. Obey. Yi Bai commanded harshly, raising a camera towards Dracula. Is there a chance that you are a pig? The moment he finished speaking, Yi Bai watched in astonishment as Dracula performed a spectacular transformation into a pig right before the camera. The pig-formed Dracula desperately squealed. Oink oink. Turn me back. Yi Bai gasped, thinking, so it's true. The Supreme Wanderer's spell still affects Dracula. You are a pig is the trigger for his transformation. He was secretly relieved he had never met the Wanderer, fearing he might have a similar trigger word. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the successful experiment, Yi Bai said, Sorry, I only guessed the transformation spell, not how to reverse it. He raised his heavenly sword and tentatively suggested, How about I kill you once more? Didn't you say you could revive? Just to be clear, the cost of resurrection will be deducted from your salary. Dracula the pig pleaded desperately. Do something humane, please. A new adventure is unfolding within the ancient castle of Evernight. Jack had just settled the werewolf when Yi Bai called him back. Yi Bai pointed to the ground, where a small white pig was standing. Following the instructions, Jack bent down to pick up the pig, only to find it struggling violently in his arms. Despite its efforts to break free, Dracula Pig, as it was known, couldn't escape. Wrinkling his nose in disgust, Jack said, "Sir, this thing reeks of bats. It might be Dracula's pet." Yi Bai responded calmly, "Perhaps. Follow me." With that, he started patrolling his castle. The castle had 4 floors, with sword marks still visible on the walls, though the overall structure remained intact. The lowest level was a dungeon, with 8 cells arranged neatly, capable of holding beings as powerful as warlords. Yi Bai surveyed the surroundings, satisfied with the dungeon's environment. He had plans for this space. It would become a place to artificially breed vampires for their blood. Jack felt the pig in his arms twitch suddenly, likely frightened by Yi Bai's words. Next to the dungeon were 2 rooms. One was a wine cellar, and the other was more uniquely a circular pool with a coffin resting inside. A blood pool? Jack asked curiously. Yi Bai nodded and explained. After placing blood or essence in it, injured vampires can use it to heal. Given that Evernight Castle was designed by vampires, it's not surprising to find such a facility. The ground floor was more functional, with a reception hall and a stable. The second floor consisted of various rooms and a banquet hall, which Yi Bai quickly glanced over. With his keen insight, he wasn't worried about missing any important details. On reaching the 3rd floor, the layout piqued Yi Bai's interest. There was an enchantment room, a forge, and a damaged teleportation array. The teleportation array is damaged. It could have led to the 10th floor of the Eternal Tower, Yi Bai mused. Although he didn't need to return, repairing the array would allow Dracula and other vampires to collect resources and intelligence, aiding in the exploration of higher levels. Yi Bai carefully noted the materials needed for repairs: 300 kilograms of S-grade ore, 200 kilograms of S-grade ore, and other items that could be procured from the Hall of All Things. As for the artisan to repair the array, dwarves were undoubtedly the best choice. After inspecting the entire castle, Yi Bai had a clear plan. He turned to Jack and began assigning tasks. Take note: have the resting miners spare some manpower to convert the 1st and 2nd floors of the castle into communal dormitories. Prioritize housing for miners and dwarves, followed by werewolves, and lastly, vampires. Dracula Pig let out a feeble grunt, clearly displeased that his meticulously crafted castle would soon house a bunch of short-lived creatures. Yi Bai seemed to guess his thoughts and lightly tapped the pig's head with a touch of nature's power. Warning: keep grumbling, and we'll have roast suckling pig tonight. Yi Bai continued, also, have them develop a system of work hours and production points. Those with high points can, besides meeting daily needs, apply to purchase items they desire. Jack diligently noted each instruction but had one question. Sir, what about those smelly bats? Yi Bai answered patiently, let them rest for a couple of days. I'm fair. I never force anyone to work. We'll provide them with basic necessities like water and food. If they want more, they'll have to work for it. I bet it won't be long before they voluntarily join in, shedding their aristocratic airs. Voluntary labor is always better than forced. Finishing his statement, Yi Bai's gaze fell on the pig. Dracula's ears perked up immediately, showing he was listening attentively. Yi Bai's voice remained calm but carried a warning. If any vampire can't control their bloodlust and tries to harm anyone or any lizard. He paused, then continued. Blue Star has a technology that can perform gender reassignment surgery on animals. Trust me, you'll be quite popular in the pigsty. If you know what I mean, Yi Bai said. As soon as he finished speaking, Dracula nodded frantically, even letting out a piercing squeal. The once noble vampire prince now trembled all over, his eyes glinting with fear. He understood all too well that his new master was fully capable of such madness. A chill ran down Dracula's spine. Being killed wasn't the scary part. For him, death was merely the beginning of a new life. What truly terrified him were Yi Bai's cunning eyes, which gleamed with 1,000 ways to torment him. In comparison, death seemed like the least of his worries. Yi Bai glanced around the ancient castle, a slight smile curling his lips. Indeed, it was quite a reward. An exclusive space, servants from both the werewolf and vampire clans, endless potential. However, as a 5th-level reward, it still felt somewhat lacking. His gaze inadvertently fell on Dracula, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. This pig was the ultimate prize. Dracula, the once mighty vampire prince, a warrior on par with the White Wolf King. His potential aside, the stories behind him were a treasure trove in themselves. The challenge was that Yi Bai knew he would have to coax the secrets out of Dracula bit by bit. This couldn't be rushed. Yi Bai glanced at his watch. It was nearly 6 o'clock. He stretched and loosened his stiff body. All right, that's it for today. Get moving. I've got to head back to school. Jack and Dracula stared in disbelief. School? Their new master, this ruthless, cold-blooded demon, was going to school? For a moment, the world seemed utterly absurd to them. Before they could recover, Ibai vanished in a flash of white light, leaving the wolf and the pig standing there, dumbfounded. The scene shifted to the dormitory in Camp C. As soon as Ibai returned, he sensed a familiar presence. Old Nine had evidently been waiting for some time, the air tinged with a faint scent of blood. Old Nine, are you there? Ibai called out tentatively. Get lost. The curt and irritable response was unmistakably Old Nine's style. Ibai sighed inwardly. The residual effects of the secret technique were indeed significant. He needed to find a way to persuade Old Nine to use it sparingly in the future. Old Nine, I cleared the 5th level. Ibai exclaimed excitedly. I now have a mine and a house, vampire-style, duplex, over 10,000 square feet, permanent ownership. Seeing no reaction from Old Nine, Ibai continued, Old Nine, I also have a prince-level vampire pig pet. No matter how hard Ibai tried, Shadow Nine remained unmoved, seemingly unwilling to engage. Just as Ibai was about to give up, a thought struck him. Old Nine, I met Shadow Wolf Jack. He said he saw Nightmare back in the day. Before he could finish, a black mist enveloped the entire dormitory, sealing off the space. Shadow Nine's raspy voice emerged from the fog, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Jack? He's still alive? Yes, Jack is still alive. Ibai's words caused a moment of silence from the shadow in the black mist, followed by a deep voice. If he's alive, so be it. By rescuing him, you've fulfilled your promise from back then. Ibai raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, so Juyi knew about this? His relationship with Nightmare seems more complicated than I imagined. As an SS-level talent holder, Nightmare's speed in clearing challenges is already outrageous. While he might not score 4 S ratings like Ibai, he still maintains a pace of clearing 1 level a day with 3 S ratings. Juyi has been tagging along with Nightmare as a sidekick? Ibai shook his head, dismissing the thought. He recalled his own experiences. Even when he revealed his identity and brought Zhao Lin along, they couldn't keep their progress synchronized. The Eternal Tower has numerous solo dungeons, with only the 1st, 7th, 8th, and 10th levels being public dungeons among the first 10. Despite this, Juyi managed to accompany Nightmare to conquer the 10th level, showcasing his formidable strength. In contrast, their contemporary, Old Lon, was probably still struggling on the 2nd level to change his job. Ibai sighed inwardly and refocused on the shadow in the black mist. After the initial emotional fluctuation, the black mist soon regained its calm, slowly gathering and sinking back into the shadow on the ground. Clearly, Juyi had little interest in this topic. Seizing the opportunity, Ibai continued to probe, Juyi, when does the big battle start tomorrow? Can you give me a heads up? You'll know the moment it begins. Juyi's reply was as terse as ever. Ibai chuckled inwardly, thinking, Juyi is really the master of saying nothing. He pressed on. Is there anything I can do? You know my talent. Ahem, he deliberately paused, leaving space for Juyi to think. If you can't find words to praise me, I can praise myself. If you don't want to praise me, that's fine too. Ibai's implication was clear. He possessed the SS-level talent Inside Eye, which was of the support type. This was no secret among the top-tier powerhouses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically targeted the 4th demon god, whose true form was the Demon Eye. Ibai could easily use his Inside Eye to provide assistance within his capabilities. The shadow was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Too dangerous. You could expose your identity. Juyi, is there anything absolutely safe? Ibai was unfazed. Besides, aren't you by my side? He ticked off on his fingers. We're in the domain of the top-tier powerhouse Nightmare. The esteemed top-tier powerhouse Xiaoyao lives near the Eternal Tower, and someone as strong as you is protecting me. If I can still die under such high-level protection, then maybe I deserve it. Just make sure to burn some paper offerings on my grave every month. Ibai spread his hands and explained. Besides, I'm not planning to jump out and blow myself up. I just need to stay hidden and observe a bit more. Shadow Nine fell silent again, finally saying, it's possible, but not necessary. I'm insisting, Ibai said firmly, rarely disagreeing with Shadow Nine. By observing more, even if it's just identifying moles or helping everyone improve their strength, like a second awakening of talents, I could gain more spoils after the battle. He reminded, according to our previous agreement, 1/3 of the spoils from everyone who learned Wind without trace will belong to me as payment for the skill book. When it came to money, Ibai always had a relentless drive. No matter how much he had, he never missed a chance to make more. Shadow Nine was finally persuaded. All right, you crafty kid, tell me your plan. Ibai had already thought it through and explained it in detail. Okay, Shadow Nine agreed and fell silent again. Ibai's plan was indeed feasible, and he would arrange the manpower for its execution. Just as Ibai was about to continue asking questions, a series of urgent knocks interrupted their conversation. Boom 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 brother Bai. Brother Bai, the plan has changed, Feng Dong shouted, standing outside Yi Bai's dorm with 2 breakfasts in hand. Yi Bai opened the door, and the two started chatting while eating. Feng Dong, munching on a bun, complained casually, I originally ordered a few goats to improve our meals, but someone seems to have taken them. Just as he finished speaking, Fei Te walked by, carrying 3 black goats, looking completely unbothered and with a steady breath. Yi Bai silently noted this. Zhao Lin owes him a herd of goats. Feng Dong got back to the main topic. Brother Bai, today's teaching plan is cancelled. There might be a big operation soon, and we're to observe the army's redeployment process to get a feel for the battlefield atmosphere. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow. So, we get to slack off today? Brother Bai, don't look so obvious about it. Slacking off is not an option, Feng Dong laughed. Since we're observing, everyone has to write at least 8,000 words on their personal insights. He pointed to himself. We have to write too. I'm okay, but Fei Te is in trouble. 8,000 words? He'll struggle with even 8. Chatting idly, they arrived at a newly set up stage. Teachers and students from Area C were gathering there. It was said that this event would last all day and might showcase all the human legions left on Blue Star. Feng Dong marveled. What a grand scale. Yeah, quite the scale, Yi Bai echoed, scanning the bustling crowd around him, already making plans in his mind. Some people may verbally express disapproval or reluctance, but when it comes to action, they go to the extreme lengths of flaying themselves alive. Ingjia's ruthlessness is truly shocking. The CCF team quickly assembled and has now been renamed the CCS team. Thanks to someone, Lu Sueki's level talent can no longer be concealed. Once the 6 members gathered, Zuolingxia assembled a typewriter on the spot and announced, I made an automatic typing software in my spare time. Let's test it out. Zhao Lin curiously asked, if this thing becomes popular, won't all the authors be out of a job? Zuolingxia nodded in agreement. Besides him, Feet was also ready for action. Feet laid out a piece of white paper and carefully wrote the word good with a fountain pen, then paused, unsure of what to write next. Zhao Lin, the most excited among them, leaned forward and shouted, it's about to start. Yi Bai took a deep breath, gripped a ballpoint pen, and placed the tip on the white paper. According to the plan he had agreed upon with Ingjiu, Yi Bai was to write down any important information he could see, while Ingjiu would obscure the content on Yi Bai's paper and transmit the information out. It's starting. With that command, the scene before them instantly changed. Swish swish. Rows upon rows of soldiers, warriors, and even warlords appeared, marching in perfect unison. The atmosphere was instantly filled with a chilling sense of murder. Zhao Lin, recognizing their flags and badges, identified them. The Linhai Legion. Their commander, Lin Wangchao, is a dual-element knight of wood and water. As a reserve member of the Legion, Zhao Lin was quite familiar with this information. Yi Bai quickly scanned the scene, his wrist trembling as he wrote rapidly, Linhai Legion. Lin Wangchao's injuries need treatment. Collect 200 strands of Lin's hair. He paused for a moment and glanced at Commander Lin Wangchao again. This guy is bald, he thought. Oh well, I'll finish writing first. Yi Bai's pen moved swiftly across the white paper, leaving a trail of black characters. With each glance, he wrote down hundreds of words. The Legion below moved slowly, but Yi Bai's pen raced to capture every detail. Linhai Legion, Lu Dazhuang has 6 hidden injuries. Linhai Legion, Li Hu, a true 8th-tier warrior and a follower of the 8th Demon Sect. Linhai Legion, Wang Pangpang, second awakening of talent. Yi Bai's pen never stopped, faithfully recording every detail of what he saw. Summer Camp, Zone C. The Black Mountain Legion approached slowly, and Yi Bai couldn't help but yawn, rubbing his tired eyes. His wrist ached from a day of relentless sheep shearing. Jiu Ye's transition from initial restraint to unabashed behavior made Yi Bai chuckle to himself. Taking advantage of a rare moment of rest, Yi Bai looked around. Zuolingxia was deftly using intelligent typing software, swiftly completing a review. Lu Sueki was writing intently, her handwriting neat and meticulous. Feng Dong's handwriting appeared sloppy, as if he was jotting down whatever came to mind. The most pitiful were Zhao Lin and Feet. Their combined efforts barely reached 800 words. Zhao Lin gazed at the setting sun and wailed, Senior, we're not earning these credits. Let's think about dinner instead. Feet shook his head silently, thinking it was not the time to worry about food. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he began writing furiously. This sudden activity drew everyone's attention, and they crowded around to see what was happening. Feet wrote, suggesting an extra meal for all legions tonight, including steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chick. Zhao Lin immediately followed suit, also offering suggestions for the legion's dinner. After a busy day, Yi Bai had gone through several bottles of eye drops. To his surprise, the instructor praised him as a model student of Zone C, commending his deep engagement and positive attitude, encouraging others to follow his example. Some legions even expressed interest in offering Yi Bai internship opportunities for a closer experience. Faced with this situation, Yi Bai felt a mix of emotions and was unsure how to respond. In the rest area of Zone C's exhibition stand, instructors and teachers gathered. Most people had their own circles, chatting with familiar faces. However, one corner was deliberately avoided by most, as if they didn't want to waste their time. Wu Ziki leisurely blew out a smoke ring, sighing, "Being a battle king is awesome." Sitting to his right was Instructor Lin, and to his left, Lu Qingyan. The three had been classmates and served in the same legion, forming a close bond. Listening to Wu Ziki's boasting, Instructor Lin said discontentedly, "This is already the second time today." Before he could finish, Lu Qingyan interrupted, "Speaking of two, my granddaughter." "Stop." Wu Ziki and Instructor Lin said in unison. "We all know she had her second awakening. Not only do we know, but even the Abyssal Plane probably knows by now." They stopped Lu Qingyan from repeating himself. Lu Qingyan snorted and didn't continue arguing. He originally wanted to boast about his granddaughter's second job change and S-level rating, now capable of summoning pets from dual planes. With Lu Sueki's strength, achieving an S-level rating in the second job change was challenging. But by sheer luck, she passed the Azura 5's level challenge. Lu Sueki's original 80 exploration rate was directly boosted to S-level with the help of the Perfect Realm, equivalent to an upgrade. Lu Qingyan reminded himself to keep some cards up his sleeve and not boast about everything. Instructor Lin put down his orange juice and said, "That Yi Bai you favor really has some skills. It was worth my trip the other day." Previously, during Zone C's preliminary test, Instructor Lin had personally attended and specifically arranged for Yi Bai to spar with Wang Zheng. This was mainly due to Lu Qingyan's influence. Lu Qingyan became interested and asked, "Oh? I heard that little fox gave old Wang's grandson a good beating." "Not exactly a beating, more like a one-sided thrashing." Instructor Lin detailed the combat test. "This kid is definitely holding back, not showing his true strength," Lu Qingyan affirmed after hearing the account. Previously at Nanjiang No. 3 High School, he easily defeated an A-level talent, some kid whose name I can't recall. Wu Ziki suddenly became interested too. "Are you saying a kid with a clever talent defeated both A-level and S-level opponents?" "Yes, what are you getting at?" "Let's rule out the possibility that he's an Azura," Wu Ziki said in a low voice. "In the S-level talent special training camp, there are a few promising lightning talents. One of them happens to be proficient in lightning, wind, and fire." "Seriously?" both Instructor Lin and Lu Qingyan exclaimed. The Azura's SS level clearance in the job change secret realm had already sent ripples through the Eternal Tower human race, who also received a buff, learning about the current situation of the Azura. Proficiency in lightning, wind, and fire. What a monster. "Seriously, someone saw Shadow 2 around that genius," Wu Ziki added. "Shadow 2? The second in rank among shadows?" The two were even more shocked. The specifics of the Shadow High-Level Combat Forces division were unclear to most people. Even the War God couldn't fully understand the Shadow's operational mechanisms. It was subconsciously believed that the higher the rank, the stronger the Shadow. The stronger the Shadow, the more monstrous the genius they protected. Back when he challenged for the position of Shadow 7, all he saw was the glory and power, completely unaware of the heavy responsibilities that came with it. Who would have thought that Shadow 7 was tasked with guarding the Eternal Forest? If he had known, he would never have fought for that position. Three distinguished individuals were gathered together, quietly discussing the secrets of the human race. "I heard Shadow 1 is fighting on the front lines," one of them whispered, "so it makes sense if Shadow 2 is really by Azura's side. These kinds of rumors should stay private," the second person warned, glancing around cautiously. "We all hold significant positions and understand how the human race views the supreme seed, Azura." After a moment of contemplation, the third person spoke slowly. "In my opinion, there's no need to expose Azura until he reaches the strength of a 9th-tier war god." Instructor Lin, standing at the pinnacle of power, waved dismissively. "An SS-grade talent with the potential to break limits, that's what matters. The human race has evolved. We no longer need our supreme seeds to fight on the front lines. We can fully support Azura, allowing him to develop in peace." Wu Ziki immediately countered, "I disagree. A tree cannot grow tall in a greenhouse. Every one of our top fighters emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood." "That's nonsense," Lu Qingyan sneered. "What you think is your business. Azura will do as he pleases. It's not up to you. Even if he wants to marry a demon god as a concubine, it's none of your concern." Just as the three were heatedly debating, their phones chimed simultaneously. Ding. The notification of their salaries instantly silenced the argument. Wu Ziki, satisfied with the number on his screen, boasted, "Being a battle king sure pays well. As a war god, Instructor Lin naturally earned more. Do you see me flaunting my war god salary?" Both of them turned to Lu Qingyan. "Old Lu, how much did you get?" Wu Ziki sneaked a peek at Lu Qingyan's phone screen and was stunned. "What the heck? How did you get so much?" Did you apply for the death squad? Instructor Lin also leaned in, incredulous. There must be a mistake. Why is your salary a digit higher than mine? Share half with me, or I'll report you to the finance department. The two wrestled with Lu Qingyan, and Wu Ziki seized the opportunity to check the detailed pay slip. Old Lu, where did you get this research bonus? He asked, pointing at a line. Project leader, Lan Tianqi. Instructor Lin read out the key information. You joined Old Lan's research group? Lu Qingyan looked baffled. Did I? If Old Lan says I'm in, then I must be in. Suddenly, he straightened up and looked smug. You country bumpkins don't get it. It clearly states that I've made significant contributions to research, hence the reward. Do you know the value of research contributions? Wu Ziki squinted, probing. Tell us honestly, what research contribution could you possibly make? Lu Qingyan coughed to hide his embarrassment. I signed a confidentiality agreement, you know? Yes, a confidentiality agreement. It's top secret. Instructor Lin didn't find anything odd, but Wu Ziki's expression turned strange, as if he had figured something out. He patted Lu Qingyan on the shoulder and said naturally, Old Lu, you deserve that money. Make sure to eat more brain food lately. The second canteen has a great... Lu Qingyan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly interrupted. Speaking of the second, you guy? Shut up. Instructor Lin and Wu Ziki shouted in unison. Summer camp. Zone C. Yibai finally finished his combat test, his wrist wrapped in an ice pack, looking utterly exhausted. After the test, he and a few friends gathered in the cafeteria for a late-night snack, the atmosphere noticeably more relaxed. Brother Bai, you really stood out in this observation round and earned a reward of 2,000 points. Feng Dong announced excitedly, his voice filled with surprise. I didn't expect the organizers to be so generous. Feng Dong quickly did the math. 1 point in the summer camp can be exchanged for 10 eternal coins. That's 20,000 coins. He gasped, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. However, Feng Dong was not only surprised by the number of points, but also by Yi Bai's leap in the rankings. Brother Bai's summer camp points quietly climbed into the top tier. He muttered to himself. He got first place in Zone C for the combat test, earning 2,000 points, making a total of 4,000 points. Don't forget, Yi Bai hasn't even submitted his weekly assignments or registered any bonus points. In just 2 days, he went from 0 to 4,000 points. A sense of foreboding washed over Feng Dong. He turned to his companion and whispered, Big guy, do you think Brother Bai is aiming for first place in the summer camp? Feng Dong was hoping Brother Bai would help him pass his exams. Unlikely, Fei Te said confidently, stuffing a large piece of chicken into his mouth and swallowing after a few chews. The overall ranking in the summer camp includes those with S-level talents. Yi Bai is strong, but getting first place is impossible. You also think Brother Bai is strong, right? Feng Dong scratched his head, troubled. But it's strange. Brother Bai seems so ordinary, apart from being handsome. Very confident, Fei Te finished Feng Dong's sentence. Zuolingxia nodded in agreement. Yi Bai has never been afraid. Even during our drills, when facing demonic cult followers, even someone like Lu Sueki would get nervous. But Yi Bai acted as if nothing was wrong. Hey, hey, hey. Yi Bai tapped the table emphasizing, I'm right here, you know. Can't you talk about this behind my back? Feng Dong stared at Yi Bai with a skeptical look and asked, Brother Bai, tell me the truth. Did you have a second awakening of your talent? Yi Bai answered decisively, No. I swear on Zhao Lin's life, I haven't had a second awakening. Zhao Lin, bewildered, exclaimed. How did I get dragged into this conversation? By the way, Zhao Lin, how many points do you have now? Yi Bai asked curiously. Zhao Lin's progress was average, sitting in the middle to lower tier of the summer camp. With his clever talent, making it this far was already impressive. 648 points. Zhao Lin said excitedly. I just passed the first-tier soldier test yesterday and got an extra 100 points. Bai, I was going to talk to you about this. These points are worth almost 700,000 coins. About that IOU I gave you. Before Zhao Lin could finish, Yi Bai interrupted. You keep it for now. Didn't you hear what Senior Feng Dong just said? I have 4,000 points. I don't even know how to spend them. Yi Bai admitted. 4,000 points are just 40,000 coins, or 0.04 War God merits. I still have over 10,000 War God merit points unused. I really can't spend all this money. Seeing Zhao Lin still wanting to say something, Yi Bai quickly added. Invest those points in yourself first. Your 1 million debt is just 1,000 points. Stay in the summer camp. How many points can't you earn? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you really think you'll encounter another Supreme Seed emerging in the future? That's settled. Yi Bai patted Zhao Lin's shoulder, half-jokingly saying, You can pay me back later. I'll charge a bit of interest. Don't worry, I've got it all figured out. Zhao Lin, still confused, replied. Did I miss something? After their late-night snack, the group headed back to the dormitory area, noticing people hurrying along the way. Leveraging his connections with his war god nephew, Feng Dong whispered, "They're catching spies. Believe it or not, they caught quite a few today, over 1,000. After interrogation, they don't even bother with prison. They take them straight to the eternal forest." "Wow, that's incredible." Yi Bai feigned surprise. "Looks like there's an expert behind this." Feng Dong shook his head. "No, there's a keen eye behind this. Let's head back. Something big is happening tomorrow. Rest up tonight and conserve your energy." Although Feng Dong knew little about the specifics of what would happen tomorrow, the large-scale troop movements, material transports, personnel comings and goings, and the increasing level of secrecy made it clear to anyone with a bit of sense that something major was brewing. Transporting so many minerals to the front lines wasn't for a fireworks show celebrating the demons. This was preparation for a massive battle with the abyssal plane. In recent days, the front lines had pulled back their defenses, and the demons had uncharacteristically slowed their attacks. Both sides were amassing strength, brewing a storm, and silently awaiting the outbreak of the great battle. And how exactly this firestarter would ignite the powder keg? Most people were still in the dark, including Yi Bai. Yi Bai sat on a simple wooden chair in his dorm room, his right hand rubbing his aching left wrist. He frowned, contemplating how to bring up the issue of workplace injury compensation to Master Gio. "Master Gio, I think I might have a work injury," Yi Bai tentatively said, his tone tinged with hesitation. Master Gio's brow furrowed at Yi Bai's words, a flash of impatience in his eyes. He coldly asked, "Where does it hurt?" This brief question made Yi Bai's heart tighten. Master Ji's irritable nature was laid bare at this moment, as if he might lash out at Yi Bai any second. Before Yi Bai could respond, Master Gio continued on his own, "Cut it off, then it won't hurt." This statement sent a chill down Yi Bai's spine. Master Gio's medical advice was brutal and straightforward, yet it confirmed his reputation as a well-trained doctor. Yi Bai couldn't help but mentally quip, practicing medicine for decades, not a single patient succumbed to illness. The secret was simple: Master Gio would kill the patient first, so they wouldn't be claimed by the disease. Realizing his thoughts were too bold, Yi Bai quickly adjusted his expression, hiding his hand behind his back, and said calmly, "I was just joking with you, Master Gio. Are we starting the battle tomorrow?" Master Gio succinctly replied, "Yes." Yi Bai's eyes darted around as he tried to lighten the tense atmosphere. "Can't we be a bit flexible with our timing? The sooner we finish, the sooner we can clock out." He believed that when it came to warfare, one should strike when the opportunity arises. Who fights strictly according to telegraphed orders, stubbornly sticking to the rules. Moreover, from Yi Bai's limited understanding of the top fighters, they seemed to be similar to Master Gio. When it came to being ruthless, they never hesitated. However, Master Gio remained unmoved by Yi Bai's suggestion. He coldly stated, "The time is not right." As if realizing his words were not convincing enough, Master Gio added, "If we act now, the results will be much smaller." Yi Bai nodded in understanding, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was already midnight. "Got it. Master Gio, I'm off to work on my 4S rating. Expect good news from me," Yi Bai said, preparing to leave. Master Gio coldly replied with a single word, "Scram." Yi Bai left the dorm and headed straight for the Eternal Core City. However, he didn't go directly to the Eternal Tower. Out of caution, he decided to first confirm with Xue Ming whether he had the clearance to enter. Upon arriving at the Wolf Den, Yi Bai was taken aback by the scene before him. Usually filled only during celebrations, the Wolf Den was now packed with thousands of people, and the crowd was still growing. "Hey kid, new around here?" A chubby man wearing a lone wolf mask stood beside Yi Bai, pointing to the sign above the Wolf Denver. "Notice anything different?" Yi Bai observed carefully and quickly spotted the issue. "The wolf, where's its shadow?" The chubby man proudly explained. "A lone wolf always has a shadow. When the shadow disappears, it means a great battle is imminent. The shadow can't continue to guard the lone wolf. It has to go to the battlefield." From his tone, Yi Bai could tell this wasn't the first time he'd experienced this. The man continued, "With the shadows gone, how could we possibly stay put? We're here to find suitable positions so we can qualify for the battlefield. In large-scale Legion battles, lone wolves aren't allowed. Therefore, before a major battle, the Legion Command Center forms temporary legions to incorporate lone wolves and consolidate all forces." As they conversed, a man wearing a Feng Lan Legion badge walked briskly into the Wolf Den, holding a stack of application forms. He shouted, "Feng Lan Legion, 300 people, starting from Tier 4 warriors, wind element preferred." His announcement immediately sparked a fervent response. Even the chubby man beside Yi Bai eagerly pushed through the crowd. While squeezing through, he didn't forget to shout back at Yi Bai, "Kid, I'm off to handle business. If you have any questions, ask around." Yi Bai casually replied, "Thanks. When you get back, drinks are on me." The chubby man was about to respond when he suddenly realized something, exclaiming, "Wait, you're just a warrior. Oh crap, a star lone wolf?" His shout instantly drew everyone's attention to Yi Bai. The chubby man seized the opportunity to grab an application form and quickly filled in his personal information. After filling out the form, the chubby man turned back and gave Yi Bai an apologetic smile. However, to his surprise, Yi Bai showed no embarrassment under the crowd's gaze. Instead, his social prowess kicked in further. Star Lone Wolf, Tier 9 warrior, newcomer. Yi Bai introduced himself confidently. In fact, anyone with a bit of sense could guess Yi Bai's true identitia: Lone Wolf Shura, the future Wolf King. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Bai waved and smiled. When you all get back, drinks are on me. The crowd erupted in laughter. Shura offering them drinks? This was a rare opportunity. Deal. They responded in unison. Deal. Yi Bai echoed, his gaze sweeping over the excited crowd as he began to plan his next moves. Members of the Legion constantly moved in and out of the Wolf's Den, each time taking hundreds of people with them. At a single call, countless individuals would rush forward, eager to fill the quota. Yi Bai stood aside observing for a moment, only to be suddenly pulled inside by someone. Xueming looked Yi Bai up and down with a suspicious gaze and said sternly, I heard you want to buy drinks? Let me be clear. My account at the Wolf's Den is already frozen. Yi Bai looked puzzled and asked, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Xueming's expression grew even more serious as he said, word by word, I'm telling you, don't play that you invite. I pay game with me anymore. I'm broke. All my expenses for this battle were charged to my dad's card. Don't drag me down with you. If you must, find someone else to drag down. Yi Bai rolled his eyes and said indignantly, Look at you. So pathetic. Do you think I'm that kind of person? He thought to himself. This so-called lone wolf of the stars, the 9th rank warrior god, Xueming, probably got here by relying on his dad. Others invite and pay with their own cards. Xueming invites and pays with his dad's card. Others shop on discount websites. Xueming shops using his dad's connections. Xueming waved his hand and said seriously, All right, enough chit-chat. I have a task. The old Taoist said not to enter the Eternal Tower before 12:30. Just wait a bit longer. After saying this, he seemed to remember something and pulled out a staff from his cloak, handing it to Yi Bai. By the way, your staff has been enchanted. This enchantment has a usage limit. It will completely wear off after about 1,000,000 uses. Yi Bai took the staff, feeling the natural energy increase his life drain by 80. He thought to himself, if I stack it 30 times, one thunder strike will instantly fill my health bar. Xueming looked at the staff and asked, I heard from Uncle Zhao that you're collecting seeds? Yi Bai nodded. Yes, do you have any? Yeah, my dad collected this one on the battlefield. He was going to save it as a family heirloom, Xueming said, pulling out a transparent jade box containing a special seed encased in amber. I'm a bit tight on cash recently. Yi Bai examined the seed closely, calculating in his mind. This is made of spring rain material, with an S-grade transplantation effect. It can raise the upper limit of natural energy capacity quality while reducing the quantity. He had over 10,000 warrior god merit points in his pocket, so he confidently said, Name your price, I'll take it. The spring rain effect has only one purpose, to enhance the quality of natural energy capacity. Natural energy is Justin's grade staff, unlike Nightmare Wind which accepts any material. Nightmare Wind wouldn't even look at anything below SS grade, while natural energy eagerly eyes SS grade materials but can't absorb them. With spring rain, this issue can be resolved. Xueming tentatively priced it. 15 warrior god merit points? Yi Bai thought, 15 million gold coins for an S-grade material isn't cheap. But spring rain is special, and probably only Xueming has it in the entire human race. With a generous wave, he said, Stop being so stingy. I'll offer 2 points. After a round of bargaining, they settled at 10 warrior god merit points. Yi Bai immediately took out the spring rain and placed it on top of the natural energy staff. The deadwood began to grow, sprouting buds to completely envelop the spring rain. System prompt, current transplantable seed count, 4, transplantable seed grade, SSS. Yi Bai shook his head. Although the quality increased, the quantity decreased. However, he thought, this deal was profitable no matter what. With a task at hand, Xueming bid farewell and left. Yi Bai checked the time. He had 20 minutes left. He thought about the cost of hitting this grade rating. Even the top grinder of the Eternal Tower, Xiaoyao, had been working for 24 hours and hadn't finished the job. Yi Bai decided to handle some miscellaneous tasks first. Returning to his exclusive space, he saw a bustling scene by the mysterious mine. Werewolves and miners were transporting mined ores back and forth. To his surprise, Dracula had reverted to his vampire form. Master, boss. Upon seeing Yi Bai, the mining chief, the dwarf Xiaogu, Jack, and Dracula immediately gathered around, briefly reporting their work. Among them, Dracula was the most enthusiastic. Master, I modified the castle's furnace. It can now help smelt grade ores with minimal loss. Though Xiaogu disliked the vampire, he had to nod in agreement. Indeed, But those sissies are too weak. They can't even lift a few tons of ore. Clearly, Dracula had high standing among the vampires. To avoid becoming a blood-sucking pig, he had to show his worth, making life tough for his underlings. Dracula was a master at being a servant and even better at enslaving his servants. Yibai said with satisfaction, "Good job. Give him extra chicken for dinner." Dracula's mouth twitched, thinking, "I'm a vampire, and you want to give me extra chicken? What am I, a weasel?" Yibai checked the previous day's output, stored everything in his storage space, and left his exclusive space once everything was in order. In the trading realm, the goblin assistant skillfully counted the minerals. By now, he was no longer shocked by the staggering quantities, having grown numb to it. Yibai was tallying his war god merit points. He had exchanged 1,200 tons of scrade ore, 7,000 tons of A-grade ore, and 5,000 tons of grade ore for a total of 15,500 points. Adding this to his previous 16,000 points, then subtracting 860 points for the enchanted vampire blood and 10 points for buying spring rain, his balance now stood at 30,630 war god merit points. Time was of the essence, and Yibai urgently asked the goblin assistant, "The life steal effect from the nature's force enchantment is quite strong. Is there any way to convert the excess life steal into a shield?" He furrowed his brows, clearly dissatisfied with his current survival capabilities. The goblin assistant had anticipated this and pulled a gem glowing with a red light from his pocket. "This is the Blood Feast gem," he explained. "When embedded in your gear, it converts 12 of excess life steal into a shield, up to a maximum of 10 billion shield value, lasting for 5 minutes. Each gem shatters once it hits the 10 billion cap. It's a common trinket among war kings." "And the price?" Yibai inquired. 350,000 gold coins per gem, already discounted, the goblin assistant quoted. Yibai thought for a moment and proposed, "How about 3 gems for 1 war god merit point?" "I need 600 gems." The goblin assistant's eyes widened in shock. 600 gems? That's 200 war god merit points. He quickly realized that Yibai must have an extremely high combat burst rate, causing the Blood Feast gems to break frequently, necessitating such a large stockpile. The deal was swiftly concluded. Yibai paid 200 war god merit points, reducing his balance to 30,430 points. He took the 600 Blood Feast gems and glanced at the time. It was already 12:30. "Catch you later. I'm off to get a 4S rating," Yibai said before his figure vanished into a streak of white light. The goblin assistant stood there, stunned, replaying Yibai's final words in his mind. "A 4S rating? Is that even humanly possible?" he muttered incredulously, shaking his head in disbelief. "Wishing you a swift conquest of the Eternal Tower." Eternal Tower, 11th floor. 12:30 p.m. A white flash appeared, and Yibai materialized out of thin air in a dense forest. As soon as he arrived, a scorching fireball shot towards him at lightning speed. Yibai effortlessly dodged it. The moment the fireball missed, a system notification sounded in his ear. Dodged a basic fireball spell, killed a lower-tier fire element, gained 2,500 experience points. Just as the fireball attack ended, a barrage of various skills followed, dazzling and overwhelming. The rules of the 11th floor were unique. Players couldn't damage monsters through attacks, they could only dodge the monster's skill attacks. Each successful dodge caused the monster to lose mana, leading to corresponding damage. When the monster's health bar was depleted, it would die, and players would gain experience. A flawless run would grant a 100 exploration rate. In short, this floor was a high-difficulty freerunning challenge. It was an advanced version of the nerve reaction test in the Warrior Trials. Here, no matter how strong one's attack power was, it was useless. In fact, the design of the Eternal Tower's levels served as a reference for the Warrior Test projects, aiming to provide targeted training and skill enhancement. Climbing higher in the Eternal Tower demanded increasingly stringent overall competencies. Even those who excelled in certain aspects might be hindered by seemingly insignificant levels. If stuck, both level and career progression would be affected, limiting combat power growth. This is why one cannot afford to be one-dimensional. Yibai didn't have many movement skills, mainly relying on Gale Slash, dancing with fire, and wins no distance for combat and evasion. However, thanks to the high bonuses from the Nightmare Wind, Yibai's agility far surpassed others of the same level. Even without using movement skills, he was confident he could complete the floor flawlessly. After dodging several rounds of attacks, the ground suddenly shook violently. A colossal flying centipede burst from the earth, frantically chasing Yibai. Each of its legs released powerful skills as it moved, and in an instant, countless light orbs like fireworks shot towards Yibai. The system notification displayed. Boss, Flying J-Dragon, LV.75. Current health, 2 million. Estimated death after 8,495,135 spell casts. On the surface, it seemed Yibai needed to dodge over 8 million skills, which would take a considerable amount of time. In reality, since the flying centipede had 1,000 legs, Each step it took equated to 1,000 spell casts. While attacking furiously, its health would rapidly decline. Come and catch me. Yi Bai's figure turned into a gust of wind, disappearing into the distance. As long as he ran fast enough, the boss would chase faster, increasing its spellcasting frequency and hastening its death. The key was that Yi Bai must not be hit by the boss's attacks. Can't even touch me, Yi Bai thought. In a harmonious and amusing scene of cat and mouse, with the boss chasing him across half the map, a notification suddenly popped up in front of Yi Bai. Current exploration rate 80. Would you like to settle and clear the floor? This prompt wasn't from the inside eye, but was a built-in feature of the Eternal Tower. Yi Bai silently praised the user-friendly design. An 80 exploration rate, combined with the effects of the Supreme Realm, could directly boost it to 90, upgrading from its grade rating to an S-grade rating, with significantly enhanced rewards. Although historical data showed that most people would choose to settle at this point, Yi Bai made a silent decision. Who do you think you're underestimating? If I, Shura, don't aim for a 4S clearance, what kind of person would I be? He decisively rejected the 80 exploration rate settlement. The flying centipede behind him let out an earth-shattering roar, entering its final berserk state. Its leg movements became faster, and its skill releases grew more intense. 5 minutes later, at 12:58 p.m., all human players in the Eternal Tower suddenly received an unexpected notification. Player Shura has achieved an SSS grade clearance on the 11th floor, granting all human players in the Eternal Tower the following buffs. 1. Parkour Master. Human players' movement speed in the Eternal Tower 30 for 6 hours. 2. Weakness Sweep. After death, human players will not enter a weakened state upon returning to the Eternal Core City for 6 hours. 3. Experience Boost. Human players gain 25 experience in the Eternal Tower for 3 hours. 4. Parkour Master. 15 chance to dodge when hit by normal attacks or skills for 6 hours. A 4S clearance. This achievement came particularly swiftly, taking only an hour. In fact, if not for the initial half-hour delay, Yi Bai would have completed the 4S clearance in under 30 minutes. Compared to Yi Bai's attribute panel and skills, the difficulty of the 11th level seemed negligible. He breezed through it with a perfect 100 score, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. As a personal reward, Yi Bai received a permanent buff, Perfect Aim. This buff ensures that every 100th spell or attack will hit its target with 100 accuracy after accumulating 99 attempts. This powerful enhancement is permanently recorded in his status bar, and remains effective even outside the Eternal Tower. At first glance, Perfect Aim might not seem particularly powerful since it requires 99 accumulations to trigger. However, in actual combat, its potency is undeniable. Especially when facing wind-type enemies who excel at evasion, Yi Bai can handle them with ease. Even if the opponent dodges 99 attacks, Yi Bai can patiently wait and then unleash an unavoidable thunder strike on the 100th attempt, dealing a fatal blow. Yi Bai thought to himself, looks like I have a trump card against high evasion enemies. No matter how fast you dodge, my thunder will strike you eventually. In a flash of white light, Yi Bai returned to the Eternal Core City. Reflecting on the battle he just fought on the 11th level, his level skyrocketed from 60 to 76, with slight improvements in various attributes. Simultaneously, his equipment levels also saw an upgrade. Notably, his weapon, Flame Law, advanced after meeting its progression criteria. However, the upgraded Flame Law was still only level 40, leaving a significant gap compared to Yi Bai's current level. Despite its potent effects at the same level, this disparity greatly diminished its overall utility. Yi Bai decided to make the most of the Eternal Tower today. His goal was clear. Aim for 4S ratings, focus on leveling up, and complete the levels honorably without exploiting any bugs. After finishing the levels, he planned to purchase more powerful equipment and items based on his new level. A quick glance at his attribute panel revealed nothing particularly noteworthy. With his schedule packed for the night, he summoned the Eternal Core Crystal again, setting his sights on the 12th level. Good luck on your quest to conquer the Eternal Tower. The system's prompt had barely finished when Yi Bai stepped into his new challenge. 48 minutes later, the clock struck 1:47 a.m. The human players within the Eternal Tower were still reeling from the previous shock when another jaw-dropping announcement came. Player Shura had cleared the 12th level with an SSSS rating, and the rewards would benefit all human players in the Eternal Tower. In just 2 hours, achieving 2 consecutive 4S ratings was like a bombshell, causing a massive uproar among the player base. Social media platforms were instantly flooded, with countless players eagerly discussing this astonishing event. Surprisingly, the focus wasn't on the rewards from the 4S clearances, but rather on a more thrilling question. On this extraordinary night, how many more 4S miracles would Shura create? Player Xiao Luo achieved an SSSS rating to clear the 12th floor, triggering a series of astonishing rewards. The human faction in the Eternal Tower received 3 time-limited buffs, Frenzied Scraping, which increases attack speed by 30 for 6 hours. Sweep Weakness, which negates the weakness period when returning to Eternal Core City after death, also lasting 6 hours. And Experience Ascension, which combines all previous experience-boosting buffs to increase experience gain by 60 for 3 hours. As part of the 4S rewards for the 12th floor, the Rapid Clearance buff made its debut. It boosts exploration efficiency by 15 for 90 minutes if activated within 45 minutes before entering a level. The value of these rewards is immeasurable, but undoubtedly provides a significant advantage to human players. Yi Bai keenly recognized the potential of these buffs. He plans to complete at least 4 force-rated clearances within 6 hours, and with 2 hours already passed, he is right on schedule. By clearing the 12th floor, Yi Bai's level skyrocketed from 76 to 94, causing a significant transformation in his attribute panel. Eternal ID, Xiao Luo. Talent, Insightful ISS level. Level, 94. Class, Tempest Archmage Wind, Fire, Thunder. HP, 102, 500, 102, 500. MP, 349, 400, 349, 400. Strength, 2105, 3156. Intelligence, 5002, 610. Spirit, 4616, 520. Agility, 1437, 3073. Constitution, 1608, 2971. Luck, 12. Yi Bai is equipped with multiple items such as Nature's Force 4, Nightmare Wind, and the Emperor's Sword. He has mastered skills like Wind Without Bounds, Spark of Stars, Thunder Spirit Virtualization, and Water Severance Flow. He is also under the effects of buffs like Potential Unleashed, Perfect Aim, and Rapid Clearance. Notably, Nightmare Wind provides significant boosts to agility, strength, and constitution, making Yi Bai's strength attribute almost equal to his intelligence. With over 5,000 points in intelligence, Yi Bai's damage output has soared. Despite the abyssal creatures stacking thunder resistance to the point of near immunity, Yi Bai's fire and wind attacks remain formidable under the influence of his high intelligence. With the potential unleashed buff, the attributes Yi Bai gains in the next 50 levels will see a substantial increase. As an SS level class template, each level he gains is equivalent to several, if not a dozen, levels for others. This effect is now doubled, making it an unprecedented advantage. Wasting no time, Yi Bai chose to re-enter the Eternal Tower. The system prompted, "Wish you an early clearance of the Eternal Tower," and Yi Bai appeared on the 13th floor. Before him stretched an endless wasteland, with fierce winds whipping up sand and stones that stung his face. Yi Bai surveyed his surroundings cautiously, preparing for the new challenges ahead. The key to unlocking the 13th level lies in helping the wandering Mogu tribe establish a settlement and successfully defending it from enemy attacks. With his keen inside eye and the swift mobility granted by Wind's boundless reach, Yi Bai easily located the Mogu tribe. In the desolate plains, Yi Bai's figure suddenly appeared. Before him stood several ragged little dwarfs, so short they barely reached his knees. They wore colorful mushroom-shaped hats, making them look like a group of walking fungi from a distance. One Mogu tribe member, his face covered in grime, mustered the courage to step forward and, with a trembling voice, pleaded for help, promising friendship and precious treasures in return. After accepting the mission, Yi Bai first needed to find the scattered Mogu tribe members. He summoned the shadow of the Cerberus and directed it to act separately. Initially confused, the Cerberus quickly understood Yi Bai's intent, and its shadow split into 3, each part heading towards a different target. With the aid of the Cerberus, the Mogu tribe members were soon reunited. The next task was to build a village for the tribe. Although Yi Bai's insight could provide perfect blueprints, the Mogu tribe members were too small and weak to complete the construction on their own, and it was too much for Yi Bai to handle alone. To solve the manpower shortage, Yi Bai decided to summon helpers from his exclusive space. After careful consideration, he first summoned Dracula. The elegantly dressed vampire appeared suddenly, holding a wine glass in one hand and a large chicken leg in the other, looking flustered as he asked, "Master, where is this?" After a brief explanation, Yi Bai continued summoning other helpers. Soon, dwarves, miners, werewolves, vampires, and even lizardmen were called to assist in the construction. Dracula was appointed as the overseer, wielding a small whip to urge the other vampires to work, all the while trying to ingratiate himself with Yi Bai. When Dracula learned that this was the 13th level, his face turned pale. He whispered to Yi Bai, 13 is an unlucky number, the home of demons, the origin of all misfortune and disaster." As he spoke, his voice grew quieter, and he began to look at Yi Bai with a strange expression. At that moment, a new prompt suddenly appeared before Yi Bai's eyes. Dracula OS. Why does the 13th level sound like the home of Azura? The Eternal Tower, 13th floor. Yi Bai was directing the construction of a new settlement, his gaze sweeping over the emerging structures. At a pigsty here, he said, pointing to a vacant lot. Design the trough and the waste pit together. The Mogus looked puzzled. One of them spoke up, kind sir, we don't raise pigs. They're too dangerous for us. This area was supposed to be a septic tank, though they weren't entirely sure what a septic tank was. Yi Bai chuckled softly and offered a seemingly reasonable explanation. No worries, I have a pet that I occasionally need to board here. Dracula, on guard! Yi Bai suddenly shouted. Due to the soul contract, Dracula was as transparent as a blank sheet of paper to Yi Bai and immediately assumed a vigilant stance. The dwarves were bustling around the construction site. Born builders, they excelled not only in forging and smelting, but also in constructing buildings. Given the poor quality of some of the stones on the wasteland, the dwarves, with Yi Bai's permission, even hauled a pile of scrap from a mysterious mine for the settlement's construction. An hour later, Yi Bai stood before the newly built city, utterly amazed. A 30-meter-high city wall stood before him, surrounded by a 5-meter-deep moat, complete with watchtowers, commercial areas, and residential zones. This wasn't just a village. It was an entire city sprung up from the ground. Even the plaque was already in place, boldly inscribed with Mogu City. Yi Bai couldn't help but marvel. This efficiency is incredible. The combined strength of the werewolves and dwarves was astonishing. Stones that would take dozens of men to move were like building blocks in their hands. With Yi Bai overseeing the work, everyone was even more motivated. Ahem, good job. Yi Bai cleared his throat, surveying the sudden emergence of the city. Mogu City had everything, even modern amenities like electricity and water. The power was generated by wind turbines, completely natural and pollution-free. Since the Mogus were generally short, the buildings were designed in the dwarves' architectural style, making them quick and resource-efficient to build. Not long after Mogu City was completed, the wind outside began to howl. Through the sandstorm, shadows of monsters appeared, their terrifying roars echoing as they charged toward the city. However, upon emerging from the sandstorm and seeing the towering city walls, all the monsters froze in place. Did we come to the wrong place? One monster asked in its unique language. Is this really the Mogu tribe city? Those little ones built such high walls. These are just illusions. Don't be afraid. As long as we charge in, another monster began to rally the troops, but before it could finish, a mage appeared on the city wall. Yi Bai stood atop the wall, waving his arms and loudly announcing, Everyone, look over here. I have an announcement. All the monsters turned to him, feeling that this person was excessively arrogant. Goodbye. Yi Bai suddenly shouted, Wind Fury, Spark of Fire. Before the hundreds of monsters in the front could react, one of them suddenly burst into flames. The fire, carried by the wind, quickly consumed it, reducing it to ashes in moments. But that wasn't the end. The spark left by the incinerated monster doubled and spread to the surrounding monsters. A grand inferno had begun. From the city wall, Yi Bai used just one spark of fire to nearly annihilate the first wave of monsters. The onlookers were dumbfounded, especially Dracula, who was the most shocked. As a once powerful being, Dracula immediately recognized the most terrifying aspect of spark, a fire, the infinitely stacking spark marks that would eventually deal massive damage to the strongest foes. Dracula couldn't help but exclaim, Master, your power exceeds the limits of my imagination. You are a radiant sun that we dare not gaze upon. But inwardly, he thought, this guy is so formidable. Do I really have to be a servant for life? No. Yi Bai nodded and said, Excellent. The pigsty wasn't built in vain. He knew well that Dracula wasn't as docile and loyal as he appeared. Expecting a millennial-old, once princely vampire to be utterly obedient just because of a soul contract was naive. But no matter. Yi Bai had other matters to attend to for now. Once the battles were over and he had more time, Dracula would learn the true meaning of cruelty. On the surface, Dracula continued to flatter Yi Bai with flowery words he had meticulously chosen. Meanwhile, the spark of fire had already wiped out the monsters outside the city. The subsequent monsters emerging from the sandstorm were like fuel to the fire, burning to ashes as soon as they appeared, their remains scattered to the wind. Yi Bai pointed to the ground covered in ashes and said seriously, That land will be very fertile. You might consider starting your cultivation there. The crowd, hearing his words, exchanged puzzled glances, thinking to themselves, Is this really something a human would say? However, Yi Bai's advice proved to be effective. Under his guidance, the Mogu tribe quickly built a city and successfully eliminated the surrounding monsters. The entire process was nearly bloodless, leaving everyone in awe. The Mogu tribe's chieftain approached Yi Bai with deep gratitude, holding a large hat in both hands. He said earnestly, Kind sir, the Mogu tribe is grateful for all you have done. I can sense that we will meet again in the near future. Yi Bai thought to himself, according to the information he had previously reviewed, the 13th level is a solo instance. After helping the Mogu tribe establish their settlement, They would meet again on the 18th level. From this perspective, the chieftain's words were indeed correct. The chieftain continued, as per our agreement, I present to you the most precious treasure of the Mogu tribe, the Mogu hat. Additionally, we have a young and promising explorer who wishes to join you on your journey. As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly small Mogu tribe member stepped forward from behind the chieftain. He wore a red hat, different from the others, with a pair of goggles attached to it. This young Mogu tribe member carried a small backpack and exuded a vibrant, energetic aura. Lord Azura, Mogbek is at your service, the young Mogu tribe member said enthusiastically. Yi Bai squatted down, realizing that even so, he still had to look down at Mogbek. He casually tapped the hellhound beside him, and the clever hound immediately understood, lifting Mogbek onto its back. Yi Bai asked curiously, little guy, what can you do? Mogbek straightened his back, worried that Yi Bai might not take him along, and quickly replied, I am proficient in various languages, including lizard tongue, werewolf tongue, vampire tongue, and more. I specialize in exploration and can identify different types of mushrooms and their toxicity. Oh, and I can also grow mushrooms? Yi Bai nodded and said, all right, you're hired. Welcome to my expedition team. Hearing Yi Bai's approval, Mogbek was so excited that he almost jumped off the hellhound's back, but quickly regained his balance. Subsequently, Yi Bai and Mogbek signed an employment contract. According to the contract, Mogbek would serve Yi Bai for 3 years, earning 100 gold coins annually. Additionally, Yi Bai would provide 5,000 gold coins as expedition funds. In return, all of Mogbek's exploration findings would belong to Yi Bai. That's fair. Yi Bai promptly paid 5,100 gold coins while closely examining the newly acquired Mogu hat. Equipment, Mogu hat. Level, LV.100. Grade SS. Attributes, Intelligence 1000, Magic Power 1200. Affixes, 1. Mushroom Morph. Stand still for 10 seconds to transform into a mushroom, reverting back when attacked. 2. Mushroom Enthusiast. Effects of using mushrooms are increased by 100. 3. Red Stem. Wood-type spells deal 50 additional damage. 4. White Stem. Wood-type spells heal for 50 additional effect. 5. Numb Stem. Debuffs generated by wood-type spells have a 50 increased effect. Although the Mogu hat lacked advanced affixes, as an S-grade item, its attributes and affixes were quite powerful. However, this equipment was best suited for wood-type mages, making it somewhat wasted on Yi Bai. He consoled himself, it's fine, eventually, I'll have a wood-type mage. It will happen, it all will. According to the previous strategy, the reward equipment obtained on the 13th level could be enhanced once upon meeting the Mogu tribe again on the 18th level. Yi Bai carefully stored the Mogu hat and sent his subordinates back to their designated space, including the newly joined Mogbek. After waving goodbye to the Mogu tribe, Yi Bai summoned the Eternal Core Crystal and shouted, settle. The system prompt immediately sounded. Player Azura has achieved an SSS grade clearance of the 13th level. Reward, All Eternal Tower Human Race. The crowd waiting outside saw the updated announcement and cheered once again. Tonight, Azura had already achieved 3 4S ratings. Time, 3:26 a.m. Countdown, 2 hours and 44 minutes. People couldn't help but speculate. How many more 4S ratings could Azura achieve? While no one knew the answer, they were all certain of one thing: tonight would be another night of witnessing miracles. Player Shiloah has just achieved SSS level clearance of the 13th floor, earning the Eternal Tower's human race the reward of the 100 battles mushroom buff. The system announcement echoed throughout the tower, causing an uproar. Immediately, detailed information about a series of limited-time buffs flooded in. High and Mighty. Deals 50 extra damage to creatures taller than yourself. Lasts for 6 hours. You're so short he. Deals 100 extra damage to creatures shorter than yourself. Also lasts for 6 hours. Brave Mushroom. Eating mushrooms negates health loss, confusion, and other debuffs. Effective for 6 hours. 100 Battles Mushroom. Doubles the effects of eaten mushrooms. Also limited to 6 hours. On the 8th floor of the Eternal Tower, Zhao Lin, who was in the midst of battling monsters, brightened up upon hearing the announcement. His senior's prediction had come true. He recalled Feet's previous advice and felt a surge of emotion. At that time, Feet had spoken with unusual seriousness. Zhao Lin, you lack natural talent, so you must work harder and be smarter than others. I can afford not to think, but you can't. Zhao Lin had mixed feelings, feeling both criticized for his lack of talent and scolded for not being diligent enough. But Feet continued, you must seize every opportunity to rise. And your opportunity lies on the 13th floor. Specifically, at the moment Shiloah clears the 13th floor at SSS level. At that moment, open the storage ring. Zhao Lin instinctively asked, what if Shiloah doesn't clear it at SSS level? Feet gave him a meaningful look and slowly said, Then you can pack your bags and go home next week. The words hit Zhao Lin like a hammer, tightening his heart. Now, the opportunity Feet foresaw had finally arrived. Zhao Lin eagerly opened the storage ring, and a pile of colorful mushrooms appeared before his eyes. Each mushroom had a label with Feet's handwritten notes on its effects. Some could make a person grow larger, others could shrink them, and some increase strength. Most of these peculiar mushrooms were collected by Feet from various university labs. In the entire Eternal Tower, perhaps only the Wanwu Pavilion could rival them. Mushrooms transplanted from the tower usually had strong side effects and were often used as poisons. The mushrooms Feet prepared for Zhao Lin also had significant negative effects, but if one could ignore the debuffs, they would become the most powerful boosting items. Zhao Lin suddenly understood Feet's thoughtful intentions. This was his perfect chance to turn his fate around. Without hesitation, Zhao Lin grabbed a raw mushroom and stuffed it into his mouth, ignoring the earthy taste. Instantly, his body began to swell wildly, quickly growing more than 10 times his original size. The previously troublesome monsters became weak and vulnerable before him, with the 100 extra damage making them as fragile as paper. As the monsters fell one after another, Zhao Lin felt his experience points soaring, the threshold of level 60 within reach. With the help of tonight's powerful buffs and the magical mushrooms, he not only aimed to break through level 60, but also to challenge a second job change. A bold thought flashed through Zhao Lin's mind. Maybe I can achieve a strength job change. Looking around to ensure no one else was nearby, Zhao Lin took out a second sword from his backpack and firmly gripped it in his left hand. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Slash!" The blade flashed like lightning, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence, as if a storm had swept through, leaving no signs of life. Meanwhile, on the 29th floor of the Eternal Tower, Feet was leisurely sitting on the ground, with a small pot hanging over a campfire, emitting a fragrant aroma. The pot was simmering with a colorful mushroom soup. The brighter the mushroom, the more likely it is to be poisonous. It must be thoroughly cooked before eating, Feet murmured to himself, a slight smile on his lips. Feng Dong and Zhuo Lingxie stood guard on either side of Feet, valiantly fending off the monsters constantly swarming around them. Feet sighed softly. "Big guy, you really called it." Zhuo Lingxie piloted the mech, its guns spitting endless flames as he roared. "With this mushroom soup, we can make it past the 29th floor." Feng Dong nodded in agreement, having just received the notification. "Yeah, even if Xiao Ping doesn't come back, we can still reach the 30th floor," he added, his eyes shining with determination. These precious mushrooms were prepared in advance by Fei Te. "Hurry up, big guy!" Feng Dong shouted again, feeling the pressure from the surrounding monsters. If this continued, he would have to reveal some of his trump cards, something he was reluctant to do because he knew the other two also had plenty of secret weapons. Suddenly, Fei Te, who was focused on cooking the mushroom soup, let out a laugh. The light chuckle broke the tense atmosphere. "Fei Te, what's so funny?" Zhuo Lingxie and Feng Dong asked in unison, curiously looking at their usually stern-faced companion. Fei Te looked up at the sky and said softly, "I bet Zhao Lin is eating the mushrooms raw." The image immediately popped into their minds. That'd sound like something Zhao Lin would do, they both said, smiling at the thought of the kid who would put anything in his mouth. However, Zhuo Lingxia's smile suddenly froze. He stared blankly and asked, "Didn't the notification say the mushroom debuff is nullified? If the debuff is nullified, why are we making soup? Eating them raw would save time." Hissed. The three of them gasped almost simultaneously, realizing they were the real fools. In the next second, they all lunged for the remaining mushrooms. Seconds later, their bodies expanded to 10 times their original size, making the surrounding monsters seem insignificant. Their gear also resized perfectly to fit their new dimensions. "Charge!" Feng Dong roared, and the three of them, like giants, charged into the swarm of monsters, unstoppable. "Even if Azura himself shows up today, nothing will stop me from reaching the 30th floor," he shouted with immense pride. Meanwhile, Yibai successfully cleared the 13th floor, earning a 4S rating and a reward mushroom forest. This forest was filled with unknown dangers, and any expedition team sent there might never return. However, for Yi Bai, who had awakened the eye of insight, the word unknown had lost its meaning. The mushroom forest connected to his exclusive space, doubling its area. At the moment, Yi Bai needed to achieve more 4S ratings and had no time to deal with the mushroom forest. He specifically went back to instruct Dracula, "Keep everyone away from the mushroom forest. If I come back and find someone missing, clean yourself up and feed yourself to the cloak." This simple yet effective threat sent shivers down Dracula's spine. The nightmare wind could devour SS-grade materials, even if they were alive. Once a prince, Dracula was indeed premium material. Even if the nightmare wind was picky, Yibai had ways to persuade it to consume Dracula. Yi Bai believed that if Dracula was devoured by the nightmare wind, he might not be able to resurrect. For Yi Bai, it was a win-win gamble. If Dracula died, the nightmare wind's restoration would progress. If not, it was still a win-win. But did Dracula dare to gamble? I bet your cloak would get indigestion and spit me back out. Dracula thought, but quickly dismissed the idea. Better not risk it. After receiving Yi Bai's instructions, Dracula's expression turned deadly serious, finally showing some of his old vampire prince's majesty. If any bastard dares to step into the mushroom forest, I swear by Lord Azura, before I die, I'll make them regret ever coming into this world, he declared solemnly. Yi Bai listened and felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. Time was precious, and he couldn't waste it on trivial matters. The eternal core crystal summoned by Yi Bai engulfed him in a white light. 14th floor. Wishing you a swift clearance of the eternal tower, the system's voice echoed in his ears, marking the beginning of a new challenge. The eternal tower, 14th floor. A white light flickered, and Yi Bai's figure materialized. This was a public dungeon, bustling with people. Yi Bai looked around and noticed many players had consumed mushrooms, their bodies enlarged and brimming with energy as they scurried about. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this could be troublesome. Recalling his recent defense of the mushroom tribe on the 13th floor, Yi Bai had slain numerous monsters, causing his level to skyrocket from 94 to 108. While this should have been a cause for celebration, it placed him in a difficult situation. He had previously used an item that could mask his eternal ID, but it only worked for IDs below level 100. This ribbon, handcrafted by the formidable Nightmare and distributed throughout the academy, had provided Yi Bai with numerous conveniences, especially in public dungeons. Sigh. Leveling up too fast can be a headache sometimes, Yi Bai muttered to himself. His worries were quickly validated. As soon as he appeared, the Azura title above his head immediately drew everyone's attention. It's Azura! Is he here to get a 4S rating on the 14th floor? Quick, take a picture of me with Azura. Hurry, hurry! Seeing the crowd grow larger, Yi Bai acted swiftly, using Wind Slash to disappear in an instant. See you later, his voice echoed in the air. After shaking off the crowd, Yi Bai found a secluded corner with a slaughter steel. The Tumberheim monument, resembling a sword plunged into the ground, exuded a chilling aura. The inscriptions on the steel displayed the projections of players who had successfully cleared the level, along with their corresponding achievements. Yi Bai carefully read the inscriptions. Challenge Nightmare LV.107. Gained 33 exploration. Challenge Wuhan LV.105. Gained 33 exploration. Challenge Xiaoyao LV.99. Gained 30 exploration. The names of these top-tier players were prominently listed, corresponding to 2 SS level clears and 1 S level clear. Yi Bai thought to himself, definitely not choosing Xiaoyao. No way I'm challenging him. Life's too short to be that stressed. The slaughter steel allowed 5 challenge attempts, and winning 3 would finalize the rating. To achieve an S level rating, he needed to defeat anyone in the top 100. For an S level rating, anyone in the top 10. And for an SS level rating, anyone in the top 3. Not being able to use talents in the slaughter projection is good news for me. Yi Bai nodded slightly, since my talent isn't particularly useful in actual combat anyway. With 5 challenge attempts, Yi Bai needed to challenge either Wuhan or Nightmare to aim for a 4S rating. Tough choice. Maybe I'll just fight them both, he muttered to himself. However, Yi Bai didn't rush into challenging the top-tier players. Instead, he continued browsing, looking for familiar names. Exploiting familiarity is my specialty, he thought with a sly grin. Suddenly, a familiar name caught his eye. Xue Ming, ranked 18th. Impressive Mengzi. Challenge Xue Ming LV.104. Gained 25 exploration. Yi Bai continued to browse and found a few more familiar faces. Challenge Su Qingfeng LV.98. Gained 25 exploration. Challenge Mountain and Water LV.103. Gained 24 exploration. Challenged at Songming LV.100. Gained 23 exploration. Su Qingfeng, with an S-level talent, was a prominent wind warrior and a 9th-tier war god, ranking 20th, just behind Xue Ming. But what truly surprised Yi Bai were the next 2. Mountain and Water, Feng Dong, ranked 26th. That Songming, Feet, ranked 31st. Although I knew they were hiding their strength, I didn't expect them to be this strong. Yi Bai marveled internally. It was important to note that the Slaughter Steel's rankings included all human players who had attempted the dungeon. This ranking, to some extent, reflected potential. Around level 100, a significant portion of a person's potential could already be converted into actual strength. Feng Dong ranks among the top 30 in human history, with Fight closely following at 31st. Such achievements are truly remarkable. As Yi Bai perused the rankings on the Slaughter Steel, he nodded to himself. Anyone who makes it into the top 50, given steady growth, is bound to reach the heights of a 9th-tier war god. Yi Bai pondered the current situation. Feng Dong being assigned as his mentor seemed like a coincidence, but it was likely orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. With Feng Dong's capabilities, he could easily join the S-level talent training camp and mentor those prodigies. It seemed too coincidental that both Feng Dong and Fight, two significant figures, were assigned to two Clevel talent students. Scanning the top 100 Eternal IDs again, Yi Bai noticed something Ajio Ye's name was missing. He thought to himself, perhaps the members of the Shadow organization wouldn't leave their projections on the slaughter steel? Still, he felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to experience Jiao Ye's blade techniques. Yi Bai decided to start with a simpler target. His eyes roved over the list until they settled on a name, Xuemeng. You're up to Mengzi, Yi Bai thought. He touched Xuemeng's Eternal ID with his fingertip and was instantly pulled into it by a powerful force. In the vast, white space, Yi Bai stood still as a blurry figure gradually became clear. The ultimate Godfather catcher, the little troublemaker, the bankrupt 9th-tier war god Xuemeng. Yi Bai silently recited. Xuemeng, carrying a heavy sword on his shoulder, radiated an imposing aura. As he appeared, a smirk curled at his lips, and he pointed his thumb at himself. Am I fierce or what? Yi Bai thought, this projection only has panel data and skills. Even this boastful line is preset. With the introductions out of the way, it was time to begin. Yi Bai, already prepared, had stacked 30 layers of buffs, eager to showcase his skills. Heavenly Thunder. With a light command from Yi Bai, a blinding bolt of lightning struck Xuemeng. After a deafening crash, Xuemeng's shadow shattered into countless fragments and vanished. Yi Bai smiled slightly. I am fierce. Exiting the white space, a prompt appeared before Yi Bai. Defeated Xuemeng, gained 25 exploration progress. Next, Yi Bai's gaze shifted to another name, Su Qingfeng. Let's try Su Qingfeng, my fanboy war god, Yi Bai thought. Ever since he created the windless distance, Su Qingfeng had idolized Shura. This challenge would undoubtedly give Su Qingfeng's projection a chance to face his idol. Yi Bai stacked his buffs once more and initiated the challenge. Su Qingfeng's projection appeared before him and softly asked, have you ever been cut by the wind? Out of respect for Su Qingfeng and to test his own wind abilities, Yi Bai refrained from using Heavenly Thunder and opted for wind skills instead. Wind Fury. Windless Distance. Yi Bai unleashed a powerful wind attack. A minute later, Su Qingfeng's figure was torn apart by the raging wind and dissipated into thin air. The system prompt sounded again. Defeated Su Qingfeng, gained 25 exploration progress. Having defeated 2 opponents and gained 50 exploration progress, Yi Bai felt satisfied. His gaze turned to the top 2 names on the leaderboard, Nightmare and Wuhan. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to challenge Wuhan first, feeling more familiar and confident. No disrespect to second brother, Yi Bai mentally justified. As Yi Bai's fingertip touched the name Wuhan, he felt a sharp pain and was swiftly drawn into the challenge space. Before he could steady himself, a fierce sword energy slashed toward him. Thunder Spirit Illusion. Yi Bai reacted quickly, the sword energy passing through without causing any harm. Even so, Yi Bai was left with lingering fear. Wow! Starting with a sneak attack, Yi Bai marveled. After the sword energy passed, second brother's figure gradually appeared before Yi Bai. In an instant, sword energy surged, reaching the sky. Wuhan, holding a 3-foot green blade, softly called out, watch the sword. Thunder. When it came to his second brother, Yi Bai didn't hesitate. He immediately unleashed his long-prepared attack. Lightning danced at his fingertips, filling the air with a dangerous aura. Yi Bai had prepared well in advance, stacking 30 layers of readiness before entering the battle and bestowing himself with lightning blessings. This attack not only carried a substantial boost, but was also his 100th spell cast, triggering a perfect accuracy effect. Boom! Amid the deafening thunder, a blinding bolt of lightning struck his second brother. Yi Bai felt a mix of joy and pain. He knew this attack would hit without fail, and the more powerful, the better. However, as the lightning dissipated, Yi Bai was shocked to see that his second brother still had a sliver of health, locked at one point. This unexpected scenario made Yi Bai's blood pressure soar. He immediately prepared to strike again, calculating various attack combinations in his mind. At that moment, his second brother Wuhan's projection lightly flicked his sword, producing a sound like a dragon's roar. In a calm voice, he said, at level 100, I have mastered a sword that can save the heavens. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Such flashy skill, names, often signaled tremendous power. Sure enough, Wuhan swung his sword forward, and the sword light seemed to transcend time and space, instantly arriving in front of Yi Bai. In this critical moment, a shadow darted out from the nightmare wind behind Yi Bai the Hellhound, throwing itself at the sword light without regard for its life, was instantly torn to shreds. The sword light, undeterred, continued straight for Yi Bai. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Yi Bai didn't retreat, but instead charged forward. His body glowed with the light of a shield, accumulated from over 1 billion points of defense during the battle. Boom! The heaven-saving strike landed heavily on Yi Bai, dealing astronomical damage. However, Yi Bai's health bar remained unmoved, while his shield value plummeted rapidly. At this critical juncture, Yi Bai seized the opportunity, landing a series of attacks on Wu Hin. The last sliver of Wu Hin's health was depleted, and the projection dissipated like a bubble. The battle concluded, and Yi Bai let out a long sigh of relief, bowing slightly in respect towards the direction where his second brother's projection had vanished. He thought to himself, if they were the same level and both had their talents, the outcome would be hard to predict. With that, Yi Bai also disappeared from the challenge space, returning to the killing steel. This thrilling battle had finally concluded without any mishap. Yi Bai quickly regained his composure, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wang Tianqing's move is truly formidable, he thought to himself. As the senior disciple of Duan Shui Lu, how can I not learn it? Determined, he resolved to find a way to learn this ultimate skill from his second brother. Flipping through the 5 skill books Wu Hin had given him, Yi Bai realized that none of them contained Wang Tianqing. He frowned, understanding that obtaining another skill book from his second brother wouldn't be easy. Just as he was pondering a breakthrough, the image of Xue Ming suddenly flashed in his mind. Is it appropriate? Yi Bai hesitated, as if 2 little figures were having a fierce debate in his head. One insisted, use Xue Ming as a breakthrough to learn Wang Tianqing. The other eagerly agreed, yes, yes. After a brief inner struggle, Yi Bai finally made up his mind. That's settled then. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Defeated Wu Hin, gained 33 exploration progress. Simultaneously, the name Wu Hin on all the slaughter monuments flickered, drawing the attention of nearby people. What happened? Someone defeated the projection of the mighty Wu Hin. It must be Azura. It has to be Azura. Voices of discussion rose and fell. But soon someone calmly analyzed. Don't be too surprised. Projections don't have innate abilities and are much weaker. Someone once defeated Wu Hin's projection and concluded that as long as you withstand Wang Tianqing's damage, you can win, an experienced player explained. How you try it? If you try, you'll die, another person retorted disdainfully. People began to recount history. In history, only 6 people have defeated Wu Hin's projection. Even Xue Ming has defeated Wu Hin. The real challenge is Nightmare and Xiaoyao. Since their projections were inscribed on the slaughter monuments, they've remained undefeated. Even though Xue Ming defeated Wu Hin, his ranking is still low. That's because Xue Ming didn't stop in time and went on to challenge Nightmare. A crushing defeat lowered his score. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Yi Bai fell into deep thought. He had already defeated Xue Ming, Su Qingfeng, and Wu Hin, accumulating 83 exploration progress. He only needed to casually challenge 2 more projections to easily achieve 100 exploration progress, and, with the blessing of eternity, obtain an SSSS rating. However, Yi Bai felt something was missing. His gaze fell on the names of the remaining 2 supreme beings, and he began to waver. Since I'm here, I might as well give it a try, he murmured to himself. Xiaoyao was an opponent Yi Bai would never consider. But Nightmare, due to Jiu Yi, held a natural appeal to him. Now, with Nightmare's projection right in front of him, he couldn't resist the urge to try. Besides, if I discover any of Nightmare's dark secrets in the projection, wouldn't Jiu Yi have more chances to take action? With the thought of having the golden card Jiu Yi, Yi Bai had no resistance to uncovering Nightmare's dark past. Let's give it a shot. Yi Bai took a deep breath, casually challenging someone in the top 10 to boost his shield value back to 100 billion. Against a supreme being, you can never be too cautious, he reminded himself. 30 layers of charging, complete. 100% accuracy, ready. With everything in place, Yi Bai raised his right hand, his fingers slowly touching the topmost name Nightmare. Whoosh! A familiar suction pulled Yi Bai in. This time, he entered a pitch-black space. A chilling voice echoed in his ears. Tell me, do you have nightmares? The space in front of Yi Bai suddenly began to distort and change, accompanied by an eerie sound. He immediately realized that this was likely an attack method of the Nightmarea power based on illusions or dreams. For opponents with weak defenses, such an attack was almost always victorious. However, this time, the Nightmare had encountered Yi Bai, who possessed the Eye of Insight, making it akin to walking into a trap. Yi Bai chuckled inwardly and easily broke through the Nightmare's illusion. The surrounding darkness receded like a tide, and the space returned to a pure white. A seemingly ordinary young man appeared before Yi Bai. His was the true form of the Nightmare. Although Yi Bai had done extensive research on the formidable Nightmare, this was his first time seeing the Nightmare in person. The projection of the Nightmare, which was over level 100, lacked the SS grade talent enhancement and did not exert a strong sense of oppression. Rather, it appeared somewhat approachable. Surprisingly, the Nightmare did not continue attacking, but instead started speaking, as if making casual conversation. Yi Bai immediately sprang into action, holding a camera in his left hand and a phone in his right, even remotely controlling a drone to capture a 360-degree view of the Nightmare's projection. He was determined not to miss any detail and to fully document the Nightmare's dark history. The Nightmare's message was exceptionally lengthy. As the first projection left on the slaughter steel, it seemed to have no time limit. He admitted that he only knew the illusion technique he had just used and would consider it a loss if it was broken. Then, the Nightmare's gaze lowered slightly, as if looking at something, and he continued, "This tower is truly amazing. We will explore more areas soon. Xiaolon told me a few days ago that the things inside the tower can solve all of humanity's problems, including poverty, hunger, pain, and even death. I hope the future days will get better and better." Hearing this, Yi Bai fell into deep thought. The Nightmare from 100 years ago had just entered the Eternal Tower, and the Abyssal Plane had not yet opened, nor had the Blood War erupted. Reflecting on the brutal 30-year Blood War and contrasting it with the Nightmare's optimistic expectations for the future, Yi Bai couldn't help but feel a bit heavy-hearted. He noticed that when the Nightmare spoke the last few sentences, his smile seemed somewhat forced, as if he were deceiving himself. As an SS-grade talent and the pioneer of humanity's exploration of the Eternal Tower at the time, the Nightmare might have already sensed some ominous signs, though he could not confirm them. On one hand, he comforted himself that the worst would not happen. On the other, he accelerated his exploration of the tower to gain the power to protect himself. Yi Bai stepped forward and high-fived the Nightmare's projection, saying, "Senior, indeed, life is getting better and better." With that, the Nightmare's projection vanished. Yi Bai silently noted an important piece of information. The Nightmare, at over level 100, only knew one move. This one-trick wonder legend was something he had never heard of before. In the white challenge space, Yi Bai's figure gradually disappeared. With 5 challenges completed, the system began to calculate the clearance score. Soon, the announcement from the Eternal Tower flooded the screens again, sparking a new wave of excitement. Player Xiao Luo cleared the 14th floor with an SSS rating, prompting the Eternal Tower to immediately bestow a series of coveted rewards. Leading the pack is the all-humanity buff Slaughter Projection. This powerful skill allows players to randomly summon a projection from the Slaughter Obelisk to join the battle. The projection matches the summoner's level and inherits 80 of their attributes and skills, lasting for 15 minutes and usable up to 3 times a day. Following this are 3 time-limited buffs, each linked to the top 3 warriors of the Slaughter Obelisk. Rolling Thunder significantly boosts the power of all lightning skills by 50. Sweet Dreams greatly enhances resistance to illusion-based skills, and Heaven's Hold grants the player the ability to lock their health at 1 after a fatal blow, allowing for a devastating counterattack. Yi Bai quickly realized the immense value of these buffs, especially the Slaughter Projection. If he could summon top-tier warriors like Wu Hin or Nightmare, it would be an unbeatable trump card. Even a random summon could turn the tide of battle. However, Yi Bai didn't immediately indulge in the joy brought by these rewards. His mind raced with a series of urgent tasks, setting up a projection voice message for the 14th floor, aiming for an SSS rating on the 15th floor, and stocking up on supplies from Wolf's Denver. But he put all these aside for something even more pressing. Yi Bai decisively activated the Eternal Mark, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the Eternal Tower, reappearing in his dormitory. Jiu Ye's voice, tinged with curiosity, emerged from the shadows, asking if he had encountered another bug. Yi Bai feigned anger while swiftly pulling a camcorder from his pocket and placing it on the table. "This contains Nightmare's message from the 14th floor," Yi Bai said earnestly. "Don't you dare peek while I'm away. I'm saving it to trade for your help, Jiu Yi." He emphasized the password, 810,975, as if both reminding and warning. Jiu Yi snorted disdainfully, claiming he was too honorable to peek. Yi Bai nodded, his figure disappearing once again, leaving the camcorder quietly on the table. The dormitory fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, banishing every shadow. A hand emerged from the darkness, expertly picking up the camcorder, entering the password, unlocking it, and hitting play all in one fluid motion. From the shadows came Jiu Ye's righteous voice. "I always watch openly." With the lights on, Eternal Core City. After leaving the recording for Jiu Yi, Yi Bai returned to the Wolf Denver. He contentedly ordered a feast for 10,000 people, feeling lucky that tonight's meal was free due to the 4 force level completions. Yi Bai silently vowed that he wasn't just aiming for the free meal when he achieved those 4S ratings. However, when he saw the information for the 15th level, he couldn't help but frown. Levels 15, 16, and 17 were interconnected, just like levels 3, for 5 and 6. This meant that to achieve a 4S rating, he would have to clear level 15 in one go. Achieving 100 exploration on these levels would take considerable time. Considering the limited time left after completing the 4S ratings, Yi Bai decided to call it a day. He shifted his focus back to the recently cleared 14th level. After a 4S clearance, there was a voice message to set up. Yi Bai was momentarily torn about what to say. Should he shout Thunderstruck when using lightning spells? Or Fires Up for fire spells? Winds Blowing for wind spells? No. These all felt too ordinary and lacked the grandeur he desired. Such mundane expressions didn't fit his identity. The Eternal Core Crystal indicated that as a Force level clearer, Yi Bai had 3 opportunities to leave a message. By reviewing the crystal's recorded projection, Yi Bai saw his peak combat state on the 14th level. 100 billion shield value, 30 layers of Redidentifier precision shots, doubled attributes, with the only drawback being the inability to use talents. But was this really a drawback? It was more like an epic enhancement. Yi Bai knew that most people would only hear the first message, so the first sentence had to be impressive. He thought carefully and finally decided on a line, recording it into the projection. Thanks to the voice-changing feature of the Lone Wolf mask, he didn't have to worry about his identity being revealed by his voice. The second message was recorded quickly. Across the world, only Wu Hin's sword and Ing Zhou's blade can stand shoulder to shoulder with mine. Yi Bai felt a sense of pride, as this statement not only showcased his strength, but also subtly elevated the status of his second brother, Zhou Yi. As for the third message, Yi Bai spoke from the heart without much thought. This world is interesting, dangerous, yet warm. I won't make any grand promises, but within my abilities, I'll make a small contribution. Things are good now, and I believe they will only get better. They definitely will. Let's work together. After recording, a new name appeared at the top of the killing obelisk. Shura. Challenge Shura LV.108. Achieving 50 exploration became an instant online sensation, the hottest topic across the internet. Among the 50 trending keywords, almost all were discussing Shura. Tonight's consecutive 4 Force level completions undeniably set an astonishing record. The key moment came when Xiao Luo defeated Wu Hin and Nightmare consecutively on the 14th level, proving that he was not only a high scorer, but also a formidable fighter. This feat caused a sensation in the Slaughter Steel, attracting numerous players to the 14th level to witness the legendary projection of Xiao Luo. Feng Dong, Zhuolingxia, and Feet were no exception. They had just cleared the extremely challenging 29th level with the help of a mushroom buff and were preparing to tackle the 30th level. Taking advantage of a brief respite, the trio decided to check out Xiao Luo's projection. I'm sure I can beat Xiao Luo. When I become his classmate, I'll tell him I once defeated his projection, Feng Dong said excitedly. Feet sneered. Keep dreaming. The 3 stood before the Slaughter Steel, their eyes fixed on the top name Xiao Luo. Zhuolingxia stepped forward first, placing his hand on Xiao Luo's name, and his figure instantly vanished. Just 1 second later, he reappeared, his face looking ghastly pale. What happened? Feng Dong and Feet asked curiously. With fear still lingering in his eyes, Zhuolingxia stammered. I was killed instantly. That lightning, it was terrifying, knocked me out cold. Unconvinced, Feet grabbed Feng Dong's hand and pressed it against Xiao Luo's name. 2 seconds later, Feng Dong reappeared, looking utterly shaken. Holy crap! Xiao Luo calls that thing lightning. Feng Dong cursed wildly, jumping around as if he'd seen a ghost. Seeing their reactions, Feet hesitated but decided to give it a try. He cautiously placed his hand on Xiao Luo's name. In an instant, Feet was transported into a white space. Opposite him appeared a figure wearing a Lone Wolf mask. Xiao Luo, the 9th rank war soldier, Lone Wolf of the Stars. A voice echoed in Feet's ear. Do you know what lightning speed is? Boom! A terrifying red bolt of lightning descended, engulfing every cell in Feet's body, completely consuming him. 10 seconds later, Feet returned to the Slaughter Steel, his expression blank and dazed. Feng Dong and Zhuolingxia immediately surrounded him, eagerly asking, how did you last so long? Faced with their questions, Feet confessed, I maxed out my lightning resistance so I could temporarily withstand lightning attacks. Well, aren't you full of surprises? Feng Dong said, exasperated. What did Xiao Luo say in his second line? Feet's face tensed as he repeated, I've seen the world, and only Wu Hin's sword and Ing Zhou's blade can match mine. Upon hearing the name, Ing Zhou, Feng Dong's face changed dramatically, his voice trembling. That master? My nephew Su Qingfeng challenged him in Eternal Core City after advancing to 9th rank war god. Su Qingfeng, the 9th rank wind war god, was killed by that master with a single strike. Both fell silent, clearly hearing this secret for the first time. Feng Dong smiled bitterly and added, but my nephew has since improved significantly. Su Qingfeng says it wouldn't be so easy for that master to kill him now. It would take at least 2 strikes. Feet and Zhuo Lingxia exchanged looks, thinking the same thing. Is he proud of that? Eternal Core City. After fine-tuning his voice projection, Yi Bai temporarily set aside matters of the Eternal Tower. He couldn't afford to deal with a 4S rating on the 15th floor right now, because more urgent challenges were on the horizon. As night fell, a tense atmosphere of impending battle filled the air. Yi Bai knew time was of the essence, and he had to seize the last chance to enhance his strength. He entered the trading realm once again, where the familiar goblin assistant was still on duty. Fourth brother. After a brief greeting, the goblin assistant got straight to the point, presenting 2 items. The first was the skeleton of a black lotus cloud tiger, an SS-grade material sent by Xuemeng. Yi Bai had already paid for it, and it would be used to repair the Nightmare Wind. The second item was a redwood box, inside which flickered dazzling lightning. The goblin assistant introduced it. This is a Jingzhi seed, an SS-grade lightning material, priced at 150 war god merits. Once implanted, there's a 30 chance to cause a fear effect when releasing lightning damage skills, while also reducing the enemy's health regeneration by 50 for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. For each additional SS-grade seed implanted, the cooldown is reduced by 50 seconds. Deal? Yi Bai agreed decisively without haggling. For regular customers, the goblin assistant already offered the best prices. Besides, high-quality SS-grade materials were rare and perfectly suited Yi Bai's lightning attributes. After the transaction, Yi Bai purchased a series of life-saving items, a dozen substitute puppets, 10 death immunity charms, and over 100 war god-level forbidden spell scrolls. He also upgraded all his gear to the level 100 Black Soul set, including a robe, boots, bracers, gloves, and earrings. The idea of wearing 20 rings was vetoed by the goblin assistant, so Yi Bai ended up wearing 1 on each hand and foot, totaling 4 rings. Anything else you need? Yi Bai pondered for a moment before a thought struck him. Do you have equipment like earplugs or mouth guards? The goblin assistant immediately produced several items. Earplugs that increased defense and reduced stun and fear effects, as well as 2 types of mouth guard sewn, mimicking vampire and werewolf teeth, providing armor-piercing effects, and the other enhancing magical defense. I'll take them all, Yi Bai decided without hesitation, truly arming himself to the teeth. This round of shopping cost him 750 war god merits, reducing his balance to 29,980, just under the 30,000 mark. At least I feel a bit safer now, Yi Bai muttered to himself before leaving the trading realm and returning to Eternal Core City. The goblin assistant watched Yi Bai leave, marveling inwardly. With the gear Azura just bought, even an ordinary person could survive in the abyssal plane. Yet for him, it's just a bit of safety. It seems Azura's standards for survival are incredibly high. Back in Eternal Core City, Yi Bai applied for a private space once more. As a Lone Star, he had SS-level privileges, ensuring absolute privacy with each new space number. Entering SS-009, Yi Bai spread the Black Lotus Cloud Tiger skeleton on the ground. With permission granted, the Nightmare Wind eagerly devoured the skeleton in an instant. Equipping the Nightmare's Wind felt like a wounded warrior confiding in Yi Bai, expressing its longing. I'm broken. Please fix me. I really miss being whole again. This LV.108 SS-grade weapon boasted astonishing attributes. A 5.716 stat boost, with agility, strength, and constitution each increased by 5716 points, and both physical and magical defenses also enhanced by 5716 points. Yi Bai carefully examined the attributes of Nightmare's Wind. Picky Eater. Consuming too many similar SS-grade materials will gradually weaken the repair effect. Master of 3 elements. Choose any 3 elemental types, and all related spells are boosted by 57.16. Blackheart skill. Every spell cast has a 5 chance to trigger a Blackheart effect. Shadow of the Hellhound. Summon a LV.108 Hellhound to assist in battle. If defeated, it takes 25 minutes to recover. Shadow of the Black Lotus Cloud Tiger. Summon a LV.108 Black Lotus Cloud Tiger to assist in battle. If defeated, it takes 25 minutes to recover. After devouring an entire skeleton, the repair progress of Nightmare's Wind doubled, and a new attribute, Blackheart skill, was added. The Blackheart effect had 4 possible outcomes, appearing randomly. 1. Turn the enemy's next healing spell into damage. 2. Turn the enemy's next damage spell into healing. 3. Turn the enemy's next physical damage into magical damage. 4. Turn the enemy's next magical damage into physical damage. Yi Bai felt an inexplicable connection, as if this skill resonated with his very soul. Could my heart be black? He wondered to himself. No way. That's impossible. The enhancement of Nightmare's Wind caused Yi Bai's attributes to skyrocket. He checked his updated status panel. Eternal ID. Shura. Talent. Insightful ISS grade. Level 108. Class Thunderstorm Archmage. HP 284600, 284600. MP 516800516800. Strength 267162291. Intelligence 68462260. Spirit 543711680. Agility 216866034. Constitution 22046187. Luck 12. His equipment included items like Nature's Force 4, Nightmare's Wind, King's Sword, and Black Soul Set. Skills like Wind Without Bounds, Spark of Stars, Thunder Spirit Form, and Water Severance were also listed. His status effects included Potential Unleashed, Bullseye, and Speedrun. Yi Bai's intelligence and strength attributes were nearing 10,000, comparable to high-ranking warriors. However, warriors at that level typically had even higher levels. After the third job change, his status panel would be enhanced again, and the attribute increase from leveling up would become even more significant. The further he progressed, the greater the boost in power. The minimum requirement for the War King rank was level 600, with all 5 main attributes exceeding 100,000. Upon reaching level 600, players would complete their 5th job change, achieving a qualitative leap. An S-grade class template could easily break 1,000,000 attributes at level 600. With Yi Bai's SS-grade class template, his attributes would be even higher. After closing his status panel, Yi Bai summoned the Black Lotus Cloud Tiger. A black feline creature appeared in response, and the Hellhound took the opportunity to sneak out as well. Yi Bai immediately scolded it. Next time, wait for my command. Charging out on your own is useless. The Hellhound nodded in vague understanding. Yi Bai continued, when I need you to be a meat shield, I won't hesitate. Charging out recklessly is pointless. The Hellhound repeatedly nodded in agreement. Yes, you're absolutely right, boss. It felt this was the familiar demeanor of its master. The LV.108 Hellhound and Black Lotus Cloud Tiger were formidable, capable of contending with high-tier warriors. However, against a War King level opponent, they would inevitably falter. Yi Bai sent the 2 shadows back into Nightmare's Wind and experimented with various skills and newly acquired equipment. At this moment, he received his personal reward for clearing the 13th floor of the 4S Tower. Shadow of Slaughter. Entities you kill will leave a shadow that you can command. The shadow possesses 5 of the original's attributes and lasts for 10 minutes. This is a permanent buff and is effective even outside the Eternal Tower. Yi Bai noted a pattern. Clearing a 4S level would grant 4 buffs to the entire human race, and he would receive 1 reward. If his reward involved a permanent buff, the overall human race reward would likely not include a permanent buff. The overall rewards maintained a dynamic balance. At 610, Yi Bai stretched, allowing the white light to envelop him and return to his dormitory. He glanced at the motionless recorder on the table and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Old Master Geo, good morning. Are you really so cautious? I don't believe you can resist watching. Suddenly, a raspy voice from the shadows replied, Kid, don't I need to remind you what will happen today? Yi Bai retorted, Yes, you do. Shadow Geo sighed. Yi Bai always manages to break expectations and bring new surprises. He paused for a moment before solemnly declaring, Today is destined to be the day a demon god falls. Since we're already talking, might as well say a bit more, said Ing Geo, his expression serious as he instructed Yi Bai. His voice was low and firm. The moment the great battle begins, I have people to take down. You kid, better take care of yourself. Yi Bai rolled his eyes at the words and nodded perfunctorily. He thought to himself, after using his secret arts, Ninth Master talks as sweetly as if he's dipped in honey. Oh right, Ninth Master. Yi Bai suddenly remembered something and pulled an envelope from his pocket, handing it to Ing Geo. His tone was a bit unnatural, just in case something happens to me. There are some things I'd like to leave behind in here. It sounds weird, but think of it as a will. Yi Bai was well aware that this battle was no small matter. Even though he would only face enemies of the War King level, a single misstep could still mean death. He had even used his insight eye to check his survival probability, and the result made his heart sink. His chance of surviving unscathed was less than 85. To prepare for the worst, Yi Bai had made arrangements in advance. That was his nature, cautious and opportunistic, ready to take risks when necessary, but also knowing when to play it safe. Why the hell are you writing this unlucky stuff? Ninth Master's voice suddenly rose, his anger clearly visible. He coldly said, You like writing wills, do you? How about I make it effective right now? Calm down, calm down. Life is unpredictable, and it's always good to be prepared. Yi Bai quickly waved his hands, seriously explaining, Mainly, I need you to delete my browsing history and stuff. I want to leave a clean slate behind. Yi Bai sat down and started to ramble on about his last wishes, like a miser counting his inheritance. He ticked off his fingers, item by item. My personal space probably won't remain. As for money, I have just under 30,000 war god merits. You and Xue Meng can split it evenly. For Zhao Lin, try to get him a copy of Wind Without Bounds. He owes me 16 million yuan. He can burn it for me instead. If possible, help him live a peaceful life. At the end, Yi Bai uncharacteristically cursed, his emotions flaring up. Damn the abyssal plane. I just made some money, and now there's a 4.52 chance I'll die. How am I supposed to live like this? Ing Jiu's hand instinctively moved toward the knife at his waist. He wanted to cut down this nagging kid right now, not wait for the abyssal plane demons to do it. He coldly said, "Don't worry. As long as Xiaoyao is at the Eternal Tower, you won't be in mortal danger." Technically speaking, Ing Jiu had protected two supreme beings before, with a 100 success rate. With Yi Bai, it was unlikely there would be any exceptions. The two fell silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the silence. "Knock, knock, knock, brother Bai, we have lamb buns this morning. I just got them from the wolf's den, and they're still hot." Feng Dong's voice came from outside, sounding like he was talking with a bun in his mouth. The door opened, revealing a relaxed Yi Bai. He naturally took the large bag of food from Feng Dong's hands but hesitated, saying, "Is this really okay?" Feng Dong didn't mind at all. "This is nothing. Yesterday, someone ordered a meal for 10,000 people. Isn't that more excessive than me?" Feng Dong eagerly shared the funny stories from last night as they walked. "Brother Bai, I saw Shura last night." "Really?" "I challenged him 5 times and almost broke through his shield." He continued, munching on a bun. "When you reach the 14th level, you have to try fighting Shura. He masters wind, fire, and thunder. A true genius. At least 30 stronger than me." Yi Bai pondered and said, "I probably can't beat Shura's projection." "No worries, nobody can, haha." Feng Dong laughed heartily. The two walked further away. After breakfast, instead of the usual class with Old Blue, there was a history lesson about the 30-year blood war. During the break, Zhao Lin mysteriously pulled Yi Bai to a corner. "Big Bai, something big happened," Zhao Lin whispered. "What big thing?" Yi Bai asked curiously. Zhao Lin swallowed nervously and said, "I reached level 60 last night and entered the job transition secret realm. Just as Shura cleared the 14th level with a 4S rating, there was an opportunity to summon a projection. I was about to lose, so I summoned one." He paused. "Guess who I summoned?" Yi Bai guessed boldly. "Shura?" "No, someone called Xue Meng. That guy is insanely strong," Zhao Lin said excitedly. "Really? I don't believe it." Yi Bai doubted. He looked pretty miserable when struck by lightning. Even more so when he couldn't pay his bill. Zhao Lin mimicked Xue Meng's sword moves with his hands, enthusiastically describing his performance in the secret realm. With 2 swift strikes, Xue Meng decapitated the Wind Elemental Emperor, effortlessly boosting my job progression to 80. Zhao Lin stood nearby, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. "So, you're now an S-rank job class?" Yi Bai asked in surprise, raising an eyebrow. Zhao Lin nodded, unable to hide his joy. "Yes, thanks to Xue Meng, I reached 80 exploration, and with the bonus from the Ultimate Realm, I hit 90, which is equivalent to an S rank." Yi Bai nodded thoughtfully, clearly impressed by Zhao Lin's stroke of luck. However, Zhao Lin's expression suddenly turned hesitant. "I have a question," Zhao Lin stammered. "After achieving the S rank, my job template added a new branch, one that's more soul-based." He revealed this secret to Yi Bai, his eyes filled with trust and confusion. "Big Bai, I'm torn about something," Zhao Lin said, scratching his head in frustration. "Should I report this?" "Absolutely," Yi Bai replied without hesitation, his tone firm. "The tallest tree catches the wind. You need to show your potential to get more resources and grow stronger faster, right?" Zhao Lin still seemed uncertain. "But," Senior Feng Dong said, "you should always keep something hidden." Yi Bai patiently explained, "They are them, and you are you. Look at Lu Sueki. Her grandfather always brags about her strength talent to get her more resources. The War King's family never hides anything." He continued, "Feng Dong and his group already have abundant resources, top-tier family backgrounds, talents, and jobs. They can afford to keep some cards up their sleeves for a surprise attack. But what do you have to hide? A ticket home for next week." Zhao Lin stood there stunned. Yi Bai's words were like a wake-up call. He suddenly understood. "You're right." Zhao Lin nodded, no longer hesitating, and quickly ran to speak in hushed tones with Fei Te. Yi Bai turned to look out the window at the clear blue sky. A solitary white cloud drifted by, as if heralding a bright future. Meanwhile, in the Sea District's teaching area, an unexpected turn of events was unfolding. Lu Qingyan, Wu Ziki, and Lin Jiao were chatting when someone knocked and entered. The newcomer was a first-rank soldier in a black uniform, with a fire cloud embroidered on his shoulder. Lu Qingyan of Nanjing, Legion IDNJ, 1986 LQI 0057. Merit War King. Is this correct? The soldier saluted and asked. Lu Qingyan immediately stood up straight, returning the salute solemnly. Yes. By order of the Legion Command Center, your leave is terminated effective immediately. You are to report back to the Skyfire Legion at the designated coordinates within the specified time. Without fail, the soldier announced. Understood. Skyfire never dies. Lu Qingyan responded firmly. Skyfire never dies, echoed the soldier before hurriedly departing. Lu Qingyan didn't even have time to bid farewell to his friends before he left with the soldier. Before the other two could sit back down, more knocks followed. Lin Guanchao, you are recalled to the Linhai Legion, effective immediately. Understood. Wu Ziki, you are appointed as the 3rd Deputy Commander of the Fenglan Legion, effective immediately. Report to the Abyssal Portal at once. Understood. Similar scenes played out across the summer training camp, and even all over Blue Star. Orders from the Legion Command Center were issued, executed, and implemented swiftly, all in service of the ultimate strategic goal. The human race, like a beast that had been hibernating for over 30 years, had been resting and gathering strength. For 30 years, it had not shown its fangs or claws, nor fought to the death. Until this moment, when the winds began to rise, it was truly awakened. Wu Ziki stepped out of the building, feeling the gentle breeze. The air was thick with a sense of tension and anticipation, as if something was brewing, compressing, and ready to explode at any moment. Wu Ziki murmured to himself, then straightened his back and walked briskly toward the designated meeting point, leaving his words to be carried by the wind. The wind is rising. Can the storm be far behind? In this battle, humanity stands united, unafraid of wind or rain. Let the battle commence. After the morning classes ended, a few people gathered for lunch to celebrate Feng Dong and his team's achievement of conquering the 29th level. At the dining table, Zhao Lin curiously asked, when will the other foot step in? Fei Te replied in a deep voice, the other foot is already in. During the meal, Fei Te revealed that he had reported Zhao Lin's S-level job change to the higher-ups. The department responded quickly, temporarily awarding Zhao Lin 1,000 points. Yi Bai smiled and explained that this was the principle of the tallest tree catches the wind, hinting that if Zhao Lin had revealed his strength earlier, he might have gained more resources. With the points in hand, Zhao Lin was eager to repay his debt, but Yi Bai refused again. Yi Bai waved generously, saying, you can repay the 16.5 million later, no worries. I'm not short of money. These days, people are fighting to treat me to meals and drinks. Zhao Lin was stunned, countless question marks seemingly floating above his head. He remembered only owing 10 million, so the extra 6.5 million left him puzzled. Just as he was about to ask, Feng Dong interrupted, reminding Yi Bai that he had to lead the team for a combat test in the afternoon. As Feng Dong spoke, he felt a sense of relief. He thought to himself, Yi Bai is reliable. Even Zhao Lin can achieve an S-level job change, which exceeded Fei Te's expectations. In contrast, Yi Bai never gives him such scares. When it comes to level talent, Yi Bai is the benchmark. As long as Yi Bai performs steadily in the summer camp, Feng Dong's chances of failing are slim. Yi Bai instinctively wanted to decline when he heard about leading the team. He knew a major battle was imminent, and he might be at the center of it. Avoiding crowds would be ideal, at least staying away from large groups. However, Feng Dong sternly reminded him that this task was assigned by Instructor Lin, and evasion might result in disqualification from the summer camp. Yi Bai retorted defiantly, are you underestimating me, Yi Bai? Do I look like someone who runs away? Despite his words, he was calculating in his mind. Given Jiu Ye's style, these genius seeds would be protected during the battle. Yi Bai decided to lead the team first and find an excuse to slip away once the battle started. With Jiu Yi around, his sense of security was strong. After lunch, they headed to the training hall. Yi Bai keenly noticed that the atmosphere was unusual today. The familiar instructors and tutors were nowhere to be seen, and even War King level experts were scarce, with only a few war generals present. The order in the training hall was maintained solely by senior students. What troubled Yi Bai even more was that among the 99 people standing before him for the combat test, most were carrying cannon carts on their shoulders. Wang Zheng, who had once been defeated by Yi Bai, was particularly exaggerated, carrying 2 cannon carts. Yi Bai couldn't help but scold. Are you here for combat or to set off fireworks? Day after day, you learn nothing good, only crooked ways. Focus on the right path. He righteously criticized them, unaware that he was the one who started this trend. Zhao Lin quietly asked Feng Dong, wasn't it Bai who first used the cannon cart? Feng Dong nodded helplessly, whispering, that's why he's especially shameless. One person has influenced the entire C district's trend. In the end, Yi Bai sighed in resignation and compromised. Fine, as long as you can win. Let's go. Thus, this unique team, carrying cannon carts, marched grandly towards Area A, attracting countless curious glances. Even those not participating in the afternoon's combat followed, eager to witness this unconventional competition. Among all the teams, the artillery unit from C District was undoubtedly the most eye-catching, becoming the center of attention for the entire event. In Zone C, one figure stood out prominently among the crowd. Yi Bai, a young man with only a clubble talent, was carrying two heavy cannon carts, his muscles bulging and sweat dripping. His actions immediately sparked a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. "Look, that's Yi Bai," someone exclaimed. "He's the one who used cannon combat techniques to defeat Wang Zheng, who hasn't level talent." Yi Bai heard the murmurs and simply shrugged, wearing an innocent expression. "Can't blame me for carrying cannon carts," he muttered softly. The battle between Zone C and Zone A wasn't just about elimination spots. It also involved the future distribution of resources between the two zones. The people from Zone C arrived with their cannon carts, exuding an air of confidence, clearly well prepared. Zhao Lin quietly sidled up to Yi Bai and whispered, "Zhang Yin is here, along with people from Nanjiang Second High, in Zone A." Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Yi Bai's eyes. "No worries," he said confidently. "If he wants to challenge me, he has to beat Wang Zheng first." Yi Bai calculated in his mind. If Zhang Yun comes, Wang Zheng will block him. If the demon sect leader comes, Xue Meng will block him. If the demon god comes, Uncle Jio will block him. As for Xiao Yao, Yi Bai had already visualized himself running away. Wang Zheng, hearing Yi Bai's words, turned his head helplessly. "Bro, I'm right here. Is it really appropriate to say that in front of me?" Yi Bai replied earnestly. "If you beat Zhang Yun, we can have another match." Wang Zheng raised an eyebrow and immediately hoisted two cannon carts, striding towards the Zone A team. "Who is Jiang Yin?" His loud voice drew everyone's attention. In the Zone A team, Jiang Yin was chatting with a teacher. This teacher, named Xiao Xiaola, was from Nanjiang Second High, known for his humor and popularity among students. At that moment, Yi Bai's gaze met Xiao Xiaola's. Xiao Xiaola nodded and smiled, and Yi Bai reciprocated with a smile. However, in that seemingly ordinary instant, a string of information about Xiao Xiaola flashed through Yi Bai's mind. The former fourth leader of the demon sect, now holding multiple positions, and a powerful mage. Yi Bai recalled something Uncle Jio once said: "When a great battle begins, you'll know at the moment it starts." Now he finally understood the deeper meaning of those words. Tension filled the air, ready to explode at any moment. Yi Bai, Shadow Jio, the fourth demon god, and everyone present could feel the impending storm. It was like a sudden clap of thunder on a clear day, or a skyscraper rising abruptly from the ground. At this moment, the battle for life and death was about to commence. The great battle begins. "I see you." A massive demonic eye suddenly appeared behind Xiao Xiaola, its lifeless beam aimed directly at Yi Bai. Between them, several classmates were caught in the line of fire. "Wind boundary!" Yi Bai shouted in a low voice. A gust of wind swept through the scene instantly. Before anyone could react, a roar echoed. "Retreat!" Yi Bai dashed towards Xiao Xiaola like lightning, ready to intercept the beam. He shouted loudly, "Run!" At this moment, he couldn't care about revealing his identity. Saving lives was paramount. Yi Bai thought to himself that he had multiple lives to spare. Even if the fourth demon god glanced at him, he would only lose one life. But if others died, it would be permanent. Just as the Black Death ray was about to shoot out, a withered hand appeared out of nowhere and pressed the light back. "Stand behind me, kid." A shadow floated in front of Yi Bai, blocking the fourth demon god's view. It was Jiu Ye's hoarse voice. "Attack!" Before Shadow Jiu could remind him, the white clouds in the sky suddenly descended, enveloping the entire training hall. Apart from Xiao Xiaola, Yi Bai, and Shadow Jiu, everyone else collapsed to the ground, unconscious. A stranger's voice echoed from the white clouds. 10 minutes. A beast-like roar came from the black mist. "All right." The master and disciple cooperated seamlessly. The black mist quickly condensed into a human form with a long sword at its waist. In an instant, the sword light flashed like snow, slashing at the demonic eye and leaving cracks on its surface. Slash again! The sword light formed a prison, trapping the projection of the fourth demon god's demonic eye. Seizing the moment while Jiu Yi battled the demon's projection, Yi Bai retreated rapidly. Now that his classmates were safe, he didn't need to interfere in the fight. Xiao Xiaola made the same judgment and retreated in the opposite direction, only to find himself trapped in the white clouds, unable to escape. Xiao Xiaola's face turned pale, and a storm raged in his heart. He realized that this was all a meticulously designed trap. The main altar of the fourth demon cult had been destroyed, the cult leader severely injured and on the run, only to end up here in a carefully laid ambush. In this game of chess, the fourth demon god and Xiao Yao were the players, while everyone else was just pawns. The fourth demon god had a deep fear of Azura for some reason, and humanity also wanted to eliminate Azura. Xiao Xiaola bitterly smiled. realizing he was both the bait and the hook. In a flash, Xiao Xiaola reviewed all the details since his rebirth and suddenly realized the biggest issue was the rebirth itself. Sweat poured down his face. His pupils dilated as if seeing the most horrifying Visionis sinister. Age face appeared before him. The very face he had before his rebirth, Lian Liancon. The face cackled wickedly. Fool, I never had the slightest expertise in soul manipulation. How could I have thought of faking death? And to fool Lord Shadow Geo? Didn't you think it was all too smooth? If it weren't for that supreme being pulling the strings, did you really think you could be reborn? You idiot. If you had even a tenth of my intelligence, you wouldn't have died so cluelessly. As a side effect of his rebirth, Xiao Xiaola often experienced split personality and hallucinations. Clearly, this was not the time for a mental breakdown. He roared, "Get lost!" forcing the old face to vanish from his sight. In reality, what Lian Liancon said was merely Xiao Xiaola's deepest fears voiced through an illusion. Now the truth was clear: this rebirth had been orchestrated by Xiao Yao from the beginning. Whether it was Lian Liancon or Xiao Xiaola, these identities served only one purposito: connect to the fourth demon god behind the scenes. To catch a fish, the fish must first see the bait. The fourth demon god finally saw the irresistible lure, just as Xiao Xiaola had anticipated. The fourth demon god couldn't wait to make a move. As soon as its projection descended, before it could take any action, it was subdued by Ing Jiao and Xiao Yao working together. Whatever Xiao Yao planned to do with this projection was unknown, but it was certainly not benevolent. Xiao Xiaola watched this scene, his teeth chattering uncontrollably and his whole body trembling. As someone in the know, he was on the verge of tears. The situation was unbearably cruel. Struggling to control his emotions, Xiao Xiaola looked around. His gaze finally locked onto a student across the training hall. That person was the Supreme Seed, Xiao. Xiao Xiaola forced a sinister smile and took a deep breath before speaking. Or should I say, Yi Bai? Exposed, Yi Bai's expression remained unchanged. He showed neither panic nor retaliation. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind: escape from this dangerous place. When gods fight, mortals suffer. He knew that the farther he stayed from the fourth demon god's projection, the better. Yi Bai speculated inwardly, unsure of what role Xiao Xiaola played in this game. As a peak battle king of the 899th level, Xiao Xiaola's combat power was astonishing, and his strength in life and death situations was comparable to some war gods. A single heavenly thunder might not be enough to kill him instantly. But one thing Yi Bai was certain of: Xiao Xiaola and he were the same type of person, the kind who would do anything to survive. I surrender. Xiao Xiaola suddenly raised his hands, his eyes fixed on Yi Bai. I'll accept any punishment, even if it means death. All right. Surprisingly, Yi Bai accepted Xiao Xiaola's surrender without hesitation. At that moment, a prompt appeared above Xiao Xiaola's head. Killing this person can weaken the fourth demon god's projection. Killing him will help Jiu Yi. But Jiu Yi was too preoccupied to deal with Xiao Xiaola himself. Yi Bai, come. Yi Bai said in a deep voice, in the name of Shilo, I sentence you to death. Heavenly thunder. 30 layers of thunder gathered in the sky, blessed by the power of lightning. In an instant, the heavenly thunder struck down. Boom! A red sea of lightning engulfed Xiao Xiaola, tearing him into countless pieces. The thunderstorm obliterated all life. However, when everything calmed down, Xiao Xiaola reappeared in the same spot. Seeing Xiao Xiaola resurrected, Yi Bai chuckled. I'm not surprised at all. With a smug smile, Xiao Xiaola pointed around him. The three of them are fighting, leaving us to our own devices. A golden shield appeared around Xiao Xiaola. He explained, I guess Yi Bai can understand the function of this shield, since your talent should be related to your eyes. Indeed, Xiao Xiaola was a cunning figure, deducing the truth from limited information. Yi Bai saw the shield's description: returning from hell, resurrected, entering a 10-minute invincible state, unable to harm or be harmed by the outside world unless voluntarily stepping out of the shield's range. This was Xiao Xiaola's trump card. It would take 10 minutes for the supreme beings and the demon god to determine a winner, and half a minute had already passed. Xiao Xiaola sat down leisurely. As long as I don't step out of this circle, what can you do to me? Well said. Yi Bai clapped lightly, applauding Xiao Xiaola's performance. But have you considered that if I knew about your resurrection ability and still killed you, it means I have a way to force you out of the circle? To help Jiu Yi and the others, Yi Bai had to deal with Xiao Xiaola. Ridiculous. Are you saying you can make me walk to my death? Xiao Xiaola shook his head like a rattledrum. Impossible. I'm not moving. Do as you please. He was convinced Yi Bai was bluffing. Bluffing? You're too naive. The next moment, when Xiao Xiaola saw what Yi Bai held in his palm, his expression changed drastically. He screamed hysterically. Where did you get that? Yi Bai held a broken staff. It once belonged to Lian Lian. Can and should have remained in the safe house in Nanjing City. beside Lian Kan's son. After Lian Kan was killed, it was taken by his son's murderer. With the staff in Shilua's hand, it meant Xiao Xiaola's eyes reddened at the thought of a possibility. Then, Shilua's voice, like a spell, penetrated Xiao Xiaola's mind. Yi Bai repeated word for word, "No matter who you are, for killing my son, I swear to kill you. Even if I fall into the deepest hell, I'll drag you down with me. Remember this, it's a war god's vow with his life on the line." These were the exact words Lian Kan had said to his son's murderer. Every word, every tone, was identical. "It's you." Xiao Xiaola stood up abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, growling as he stepped forward. "Killing my son, it's you. Ruining my life, it's you. Trapping me, it's still you." He stood at the edge of the circle, one step away from stepping out. Old and new grudges surged, tearing at his heart, filling him with uncontrollable rage. "It's me." Yi Bai casually tossed the broken staff aside, raised a finger, and beckoned Xiao Xiaola with a cold smile. "I'm right here. Do you dare to come out and fight?" Standing at the edge of the glowing circle, Xiao Xiaola looked like an enraged beast. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared intently at Yi Bai. Suddenly, he burst into a crazed laugh. "You killed Lian Kan's son. What does that have to do with me, Xiao Xiaola?" After speaking, Xiao Xiaola quickly retreated to the center of the circle and sat down cross-legged again. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous red light, his fingers interlocked tightly, turning white from the pressure. "Let me guess, Yi Bai, you must have some sort of buff, giving you immense damage in the lightning element," he analyzed calmly. "Such a buff must have a time limit. If I don't come out now, your buff should soon expire." Xiao Xiaola continued to ponder, his voice tinged with amazement. Being able to instantly kill an 899 level peak Battle King, Shura's burst power is truly astonishing. But then again, considering the opponent is a supreme seed, it's almost expected. He recalled various secrets known to his former self, Lian Kan. At least, during the same period, Wuhan could do the same as Shura. After being killed once, Xiao Xiaola used Return from Hell to revive, but at a great cost. His level dropped by 100, and his body entered a weakened state with significantly reduced attributes. If he stepped out of the circle now, he might manage a trade-off with Shura, but that would be the extent of it. More importantly, he had one life left, while the number of Shura's remaining lives was unknown. Anyone with a bit of sense would know that stepping out is a death sentence. Xiao Xiaola muttered to himself. Yi Bai listened to Xiao Xiaola's analysis, his gaze falling on the increasingly stacked, ready to burst. He responded calmly, "Impressive, impressive. Xiao Xiaola is right. My lightning blessing will soon fade, meaning I can't instantly kill him again. However, with Wind Fury and Lightning specialization stacking, ready to burst will soon max out. The longer Xiao Xiaola drags this out, the more it works in my favor." Pointing to the edge of the circle, Xiao Xiaola declared firmly, "I will never step out of this circle. For someone like me, who clings to life, living an extra 10 minutes is worth it." He explained, "The battle between Xiao Yao, Ingjiu, and the fourth demon god needs 10 minutes to determine a winner. The invincibility effect of Return from Hell also lasts only 10 minutes. With that, Xiao Xiaola took out a bottle of red wine and leisurely savored it, as if enjoying the final moments of his life. Faced with such provocation, Yi Bai chose to distance himself. Since the opponent was unwilling to come out, he decided to protect himself instead. Killing Xiao Xiaola would be ideal. But even if he couldn't, the combined efforts of Jui and Xiao Yao against the fourth demon god had a high chance of success. As Xiao Xiaola sipped his wine, he appeared carefree and relaxed. However, in his mind, the face of the old Lian Kan reappeared. The venomous face was contorted with rage, veins bulging like writhing snakes, roaring, "Kill him! Kill him! My son died at his hands, and I died because of him. Now your mortal enemy is right in front of you. What are you hesitating for? Kill! Kill! Kill!" He's only level 108. Even though you're a level 799 waste, you can kill him. One downside of having a mental disorder is that while the brain can make rational judgments, not every personality can be rational. Clearly, the ghost of Lian Kan fell for the opponent's clumsy provocation, clamoring to step out and fight. Annoyed by Lian Kan's incessant shouting, Xiao Xiaola finally couldn't help but roar, "Shut up, old man!" Swish three sharp gazes instantly focused on Xiao Xiaola. Xiao Yao, Ingjiu, and the fourth demon god simultaneously warned, "Say that again, and see what happens." To offend three powerful beings with one sentence, such a level of provocation, Yi Bai couldn't help but admire. Yet, Xiao Xiaola remained oblivious, continuing his monologue. "You have the nerve to mention your useless son. Back then, just one sentence from him turned you, a meritorious battle king, into a member of the demonic sect, with no hope of redemption. A meritorious battle king is an honor. Besides accumulating battle merits, it requires many stringent conditions." Hearing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity. What exactly did Lien Zheng say that caused Lien to fall into the abyss? A flicker of pain crossed Xiao Xiaola's eyes, and a bitter smile tugged at his lips. He muttered to himself, I was reborn to find myself in the demonic sect. Do you know how desperate I felt? I want to be a good person too. Only good people survive. Did you ever give me a chance? Xiao Xiaola suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with fury. He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and roared hoarsely. You want me to risk my life to avenge your son? Dream on. If your son shows up in front of me, I'd be the first to cut him down. In Xiao Xiaola's hallucination, he was screaming at Lien, Kansas. However, to Yi Bai, Xiao Xiaola appeared to be ranting at thin air. Yi Bai couldn't help but think to himself, is this the legendary madness where even he curses himself? Yi Bai cautiously took a few steps back, keeping a safe distance from Xiao Xiaola. His fingers subtly brushed against his waist, ensuring all his life-saving tools were in a semi-activated state, ready for any sudden developments. Yet, when Yi Bai cast his eyes back toward Xiao Xiaola within the glowing circle, he frowned slightly, deep in thought. The desperate desire to survive emanating from this madman was no weaker than Yi Bai's own. Yi Bai calculated internally. Regardless of who wins this confrontation, Xiao Xiaola left behind would face certain doom. To the fourth demon god, someone like Xiao Xiaola was merely a dispensable pawn, not worth the effort to rescue, likely to be abandoned to his fate. And if Shadow 9 had the chance, his first target would undoubtedly be Xiao Xiaola. Ninth Master had always considered his failure to kill Lien a disgrace, nearly costing Xuan Meng his life. If given the opportunity, Ninth Master wouldn't mind cutting Xiao Xiaola thousands of times over. However, Yi Bai was surprised to find that Xiao Xiaola did not show any signs of despair. Instead, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. In this seemingly hopeless situation, where did Xiao Xiaola see a chance for survival? Suddenly, a name flashed in Yi Bai's mind: Xiao Yao. Could it be that Xiao Xiaola was pinning his hopes of survival on Xiao Yao, the strongest human warrior? Though the idea seemed utterly far-fetched, it appeared to be the only plausible explanation. Yi Bai glanced at the time. 8 minutes remained before the battle would conclude. Everyone present had heard Xiao Yao's earlier declaration of 10 minutes, including Yi Bai. Upon hearing those words, Yi Bai had been pondering, a vague possibility forming in his mind. Xiao Xiaola lifted his wine glass, savoring the red wine as if awaiting his final judgment. Life or death would depend on Xiao Yao's intentions. Xiao Xiaola knew that no one could truly fathom the thoughts of the supreme warrior Xiao Yao, not even his master, Shadow 9. If it were any other supreme warrior, Xiao Xiaola knew he wouldn't stand a chance of survival. He consoled himself, it's okay, there is still over 7 minutes left. As Xiao Xiaola counted down the seconds of his life, the clouds in the sky suddenly gathered, completely enveloping the central demonic eye. The faint black mist also paused its attacks, panting heavily on the side. Xiao Xiaola's eyes widened in confusion. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be 10 minutes? How did it end so quickly? From a distance, Yi Bai showed no surprise, rather a hint of mockery. Idiot. Did you really believe it would be exactly 10 minutes? So gullible. Xiao Xiaola was stunned for a moment, then cursed angrily, damn. A supreme warrior with no integrity. The strongest do not adhere to principles of martial ethics. They deceive and ambush Xiao Xiaola. Xiao Xiaola stood within the protective barrier, his expression solemn. He originally had only 10 minutes left to live, and now with a 70 reduction in cooldown time, the situation was even more dire. He glanced around. On his left was Bai Yongxiaoyo, on his right was He Wu Yingjiu, and directly in front of him stood Ashura. 3 formidable opponents had him completely surrounded, and the situation was perilous. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xiaola took the initiative to step out of the protective barrier, leaving behind its invincibility. He knew well that in the presence of the strongest, no one could claim invincibility. This move was both a dignified exit for himself and a show of respect to his opponents. First, Xiao Xiaola bowed deeply towards He Wu and said respectfully, Zui Jiang Lian can greet Lord Jiu. Then he turned to Bai Yun and bowed again. Xiao Xiaola greets the supreme Yongxiaoyo. After saying this, he let out a long sigh, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Despite the danger, he did not show cowardice. Among those in the demonic cult, he was considered one of the most courageous. Finally, Xiao Xiaola looked straight ahead and smiled lightly at Yi Bai. Yi Bai, you're still here. Have you eaten? This remark was quite abrupt, and Yi Bai couldn't help but think to himself how stark the difference in treatment was. In reality, Xiao Xiaola's 3 statements represented his 3 identities: Zui Jiang, Xiao Ren, and teacher. He clapped his hands and calmly said, now that I've greeted everyone, it's time for me to die. At this moment, he genuinely sought death. The projection of the fourth demon god had already fallen into Yang Xiaoyo's hands, and half of the human race's plan was complete. If only Yang Xiaoyo were present, Xiao Xiaola might still have a sliver of hope. But the appearance of Ingzio, especially the intense killing intent he exuded, made Xiao Xiaola realize his death was inevitable. Ingzio and Yang Xiaoyo had been a well-coordinated pair of master and disciple for over 30 years. Whoever Ingzio wanted to kill, Yang Xiaoyo would never hesitate and always acted decisively. Ignoring Xiao Xiaola, Ingzio turned to Bai Yun and asked, "Will you finish this?" "Sure," Bai Yun replied. He then dispersed the aura enveloping everyone present and quickly retracted it. Part of their memory was erased, and their bodies returned to their previous postures. When they woke up again, they wouldn't notice anything unusual, not even a few minutes of time passing, as if they had just taken a nap. No one would remember what had happened, and the true identity of the Shura would remain a secret. Everything returned to normal. After completing this, Yang Xiaoyo spoke again. "For 3, Yang Xiaoyo replied briefly. "Good," Ingzio nodded. Although this brief conversation seemed cryptic, Yi Bai understood it. This battle involved 3 demon gods? Yi Bai quickly calculated in his mind. Based on Xiao Xiaola's multiple roles, the 3rd, 4th, and 6th demon gods were all part of this scheme. As for how many would ultimately fall, it was still uncertain. The projection of the 4th demon god had already fallen into Yang Xiaoyo's hands, but the subsequent plans did not need to be reported to Yi Bai. After a brief exchange, Ingzio's gaze returned to Xiao Xiaola, coldly asking, "Useful?" Yang Xiaoyo shook his head. "No, kill him." Ingzio's voice grew even colder. Master Ju never held grudges overnight. He always settled them on the spot. "All right," Yang Xiaoyo replied. A mere 8-word exchange sealed Xiao Xiaola's fate. Bai Yun faced Xiao Xiaola and said indifferently, "You have one last word." After speaking, Bai Yun left, carrying the sealed demon eye. Yi Bai curiously looked at Master Jiu, using his eyes to ask what this meant. Ingzio just shook his head. If he could fully understand Yang Xiaoyo's thoughts, the position of the strongest would be his. Xiao Xiaola didn't think much, simply taking it as a chance to leave a final message. He thought to himself, such treatment is indeed humane, allowing one to leave final words before being cremated. Could there be a more merciful approach? The usually decisive and ruthless Xiao Xiaola became sentimental in his final moments. He hesitated about what to say, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. He wanted to ask if he didn't say this last word, would he never die? If that were the case, he would rather remain silent forever. Staying alive wasn't better? 10. A considerate countdown voice sounded in Xiao Xiaola's ear. Clearly, not everyone could exploit the loopholes in the rules. In that brief moment, Xiao Xiaola's life flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. In a sense, he wasn't Lian Lian, Can, but a new soul, a fortunate one who had been in this world for less than a week. Oh no, it should be said, an unlucky one. Xiao Xiaola stood still, his heart churning with a storm of emotions. Should he rage and curse at his misfortune? At that moment, the old, sinister face of Lian Lian Can resurfaced in his mind. That mocking smile, those cold eyes, seemed to silently ridicule Xiao Xiaola's dire straits. Though the old face remained silent, it conveyed everything. Xiao Xiaola shook his head, dismissing the apparition. No, he refused to stoop to Lian Lian Can's level. Suddenly, he realized time was slipping away rapidly. 5 seconds had already vanished in his days. Xiao Xiaola smiled bitterly, realizing he had wasted half his life on memories of a past existence. Even in death, that old bastard wouldn't let him rest in peace. At this moment, Xiao Xiaola's once sharp mind felt like a rusty machine, sluggishly grinding with a creaky noise. He sensed that whatever he said would be in vain. For a fleeting instant, he felt a surge of resentment towards Xiao Yao. Why not just kill me outright? Why give me a chance to leave final words? But soon, Xiao Xiaola found peace. At least he had the chance to say something better than disappearing in silence. He remembered those villains who talked too much and ironically realized he might die from saying too little. In the last second, his gaze fell on the nearest person. Coincidentally, it was the very same freshman he had been chatting with earlier, Zhang Yun from Nanjiang No. 3 High School, who had an A-level talent. As the white clouds dissipated, everyone's memories of the previous events were altered, and they began to wake from their unconsciousness. Zhang Yun happened to open his eyes just then, seeing Mr. Xiao smiling at him. Mr. Zhao's lips moved with difficulty, as if the simple action drained all his energy. A faint, trembling voice emerged from his throat. Word by word, he slowly said, "Study well. Be a good person." These were Xiao Xiaola's final words. No hysteria, no rage, no despair, and no repentance. Just a hint of relief, like a true teacher advising a student. Even though he had known this student for less than 30 minutes, and had only been a teacher for a few days. Study well. Be a good person. These two things, neither Lien Lien can nor Xiao Xiaola had truly accomplished. Yet they became his last words to the world. As the words left his mouth, Mr. Zhao's figure began to fade, gradually dissolving into the air, leaving no trace behind. Whether it was Lien Lien Can, the former leader of the fourth demon sect, Xiao Xiaola, the current leader of the four demon sects, or Mr. Xiao in his final moments, all identities, all bodies, all souls at this moment ceased to exist. With his death, his soul vanished, like smoke dissipating into the sky. Study hard and be a good person. These unfamiliar words echoed in Jiang Yun's ears as the figure before him grew increasingly blurry. He furrowed his brow in confusion, a series of questions flooding his mind. Who is this? Do I know him? What does this mean? Just as Jiang Yun was getting lost in his thoughts, a sudden, rhythmic alarm pierced through the training hall. Beep beep, the shrill sound snapped him back to reality. The moment Feng Dong and the others heard the alarm, their faces turned pale. They had encountered this alarm many times during drill sit signified the highest level of emergency response. This could only mean one thing. The demons from the abyss had once again set foot on Blue Star. Chaos erupted in the training hall. Senior students immediately sprang into action. Feng Dong dashed to Yi Bai, positioning himself protectively in front of him, while scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Yi Bai, stay alert, he growled, handing Yi Bai a teleportation scroll. Tear this open to teleport miles away. Use it if needed. Don't worry about me. I have plenty of these. Simultaneously, Fei Te effortlessly grabbed Zhao Lin like he was a small chick. Her left arm quickly encased itself in a stone armor, forming a protective shield around Zhao Lin. Meanwhile, Zuolingxia activated a massive mech beneath her feet and tossed Lu Sueki into the cockpit without hesitation. The mech entered pre-ignition mode, ready to launch at her command and whisk Lu Sueki to safety. Similar scenes played out in every corner of the training hall. Jiang Yun looked around in bewilderment, unable to grasp the situation. Just then, a teacher stepped forward, quickly gathering all the newcomers. As he activated a teleportation array, he assured them, "Don't panic, everyone. You'll be in a safe place soon. Stay orderly." Teacher, why are the seniors reacting so intensely? Someone voiced the question lingering in Jiang Yun's mind. The teacher glanced outside with a grave expression and replied, "When the highest level alarm sounds, they must protect the juniors they are responsible for. This is part of their drill training and the life and death contract of this special training. Anyone here could be a Shura. Even if most aren't, the strong have a duty to protect the weak, don't they?" With that, the teacher turned back to continue activating the teleportation array. The summer camp had contingency plans for various scenarios, including emergency evacuations. No one had expected to actually implement them today. The alarm continued to blare. Standing behind Feng Dong, Yi Bai remained expressionless. Besides him, no one present knew about the fourth demon god Xiao Xiaola. Supreme warriors Xiao Yao and Zhou Yi had already departed for the Abyss battlefield. Yi Bai knew that wherever he went, he would become the center of the battle. Outwardly, he complied with the group's retreat plan. Inwardly, he intended to sneak back to the Eternal Forest for a surprise. "The teleportation array is ready," the teacher announced loudly. Students from Imperial University and Magic City University quickly formed temporary teams, with a few naturally taking the lead, including Feng Dong and Fei Te. "I'll go first," Fei Te said as she jumped into the teleportation array to check its safety. 10 seconds later, she returned, her stone armor gone, and Zhao Lin nowhere in sight. "It's safe," she reported succinctly. 2 more students entered the array for verification. Once confirmed, a third of the students were teleported away. The process repeated twice, and in under 3 minutes, all students from Zones A and C had been evacuated. Only the seniors like Feng Dong remained. Yi Bai was in the last group to leave. Before departing, he asked, "Dong, aren't you leaving?" Feng Dong responded with a bitter smile, "I wish I could." Dong Feng still had his usual nonchalant demeanor. He spread his hands and said, "Just my luck, I just got certified as a 9th rank warrior. Top-level emergency here. All warriors must respond unconditionally." He waved his hand, cutting off Yi Bai's attempt to speak. "Brother Bai, you go ahead. Your brother Dong is pretty tough. Even a war king might not be able to kill me. Besides, we've got Fei Te holding the front line." The teleportation array flickered, taking Yi Bai's last group of students away. "Area A has been evacuated. Area C has been evacuated." An urgent voice came through the communicator. "As per the plan, initiate the self-destruct sequence for the teleportation arrays in Area A and Area C." Explosions echoed all around. Dong Feng's eyes were sharp as he scanned the 1,000 people before him. In a solemn tone, he commanded, "Everyone, integrate into the Academy's military formation and await orders from the command center." "Understood," came the unified response. This group was already the strongest of their grade, and Dongfeng's orders aligned with the emergency response manual, leaving no room for dissent. Soon, each person's wristwatch lit up, displaying orders from the command center. All senior students in areas A and C, after destroying the respective teleportation arrays, proceed to the designated coordinates to assist in the defense of the Eternal Forest. A wave of war-rank beasts is imminent. Construct defensive fortifications on site. Group teleport. At Dongfeng's command, lights flared up from several positions, teleporting the 1,000 people to the specified coordinates. This was just the prelude to the great battle. Teleportation magic was still usable for now. Once the real battle broke out, all teleportation magic on Blue Star would be restricted, with only super-large arrays operational. This measure was to prevent monsters from teleporting directly into major cities upon reaching Blue Star. When teleportation is banned, every inch of land will become a battleground, paid for with blood and lives. War is never gentle. With a flash of white light, Yi Bai and others were teleported to a safe house. The defensive facilities here could withstand a typical war god, making it absolutely safe unless Yi Bai stayed here. Standing in the corner, Yi Bai quietly took out a puppet. This substitute doll had a blank, sleepy expression and leaned against the wall as if it were asleep. The real Yi Bai then tore open a pre-prepared teleportation scroll, leaving the safe house unnoticed. This was the agreement between Yi Bai and Ingjiu. If Yi Bai stayed in the rear, the abyssal plane might bypass the Eternal Forest and invade Blue Star through other channels, putting humanity at a greater disadvantage. Yi Bai had to appear in the Eternal Forest, moving across the battlefield. But under what identity? Lone Wolf? The Lone Wolves of Wolf's Nest had to join the military to gain battlefield access. A lone wolf like Yi Bai would stand out too much. Disguising himself to join the military? Too complicated and unsafe. In the end, Ninth Master provided a perfect solution. Disguise yourself as a member of Shadow. Your Nightmare Wind can pull this off. I'll place you in Shadow's combat squad and make you the vice captain. Sound good? When Yi Bai arrived at the rendezvous point, he found that the so-called combat squad consisted of just two people, the captain and the vice captain. A figure in purple shadow had clearly been waiting. Shrouded in nightmare wind, Yi Bai appeared as a dark silhouette. The purple shadow asked irritably, Shadow war rank 4399? Yes. Yi Bai presented the corresponding token, which matched the other person's. A hoarse, aged voice came from the purple shadow. I've been waiting for you. Yi Bai looked at the purple shadow and saw a clean, sharp face with short hair and piercing eyes, somewhat resembling a tomboy. She flicked out one note after another. Shadow 7, Zhao Zian, LV.98. 26 years old, single, never dated. Female interested in men. Archenemy, Shura. Skills, windless distance, wind, shadow, kill. Yi Bai was puzzled. Is there some mistake? Shadow 7, who calls herself Old Man, is actually a 26-year-old young woman? Shadow 7 spoke again, continuing to project an aura of a seasoned warrior. Now that you're here, fight alongside this old man. It's been too long since I've had a good battle. Yi Bai internally sighed. What's with these cringeworthy lines? At the edge of the Eternal Forest, Yi Bai stared at the swirling purple smoke in front of him, lost in thought. He had a vague sense that something was off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint it. Shadow General 4399, Yi Bai muttered to himself. This name really is a bit awkward. Shadow 7 frowned, trying to look wise, and said, How about I call you Little 99? Yi Bai nearly choked on his own spit, thinking what kind of ridiculous name that was. He resisted the urge to retort and said seriously, Master Shadow 7, people also call me Death Song. You can call me that. Death Song, got it. Shadow 7 nodded, then suddenly asked, Is it because your singing is terrible that they call you that? Before Yi Bai could respond, Shadow 7 hurriedly explained, I had a friend whose singing was awful, and he was also called the Song of Death. Kid, you remind me of an old friend from over 50 years ago. Ah, those were the days of glorious battles. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, unable to hold back his sarcasm. Master Shadow 7, 50 years ago, you weren't even a protein molecule. The friend you mentioned, could it be yourself? He quickly changed the subject. Master Shadow 7, shouldn't we be focusing on our mission? Shadow 7 replied leisurely, No rush. We've only sounded the horn. There's still some time before the real battle begins. Her tone was relaxed. You don't need to be so uptight. Among the shadows, we refer to each other as brothers and sisters. If you don't mind, you can call me Seventh Lord. Yi Bai chuckled inwardly, but said, Seventh Lord? Step aside. Look at me, Ninth Lord, who can take down Xue Ming with a single slash and even go toe-a-toe with the projection of the fourth demon god. That's what you call a lord. He rolled his eyes and changed his tone. How about Seventh Brother? Shadow 7 suddenly burst into a villainous laugh. Heh kid, if you want to call me Seventh Brother, you need to at least reach Shadow level. You're just a war general now. Far from it. She shifted her tone. By the way, not that I'm curious or anything, but how old are you? Yi Bai suppressed his urge to retort and answered honestly. Not yet 19. In fact, he had just turned 18. So young. Shadow 7 exclaimed. She calculated in her head. If Death Song wasn't lying, being ranked 4,399 among Shadow generals at under 19 years old, he was practically a ninth-tier war general, just a step away from becoming a war king. Shadow 7 reminisced, thinking about Zhao Ziyan at 19. With her S-level talent, mastering wind, space, blood, and slaughter elements, her combat power rivaling a peak war king. By comparison, Death Song was just 2 levels below. She steadied herself and asked, if I'm not mistaken, your talent must be above S-level, right? Yi Bai nodded, yes. Shadow 7's eyes showed a hint of regret. What a pity, joining the Shadows at such a young age. She coughed twice. I have a close friend's granddaughter who's just over 20. After the war, if you have time, you two should meet and spar a bit. Yi Bai laughed inwardly, thinking this close friend's granddaughter was likely Shadow 7 herself. Claiming 26 as just over 20, how typical. He reminded again, seventh brother, we have a mission to complete. Shadow 7 waved her hand. I told you, no rush. Young people need to learn patience. She pointed to the center of the forest and explained, we're tasked with guarding the eternal forest. Normally, no abyssal creatures should appear here. Once the frontline battle begins, all major abyssal plains will be fully occupied, leaving gaps in the defense of smaller abyssal plains, which might allow creatures to escape here. Ultimately, it's due to the lack of manpower among humans, spreading ourselves too thin. Yi Bai keenly caught a keyword, fully occupied? Shadow 7 looked excited, finally having a chance to educate the rookie. Yes, you're young, so it's normal not to know. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, not backing down. Not know? Are you underestimating my SS level talent? The Eye of Insight. To be honest, as a bystander, I'm not trying to stir up trouble, but if I were in his shoes, there's no way I could hold back. In front of Yi Bai, lines of information floated, as if he could see through time and space to the day when the bloody battle ended. The strongest human warrior, Nightmare, and the supreme demon god of the abyss faced each other and signed an agreement concerning the fate of both races. The agreement stipulated that in major abyssal plains, humans could station a maximum of 3 legions, each with 3 war gods and 12 war kings. The human war gods were not allowed to enter the abyssal plains without reason. In exchange, the demon gods would not attack the human legions, and human warriors would not attack ordinary demons. Yi Bai carefully considered the terms of the agreement. 3 legions, 9 war gods, and 36 war kings. There were 13 major abyssal plains, meaning humans needed 117 war gods and 468 war kings. This number was barely within reach for the human race. Within the Shadow Organization alone, there were 100 war god-level warriors. However, the problem lay in the quota restrictions. Humans had to send their strongest 117 war gods while also considering Legion combat command, professional restraint relationships, backup forces, and other factors. After precise calculations by numerous experts at the Legion Command Center, the final 117 war gods stationed in the major abyssal plains were confirmed. Among these 117 war gods were top-tier warriors like Xuemeng, Ying Yi, and Su Qingfeng, who were the best even among 9th-tier war gods. However, the weakest among them was only a 6th-tier war god. This fact revealed the human race's lack of resources, unable to even gather 117 9th-tier war gods. In addition, key locations and the Combat Command Center also needed war gods to guard against unexpected situations. With such limited strength, humans could defend themselves but would struggle to launch an offensive. Yi Bai couldn't help but sigh, feeling like they were trying to perform grand feats in a tiny space. Suddenly, Yi Bai frowned, realizing another key issue. The agreement only stated that demon gods could not attack human legions, but it did not prohibit demon gods from attacking the strongest human warriors. If a major battle broke out, wouldn't Ergu in the abyssal plains face multiple demon gods' attacks? Yi Bai's expression turned grim, but he thought to himself, I'm really worried that Ergu won't get enough action. What to do? Urgent. Waiting online. At that moment, in the third abyssal plain, also known as the Abyss of Tongue Extraction, an unexpected visitor arrived. A swordsman in white walked in slowly, followed by a sword slave carrying a sword box. His arrival seemed to trigger a minor earthquake, and all human legions began to orderly retreat. Countless soldiers brushed past the white-clothed swordsman, their faces filled with fanaticism and reverence. The ranks erupted with overwhelming cheers. Wuhan! 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 It turned out that this unexpected guest was none other than the strongest human warrior, Wuhan. He brought 9 sword slaves and descended upon the third abyss. For the past 60 years, whenever Wuhan appeared in any abyss, the human legion in that plane would immediately retreat for rest and reorganization. The responsibility of guarding was handed over to the 9 sword slaves, all of whom were 9th-tier war gods, with strength comparable to thousands of troops. No demon could break through their defenses. Wuhan stood on a hillside, the breeze lifting a few strands of his hair and fluttering his sword robe like drifting white clouds. He lightly tapped his sword, and the sound of the sword's resonance echoed through the heavens and earth. Wuhan softly asked, "A guest visits. Where is the host?" From the depths of the abyss, an indescribable terrifying presence seemed to awaken, roaring angrily. "Wuhan, you have gone too far in bullying demons. Do you really think we dare not break out of the abyss and engage in a life-and-death battle with humans?" Wuhan lowered his head and casually unleashed countless sword lights. With a thunderous boom, countless sword energies crisscrossed the sky, which suddenly darkened as if a portion had been cut away. The entire plane began to tremble violently. Wuhan coldly said, with such arrogance, "Have you asked my sword?" On the outskirts of the Eternal Forest, a gruesome battlefield lay before them. Yi Bai stood next to several demon corpses, each meticulously sliced into 1.08 million pieces, as if they had undergone an intricate autopsy. The dead demons seemed indifferent to their grisly state, even giving Ying Qi a thumbs up with their souls. Just moments ago, Yi Bai and Ying Qi were leisurely chatting when a horde of demons suddenly charged out from the forest. Ying Qi, who had confidently claimed that no demons would appear in this area, was now embarrassed and furiously hacked at the demon corpses in anger. Yi Bai crouched down, carefully examining the remnants on the ground. He murmured, "These are demons from the Golden Bone Abyss." "Impossible," Ying Qi instinctively retorted, but then stepped forward to inspect more closely. After a moment, he had to admit, they are indeed from the Golden Bone Abyss. "Strange. Brother Qi, what's strange about it?" Yi Bai asked. Clearing his throat, Ying Qi adopted a teaching stance. "You're still young, so it's normal not to know. The Golden Bone Abyss may be a minor dimension, but it's valuable for its crade minerals." Yi Bai raised an eyebrow. "Crade minerals? You call that a specialty?" Ignoring Yi Bai's skepticism, Ying Qi continued, "The strategic value of the Golden Bone Abyss is significant. Normally, a legion would be stationed there. Even during a major war, the human race wouldn't easily abandon it. After all, the mineral output is crucial for humans. It looks like the Golden Bone Abyss has been abandoned." Ying Qi muttered, frowning deeply, clearly puzzled by the change. Yi Bai shrugged. "Why are you asking me?" "I know. Obviously, with my high-quality mineral supply, human demand for minerals has changed. What was once incredibly important, like the Golden Bone Abyss, has become redundant. With its strategic value plummeting, withdrawing the Station Legion makes perfect sense." Ying Qi nodded thoughtfully and then pointed to the sliced demon corpses. "Look closely. Their bones have a slight silver tint. When refined, this becomes crade minerals." Yi Bai glanced at it, disinterested. "Oh, why are you still standing there? Start scraping the bones," Ying Qi urged. "Don't you usually collect spoils after killing enemies?" Yi Bai looked troubled. Isn't that a bit improper?" He always felt that such tasks didn't suit his demeanor. Better to have someone else do it. Doing it himself was too much hassle. Ying Qi sighed, shaking his head. "You're still too young. As you advance, your daily expenses increase, and you'll need more money. But ways to earn it are limited." "Limited ways to earn money?" Yi Bai was puzzled. "Isn't earning money as simple as waking up to find thousands of war god merits credited?" Ying Qi was shocked. "Do you have a mine at home or something?" He continued, "I recently hunted the Hell, Cerberus Emperor, and the Black Lotus Cloud Tiger in the Hell Abyss. Even then, I only earned a few hundred war god merits. With your current lower strength, you need to be more frugal." Yi Bai's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered something. "So it was you. The Hell Cerberus Emperor skeleton I got had a cumin scent. Impressive, Brother Qi. A few hundred war god merits, that's a lot of money." Ying Qi chuckled proudly. "Eh, Yi Bai, your vision is too narrow. Hiring someone like me to hunt war god-level demons and extract SS Grey materials is the real expense." Yi Bai nodded repeatedly. "True, it must take a lot of money. Hard to imagine. With all that said, even I, a 9th-tier war god, have to work hard for a few hundred war god merits. You should start collecting spoils properly," Ying Qi said, supervising as Yi Bai reluctantly began scraping the bones. Before Yi Bai had made much progress, Ying Qi interrupted again. "Your work is too rough." Displeased with Yi Bai's inefficiency, Ying Qi took over, swiftly scraping all the bone powder from the demons cleanly. "These bone powders can probably be refined into 2 kilograms of crade minerals." "Kid, they're yours," Ying Qi generously offered. Yi Bai accepted them hesitantly, curious. "Brother Qi, is this really okay?" "Why not?" Ying Qi snorted. "I have to hand over 30 of my spoils from this battle. Rather than letting Shura benefit, I'd rather give more to you. I find you more pleasing to the eye, unlike that guy Shura. Ing-Chi muttered, seemingly wanting to badmouth Shura, but not daring to say it outright. After muttering to himself, Ing-Chi suddenly remembered something, frowned slightly, and asked, Sigu, you haven't used the windless skill book, have you? Yi Bai responded earnestly, no, I haven't. He added silently to himself that he indeed hadn't used any skill books, though he had created over 50,000 of them. He swore that every word he had said to Ing-Chi thus far was true, without a single lie. Ing-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. She paused to gather her thoughts before continuing. This skill is very valuable. If you get the chance after the battle, you should definitely learn it. Sigu also dabbles in wind magic, and windless is practically a divine skill for wind users. Yi Bai nodded in agreement. All right. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. Ing-Chi's eyebrows shot up, and she said warily, more monsters are coming. Her expression changed drastically. A god-tier monster is trying to break through. Clearly, the situation was escalating faster than she had anticipated. Ing-Chi quickly instructed, Sigu, you guard this place. Don't let any monsters get through. Behind you is the defense line organized by the summer camp kids. If a warlord-level monster shows up and you can't handle it, send a distress signal. Other shadows will come to assist you. With that, Ing-Chi's figure blurred as she dashed forward, leaving only a trail of afterimages behind. Yi Bai called out, Chigo, what about you? Ing-Chi's voice echoed from afar. I'm going to kill a god-tier monster. I'll be back soon. Yi Bai cursed inwardly. Damn, she gets all the glory. He knew that dealing with a god-tier monster attempting to break through was best done by taking the initiative and slaying it in the abyssal plane. With Ing-Chi gone, the responsibility of guarding fell squarely on Yi Bai's shoulders. He pondered, if my identity as an Azura gets exposed, Ing-Chi will be socially ruined on the spot and probably kill me. Even if she doesn't kill me, she'll beat me half to death. Yi Bai counted on his fingers. Can't use Thunderstorm, can't use Windless, can't summon Cerberus or Black Tiger. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Cerberus, perfect. As he was figuring out how to conceal his identity, a group of monsters aggressively approached Yi Bai. The leading monster had a blood-red gem embedded in its forehead, a symbol of a first-rank warlord. The warlord monster roared, fight our way out, and there will be great rewards. Kill! The battle cries were deafening and unsettling. Yi Bai glanced at them, then casually waved his hand, channeling the power of nature, lightning storm. With 30 layers of preparation, combined with the lightning storm he had learned for dealing with group battles, he unleashed billions of damage in an instant. Under the onslaught of the lightning, the monsters were reduced to ashes. Even the warlord-level monster was instantly obliterated. Rumbles of thunder echoed from the front, causing Feng Dong's face to tighten. Everyone, prepare for battle, he said sternly. That kind of commotion, it's at least a forbidden spell. Could it be a warlord guarding the front? Zhuo Lingxian nodded in agreement. If it's not a warlord, it's hard to imagine such a huge disturbance. According to the defense map, the shadows are responsible for the front. A look of excitement appeared on Feng Dong's face. Let's go say hello and see which esteemed person it is. I have a few classmates who are now shadows. They're already at the general level. All right, go greet them. Fei nodded, his voice serious. Take a chance or face the consequences. Eternal Forest, outskirts. After Shadow 7 left, Yi Bai faced an onslaught of demonic attacks alone. He handled wave after wave of low-tier battle lords with ease, but he remained vigilant. This war, ignited by the Azura, was far more extensive and impactful than Yi Bai had anticipated. Surveying his surroundings, Yi Bai calculated his next moves. The demons reaching the Eternal Forest at this hour were likely just cannon fodder. Since humanity had initiated the war, the abyssal plane must have been prepared. Both sides were gathering strength. The real battle had yet to begin. To ensure his safety, Yi Bai began setting up defenses. He laid traps and formations along the way and used his wristwatch to send messages to Shadow 7 to avoid friendly fire. He then cleverly arranged multiple decoys. A conspicuous decoy mimicked his spellcasting, while more convincing substitutes, even equipped with level 100 gear, were hidden in the shadows. Yi Bai continuously increased the number of decoys, placing them both openly and covertly to confuse the enemy. Finally, Yi Bai summoned Cerberus and the Shadow of the Black Tiger, instructing them to change their appearances. Under his guidance, Cerberus transformed into a two-headed wolf, and the Black Tiger became a scrawny sparrow. Satisfied, Yi Bai placed these illusions near the most lifelike decoy to guard it. Just as he completed his setup, Yi Bai's warning formation sounded an alarm. A well-equipped demonic army was charging in his direction. The emblems on their armor indicated that this was the blood-stained legion of the 6th Demon Lord. A scouting squad of over 100 Minotaurs stormed in, effortlessly breaking through Yi Bai's outermost formations. Without hesitation, Yi Bai unleashed Wind Fury and Lightning Storm, instantly reducing the entire scouting squad to dust. At that moment, not far away, four imposing ninth-tier battle lords were closely observing the battle. They showed no reaction to the Minotaur's annihilation, coldly discussing intelligence and strategy. These four battle lords had slipped into the Eternal Forest through a rift from a mid-tier plane. They had led their forces through the human defenses and were now deliberating on how to break through. A seductive female voice among them reminded, "Don't worry about casualties. As long as we achieve enough battle merits, our master will resurrect us. As long as they break through the defenses of the unknown powerful foes ahead, their mission will be accomplished." Four Abyssal Demon Kings gathered to discuss their breakthrough plan. The Bat Demon King, frowning, spoke first. "Do we really have to break through from this side? I have a bad feeling about it. Changing direction might be easier." The Minotaur Demon King immediately retorted, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "If you're in a hurry to die, go ahead. Shadow 7 is the weakest guard of the Eternal Forest." Tension rose between the two demons, clearly not on good terms. They served different demon gods and their factions had conflicts and frictions, but they were forced to cooperate due to this grand battle. The White Ape Demon King, whose white fur was interspersed with golden strands, held a long spear and interrupted their argument in a deep voice. "Enough. Sending demons below the rank of Demon King will only waste time. From the previous probes, we have a rough idea of the strength of the guards in this area." He paused and then continued. "We just received intelligence that Shadow 7 has appeared in the Golden Bone Abyss and is currently fighting the War God. The one guarding now should be a Demon King from the Shadow faction. No matter how strong he is alone. This is our only chance." The White Ape Demon King's tone became serious. "Don't hold back. If Shadow 7 returns, we're dead. If we don't achieve anything, we die in vain. I don't need to emphasize that, do I?" The four ninth-ranked Demon Kings, despite their different temperaments, understood the situation. They quickly reached a consensus. Find a guard, kill him, and break out of the Eternal Forest to establish an abyssal passage. The Eternal Forest was a special area where teleportation and new abyssal passages were impossible. Achieving either of these goals would be considered a success. They were well aware of their fate. Since the 30 Years' Blood War, no demon entering the Eternal Forest had ever returned alive. However, the demon gods could revive them at a cost, using the essence they left in the abyssal plane. After revival, they could even break through to a higher realm. This was why the four ninth-ranked Demon Kings were willing to appear on the front lines. Of course, revival had conditions. They must achieve something significant. Simply dying on the battlefield and expecting revival was unrealistic. The demon gods were no philanthropists. They were more like inventors of merit. To be revived, they had to meet one of two conditions. 1. Establish a complete abyssal passage, the primary objective of their mission. 2. Kill a human war king or 10 genius seeds. After a brief discussion, the four demon kings quickly devised a plan. The next wave of attack would see 10 demon kings, leading nearly 100 demon generals in a frontal assault. The charge would mainly consist of the subordinates of the White Ape and Minotaur. Meanwhile, the other demon subordinates would stealthily search for the guard and attempt an assassination. The four ninth-ranked demon kings would act at the right moment based on their judgment. Time is of the essence. Attack! With a command, over 100 figures launched another charge. Many demons were surrounded by pale blue shields. When the Sea of Lightning reappeared, these shields deflected the damage onto other demons. Charge! In the Sea of Lightning, 10 demon kings emerged unscathed, leading over 20 remaining demon generals into the traps set by Yi Bai. Lightning immunity? Hidden in the shadows, Yi Bai's expression tightened. He wasn't surprised by the immunity. It was within his expectations. With the eye of insight, no secret could be hidden from Yi Bai. Not only were dozens of demons charging openly, but two more groups were covertly advancing at high speed. These were not mere cannon fodder. The enemy intended to break through the defenses in one fell swoop. Behind Yi Bai was a defensive line formed by senior students from the summer camp. They could handle demon generals given their numbers and strength. But if they let demon kings through, the defense, even if held, would suffer heavy casualties. Yi Bai drew the Heavenly King's sword, his gaze cold as he looked at the demons around him. Not a single demon king must leave the Eternal Forest alive. Facing an onslaught from the Battle King and his generals, Yi Bai knew he had no choice but to give it his all. He swiftly stacked 30 layers of Wind Fury, his gaze locking onto the bat-like silhouette of the Battle King lurking in the darkness. Thunderstrike! Yi Bai shouted fiercely. With a deafening roar, crimson lightning shot forth like an arrow from a bow, striking the Tier 3 Battle King. In a flash of electric light, the Battle King was reduced to ashes. But this was just the beginning. Yi Bai's second job advancement had enhanced Thunderstrike after killing an enemy. the lightning would automatically seek out the next target, dealing 50 of the original damage. The power of Yi Bai's strike was close to 10 million, and with the bonus from 30 layers of Wind Fury, the damage skyrocketed to 1 trillion. Even at half strength, it still inflicted a terrifying 500 billion damage, enough to instantly kill any Battle King. The red lightning danced like a sprite, killing 7 or 8 bat demons in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until a white ape with a magic immune shield intercepted the attack that the massacre finally halted. The Tier 9 Battle King, the Bat Demon King, was furious as he witnessed the heavy losses of his subordinates. He realized that his future gains would be severely diminished. A shadow flickered, and a sharp sonic wave was released, initiating a wide-area attack. In the ensuing explosions, several of Yi Bai's substitute dolls couldn't withstand the damage and shattered on the spot. The remaining dolls, relying on life-saving items Yi Bai had placed beforehand, barely escaped destruction, but their positions were mostly exposed, making them easy targets for the demons. Yi Bai glanced hurriedly and noticed his own shield rapidly depleting, dropping a staggering 200 billion, leaving him with less than 400 billion. The Bat Demon King had also expended a significant amount of energy with his recent attack, appearing visibly exhausted. The Everlasting Forest, specially arranged by the Nightmare, had a powerful suppressive effect on demons. Only 10% of their output could be utilized here, and area skills were severely curtailed, with a 100-meter skill radius reduced to just 1 meter. If not for this, the Bat Demon King's earlier strike would have been enough to annihilate all beings below the Battle King level in the entire Everlasting Forest. Moreover, detection skills of the demons were entirely ineffective within the Everlasting Forest, forcing them to scout with their lives. This was, after all, the humans' home ground, and numerous restrictions were to be expected. Just like in sports, where there are home and away games, allowing these demons to rampage freely in the Everlasting Forest would be a colossal joke. However, the Bat Demon King's attack had not only exhausted himself, but also significantly impacted his comrades. Many demons' eardrums ruptured, oozing dark red blood. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Bai launched another fierce assault. Wind Unbound, Wind Fury, Spark of Fire. He transformed into a gust of wind, hurling the Spark of Fire at a Minotaur war general. This Minotaur, being the weakest on the field, was Yi Bai's carefully chosen target. Ah, I'm dead! The Minotaur bellowed in agony, turning to ashes in an instant. As the ashes scattered, the fire mark spread to other Minotaurs. Much like before, the fire rapidly spread between the Minotaurs and white apes. Each time someone was killed by the Spark of Fire, the fire mark doubled in propagation, causing the blaze to grow ever fiercer. The Tier 9 Battle King, the White Ape Demon King, roared, "Extinguish that fire now!" But therein lay the problem. Once ignited, the Spark of Fire would target the weakest point. As the fire mark stacked, the kill threshold rose accordingly. Moreover, a human Battle King lurked in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. The situation grew increasingly dire. The leading Demon Kings made a swift decision: kill all these useless weaklings. In an instant, all subordinates with strength below that of a Battle King were obliterated. This drastic measure was taken solely to halt the spread of the Spark of Fire. They planned to isolate all fuel, preventing the fire from continuing its rampage. Yi Bai's face darkened, silently cursing the ruthless tactics of the demons. Despite their numerous weaknesses, such as disunity and infighting, their strong sense of hierarchical control allowed them to dispose of subordinates at will in battle. Without the stacking opportunity, the fire mark couldn't directly kill lower-tier Battle Kings and gradually extinguished. After a few exchanges, Yi Bai made his move, and the Demon Kings countered skillfully. The battlefield was in utter chaos, with warriors falling one after another, each meeting their own demise. The subordinates of the White Ape Demon King and the Bull-Headed Demon King suffered heavy losses, and the survivors were significantly weakened. The Bat Demon King was hit the hardest. A single thunderstrike from Yi Bai nearly wiped out his entire Bat Warrior squad. The remaining warriors turned on each other in infighting, leaving only one lone Bat Warrior barely clinging to life. Among the 4 Demon Kings, only the Shadow Tanuki King retained his strength, while Ing Hu lurked in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Despite the heavy losses, the progress made by the Demon Kings was encouraging. They had covered half the distance, and were just a step away from escaping the Eternal Forest. Even better, the 4 Demon Kings themselves were unharmed and at full strength. As they pressed forward at full speed, a White Ape Warrior unexpectedly triggered a trap meticulously set by Yi Bai. In an instant, over a dozen scrolls crafted by war gods activated simultaneously, filling the battlefield with blinding light. Many demons' eyes burst on the spot, their screams of agony echoing around. "Ah, my titanium alloy, 3 million bat eyes!" A bat warrior barely had time to complain before a gust of wind swept past, and a flash of a sword appeared. Windless slash, water-cutting flow. Yi Bai struck and retreated, silently pleased with himself. This chain trap should have been enough to wipe out all the warriors along with the 4 Demon Kings. However, just as the scrolls activated, the Yinghu Demon King produced a green orb and crushed it without hesitation. The green light enveloped all the demons, shielding them from damage and restoring their health. Their life force surged like a roller coaster, plunging to the depths only to be rapidly restored. Only one bat warrior was out of luck. Yi Bai's water-cutting flow skill had a healing prohibition effect, preventing him from recovering health and causing fatal damage. Although the green light restored their health, various debuffs persisted, slowing all the demons' movements to a crawl. Yi Bai quickly scanned the battlefield, eyeing the 4 Demon Kings and calculating his next move. Yinghu was the toughest to deal with and should be left for last. The Bat Demon King had already used a forbidden spell and was the most mobile, posing the greatest threat. Soon, Yi Bai locked onto his target, the Bat Demon King. There was another crucial reason for choosing the Bat Demon King. All 4 Demon Kings had immunity to lightning, but only the Bat Demon King's immunity was limited by the number of hits, able to withstand 50 lightning strikes. Hiding in the shadows, Yi Bai controlled a decoy doll to cast a spell, 5-strike Lightning Whip. For this ambush, Yi Bai had learned several tri-element skills, which, though generally average, were perfect for this moment. The 5-strike Lightning Whip didn't deal much damage, but hit multiple times. Arcs of electricity danced across the Bat Demon King's body, depleting his lightning immunity count. A look of panic appeared on the Bat Demon King's face. He realized that once his lightning immunity was exhausted, he would be in grave danger. He flapped his wings desperately, trying to break through the encirclement, but it was like being trapped in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. The scroll's slowing effect, combined with the suppression of the Eternal Forest, held him firmly in place. Desperate, the Bat Demon King turned and attempted to flee back to the Abyss Plane. "You filthy bat, if you dare run, I'll kill you first when I revive." The White Ape Demon King roared in fury. But the Bat Demon King ignored him, focused solely on escaping. Just as the Bat Demon King was about to break free from the slowing effect, Yi Bai launched another attack. This time, he had been building up power, stacking multiple poise for action effects and releasing Thunder Blessing. At the same moment, the Bat Demon King's lightning immunity count hit 0, and Yi Bai's Sure Hit effect stacked to the 100th time. Sure Hit, Heavenly Thunder. In an instant, a red lightning bolt tore through the sky, casting everything into shadow. Seeing no way to dodge, the panicked Bat Demon King suddenly smirked, his lips curling into a sinister grin. "Got you, fool!" The red lightning engulfed the Bat Demon King, dealing immense damage that even his life-saving measures couldn't withstand. However, as he took the catastrophic damage, a layer of thorns appeared around him. It was all part of his plan, leading up to this moment. The Thorn Gem could reflect 100 of the damage received, matching the damage type. "Let's perish together, dying from your proudest lightning damage." The Bat Demon King roared internally. He wasn't worried at all. He even felt like laughing. This opponent was too naive, no challenge at all. The Bat Demon King could easily rely on the Demon God's revival, and killing Yi Bai would earn him enough battle merit to revive. And the terrifying damage reflected back would be impossible for Yi Bai to withstand. Boom! A red lightning bolt with thorns rebounded onto Yi Bai, delivering massive damage. 0. I have Lightning Spirit phasing, immune to lightning damage. Yi Bai's figure vanished from his original spot, coldly watching the Bat Demon King turn to ashes in unwillingness. Yi Bai had long seen through his opponent's tricks and naturally had a countermeasure. After much effort, he finally slew the Bat Demon King. Yi Bai scanned the battlefield again, pressing his lips together to suppress the excitement within. 3 left. The body of the Bat Demon King lay on the ground, marking the complete annihilation of the Bat clan that had invaded the Eternal Forest. His dying wish to exchange his life for another's had shattered like a bubble. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Bai watched intently, his gaze fixed on the remaining prey. There were still 23 Battle Kings on the battlefield, 3 of the 9th tier, 6 of the middle tier, and 14 of the lower tier. In the distance, some Battle Kings from the Shadow Fox Demon Clan were stirring, yet to join the fray. Even so, Yi Bai found the situation tricky and needed a meticulous plan to handle it. The killing spree of the War God Scroll had come to an end, and the green glow on the monsters was gradually fading. However, the slowing effect persisted, making it hard for the numerous Battle Kings to advance, as if in slow motion. "You cunning bats!" The Minotaur Demon King cursed with a hint of schadenfreude. The Bat Demon King had been slain without achieving anything, meaning he had lost all chances of resurrection. The remaining 3 Demon Kings couldn't help but think about their own fate. If they met the same tragic end as the Bat Demon King, their outcome would likely be no better. Enough wasting time. We played around long enough. The Minotaur Demon King snorted, releasing 2 jets of white steam from his nostrils like dragons. Do you really want to be picked off one by one here? The longer we delay, the more dangerous it gets. Once Shadow 7 returns from the abyss of Golden Bones, we're done for. Their breakout was a meticulously planned effort. First, they sent war god-level monsters to feign an attack on the abyss of Golden Bones, drawing Shadow 7's attention away. Then, the 4 Demon Kings led their troops in the breakout. The only flaw was underestimating the strength of the Shadow organization. An unknown Battle King had managed to hold off the 4 Demon Kings, and even killed one of them. I have a question, the Shadow Fox Demon King mused aloud. Is the one stopping us really a Battle King? As a member of the Shadow Fox clan, she should have had the upper hand against Shadow organization members. Yet, she had been at a disadvantage in every encounter, only able to take hits passively. Absolutely not a war god, the White Ape Demon King said gravely. The Eternal Forest, set up by Nightmare, imposes many restrictions on us demons and equally on human warriors. That's why the Shadow organization is best suited to guard the Eternal Forest. Ordinary human war gods would only mess things up here. The Shadow Fox Demon King shook her head. That wasn't what she meant. She had a bold theory, and if true, it was too outrageous. But she quickly dismissed this absurd idea. The hope for the revival of humanity, the strongest seed, Shura, couldn't possibly be placed in such a dangerous battlefield. That would be too reckless. The priority was to break out of the Eternal Forest, regardless of who the hidden enemy was. The incredibly high lightning damage displayed by the opponent was hard even for 9th-tier Battle Kings to withstand. Fortunately, most of the demons present had immunity to lightning, rendering the enemy's strongest attack useless. You two, stay here and wait to die. The White Ape Demon King coldly ordered 2 demons without lightning immunity. Without it, there was no chance of making it out alive. As he predicted, as soon as the demons took a few steps, lightning struck again, instantly killing the 2 Battle King-level demons. Although the other demons had immunity to lightning magic, the terrifying damage still made them shudder. Even more frightening was the enemy lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Don't be afraid. We can ignore the lightning damage. There's nothing to fear, the Minotaur Demon King encouraged himself. He only has fire skills left, and without stacking, the damage is negligible. During the previous battles, they had already gauged the hidden human warrior's strength. Stay strong, everyone, we can do this. The group of demons trudged forward with difficulty. The good news was that the slowing effect from the War God Scroll was about to wear off, and they would soon regain their speed. The bad news was, there was no bad news yet. Suddenly, a White Ape Battle King looked down, puzzled by what he saw at his feet. Where did this ant come from? The ant was fiery red, resembling a type of fire venom ant from the abyss. In fact, this was a special breed developed by Blue Star High School. Initially intended to counter fire venom ants, it unexpectedly turned into a new type of ant monster called the Fire Extinguisher Ant. Fire ants and blaze ants look similar, but the former has only one trait: fire damage taken 100. This trait not only fails to make the fire ants counter the blaze ants, but actually makes them prey to the blaze ants. The research team, seeing billions in funding go down the drain, was about to disband when they unexpectedly received an order to purchase 100 million ants in batches. The first batch of 1 million fire ants has already been delivered, and at this moment, one of them is under the foot of the White Ape Warlord. Suddenly, more and more ants emerge from the ground, forming a massive ant colony. The 3 Demon Kings, witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm, sensing imminent danger. They quickly checked their statuses and found their lightning immunity still intact, which provided some relief. However, this sense of security was short-lived. When the first flaming ant appeared in their sight, the Demon Kings instantly realized the peril of the situation. Run! A furious roar shattered the silence of the Eternal Forest. But it was too late. With a boom, the underground ant nest erupted like a miniature volcano, sending countless sparks into the air, resembling a fiery rain. The scene was like a dazzling fireworks display, but it was a terrifying sight of demons being slaughtered. The fire ants were marked with starfire imprints. Each of these million ants had an additional 100 fire damage, making them the perfect fuel for the starfire. The entire area turned into a sea of flames, like dry grass doused in gasoline being ignited. Amid the crackling sounds, fire ants were roasted one after another. A bizarre fragrance filled the air, the distinctive smell of burning protein. This scene became a nightmare for all the demons present. These ants were part of a deadly trap meticulously set by Yi Bai. The demons had previously suffered from the starfire, and at that time, they had to sacrifice all their warrior-level subordinates to stop the fire. But they never expected that Yi Bai had already prepared new fuel. Yi Bai knew that the abyssal demons were stacking lightning resistance and anticipated that the enemies he would face this time might be immune to lightning damage. He always prepared for the worst, and after careful consideration, found that the only method left to kill the warlord was the Starfire. Around this skill, Yi Bai devised multiple tactics. Since he decided to burn his enemies to death, the fuel had to be prepared in advance. The fire ants were his crucial trump card. In the field of incineration, Yi Bai was an expert. The Starfire imprint spread rapidly among the million fire ants, growing exponentially. When these fireballs exploded in front of the demons, they were already doomed. The spark had become a raging inferno. With a boom, the ring of fire instantly surrounded the demons. A warlord-level demon ignited, its health bar depleting rapidly, melting away in moments. From a distance, Yi Bai stood in the shadows, watching the many demons disintegrate in the blaze. Even the three demon kings' health was plummeting. In Yi Bai's pupils, the fierce flames reflected. The fire leaped, flickered, danced, and burst, burning until it turned to ashes. The fire danced. Amid the raging flames, the warlords of the demon clan fell one by one, leaving only three demon kings struggling to hold on with various life-saving measures. Yi Bai was well prepared. The life-saving tools he had purchased in bulk from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion ensured his invincibility. Despite being just a step away from becoming war gods, these seasoned demon kings couldn't withstand the power of the Starfire. In the Inferno, the three demon kings continually tried to extinguish the unburned ants to prevent the fire from spreading. However, it was too late. The White Ape Demon King was the first to succumb, reduced to a skeleton but still unwilling to give up. He used various secret techniques and tools in a futile attempt to prolong his life. Yet, the accumulating damage from the Starfire was too much, and no amount of effort could save him. "Help me!" the White Ape Demon King roared in agony. However, the other two Demon Kings remained unmoved, even distancing themselves to avoid being implicated. On the brink of death, the White Ape Demon King went mad. "If I die, we all die together," he screamed, smashing his own arm bone. The bone powder transformed into countless tiny monkeys that scattered in all directions. Though weak in attack, these fast-moving monkeys became perfect fuel for the fire. The two hollow eye sockets in the White Ape Demon King's skull emitted an eerie red glow. His aim was not only to drag the other two Demon Kings down with him, but also to use the tiny monkeys to spread the fire and cause significant damage to the human race. If he could kill a few more human geniuses, he might have a chance to resurrect. As his bones shattered and the tiny monkeys scattered, the White Ape Demon King finally turned to ashes. The Bull Demon King let out a furious roar and began to run wildly. He was at the end of his life, desperately seeking to escape the eternal forest for a slim chance of survival. Through his inside eye, Yi Bai could see clearly that the Bull Demon King had no more life-saving tricks. "Ignite!" he commanded decisively, triggering a fatal ignition that instantly set off all the Starfire marks on the Bull Demon King's body. With a thunderous explosion, the upper half of the Bull Demon King blew apart, and pieces of roasted beef flew everywhere. His lower half, driven by inertia, continued to run and actually managed to escape the encirclement. Yi Bai was unfazed by this and turned his attention to cleaning up the remaining mess. The Shadow Fox Demon King lasted the longest. She used secret techniques to transfer damage to her subordinates, even swapping places with one to let them die in her stead. Over 20 demon warlords were almost entirely wiped out, and the severely injured Shadow Fox Demon King ultimately escaped with her life hanging by a thread. From the initial spread of the Starfire to the downfall of the three Demon Kings, the entire intense battle lasted no more than 30 seconds. Yi Bai's meticulously arranged death trap had achieved remarkable results. However, the countless monkeys spawned by the White Ape Demon King in his final moments were now attempting to spread the fire. Facing this tricky situation, Yi Bai was prepared. He opened a pre-prepared box and released numerous specially bred mosquitoes. These mosquitoes were resilient to extreme temperatures and could reproduce year-round. When Yi Bai first saw the information about these mosquitoes at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, he had cursed the breeder for being idle. Now, he had to admit that these mosquitoes were the perfect tool to counter the Starfire. The mosquitoes Yi Bai released were immune to fire damage. The Starfire would quickly extinguish upon touching them. Ever meticulous in his planning, Yi Bai once again averted a potential disaster. Given that he had thought of using a spark to trap the enemy, Yi Bai naturally considered the possibility of a counterattack. He cautiously pondered how to respond if the enemy turned the tables. Even if it didn't kill anyone, the spreading fire could destroy the surrounding plants, causing unnecessary damage. At that moment, a swarm of mosquitoes enveloped the White Ape King's minions. The spark marks were transferred to the mosquitoes, but extinguished instantly. The anticipated blaze was snuffed out before it could start. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Bai launched a thunderbolt, sending the remaining unlit minions flying. With the battle over, Yi Bai hid in the shadows, surveying the chaos and the remains of the creatures with a sense of accomplishment. However, he didn't immediately collect the spoils. Instead, he began to rearrange his decoy dolls and replace his life-saving tools. Safety first, he reminded himself. Each additional layer of protection increased his sense of security. Suddenly, Yi Bai felt he had forgotten something. He meticulously reviewed the battle, ensuring he hadn't missed any steps. When he looked up and saw a black cloud drifting away, he realized the problem. The mosquitoes he had used to extinguish the fire, impervious to heat and cold, were now flying towards the summer camp's defensive line. Yi Bai coughed nervously and comforted himself. They should have insect repellent, right? Yeah, they should. He forced himself to look away, pretending nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Feng Dong and his team had almost completed their defensive line. Confidently, Feng Dong declared, "Don't worry, not even a single mosquito will get through." Although the abyssal creatures had yet to appear, they remained on high alert. Suddenly, Fei Tai, who had been listening to the ground, stood up abruptly and warned, "They're coming. War King-level creatures. Very soon." He paused, then added, "It smells delicious." Before Feng Dong could understand what "smells delicious" meant, a half-roasted golden-brown cow appeared in their sight. Fei Tai immediately led a group forward to devour the unexpected delicacy, believing it was a gift from the forebears of the eternal forest humans, not to be wasted. As Feng Dong stood there, speechless, Fei Tai returned, carrying a cow leg, and seriously asked, "Are you sure not a single mosquito can get through?" Feng Dong confidently replied, "Absolutely." Fei Tai nodded and pointed behind him. "Here come a billion mosquitoes." A black cloud buzzed loudly, blotting out the sky as it surged towards them. Feng Dong felt a wave of despair and couldn't help but shout, "Where did all these mosquitoes come from?" At the edge of the eternal forest, Yi Bai hid in the shadows, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He scanned his surroundings to ensure he was temporarily safe. The battlefield was a gruesome sight, but Yi Bai wisely chose not to clean up. He knew very well that the items left behind by the Demon Clan's battle kings often concealed deadly traps, and one wrong move could cost him his life. Yi Bai thought to himself wryly, while he might not be short on lives, he wasn't eager to take unnecessary risks. The tricks of the Demon Clan's battle kings were far more insidious than his own. Picking up a random relic could trigger a chain reaction. If he fell for it here, the Demon Clan would have a field day. To cover up the traces of the battle, Yi Bai took out several War God scrolls. These were precious items he had custom ordered from the Wanwu Pavilion at great expense, and now they were finally useful. He carefully used the scrolls to alter or erase the remnants of the battle. Although he couldn't avoid the battle, he could at least try to hide his involvement. After finishing all this, Yi Bai's gaze turned to the summer camp's defensive line. It seemed quite lively over there, and he couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the strangers. "Consider that half a cow my apology," Yi Bai muttered to himself, recalling the lab mosquitoes he had let loose earlier. Those mosquitoes were painful biters, but otherwise harmless. They had a lifespan of only 3 days and couldn't reproduce, a precaution specifically designed by the lab to prevent biological hazards. Yi Bai frowned as he looked deeper into the eternal forest, thinking of the escaped Shadow Fox Demon King. That cunning creature seemed smart enough to notice something was amiss. However, even if Yi Bai's current identity Shadow General 4399 was exposed, it wouldn't jeopardize his real identity. The worst-case scenario would be abandoning this alias. If only someone could kindly take care of the Shadow Fox Demon King. Yi Bai prayed silently, his hands clasped together. Meanwhile, deeper in the eternal forest, a shadowy figure was fleeing in panic. The Shadow Fox Demon King was terrified, her mind fixated on escaping back to the first abyssal plane. She fantasized about presenting information on the Azura to the first demon god and earning a promotion to war god. But reality struck hard. She couldn't send any messages. "Damn it, why can't I send a message?" she roared internally, realizing someone was interfering from behind the scenes. It might be a protector for the Azura, but why didn't they just kill her outright? These convoluted tactics were beyond her comprehension, even with 1,000 years of cultivation. Just as the Shadow Fox Demon King was sinking into despair, a cold flash sliced through the air, severing the 7 treasured orbs on her body. A 9th-rank battle king, taken down in a single move. The assailant was Ying Qi, who hadn't even drawn the short blade on her back, instead delivering the fatal blow with her palm. From the Shadow Fox Demon King's shadow emerged the figure of a delicate woman, who softly asked, "Doesn't it hurt to chop people with your hand?" Ying Qi's mouth twitched, avoiding a direct answer. Instead, she asked, "Big sister, what are you doing here?" while subtly hiding the demon's head behind her. Ying Yi smiled, explaining she was patrolling to ensure no demons had escaped. Only then did Ying Qi remember her little follower, Death Song, and started to worry. Is Death Song all right? Ing-Chi asked urgently. Ing-Yi chuckled lightly and casually replied, he's very good at staying alive, and he's quite cunning. He's fine. Ing-Chi let out a sigh of relief, a look of immense relief washing over her face. She was about to say something, but quickly caught herself and straightened her expression. No, what I mean is, when we fight, we must do so with courage and self-sacrifice. Ing-Chi declared passionately. When I return, I need to have a serious talk with Si-Ge. Ing-Yi chuckled and nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, she teased. Remember when you swore to take down the Demon Clan's war god with you, only to blow up nothing? Classic you, Shao-Chi. Big sisters. Ing-Chi's face turned red with embarrassment. We agreed not to bring that up. This incident was Ing-Chi's dark history. Just mentioning it would make her blush furiously. Only a handful of people in the shadows dared to joke about it, and Ing-Yi was one of them. Seeing her reaction, Ing-Yi's expression turned serious. All right, don't cause any trouble at the front lines. Focus on guarding the Eternal Forest, she said sternly. This battle is crucial. Besides the first, third, fourth, and sixth abyss, other abyssal planes are also stirring with schemes. Hearing this, Ing-Chi's brows furrowed. Fighting on 4 abyssal fronts simultaneously was already a huge strain on the human race. The last time the shadows mobilized fully was over 30 years ago. If other abyssal planes joined the fray, the situation would become even more dire. The Master has arranged negotiations with the demon gods from other planes. They specifically requested Lan Lao to be part of the negotiation team. It's about time to prepare for departure. Ing-Yi's figure began to fade. Once the negotiations end, the full-scale attack will begin. That's when the pressure on the Eternal Forest will be greatest. Take care. If you dare to self-destruct again, even Jiao Yi won't be able to save you. With that, she disappeared completely, leaving Ing-Chi alone in contemplation. The Master naturally referred to Nightmare. Ing-Chi wondered why the demon gods specifically wanted Lan Lao. Lan Lao was quite old now, and his successor had long been chosen. Most of his research fields had been thoroughly explored. His current work mainly involved teaching and occasionally writing papers. If Lan Lao were still handling important tasks, he wouldn't have time to teach. Ing-Chi suddenly recalled that Lan Lao had recently published a paper on memory seals, causing quite a stir. Many experts were studying it. Ing-Chi had tried to read it, but while she recognized every word, she couldn't understand the content. From her sister's tone, it was clear she would accompany the negotiation team to protect Lan Lao. Ing-Chi gathered her thoughts and began moving through the Eternal Forest. Never mind, let's check on that kid, Si-Ge, she decided. Soon, Ing-Chi returned to the battlefield. The scene was chaotic, smoke billowing, and ashes scattered everywhere, but she wasn't surprised. When those Demon Clan warlords emerged, her sister must have intervened. Otherwise, Si-Ge alone couldn't have held them off. Ing-Chi didn't dwell on it, silently assessing the situation. Even at 19, she couldn't have managed this. The battlefield wasn't about unknown duels. The Demon Clan's warlords and generals were formidable in their teamwork. If it were an arena duel, even a series of challenges wouldn't faze the 19-year-old Ing-Chi. But this was war, where ganging up was the norm. Soon, she found Si-Ge's real body. The kid's hiding well, she thought, sneaking up beside him and clearing her throat deliberately. Ahem. Si-Ge turned his head, eyes glowing red. Ing-Chi instantly tensed up. It was an incredibly realistic decoy. The doll's face read, self-destruct sequence initiated, marked not only in human language but also in various abyssal languages. Countdown 10. With 10 seconds left, Ing-Chi had plenty of time to dodge. She smirked, curious to see what tricks the decoy had up its sleeve. Boom! The decoy exploded instantly. There was no 10-second countdown. It detonated less than half a second after activation. Amidst the black smoke, Ing-Chi stood there, stunned, questioning her life choices. Such an explosion couldn't harm her, but she couldn't fathom who would set such a devious trap. How cautious must this person be? Any lower-tier warlord caught in this would likely be dead. Even a 9th-tier warlord would suffer if caught off guard. As the smoke cleared, Ing-Chi looked down and saw a small dog at her feet. On closer inspection, she realized it was a wolf. The explosion had shattered the Black Tiger Shadow. The Hellhound Shadow, having been with Yi Bai longer, used the Black Tiger to shield some of the damage. Even so, it now had only 1.5 heads left. Si-Ge's summoned beast? Ing-Chi thought, recognizing the battered wolf. It seemed familiar, as if she had fought it before. The lingering scent of cumin in the air made it even more familiar. The Hellhound, seeing Ing-Chi's contemplative look, remembered Yi Bai's warning. A dog shouldn't act like a dog, and a cat shouldn't act like a cat. It must have been to deceive this very person. Thinking quickly, the Hellhound raised its head and let out a loud meow. Meow. Ing-Chi froze, a bewildering thought crossing her mind. This thing is a cat? Meow. A cat's meow shattered the silence as Sigu slowly emerged from the shadows, his gaze landing on the bizarre scene before him. Ingchi stood nearby, black smoke emanating from her entire body, while a 1.5-headed canine creature tilted its neck upward. Together, they formed a tableau worthy of a world-renowned painting. Yi Bai suppressed a laugh, maintaining a composed expression, a testament to years of rigorous training. Just as Sigu was about to speak, Ingchi shifted her gaze from the peculiar creature and cleared her throat. I've tested the trap for you. It works well, more than enough to handle a War King-level monster, she said, inadvertently overlooking a crucial detail that Sigu was only at the War General level, making it remarkable that he could set such an advanced trap. Ingchi burst into hearty laughter, as if reliving the thrill of past battles. In this fight, I slew a demon war god and countless others. A mere war god is just a warm-up. Yi Bai was inwardly impressed, but feigned nonchalance. Brother Qi, when will I reach your level? Ingchi didn't answer. Instead, she tossed 2 items to the ground, a head and a tail. This is the tail of the Shadow Fox War King and the head of the Demon War God, both precious SS and SS grade materials. They're yours. Despite his usual casual demeanor, Yi Bai felt a bit reserved at this moment. I can't accept such gifts without earning them, he thought, preferring to use Xue Ming's and his goblin underling's money instead. Take them, Ingchi said impatiently. Better you than letting them go to Shura. The 1.5-headed dog seemed to want to chime in, but refrained. Feeling unjustly scolded, Yi Bai reluctantly agreed. Fine, I'll take the tail as compensation for the trap materials. He carefully picked up the Shadow Fox's tail, avoiding the Demon War God's head. Brother Qi, could you help handle the rest of the spoils? I'm worried they might be dangerous, Yi Bai requested. Ingchi scanned the battlefield and nodded slightly. You're sensible. These things aren't for you to touch carelessly. Before she finished speaking, she transformed into a wisp of black smoke, swiftly gathering all the spoils and piling them before Yi Bai. In principle, Big Sister deserves a share of these, Ingchi mused. I can submit them for shadow points. If she doesn't want them, they'll all be credited to you. How does that sound? Yi Bai nodded in agreement, thinking of it as a tuition fee for his disguise. Pointing to the head, Ingchi said seriously, you should keep this. When the war is over, Wind Without Boundaries skill books will appear on the market. The points from this SS grade material should be enough. Is the skill that powerful? Yi Bai asked curiously. Ingchi hesitated for a rare moment, then finally said, it's a must-learn skill. Despite Ingchi's high praise, Yi Bai was still hesitant. What if Wind Without Boundaries is as cheap as Wind Slash? Cheap? Ingchi scoffed. I have a close friend who's quite familiar with Shura. Though I shouldn't speak ill behind someone's back. Yi Bai thought. At least you have some self-awareness. Ingchi cleared his throat and imitated a gruff voice. That guy's as stingy as they come. Drinks my blood, eats my flesh. I'm out there busting my back, trying to save a bit of pocket money, and it's all gone just like that. His voice was filled with anger and resentment, as if he had truly suffered a great injustice. Yi Bai listened, his eyes narrowing slightly as he thought to himself. Xue Ming, you drank 2 of my bottles, and now you're ruining my reputation behind my back? I'll remember this. After mimicking Xue Ming, Ingchi let out a series of cold laughs and declared, with someone as stingy as him, there's no way that skill book will be cheap. Yi Bai, refusing to believe it, retorted, really? I don't buy it. As he spoke, he stored the head of the war god beast in his inventory space and continued, I feel bad taking all this without doing anything in return. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know. Before he could finish, Ingchi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you serious? I was joking, Mississippi. You're a mighty 9th rank war god, and I'm just an SS steer talent. What could I possibly help you with? Ingchi paused for a moment, seemingly having thought of something, and then slowly spoke. Ahem, let me test you. How much do you know about soul studies? Yi Bai humbly replied, I know a little. Ingchi pressed on. Have you heard of the secret technique for memory sealing? Yi Bai nodded more frequently. I know a bit. He thought to himself, remembering how people like Lu Qingyan had their memories sealed. On their last trip to the summer camp, they were ambushed by members of the demonic cult, and old Lu had his memory sealed by Jiu Yi. He just didn't understand why Ingchi was bringing this up. Suddenly, Ingchi took out a stack of papers covered in tiny print. This is the latest research by Professor Lan Tianqi from Modi University. It's an early draft, not yet officially published, only circulating in small circles. Yi Bai took the papers, looking puzzled. Why are you giving me this? Feigning a wise demeanor, Ingchi said, take a look. After you finish, write a review of at least 3,000 words so I can see your understanding of soul studies. If it's good, I might introduce you to Professor Lan. You might get a chance to study under him for a while. Yi Bai's eyelid twitched as he thought. This 3,000-word review is your own assignment, isn't it? Outsourcing it, are we? But with the eye of insight in hand, he was confident. Write a review? Let me tell you, I'm not targeting anyone, but everyone here is trash compared to me. Finding a quiet spot, Yi Bai sat down and started reading Professor Lan's paper. The first thing that caught his eye was the author list. First author, Ingjiu Lan Tianqi. Jiu Ye's alias game is strong, he thought as he continued reading. When he reached the human experiment data, Yi Bai's expression changed noticeably. The further he read, the more disturbed he became, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Even without the eye of insight, he realized the gravity of the situation. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Is there a possibility that the experimental subjects in this paper were Lu Qingyan? Pages of thesis reports were flipped through. Yi Bai shook his head and frowned deeply. His eyes locked onto a line. The experimental subject had their memory sealed multiple times. According to this paper, old Fox Lu had his memory sealed at least 3 times. 4 times? That's brutal, Yi Bai muttered in disbelief. More information surfaced, revealing that the first memory seal occurred 37 years ago, just as Lu Qingyan missed becoming a supreme seed. This discovery left Yi Bai astonished. The Eye of Insight showed that the memory seal at that time was voluntarily requested by Xiaoyao and executed by Ingjiu. However, after Xiaoyao became a supreme being, both of them forgot about this, leaving no one to help old Lu lift the memory seal. Can you be more reliable, Ninth Masters? Yi Bai couldn't help but complain. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled seeing Old Lan before and the information about him. As a supreme seed catcher, Old Lan had interacted with 4 supreme seeds. Each time, Ingjiu would pretend to seal Old Lan's memory. Old Lan would soon realize his memory had been sealed and would secretly try to unseal it one night. He would never know that at least 3 shadow-level soul masters were secretly observing him during his attempts. These war gods would sometimes even livestream the process for Ingjiu to watch remotely. After all, Old Lan was only level 60, far below these masters. In case of an accident, they could intervene promptly. According to Ninth Master's usual practice, he would unseal memories after the supreme seed rose to power. Yi Bai frowned, pondering why Lu Qingyan's memory hadn't been unsealed for over 30 years. The problem must lie with Ingjiu. Yi Bai decided to find an opportunity to ask Ninth Master after the war. Yi Bai was particularly concerned about this matter because it involved Xiaoyao. According to private information revealed by Xue Meng, there was a legacy among the supreme beings. Understanding Xiaoyao could only benefit Yi Bai. Thinking of this, Yi Bai recalled his few encounters with Xiaoyao, adding poems to the Steel of Death in the Eternal Forest, delivering the King's Sword to Yi Bai at the sound of the morning bell, and the white cloud that only Yi Bai and Ingjiu could see during the summer camp. Old Lu's predicament left Yi Bai with mixed feelings. He realized that 75 of Old Lu's cognitive decline was due to himself. No wonder Ninth Master said Lu Qingyan wasn't very bright. Turns out the culprit is you. Yi Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. After reading the entire thesis, Yi Bai had a plan. He took out paper and pen and began writing. Ingqi came over, holding a freshly severed Demon King's head, and curiously asked, "Did you understand it?" Without looking up, Yi Bai briefly replied, "A bit." Ingqi glanced at the paper and saw 10 topics already written, including the negative effects and treatment of multiple memory seals and improvements in memory sealing techniques. Ingqi cleared her throat and tentatively asked, "So, pick one of these 10 topics for a review?" She thought to herself that any of these topics looked impressive enough to fulfill the task assigned by the big sister. As for Yi Bai's academic level, Ingqi wasn't worried. It was definitely better than hers. Something was better than nothing, and just looking at these topics was already beyond her understanding. Yi Bai looked up, confused, at Ingqi. "Pick one? Why pick? Can't I write them all?" This barrage of questions left Ingqi stunned. She took a sharp breath, shocked by Yi Bai's enthusiasm for learning. Is this what they call a genius? Terrifying. Ingqi casually tossed a few stones, precisely striking down an approaching squad of demon warriors. She turned to Yi Bai, her tone serious. "There's no need for that. Reflecting on it can wait. It's not urgent right now." Pointing towards the depths of the eternal forest, her expression grew grave. "The frequency of demon appearances is increasing. There are things you need to know in advance," she explained. Initially, she thought they had more time to rest and had given Yi Bai that paper to read. But now, demons were continuously pouring out from the eternal forest, and more than half of them were heading in their direction. Ingqi gritted her teeth and complained, "These guys think they can bully me." Yi Bai stood silently beside her, repeating in his mind, "It's none of my business. It's none of my business." Ingqi brought the conversation back on track and asked, "You know there was a god-level demon trying to break through earlier, right?" Yi Bai nodded. "I know, you took care of it. It wasn't just one demon god." Ingqi corrected, recalling the battle. She slowly recounted. I acted on Third Brother's orders and went to the Golden Bone Abyss. When I arrived, I unexpectedly found that the Sixth Abyssal Plane had sent 2 full demon legions there. She explained that the demon's legion structure was similar to that of humans, consisting of 3 demon gods and 12 demon kings. The Golden Bone Abyss, being a small plane, could only accommodate a limited number of god-level beings. Too many would destabilize the plane, potentially leading to its collapse. The human legion's withdrawal from the Golden Bone Abyss caught the demons off guard. Only a few high-ranking humans knew that with a stable supply of high-quality minerals, the Golden Bone Abyss had become dispensable. Under these circumstances, the human legion retreated, and the demon legions took advantage of the situation to occupy the Golden Bone Abyss. Although this small plane produced crade minerals, which the demons didn't particularly value, it was strategically significant. They could use it as a springboard to launch a direct attack on Blue Star. If the 2 demon legions appeared in the Eternal Forest and charged out, they could inflict significant damage on the humans. After hearing Ing Chi's account, Yi Bai asked cooperatively, "So you discovered 2 full demon legions, then what?" Ing Chi returned unscathed, and the Eternal Forest remained free of demon legions, so the outcome was clear. At this point, Ing Chi paused, a rare occurrence. Clearly, she was still shaken by the extreme actions taken. Even now, word by word, Ing Chi said, "Third Brother blew up the Golden Bone Abyss." She explained that deep within the mines, humans had long set up various traps, with Ing San lying in wait, ready to act. Utilizing the unique properties of the Golden Bone Abyss, the entire plane was turned into an ultimate firework. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire Golden Bone Abyss detonated, and the 2 full demon legions were reduced to brilliant fireworks, dazzling like flowers. Impressive, impressive. After hearing about Ing San's heroic deeds, Yi Bai couldn't help but applaud. He thought to himself, this is truly a grand move, directly blowing up the Golden Bone Abyss and annihilating the demon army. Ing Chi continued the story. Such an explosion is a deadly threat to anyone below the rank of Battle King. However, demons at the Battle King or Battle God level can survive due to their immense power. That's why I was called in for support. During the explosion, I seized the opportunity to strike and successfully killed a demon battle god, reaping substantial rewards. Yi Bai couldn't help but marvel. The destruction of 2 armies is just the appetizer for the whole battle. What kind of astonishing scenes will unfold when the main course is served? It's unimaginable. Ing Chi casually mentioned. Big Sis went with Elder Lan and the others for negotiations. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow. Negotiations? Ing Chi patiently explained. In battles of this magnitude, every time a supreme contender emerges, both sides will engage in a fight. This time it happened especially quickly. If the conflict escalates further, it could turn into a life-and-death struggle between the 2 races. Neither side wants to fight a decisive battle at such a critical moment, so it's common to fight while negotiating. Yi Bai curiously asked, why do the forces in the abyssal plane fight among themselves? The demons clearly aren't stupid. In fact, they're quite intelligent. Over the past century, any foolish demon gods should have been weeded out. Why don't they unite in such times? Ing Chi nodded approvingly. Good question. I asked Elder Lan the same thing back in the day. He continued, to understand this, you first need to know one thing. There are 2 kinds of demon gods. 2 kinds? Yi Bai asked, puzzled. Yes, Ing Chi nodded. The first kind is the chosen demon gods, who ascend through the ranks of the abyssal plane's demons or are directly shaped by the plane's laws. For example, the demon god Feng Qi is a representative of the chosen demon gods. As long as the abyssal plane exists, chosen demon gods will continue to emerge. Yi Bai nodded thoughtfully, signaling Ing Chi to continue. The second kind is called the primal demon gods. Ing Chi explained. They fled to the abyssal plane from the Eternal Tower, essentially being parts of the supreme demon god. Yi Bai's expression turned serious as he immediately thought of a possibility. The 4th demon god, that demon eye, was originally the eye of the supreme demon god. Just one eye can become a demon god-level entity. How terrifying must the supreme demon god's power be? Ing Chi, not noticing Yi Bai's reaction, continued. These primal demon gods fight among themselves. If they successfully kill one another and absorb the other's essence, they can become stronger. Yi Bai pondered. That makes sense. Primal demon gods are essentially of the same origin, coming from one entity. Their essence is identical, and the winner takes all. So, does that mean the last primal demon god standing can revive the supreme demon god? Ing Chi shook his head. No, because half of the supreme demon god's essence is still dormant in the abyssal plane. Even if all the primal demon gods in the outside world merged, they'd only constitute half of the supreme demon god's essence. To revive the supreme demon god, they'd still need to fight each other. By this point, Yi Bai had already outlined a clear picture of the power dynamics in his mind. The entire abyssal faction was divided into three major forces: primal demon gods, chosen demon gods, and the dormant 50 essence of the supreme demon god. The primal demon gods were mortal enemies, seizing any opportunity to kill each other because doing so would allow them to advance to higher levels of power. At the same time, the primal demon gods were the least willing to see the supreme demon god awaken, as his first task upon awakening would be to devour all the primal demon gods to restore his peak strength. The chosen demon gods were like opportunists caught between the supreme demon god and the primal demon gods, swaying with the wind. Due to their differing stances, chosen and primal demon gods had varied attitudes toward humans. For the chosen demon gods, avoiding conflict with humans was preferable whenever possible. The human race was no longer the easily slaughtered prey it was a century ago, having produced three supreme beings who each wreaked havoc in the abyss. The 18 demon gods, after a brutal war, are now reduced to just 13. This great battle has significantly boosted the strength of the human race. Now, any slight misstep by the demons could lead to their complete defeat at the hands of humans. However, among the three major factions in the abyss, the humans fear not the existing demon gods but the supreme demon god who lies dormant. Should he awaken and regain his peak power, even with the protection of the strongest warriors, humanity would face utter annihilation. Ingqi hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to reveal information about the primal demon gods to Death Song. Finally, he decided to mention it briefly. There are rumors that if the primal demon gods can return to the Eternal Tower, they can cleanse themselves of the supreme mark. I don't fully understand its implications. Third brother might know more. Ingqi summarized. The Abyss is divided into three major factions, each with different goals and interests. Uniting them is no easy task. If they had worked together 100 years ago, humanity would have been wiped out. The situation remains the same even after a century. Hearing this, Yi Bai shook his head. He knew that the war was far more complex than it seemed. The other abyssal realms that hadn't participated would not stand idly by. They would surely plot in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Both humans and demons were well aware of these deep-seated schemes. As Ingqi and Yi Bai were conversing, a melodious bell rang from the upper levels of the Eternal Tower. Both looked up simultaneously, but the tower's peak was obscured by clouds, making it hard to see clearly. However, with his SS-level inside eyes, Yi Bai witnessed a hidden scene. Lan Lao was seated on a white cloud, having a conversation with someone across the distance. Is this the 99th floor? Professor Lan asked curiously. That's right. Want to come in and take a look? Xiao Yao responded casually, as if inviting an old friend into his home. Professor Lan declined politely. No, I'll wait until my talent awakens a second time. The view will be better then. Just say it's boring if that's what you think, Xiao Yao said bluntly. Professor Lan didn't mind, and even reached out to grab a white cloud. Xiao Yao continued. Have you found the answer to the question I asked earlier? This time, the Abyss specifically requested Lan Tianqi to participate in the negotiations. Professor Lan replied smoothly. After the negotiations, I plan to go to the front lines to find the strongest warrior, Wu Hin, and attempt a second awakening of my talent. As for your question, I have thought about it seriously. He repeated the question. Is there anyone in this world who is born with innate knowledge? Yi Bai's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Born with innate knowledge? Wasn't this referring to transmigrators? Besides his SS-level talent, Yi Bai's identity as a transmigrator was his biggest secret. He held his breath, waiting for Lan Lao's next words. On the white cloud, Professor Lan slowly spoke. After thorough consideration, I conclude that there indeed are people born with innate knowledge. There was a long silence on the cloud. Then, accompanied by the slight rustling of a robe, Xiao Yao seemed to bow to Professor Lan, and his voice rang out again. Sir, please teach me. The Supreme Being stood leisurely atop the Eternal Tower, gazing down at the vast world below. His imposing figure seemed to blend with the blue sky, yet he remained unassuming. Professor Lan stood at the tower's base, his voice steady and wise as he began. To discuss this issue, we must first clarify the definitions. Xiao Yao nodded slightly, signaling for Professor Lan to continue. Lan Tianqi took a deep breath and said, the term innately knowledgeable is quite complex. For instance, it implies someone born knowing everything, omniscient and omnipotent. I doubt even the one slumbering in the depths of the abyss could achieve that. Xiao Yao agreed. Right, there are no omniscient beings in this world. Not the supreme demon god, and not me. Professor Lan continued, his words carrying the weight of a century's wisdom. When we discuss innately knowledgeable, we're often referring to someone who possesses memories of the world from the moment of birth. This concept is common in literature involving reincarnation or time travel. He suddenly smiled nostalgically. Old Joe loved reading these stories when he was young, always going for the free ones. Professor Lan's gaze shifted to the white clouds, as if trying to see through Xiao Yao's essence. Old Joe read them to pass the time, but you're different. You find everything in the world dull, not even sure if you are like Zhuang Zhou dreaming of a butterfly. You don't have the leisure to ponder such questions. Therefore, Lan Tianqi emphasized, knowing his next words might touch Xiao Yao's deepest secret, the world knows of three supreme beings among humans: Nightmare, Wuhan, and Xiao Yao. In public perception, Nightmare is undoubtedly the strongest of the strong. Professor Lan revealed a little-known fact. Both Nightmare and Wuhan have fought the supreme demon god. The result was that Nightmare no longer dares to enter the abyssal plane, and Wuhan cannot leave it. These two supreme beings paid a heavy price to ensure the supreme demon god remains asleep, granting humanity temporary peace. He looked directly at Xiao Yao, enunciating each word. In other words, among the three supreme beings, you, who have fought the least, have retained your strength the best. Professor Lan continued his analysis. When you start contemplating this issue, there are only two possibilities. 1. You have encountered someone innately knowledgeable. 2. You are the innately knowledgeable one. Or perhaps both. Otherwise, you wouldn't consider this question. After a long silence, Xiao Yao sighed softly. Perhaps. Maybe I've brought this boredom upon myself. Professor Lan didn't rise, but suddenly asked, "What do you think of Shura?" The clouds churned, and Xiao Yao remained silent. At that moment, a mortal named Yi Bai was eavesdropping on the supreme being's conversation from below. When he saw the word Shura, the dialogue suddenly blurred. Yi Bai was anxious but powerless. Xiao Yao finally spoke, just as Wuhan views Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao views Shura. I understand now. Professor Lan slowly stood up, the movement seeming to drain all his strength. He appeared much older, his vitality seemingly dissipating in an instant. He hesitated. With the emergence of the supreme seeds, the supreme demon god will inevitably awaken. You. Halfway through his sentence, Professor Lan fell silent. He stood there, a faint sadness crossing his face, each wrinkle telling a story of the past. Suddenly, Professor Lan brushed away the gloom, showing a warm smile. Don't keep yourself cooped up in the tower all the time. If it were me, I'd have torn the roof off this place long ago. He adjusted his sleeves and waved goodbye. Zhang Xiaoyao, come out and walk around more often. With that, Lan Tianqi turned and left, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. The white clouds drifted away, sending him off. Lan Tianqi's expression was solemn as he prepared to embark on a perilous journey to the abyssal plane to negotiate with the demon gods. This was not just a life-threatening adventure, but a critical moment for the fate of humanity. At level 60, even with numerous war god escorts, Lan Tianqi seemed fragile before the demon gods. Even if the negotiations went smoothly and the war subsided, he would still need to venture out to find the supreme being Wuhan and attempt a second awakening of his innate abilities. The chances of surviving both ordeals were a mere 10, making Lan Tianqi's odds of returning alive almost negligible at just 1. The negotiation team was ready to set off, waiting only for the elderly Lan. As the white clouds dispersed, the portal to the abyssal plane slowly opened. On the other side, the consciousness of 9 demon gods lay in wait, their oppressive aura leaking through the slightest crack, causing the weakest 7th-tier war god in the team, aside from Professor Lan, to turn pale. Suddenly, a melodious chime rang out, and a pale yellow barrier unfolded in front of the negotiation team, fending off the overwhelming pressure. This was a warning from the supreme being Xiao Yao, who, though reluctant to intervene, stood ready to leave the Eternal Tower at any moment to slay several demon gods before the supreme demon god could awaken. The chimes continued to ring, a send-off from the Eternal Tower for Lan Tianqi. Some considered it ominous, but the elderly Lan knew that the supreme being in the Taoist robe never believed in such superstitions. The portal fully opened, and a shadow moved back and forth to confirm safety. The team leader's deep voice ordered the departure, and the dozen members of the negotiation team entered one by one. Professor Lan, being the weakest, had to wait for others to establish the life support system, so he went last. As he waited, Lan Tianqi turned back to look. The sun was setting, casting a brilliant glow across the sky, with the abyssal portal suspended in midair. He stood on white clouds, draped in the sunset, appearing almost as one with the heavens. His gaze swept over the vast and beautiful lands of humanity, unchanged through a century of vicissitudes, filling him with joy. Retracting his gaze, Lan Tianqi resolutely turned and stepped into the abyssal portal, leaving behind a faint chuckle echoing in the air. Who says the human world is the least interesting? On this day, the sky met the abyss as Lan Tianqi faced the 9 demon gods. Beyond the eternal forest, the blood-red sunset foreboded an ominous outcome for this perilous negotiation. Yi Bai withdrew his gaze from the distant horizon, furrowing his brow as he turned to Ing Chi beside him. Brother Chi, why did they bring Old Man Lon for such a dangerous negotiation with the demon gods? Ing Chi's voice came from above, startling Yi Bai as he looked up. There, Ing Chi squatted atop a small hill of demon carcasses, looking down at him. Yi Bai gasped, shocked at the sight. Unbeknownst to him, she had slain so many demons. This woman was terrifying. She was not to be crossed. Brother Chi, isn't it cold up there? Yi Bai asked tentatively. Do you want me to burn the bodies for you? Ing Chi tilted her head in confusion. Burn? Why would I burn them? She was always focused on killing, never considering the aftermath. Yi Bai explained seriously. Burning the bodies erases your tracks, making it impossible for the enemy to deduce your methods from the corpses. Ing Chi seemed thoughtful, recalling how her elder sister had said that Death Song was adept at survival and full of cunning tricks. Coupled with the insights from Old Man Land's paper, Death Song was evidently much smarter than her. She nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. Besides burning the bodies, do you have any other suggestions? As she spoke, Ing Chi continued to swiftly extract valuable materials from the remains while listening intently. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Bai quickly shared his own experiences. When you attack, you can hide certain abilities and use them unexpectedly at crucial moments. Make sure every demon that sees your hidden powers is dead, and you'll always have a trump card. Ing Chi scratched her head sheepishly. But I've been famous for so long that I don't have any trump cards left. She realized that she truly had no hidden cards to play. Every time she went on a mission, the enemy always managed to escape once they detected her, as if they were playing an open hand against her, with no challenge whatsoever. Yi Bai rolled his eyes, thinking that most top-ranked Shadow Warriors had their own trump cards, except for Ing Chi. But Ing Chi quickly perked up, saying enthusiastically, no problem. I'll just practice a new ability over the next few days to use as a trump card. Yi Bai was dumbfounded, thinking that such words could only come from a superhuman. In the following moments, Yi Bai introduced Ing Chi to a variety of survival and combat techniques, from old coin tricks from beginner to master, to 108 ways to kill and scatter ashes, and my mini trump cards. Ing Chi nodded repeatedly, genuinely impressed. You really have a lot of cunning ideas. Although these techniques were of limited help to Ing Chi, they gave her a new perspective. How to deal with an enemy as cunning as Death Song. The thought gave her a headache, but she quickly dismissed it, realizing that few in the entire abyssal plane were as devious as Death Song, making it a rare occurrence. Ing Chi even patted Yi Bai on the shoulder, remarking, luckily Shura isn't as shameless as you, or I'd be in real trouble. Yi Bai inwardly smiled bitterly, thinking she was definitely insulting him. He was tempted to reveal his true identity as Shura, but seeing the short blade at Ing Chi's waist, he wisely chose to remain silent. As they chatted, the eternal forest grew quiet, with no more demons fleeing. Ing Chi's spirits lifted as she pulled out a small black box. Looks like the negotiations have started. Luckily, Big Sis is there, so I can watch the proceedings. Yi Bai was pleasantly surprised. We can watch it? Ing Chi glanced at him as she opened the box. Death Sonko, those below Shadow rank aren't allowed to watch this kind of live broadcast. But since I find you agreeable, you can take a peek. Just don't let anyone know, or else. She gave a meaningful smile. You'll get to experience that memory sealing technique from the paper firsthand. Yi Bai quickly nodded in agreement and leaned in beside Ing Chi. The small box acted like a miniature holographic projector, revealing a corner of a grand hall, allowing them a glimpse of this thrilling negotiation. In the second abyss, within the grand hall of the Demon Emperor, the imposing figure of the second demon god stood tall. As the strongest among the chosen demon gods, his presence was overwhelmingly intense, to the point where even Yi Bai could feel the pressure through the live broadcast. The human negotiation team, consisting of 12 members, had already arrived. Among them were 3 war gods from shadowy Ing Yi, Ing Ba, and Ing Shiyak, a formidable 9th-tier warrior. Yi Bai scanned the screen, but didn't see his old acquaintance, Shuemeng. Instead, he spotted Su Qingfeng, who looked pale and weak, seemingly injured. The team's positioning was meticulously arranged. Professor Lon stood in the center, flanked by the seemingly frail Ing Yi and the heavily injured Su Qingfeng. The other members spread out, forming a defensive formation. Ing Chi sighed, while Yi Bai remained silent, focusing intently on the screen. Although the broadcast had no sound, subtitles were provided. Su Qingfeng whispered to Professor Lon, Old Lon, as per our plan, if anything happens, I'll get you out of here. Professor Lon nodded in acknowledgement without saying more. Deep within the Demon Emperor's hall, the projections of 8 demon gods and the true form of the second demon god were already in place. However, the negotiations had not yet begun. The demon gods seemed to be having a private discussion, indicating some disagreement. Surprisingly, Yi Bai could actually see the demon gods' conversation through the broadcast. The 12th demon god suggested that as long as the humans withdrew their troops, he wouldn't interfere. The 7th demon god interrupted, saying the focus should be on Lan Tianqi. The 13th demon god believed they should discuss the threat posed by Shura. As the discussion was about to spiral out of control, the 2nd demon god spoke up. The humans have produced 3 supreme warriors. One more wouldn't make our lives much harder. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. No demon god opposed this view. In reality, the supreme human warriors didn't pose much of a threat to the demon gods. They always had a way to escape if needed. Exceptional cases like Feng Qi had already been dismissed by both camps. The 2nd demon god continued. If Lan Tianqi is allowed to grow, it won't just be the sky falling, but the ground collapsing. None of us will have a good outcome. One demon god questioned. He's over 100 years old. How can he grow? With inflexible talent, he can't possibly become the next Xiaoyao. The 2nd demon god solemnly explained. We have spent considerable resources on a prophecy, which indicates a great catastrophe centered around Lan Tianqi. He might undergo a second awakening soon. This revelation plunged all the demon gods into silence, with a murderous intent filling the air. At that moment, Yi Bai, who was observing through the projection, broke into a cold sweat. He finally understood the true intentions of the demon gods. This wasn't a negotiation, but a meticulously planned ambush. Old Lan, it's dangerous. Yi Bai screamed internally. 9th Master, 2nd brother. Think of a way to save them. He stared intently at the screen, hoping for a miracle to happen. On the live broadcast, the projections of 8 demon gods and the true form of 1 demon god gathered together, their murderous intent palpable and all targeting Lan Tianqi. The atmosphere was tense, ready to explode at any moment. The demon gods had reached a cruel consensus. Kill Lan Tianqi first, then negotiate. If the humans refused, there would be no negotiation after all. There was nothing worth discussing anyway. Just as the demon gods were about to strike, the demon emperor's hall suddenly shook violently. A sharp sword aura sliced through the air, aiming straight for the hall. Yi Bai, watching the live broadcast, brightened up, thinking that his invincible 2nd brother had finally made a move. However, the sword aura did not come from the person he expected. A white figure flashed into the demon emperor's hall like lightning, slashing twice in an instant. The sword aura intersected on the ground, leaving a clear X mark. Shi Yingqi hurriedly explained to Yi Bai, the sword slave never speaks. He always conveys his intentions with his sword. Yi Bai pretended to have an epiphany, giving Shi Yingqi a chance to elaborate. Shi Yingqi, proud of himself, continued. The X means that if these demon gods dare to target Old Lan, the supreme warrior will randomly distribute 10 swords to the lucky ones. On the screen, the sudden appearance of the sword slave caused several demon god projections to retreat. They abandoned their intent to kill Lan Tianqi and silently returned to their positions. However, the 2nd demon god snorted coldly. Wu Hen can still slash 10 swords? Clearly, he did not take Wu Hen's threat seriously. At this moment, Xue Ming, carrying a giant hammer, strode into the demon emperor's hall as if he were walking into his own home. Shi Yingqi introduced to Yi Bai. This is a close friend of mine, straightforward, generous, and incredibly strong against demons. Yi Bai chuckled inwardly, believing everything except the generous part. Xue Ming was so poor that he only had 2 fathers left. Xue Ming casually tossed the giant hammer to the ground, causing a deafening boom. He looked around, completely unfazed by the presence of the 9 demon gods. Clearing his throat, he stared directly at the 2nd demon god and said, My father said that if anyone dares to touch Little Lan today, he'll make an exception and visit the abyssal plane to have a heart-to-heart with his old friends. See how everyone's sleeping lately. The demon gods fell silent at these words. After a moment, the 2nd demon god asked knowingly, Which father? The main one. Xue Ming replied confidently. With a supreme warrior as his godfather, he naturally felt emboldened. The mention of nightmare caused the temperature in the demon emperor's hall to plummet. For veteran demon gods, this name was a haunting nightmare. Only the original demon gods and the older generation of chosen demon gods truly understood the weight of these words. Among the 3 supreme warriors of the human race, Nightmare was the pioneer, Wu Hen the restorer, and Xiaoyao the maintainer. What Nightmare had accomplished was the most difficult. Even Wu Hen and Xiaoyao found it hard to match his feats. At this moment, the projection of the 5th demon god suddenly disintegrated. In the 5th abyssal plane, thousands of miles away, this original demon god fell from his throne, his massive and terrifying body rolling on the ground in agony. He clutched his head, his face twisted, muttering incoherently, He's back. He's back. The nightmare. I've had this nightmare for 70 years. Why hasn't this damn dream ended? Kill me. Kill me. The demon god's head repeatedly smashed against the ground, causing the entire palace to shake. The distant demon guards looked grim, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. They whispered among themselves, "The god is having nightmares again." Back in the Demon Emperor's Hall of the Second Abyssal Plane, Xuemeng's timely arrival nearly reversed the situation. Except for the second demon god, the other demon god projections retreated, unwilling to provoke two supreme warriors. However, the second demon god's true form remained seated on the throne, his murderous intent still locked onto Lan Tianqi. After all, this negotiation was happening on his turf. All of this is for Lan Tianqi alone. The killing intent of the second demon god remained undiminished. The threats from the two supreme beings were nothing more than bluffs in his eyes, like clay idols trying to cross a river, unable to protect themselves. He knew very well that if Wu Hen's sword could truly catch up with him, he would have perished long ago. Similarly, if Nightmare had the ability to enter the abyssal plane, it would have appeared by now. The second demon god recalled the relentless Nightmare and calculated in his mind. Although the supreme beings were formidable, they were far away. But Lan Tianqi, the threat that kept him sleepless, was right in front of him. He had no other choice. No demon god understood Lan Tianqi's terrifying potential better than him. If this human's talent awakened a second time, even if it were only level, the human race would undoubtedly put all their efforts into nurturing him into a 9th-rank war god. Lan Tianqi, at level 60, was already worth sending a war god to assassinate. What kind of existence would he be at level 980? The second demon god shuddered, determined to eliminate him as soon as possible. Just as the second demon god was about to strike, and Su Qingfeng was preparing to flee with old Lan, two unexpected guests arrived at the Demon Emperor's palace. Enough is enough. The second demon god snorted coldly. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? The newcomers were not together. Standing at the palace entrance were a refined and amiable middle-aged man and a burly man covered in bone accessories. The two were being overly polite, each insisting the other go first. Please, after you. You go first. The middle-aged man bowed slightly, smiling. I wouldn't dare go before you, sir. The burly man shook his head firmly. The 9th master said the headliner should go last. The middle-aged man explained, the headliner goes second to last, so you should go first. The burly man pulled out a wolf fong bone club, raising it high and aiming at the middle-aged man's head. If you don't go in now, you won't be going in at all. Sighed, the middle-aged man smiled bitterly and reluctantly walked into the Demon Emperor's palace. I am Zhao Qian, master of the Wanwu Pavilion, here to greet you all. Yi Bai, watching the scene through a live broadcast, raised an eyebrow. Zhao Qian? What's he doing here? Delivering threats for Xiao Yao. Earlier, although the two supreme beings had not come in person, they had sent people with warnings. Yi Bai couldn't fathom what Xiao Yao could say. Could he tell the demon gods, could you possibly be a bunch of pigs? The thought was too absurd to contemplate. After paying his respects, Zhao Qian spoke again. Gentlemen, my master has a message for you. On the throne, the second demon god leaned forward slightly, both curious and wary. He could disregard the words of Wu Hen and Nightmare, but Xiao Yao was different. Xiao Yao was a true threat capable of killing him. Moreover, Xiao Yao's mystery was not only a puzzle to the human race, but also an enigma to the abyssal plane. The only certainty was that he was terrifyingly powerful. Like Yi Bai, the second demon god was curious about what Xiao Yao would say. Zhao Qian cleared his throat and, mimicking Xiao Yao's tone, said coldly, don't look for trouble. With just one sentence, the second demon god's killing intent was reduced by half. He hesitated. If Xiao Yao were to storm into the abyssal plane and kill him now, the second demon god would be doomed. But at the same time, Xiao Yao would also pay a heavy price. The supreme demon gods in slumber would not miss the chance to kill a human supreme being. Would the second demon god and Xiao Yao trade their lives? If successful, the supreme demon gods would resurrect him. Just as he was hesitating, a new voice echoed in the hall. It wasn't the sound of wind chimes, but bone chimes. With a crisp jingle, the burly man adorned with white bone decorations walked into the hall, casually tossing Zhao Qian into a corner. The 9th master guessed you had no good intentions, so he sent me with. The second demon god's anger was about to explode, and he cut off the burly man's words. Do human strongmen only deliver messages? Let them come and talk to me themselves. Are you sure? The burly man looked at the second demon god, a small black box appearing in his palm. I'll invite the 9th master right now. The second demon god panicked. This was completely off script. I was just saying, why take it seriously? Put that thing down. Who are you trying to scare? The second demon god's eyes darkened, and he squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Continue. The burly man grinned widely, exposing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and repeated the 9th master's words. The 9th master said, if Lan Tianqi loses a single hair. He paused, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. then continued. Ingio said, "If I ever reach the supreme realm, the abyss of 9 nights will never rest. When the day comes that I reach the pinnacle of power, the abyss of the 9 nights won't be able to contain my blade." Ingio's words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly dispelling the second demon god's murderous intent. This simple truth was like a double-edged sword. Not only could the second demon god fail to kill Ingio, but he might also provide him with the opportunity to touch the pinnacle of power. And once Ingio became the supreme, this madman would indeed dare to risk everything. The presence of 3 supreme beings, along with the information brought by Ingio, acted like a potent elixir, turning the dire situation around. Professor Land's predicament shifted from peril to a hopeful outlook. Just as negotiations were about to continue, Lan Tianqi's gaze fell on the burly man covered in bone armor Ying San. He spoke, "You said Dragon Country people don't deceive Dragon Country people." This seemingly random statement left everyone present bewildered, including Ying San, who was utterly confused. Then, under the watchful eyes of all, Lan Tianqi gritted his teeth and ruthlessly pulled out one of his own hairs. This scene caused an uproar among the demon gods present. "Are you trying to frame us? Heartless! An old man over 100 years old doing this to demon gods. Shocking. To kill a demon god, he sacrifices his treasured possession. Is this the collapse of morality or the distortion of human nature? Too much. This is going too far." However, both the human and demon factions seemed to reach a tacit understanding and chose to ignore Lan Tianqi's action. The negotiations officially began, with 9 demon gods in total. Their bargaining chip was straightforward: they would not join the war. Since the humans targeted the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 6th abyss planes, let them fight to their heart's content. The other demon gods could choose not to participate, provided the humans made certain concessions. Each demon god's conditions were different. Starting with the 13th demon god, they spoke in turn. The 13th demon god's condition was, Azura must swear by his eternal ID not to enter the 13th abyss for 100 years. This condition left Yi Bai, who was watching, stunned. He thought he was just a bystander, enjoying the spectacle, only to realize he had become a bargaining chip on the negotiation table. Not entering the 13th abyss for 100 years meant the 13th demon god could stay safe at home indefinitely. Yi Bai was instantly infuriated, thinking, "Who do you think you're looking down on? Whether I go to your place or not has nothing to do with whether I can kill you. Absolutely nothing." However, before Yi Bai could respond, Xue Ming in the Demon Emperor's hall nodded and said, "All right." He had agreed on behalf of his good friend. Xue Ming secretly calculated. In the future, the specialties of the 13th abyss would be sold to Azura at a 50 markup. No, 100. This is a double win. Humans win once, Xue Ming wins once, and only Azura loses big time. Yi Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking, "Damn it, at least respect my opinion." Ying Qi, standing nearby, also rolled his eyes and said gloomily, "What are they talking about? It's like watching a movie without sound." Yi Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the lack of sound is really annoying. With that, he continued to focus on the subtitles. Next, it was the 12th demon god's turn to state his conditions. The human army must withdraw from the 12th abyss plane, and both sides would not invade each other for 30 years. Jian Nu shook his head, indicating refusal. He explained that all military matters in the abyss plane were handled entirely by Wuhan. The command center of the army merely cooperated with Wuhan, having advisory power but no decision-making authority. The 12th demon god fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "The human-occupied area remains, and we cease hostilities for 10 years. Jian Nu shook his head again, refusing. With no room left to retreat, the 12th demon god stated his bottom line: 3 years of ceasefire, during which humans can send warriors below the god of war level to fight outside, and both sides prohibit movements of over 100 people. Jian Nu slashed his sword and coldly said, 1 year, and that's it. With the emergence of supreme seeds, the winds were shifting. Securing even a year of respite was crucial for the 12th demon god. As long as the humans stopped their attacks on the abyss planes, the production of demon kings and god of war level demons under him would significantly increase, enhancing his own power as well. This back and forth on the timeline led to repeated concessions from the 12th demon god, from an initial 30 years down to just 1 year. After the 12th demon god's agreement was settled, the 11th demon god stepped forward. He straightforwardly said, "My terms will be discussed privately. Send someone to the 11th abyss plane." "All right." Naturally, everyone's gaze fell on Xue Ming. Xue Ming nodded and said, "I'll go." He was used to this role. As the adopted son of the Supreme, Xue Ming carried many titles and buffs. The strongest of these buffs weighs an immunity token. No demon god dared to make a move against Xue Ming. While Lan Tianqi was undoubtedly crucial to the humans, supreme beings could make bold statements and follow through without hesitation. Xuemeng might not be as critical to the human race, but his role was indispensable. Xuemeng's significance to the nightmare and Wu Hen was already sufficient. At that moment, the projection of the 11th demon god suddenly appeared beneath Xuemeng, instantly transporting him away to the 11th abyssal plane for negotiations. Yi Bai, who had been observing from the sidelines, shook his head in disappointment. He had hoped to see what more Xuemeng could stir up, but that only source of amusement in the room was abruptly taken away. As Yi Bai was still lamenting, the 10th demon god suddenly spoke. I want half of Feng Qi's remains. Yi Bai was taken aback, a question flashing through his mind. Feng Qi is dead? Immediately, a series of achievement notifications appeared before him, all records left by Feng Qi. Yi Bai couldn't help but exclaim, second brother, impressive. No wonder you're the fastest man and the fastest demon god. Together, you achieved the fastest kill. Su Qingfeng calmly responded. The remains are gone, scattered. I want the ashes too. The negotiation process was unexpectedly harmonious, with both sides being candid and expressing their views freely. The demon gods, without any reservations, proposed all sorts of outlandish conditions, making exorbitant demands. The human representatives, on the other hand, argued rationally, trying to secure the maximum benefits at the lowest cost. Among the numerous conditions, the fifth demon god's demand left the deepest impression on Yi Bai. The projection of this demon god almost hysterically shouted, "Kill me within 10 years." A stream of demonic curses flowed from its mouth. The gentle Shadow One, who couldn't bear to see killing, tried to calm the situation. How about 1,000 years? 15 years? That's my limit. The fifth demon god stared intensely at Shadow One. Or else I'll go to Wu Hen and seek death. Let's see how many strikes it takes to kill me. The rapid change in the tone of the negotiation was hard for anyone to adapt to. The fifth demon god was eager to die, while the human representatives suddenly grew compassionate, unwilling to kill it. Yi Bai, observing from the side, slowly nodded as he finally understood the reason behind it. The fifth demon god was an original demon god, and killing it would cause its essence to return to the supreme demon god, making the latter even stronger. For the supreme beings, ordinary demon gods were not a threat. The real concern was the supreme demon gods. Rather than allowing the supreme demon god to grow stronger, it was better to keep the fifth demon god alive. The progress of the negotiations far exceeded Yi Bai's expectations. He gradually saw through the situation and couldn't help but remark, these demon gods are just here to take advantage. Realizing the truth, Yi Bai was speechless. None of the demon gods wanted to be the first to step up. They had no intention of participating in the war. They were even hoping to see other demon gods suffer significant losses so they could seize their territories and resources. This negotiation was, from the start, a mutually beneficial arrangement. The negotiations quickly neared their conclusion. The silent second demon god suddenly spoke. Is the supreme pact still valid? The human experts almost simultaneously nodded. It is. This was the directive they had received, reflecting the will of the three supreme beings. They had no intention of breaking the pact for now. Of course, even if they did plan to break it, they wouldn't inform the abyssal plane in advance. Receiving a definitive response, the second demon god snorted. Fine. Today, I want to see how your human race plans to annihilate the abyssal plane with just 3 legions. According to the Supreme Accord, the human race is allowed to deploy a maximum of 3 legions in each abyssal plane, with stringent limits on the number of elite warriors in each legion. After more than 30 years of recuperation, humanity has once again drawn its sword, aiming its military might at the 4 major abyssal planes. This battle is not only against the demon gods, but also aims to completely purify the abyssal planes that sustain the demonic creatures. Humanity's ambition is clear as day. Merely killing the demon gods is insufficient, because new chosen demon gods will soon emerge from the abyssal planes. This holds true even for planes currently occupied by native demon gods. The only way to solve the problem once and for all is to completely annihilate all demonic creatures, purify, and destroy the abyssal planes. However, constrained by the Supreme Accord, achieving this goal is far from easy for humanity. Over the past century, out of 18 abyssal planes, humanity has only completely purified 5 of the lower-ranked planes. This time, humanity has chosen to wage war against the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 6th-ranked abyssal planes, all of which are in the top 10 and possess formidable strength. 9 demon gods have sworn by their true names not to participate in this battle. In return, humanity has dispatched corresponding elite warriors who have sworn by their eternal IDs to uphold the agreed terms. After the oaths were taken, many of humanity's elite exchanged meaningful glances. Shadow One nodded slightly, signaling that the operation could begin. Shadow silently indicated no objections. Zhao Qian wandered back from the corner, representing the Wanwu Pavilion. and expressed no objections. In the arena, the sword slaves drove their swords into the ground, a unique way of showing their agreement. Seizing the moment, Shadow 7 explained to Death Song. When the sword slaves agree to something, they drive their swords into the ground. The two had been watching a silent broadcast, relying on body language to guess the situation. Yi Bai curiously asked, "What if the sword slaves disagree? Do they break their swords?" Shadow 7 gestured and replied, "No, they would directly cut you down." Yi Bai looked at Shadow 7 in confusion. "Why are you so familiar with this? Tell me your story." Realizing the slip, Shadow 7 quickly explained, "An old friend of mine used to be chased by the sword slaves frequently, so I know these things." In the live broadcast, Shadow, the sword slaves, and the Wanwu Pavilion, founded by the three supreme beings, represented the will of the supreme beings. When these three parties reached a consensus, it essentially represented the will of the entire human race. The main event of this great battle was about to begin. Shadow 3 walked over to Su Qingfeng and asked in a low voice, "Su Qingfeng, there's nothing left for you here. Should I send you on your way?" The pale-faced Su Qingfeng smiled wryly and replied, "Go easy on me." Shadow 3 nodded and said, "All right." With that, he punched Su Qingfeng in the abdomen. A strange red flush appeared on Su Qingfeng's already pale face, and a giant mouth suddenly appeared behind him, swallowing him whole in an instant. Shadow 7 proactively explained to Yi Bai, Shadow 3, or third brother, can help people move between abyssal planes, though his method is a bit rough. Yi Bai, having seen it clearly, exclaimed in surprise. That almost killed him. Su Qingfeng's health dropped significantly. If it were any other war god, that punch might have killed him outright. A system prompt immediately appeared. Su Qingfeng has been transported to the fourth abyssal plane. Unlock cross-plane viewing of live broadcasts with your fourth talent awakening. What are you waiting for? Yi Bai rolled his eyes and ignored the prompt. Judging by the attitudes of those present, Yi Bai realized that the real battle was about to commence. Despite being thousands of miles away, he felt his blood boil. Unfortunately, he could neither participate nor watch. Yi Bai sighed and shook his head helplessly. If I can't see it, I won't watch. Meanwhile, in the fourth abyssal plane, a large flag bearing the words Windstorm Legion fluttered in the wind. Countless soldiers clad in blue armor poured in, taking over the defensive line of the fourth abyssal plane. This legion primarily consisted of wind-type professions, and even those who weren't wind-type possessed high mobility. The legion commander loudly announced, "We are here to relieve you. Hand over all defensive tasks and retreat to Blue Star." After confirming the security codes were correct, he confidently declared, "Handover complete. Victory is assured." The three legions originally stationed in the fourth abyssal plane quickly followed the orders to withdraw, making final preparations for the impending battle. The vast stronghold of the human race was guarded by merely a single legion. What was once an impregnable defense now appeared riddled with gaps. Yet, despite this seemingly weakened front, the monsters remained unexpectedly dormant, not even launching minor skirmishes. Barely half an hour after the Fenglan Legion took over the defense, a massive black rift suddenly tore through the sky. Dense black fog poured out, blotting out the sun. A tattered, scarred flag slowly rose within the fog, emblazoned with an ugly heart, the emblem of the Nightmare Legion. Amidst the black fog, shadowy figures emerged, and a slender figure drifted out, approaching the commander of the Fenglan Legion. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly male figure spoke in a clear, melodious female voice. "Nightmare Legion, Deputy Commander, Ing'er." The Fenglan commander nodded slightly and murmured, "Wait a moment, we're still missing one legion." As soon as the words left his mouth, the space shattered, and countless sword auras shot out, forming a new portal midair. Elite soldiers clad in white armor streamed out and landed gracefully, quickly forming a neat phalanx. A young man with black hair and deep-set eyes, dressed in white robes, approached with a sword on his back. He coldly declared, "Wuhan Legion, Deputy Commander, Lan Zhixian." With the three legions assembled, the atmosphere grew tense. The Nightmare Legion, Wuhan Legion, and Fenglan Legion, the human race's strongest forces, had all gathered to cleanse the fourth abyss once and for all. Ing'er asked softly, "When do we strike?" "Keep waiting," the Fenglan commander replied succinctly. The three ninth-tier war gods stood silently, awaiting the signal to attack. Meanwhile, within the Fenglan Legion, Wu Ziki glanced around, feeling that his armor was a bit tight. "Have I gained weight? Time to go on a diet." He muttered to himself when a storage ring was suddenly tossed in front of him. "Eat everything inside," the messenger ordered curtly. Wu Ziki opened the ring and found it filled with various precious supplies. As he ate, he calculated in his mind, the value of these supplies probably exceeds a Battle King's salary for 3 years. "Looks like this battle is going to be brutal," he joked to himself. "I should have applied for the death squad. The compensation is higher." After quickly finishing the supplies, the messenger handed him a book and said urgently, "Read the skill manual and learn the skill." Wu Ziki was stunned into silence when he saw the 4 characters on the cover: wind without distance. Such an advanced skill, and it was his turn to learn it? Unless all the stronger warriors had already mastered it. A chill ran down his spine. In the following moments, the messenger made repeated trips, delivering various materials, equipment, and combat orders to Wu Ziki. On the final trip, the messenger brought the official combat directive: follow the flag, continuously release wind without distance towards the front, avoid friendly fire, and try not to fall behind. If you do fall behind, use a teleportation scroll to exit the battlefield immediately. Understood? Understood, everyone responded in unison. A few minutes later, a gigantic spatial rift appeared in the sky, and Su Qingfeng fell out. Despite his disheveled appearance, he instantly regained his aura, standing like an unsheathed sword, full of sharpness. A thunderous roar echoed in the sky. Wind rise. In an instant, 10,000 elite swordsmen of the Wuhan Legion drew their swords in unison. Lan Zhixian led the charge, shouting, "Follow me and break the formation." 10,000 sword lights streaked across the night sky like meteors, appearing miles away in an instant. The swordsmen seemed to turn into a breeze, and everywhere they passed, countless monsters were shattered into fragments before they could even react. In one corner of the battlefield, the black fog surged. Ing Er's voice took on a sinister, eerie tone. "My dear, it's time for nightmares." Her words sent shivers down the spines of both enemies and allies alike. The black fog teleported miles ahead, and the Nightmare Legion clashed violently with the monsters. The Fenglan Legion was the last to launch their attack. Wu Ziki, amidst the formation, followed his comrades, releasing wind without distance as he advanced. Amidst the roars, the long-dormant blood in his veins boiled once more. His blade was once again stained with the blood of the demons. The 3 human legions collectively unleashed wind without distance, sweeping through the battlefield unchallenged. Battle generals, battle kings, even battle gods among the monsters could not escape the devastating power of this skill. Amid the relentless release of wind without distance, the land was scoured clean, leaving no demon alive. The sounds of battle were drowned out, leaving only one maddening cry echoing through the air. Wind! 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 Second Abyssal Plane, Demon Emperor's Hall. After the agreement was struck between the demon gods and the human race, the atmosphere within the hall grew tense. Although the demon gods had promised to remain neutral, their sharp eyes still scrutinized every detail of the unfolding battle. On the armrest of the second demon god's throne, a jet-black raven statue suddenly came to life. It spread its wings, circled the hall's ceiling once, then vanished. Moments later, the raven's raspy caw echoed through the air, bringing a series of battle reports from the front lines of the abyss. The Nightmare, Wuhan, and Windstorm legions have launched an attack on the 4th Abyssal Plane. The raven's voice resonated within the hall. Su Qingfeng, Ing Er, and Lan Zhixian, along with other strong human warriors, remained in the Demon Emperor's hall, holding their breaths as they awaited the outcome of the battle. The pace of the conflict was far beyond the demon god's expectations, so fast it left them speechless. Watching the live broadcast, Yi Bai was thrilled, itching to send a message to the second demon god. Awesome, Demon Lord! He was grateful to finally have a way to keep track of the frontline situation, even though it was somewhat theatrical watching the battle unfold through a negotiation livestream, a double-layered spectacle. Meanwhile, Ing Chi was scratching his head in frustration. The negotiation livestream had become completely static, like a frozen photograph. Earlier, at least there had been some facial expressions and body language, which could barely pass for a silent film. Now it was utterly motionless. Ing Chi glanced at the person beside him, Death Song, who was watching intently. It made sense. Every person at the negotiation was a legendary figure to Death Song. Ing Chi nodded to himself, understanding why Death Song was so focused. Also had a burning desire to become stronger. Ing Chi decided not to disturb him, allowing him to continue observing these legendary figures. In Yi Bai's view, the battle reports came in like a flurry of snowflakes. 3 minutes 16 seconds into the battle, Wuhan Legion defeats the Fury Legion. Lan Zhixian beheads the Fury Legion's commander. 4 minutes 8 seconds into the battle, Nightmare Legion defeats the Bone Legion. Ing Er and Su Qingfeng join forces, annihilating all Bone Legion warriors above the rank of Warlord. 6 minutes 12 seconds into the battle, Windstorm Legion defeats the Guard Legion. The atmosphere in the Demon Emperor's Hall of the Second Abyss was suffocating. With each report the Raven brought back, the demon god's expressions grew darker. Every piece of news was bad, and the human legions were advancing at an astonishing speed, as if they had some unfair advantage. In less than 10 minutes of formal combat, they had already crushed 5 demon legions Hedon. This kind of overwhelming advantage had only appeared 3 times in history, each time requiring the personal intervention of supreme contenders to achieve such remarkable results. One demon god couldn't help but exclaim, "Is Azura on the battlefield? It's only been a few days, and he's already daring to step onto the abyssal battleground." The 13th demon god replied coldly, "This time is different. I can feel it. This time, the supreme contender is unlike the previous 3. What's so different?" The second demon god snorted dismissively. "This is the fate of humanity. No matter how many supreme contenders they produce, the outcome will be the same." He then glanced outward, muttering to himself, "Azura wouldn't dare step onto the battlefield unless Xiaoyao wants him dead. So, it must be a human supreme contender along with Azura. One of them must have created some secret technique or skill to gain such an advantage." Retracting his gaze, the second demon god lost interest in the battlefield. "No need to watch any longer. It's a waste of time. The fourth abyss is already lost." Some demon gods were still unwilling to accept it, unable to understand how the fourth abyss had fallen so quickly. "As long as the demon god lives, the abyss remains," they insisted. The relationship between the abyssal planes and the demon gods was complex. Simply put, when a demon god dies, a new demon god will soon emerge from the abyssal plane. As long as the demon god lives, the abyssal plane will never be purified or conquered. To truly conquer an abyssal plane, one must kill the demon god or sever the connection between the demon god and the abyssal plane to completely purify it. The human legions were indeed fierce, but that alone wasn't enough. Even if they plowed through the fourth abyss 1,000 times, it would be futile without killing the fourth demon god. The fourth abyss would continue to spawn endless demons. Because of this, there was still a glimmer of hope in the demon gods' hearts. The fourth demon god wasn't dead yet. Therefore, the fourth abyss wouldn't be cleansed. A bunch of insects. The second demon god sat on his throne, too angry to say another word. The second demon lord sat on the throne in the abyssal plane, his brow furrowed in deep thought. His mind was a storm of conflicting emotions as he pondered. How did I end up among these ignorant and foolish kin? How can I aim for the supreme position while associating with these inferior beings? He deeply regretted not being born as a human, believing that becoming the strongest among them was his true destiny. Just then, a war report arrived. The humans were on the verge of breaching the fourth abyss in under 15 minutes. The second demon lord snorted, thinking to himself, "Do they really believe the humans will spare the fourth demon lord? How foolish." He quickly calculated in his mind. The real purpose of this war was to clear the path for Azura. The third, fourth, and sixth demon lords were all original demons, representing the tongue, eyes, and nose respectively. The second demon lord silently prayed that Azura's abilities would not correspond to the eyes. Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly interrupted by a burst of cheers in the hall. Someone loudly announced, "Lan Zhixian and the Third Legion have breached the fourth abyss. The abyssal plane is now under the Eternal Tower. Our clan has won a great victory." The human warriors present celebrated, and even the usually composed Lan Lao smiled. The second demon lord's face darkened instantly. He slammed the armrest of his throne and shouted, "Enough! Guards!" A squad of demon guards immediately rushed into the hall. The second demon lord coldly ordered, "Are you all blind? Can't you see our esteemed human allies have just returned victorious? Prepare a feast to celebrate them at once." Despite the fourth demon lord's fall, the second demon lord felt no sorrow. Instead, he was somewhat elated, even wanting to sing. To him, the conflict between the two races was a fundamental struggle, and a celebratory feast was a trivial matter. Everyone was stunned, unsure of how to react. They were cheering for the breach of the fourth abyss. And now the second demon lord wanted to host a banquet? What was going on? Zhao Qian stepped forward, speaking righteously. "Do you think we humans are so lax? We have strict regulations while on duty. We can't be as undisciplined as you." He pulled out a set of rules, pointing to the clauses. Each person's entertainment expenses cannot exceed 3,800 yuan. Meals are allowed, but no baths and no alcohol. The second demon lord nodded. "Understood." Zhao Qian added, "Also, we practice individual dining. Perhaps it's best if you all just leave." The second demon lord fell silent, seemingly contemplating how to handle this awkward situation. Far away, Yi Bai watched the live broadcast, his expression turning strange. He muttered to himself, "How did the atmosphere change so suddenly? The fourth abyss is still under siege, and they're already setting up a banquet in the second abyss?" In the end, the banquet went ahead. Everyone held glasses of juice, chatting amicably, the atmosphere surprisingly harmonious. It was a stark contrast to the tense and near-fatal encounter with Lan Lao just minutes earlier. Xue Meng had already clinked glasses with the second demon lord 3 times, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "You're not a bad demon. We can be friends. I'll tell my dad to delay killing you." The second demon lord, after a long pause, simply replied, "Thanks." Most of the war gods calmly sampled the various dishes, unaffected by the Abyssal Plains cuisine. But Professor Lon was different. He only ate the 3 dishes and 1 soup he had brought with him, 2 meats and 1 vegetable. After finishing his meal, he turned to Ing San, noticing that his food was untouched. "I have a question," Professor Lon said. Ing San respectfully replied, "Please ask. You mentioned earlier that Lao Jiu asked you to deliver a message. When I reach the peak, Jui Abyss will not cease its blade, correct?" "Correct." The atmosphere in the hall instantly cooled, and all eyes focused on the conversation. Even the second demon lord squinted, waiting for the next words. Professor Lon continued, "Where did he get that line from?" Ing San honestly answered, "He paid a web novel author to write it, gave him hush money, and then sealed his memory." "I have another question." Professor Lon blinked. "If I walk out of here unharmed, and Lao Jiu actually reaches the peak, will he cease his blade?" Ing San grabbed a cup of juice, tossed it into his mouth along with the cup, chewed, and swallowed. He then grinned and said, "Jui anticipated you would ask this." He said. Ing San paused, then repeated each word carefully. "Whether Lan Tianchi lives or dies has nothing to do with Ing Jiu killing the demon lords. No matter what, the blade will not cease." In the second abyss, within the Demon Emperor's hall, the lively chatter and laughter abruptly ceased, plunging the entire hall into a deathly silence where even the drop of a pin could be heard. Shadow 3's words struck the pride of the assembled demon gods like a heavy hammer. Many of their projections wore dark expressions, a flash of displeasure in their eyes, feeling intellectually insulted. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the second demon god raised his goblet, breaking the silence with a hearty laugh. A toast to Lord Jiu, wishing him a swift ascension to supreme power. His laughter echoed through the hall, skillfully defusing the tension. However, the human warriors remained unmoved, none raising their goblets. In contrast, many demon god projections lifted their cups in unison, echoing to Lord Jiu's swift ascension. Shadow 3 slowly stood, his gaze sweeping over all the speaking demon gods, his voice calm. "Lord Jiu anticipated your words." He said, "Anyone who raises a toast should prepare a gift." No sooner had he finished speaking, the projection of the fifth demon god impatiently stepped forward, his tone laced with sarcasm. "I offer myself as a gift. May Lord Jiu cut me down." Shadow 3 shook his head gently, a barely noticeable smile tugging at his lips. "Lord Jiu said your wealth is too meager. He can't accept your gift in good conscience. He suggested other demon gods share some of their essence with you, so you may live healthier and sleep better at night." The mention of sleep seemed to touch a sore spot for the fifth demon god, his face turning exceedingly grim. Far away in the human territories, Yi Bai watched the entire scene unfold through a live broadcast, his heart filled with shock. Could every step be within Lord Jiu's calculations? Had he already seen through the demon god's next move? Shadow Zhuge? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Bai dismissed the thought. The Lord Jiu he knew, though shameless, violent, and overly prideful, certainly did not have such foresight. Yi Bai narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on Shadow 3. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Is everything being attributed to Lord Jiu? Was it actually Shadow 3's own doing? A genius indeed. Yi Bai couldn't help but marvel internally. With such intelligence and emotional acuity, he outclasses the combination of Xue Meng and Shadow 7. In Yi Bai's eyes, Shadow 7 and Xue Meng had already been categorized as the no-brain and not-happy duo. The entire banquet atmosphere was ruined by this disruption. Seeing this, the second demon god decisively announced the end of the banquet. "Everyone, take your leave." With that, he sent everyone out of the second abyss and returned alone to the Demon Emperor's hall. No sooner had they left than one demon god couldn't help but grumble. "The humans are too deceitful. They are the real demons." From his throne, the second demon god snorted coldly, looking down at the demon god projection below. "Oh, you think the humans are deceitful and cunning?" The demon god retorted defiantly. "Am I wrong? Just look at this time." "Look at what?" The second demon god cut him off angrily. "Back in the day, the honest humans were all deceived to death by you lot. Now you can't handle a bit of cunning? Old 10, you were the most enthusiastic when it came to deceiving others. What do you mean by whining now? Where's that shameless vigor you had when you deceived the humans' war god and his entire legion? Bring it out." The second demon god unleashed his full fury, speaking rapidly. "Honestly, sometimes I wonder if the humans haven't killed you because you're too stupid, perfectly suited for this position. A pig in the place of a demon god would do better." Calling you a pig teammate would be an insult to pigs. Stunned by the verbal onslaught, the 10th demon god's projection instinctively retorted, "Those fools died because they were stupid. What does that have to do with me? Remember, it's not 100 years ago. The situation has changed." The second demon god interrupted again. His patience with these incompetents had worn thin. "I beg you, as demon gods, at least have some malicious cunning. Can you stop being so stupid? I must have had the worst luck in my past life to be stuck fighting humans with you bunch of idiots. Get out. All of you. Don't bother me. Let me have some peace." With a mix of scolding and eviction, the second demon god drove all the projections away. Many demon gods, before leaving, cast meaningful glances at the second demon god. This guy had deep schemes, and his seemingly vulnerable outburst was likely an act. He was hiding something from everyone. However, apart from the first demon god, the second demon god had the most power. Even if they knew he was up to something, they could do nothing about it. After all the demon god projections left, a figure returned quietly. "Hey brother, over here, over here." The second demon god called out enthusiastically, pointing to a nearby seat. "Let's sit and continue our conversation." The figure was none other than Xue Ming. He had ventured into the second demon god's territory alone, showcasing remarkable bravery. Xue Ming's audacity wasn't just due to his righteous spirit. He also had the backing of two powerful adoptive fathers. Lowering his voice cautiously, the second demon god said, "Big brother, about what we discussed earlier. What do you think? I only wish to meet the Supreme Wanderer once. Anything can be negotiated." Xue Ming raised an eyebrow, looking surprised. "You want to meet the strange Taoist? Are you tired of living?" He shook his head, explaining, "Even the strongest warriors of the human race avoid the Wanderer. A casual remark from him can trigger their deepest fears. Why would any demon god want to meet him?" Xue Ming appeared troubled, rubbing three fingers together continuously. "I can't make a decision on this. You know, the Wanderer isn't my adoptive father. It's tricky." This wasn't a hint. It was a blatant statement. The second demon god was secretly shocked. Xue Ming dared to extort a demon god? But considering Xue Ming's powerful backers, he suppressed his anger and said, "I am willing to offer 30,000 tons of Kraid or to the humans." A gleam flashed in Xue Ming's eyes as he scoffed. "We blew up the Golden Bone Abyss. Do you think we care about Kraid or?" The bargaining began. Eventually, they settled on 100,000 tons of a grade ore and 3,000 tons of scrade ore. Xue Ming bluntly stated that with each counteroffer from the second demon god, he would raise the price. The leverage was in his hands, and he made it clear they could take it or leave it. "Don't force yourself," Xue Ming feigned concern. "If it's too much, we can remain friends without doing business. I can't bully you, right?" Yi Bai, watching the scene through a live stream, couldn't help but sigh. Xue Ming had changed. The once simple and honest 9th-level war god had transformed into a shrewd negotiator. Xue Ming pressed on, "You know, it's not right for me to deliver your message and go back hungry, right?" Before the second demon god could respond, Xue Ming continued, "What we just ate didn't exceed 3,800 yuan per person, right?" The second demon god nodded repeatedly, following Xue Ming's lead. "Right? Just some local specialties from the second abyss. Not worth much. Don't worry about it." Xue Ming earnestly said, "Let's make it clear. I can't eat for free. I'm a 9th-level war god and the adoptive son of the Supreme. Eating free meals from a demon god? That would disgrace my adoptive fathers." The second demon god felt uneasy, sensing something was off. "I'm a bit hungry," Xue Ming suddenly said. "Prepare 100,000 box meals for me to take away." As he spoke, he pulled out a calculator and quickly punched in the numbers. 3,800 times 100,000 equals 380 million. With a grand gesture, Xue Ming declared, "I'll pay 400 million dragon coins. Consider the extra as a tip." With that, he took out a money-printing machine from a storage ring and began printing money on the spot. The second demon god was dumbfounded, wondering if he was dreaming. Was this still the Xue Ming he knew? The once straightforward and courageous young warrior, wielding a giant hammer on the battlefield, was gone. The second demon god was seething with anger, barely able to contain himself. He roared internally, "Dragon coins? What use does a demon god have for Blue Star's currency? Can I even go on a vacation there?" After a long silence, the second demon god finally spoke, his voice laced with suppressed rage. "Prepare the meals for young Master Xue. 100,000 portions." In the second abyss, inside the demon emperor's palace, the second demon god handed two gifts to Xue Ming with a beaming smile. "Here's a lunchbox, and here's some more. Please take them," he said meaningfully, "and don't forget what you promised me." Xue Ming accepted the gifts with a broad smile. "Absolutely, absolutely," he replied, leaving behind 4 dragon coins, each worth 1 billion, before turning and walking away with a spring in his step. Outside the live broadcast, Yi Bai frowned slightly, thinking to himself, did Mingzi just fall for it? Whatever the second demon god is planning, he must have his own agenda. The smartest move is to avoid doing anything for the second demon god. The more your enemy wants something done, the less you should do it. Yi Bai felt a bit reassured. Surely Xuanming isn't that clueless? Despite often suffering losses at my hands, he's not as naive as he seems. His intelligence is far superior to Ying Qi's. Otherwise, their positions would have switched long ago. After decades of trials and tribulations, if Xuanming were truly foolish, he'd be long dead, no matter how strong his father is. As Yi Bai had guessed, the moment Xuanming stepped out of the second abyss, his smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression. He sneered inwardly. Deliver a message? What a joke. I promised to deliver your message, but I never said when. I'll tell the old freak about it once the second demon god is dead. People always say Xuanming the Fierce, but besides being fierce, he's often quite cunning. Xuanming returned triumphant, while the second demon god paced back and forth in the demon emperor's palace, deep in thought. He calculated. Whether the message gets delivered or not is irrelevant. What's important is that it's now clear the human legion's skill is wind without distance. The third abyss has been breached by Wu Hen and his sword slaves, the fourth abyss has fallen, and the sixth abyss has Ying Jiao, that monster, on the attack. This battle has yielded more than expected for the humans. 3 major abyssal planes are on the verge of being purified. The second demon god laughed coldly. Kill, kill. The more you kill, the faster the supreme demon god awakens, and the more blessings we receive. These demon gods are like the supreme demon god's watchdogs. When the dogs get beaten, the master will throw them a bone to save face. The supreme demon god spends most of his time asleep, and even when awake, he often battles the strongest human warriors. But this doesn't affect his control over the entire abyss. Petition the supreme demon god to forbid humans from using wind without distance in the abyss. The third, fourth, and sixth will die, meaning a tongue, an eye, and half a nose will return to the supreme demon god. The second demon god felt a headache coming on and even cursed. Can't you kill some chosen demon gods instead? Focusing solely on the original demon gods is just causing trouble. Humans have always maintained a delicate balance between original demon gods and chosen demon gods, ensuring neither side gains too much power and maximizing internal conflict among the demons. Killing 3 original demon gods in one go will undoubtedly upset this balance and strengthen the supreme demon god. It's an unwise move any way you look at it. The supreme demon god getting stronger is not good news for the second demon god. A moment of glory could ruin a century-long plan. The second demon god shook his head. Humans can't be that stupid. The third demon should be killed by Wu Hen, no big deal. Wu Hen doesn't have many strikes left. The fourth seems to have been taken to the Eternal Tower. Whatever Xiao Yao decides will either be death or a fate worse than death. He had only one question left. How will the sixth demon die? The sixth abyss is being attacked by the human legion led by Ying Jiao. That monster Ying Jiao is undoubtedly powerful, capable of fighting demon gods without losing. But that's it. He doesn't have the power to kill the sixth demon god without reaching the supreme level. The second demon god was puzzled. Old Six, if you have any spirit left after you die, please tell me how you died. I'm genuinely curious. Meanwhile, in the first abyssal plane, inside the demon emperor's palace belonging to the first demon god, also known as the great demon god. He is an original demon god and the strongest after the supreme demon god. The sixth demon god sat on the ground, feasting joyously. Big brother, I owe it all to you this time. Those fools Tongue and I are going back to the supreme demon god. The humans never expected that as soon as the war began, I would flee to you, big brother. The voice of the sixth demon god echoed in the throne hall of the first abyss, carrying a tone of pride and mockery. The great demon god sat on the throne, his long fingers tracing the rim of his wine glass thoughtfully. Indeed, how could they have anticipated it, he mused. The sixth demon god laughed heartily and continued to mock. The third one is too foolish, staying at home waiting to be slaughtered. The fourth one is too greedy, daring to use a projection to invade Blue Star, only to be sent directly to the Eternal Tower by that old Taoist. They both died such unjust deaths. The great demon god's gaze seemed distant, as if his mind was elsewhere. He casually remarked, Old Six, even I didn't expect you to actually come here. His words carried a hint of wariness. There was an inherent rivalry among the primordial demon gods, as they shared the same powerful origin and could enhance their own strength by devouring each other. It was extremely rare for the sixth demon god to visit the lair of the first demon god in person. Even the great demon god found it somewhat unbelievable. The sixth demon god grinned and was about to speak when he suddenly fell silent. A shadow sprang from the great demon god's own shadow, wielding a pitch-black blade that instantly pierced the sixth demon god's chest. At the same time, another demon god appeared, joining forces with the Shadow to ambush and kill the sixth demon god. The great demon god remained seated on his throne, as if the brutal scene before him had nothing to do with him. He spoke leisurely, yes, with the oath of true names in place. I can't lay a hand on you. So, I invited these two to do it for me. Rest in peace. I'll take good care of your essence. Shadow 9, the 13th demon god. The sixth demon god roared like a trapped beast, struggling desperately to escape. But faced with a meticulously planned ambush, his efforts were in vain. Before long, the roars grew weaker. Shadow 9 sheathed his blade, coldly observing the fierce battle between the 13th demon god and the 6th demon god. Using another to kill a demon, letting the 13th demon god expend more energy was only beneficial to the humans. Shadow 9 thought to himself, it would be best if both demon gods died. Then he could go back and celebrate by slaying a few Asuras. The great demon god turned to Shadow 9, his expression slightly stern. Don't forget what you promised. The essences of the third and sixth must be handed over to me. You wouldn't want the supreme demon god to grow stronger, would you? Rest assured, a raspy voice emerged from the shadow. Shadow 9 spoke coldly. Your strength is sufficient. The humans have no reason to go back on their word. Rules are always made by the strong, especially in a life-and-death struggle between two races. Humans had once been at a disadvantage. During the 30-year Blood War, the demons never negotiated with them. Now, with three supreme beings emerging among the humans, the tide had turned slightly in their favor, forcing the demons to come to the negotiating table. The outcome of the battle no longer concerned the great demon god. He closed his eyes slightly, feigning sleep. He vividly remembered a dream he had just a week ago. In the dream, a butterfly told him, "My teacher wants to kill 3 demon gods." When the great demon god opened his eyes again, everything was decided. The 3rd demon god, the 4th demon god, and the 6th demon god had all fallen, just because of a single sentence from the butterfly. Today's catastrophic defeat for the demons had been set in motion. The great demon god looked up into the void, his expression dazed. Supreme beings, how powerful are you really? He murmured, his voice filled with awe and confusion. In the first abyss, within the demon emperor's palace, the smoke of battle had just cleared. The corpse of the 6th demon god lay on the ground, its blood staining the hall's floor. With its fall, the 6th abyss plane instantly collapsed into nothingness, returning to the eternal tower. The great demon god acted swiftly, seizing the essence of the 6th demon god for himself. The 13th demon god stood nearby, looking haggard and speaking in an icy tone. Ingzio, don't forget the promise you made to me. Ingzio nonchalantly scratched his ear and asked casually, did I? The 13th demon god solemnly reminded him. You swore in Shui Meng's name that until Azura becomes the strongest, you would not enter the 13th abyss. Ingzio waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, I know. Why so petty? Will you die if Azura visits the 13th abyss? Yes, I will, the 13th demon god replied firmly. I am a chosen demon god, born just 60 years ago, and I haven't harmed a single human. There's no mortal enmity between us. Listening to the 13th demon god's words, Ingzio snorted coldly. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be alive? Ingzio recalled his pre-battle conversation with Xiao Yao. He had asked Xiao Yao if it was 4 or 3, and Xiao Yao had said 3. The demon god who escaped by a hair was not the great demon god, but the 13th demon god standing before him. The great demon god looked down at the two in the hall, his tone serious. Ingzio, it's not too late to change your mind. If we join forces, there's an 80% chance we can keep the 13th demon god here. Ingzio laughed mockingly. Ingzio, great demon god, 13th demon god teaming up to kill the 6th demon god. If word gets out, it won't be good for demon unity. The demons were never united anyway. So, no problem. Ingzio chuckled at the great demon god's words and countered. After killing the 13th demon god, am I next? The great demon god didn't hide his intentions. That's also an option. A delicate balance formed among the three. Ingzio and the 13th demon god were no match for the great demon god individually, but together they could defend themselves. If Ingzio lost his mind and teamed up with the great demon god to kill the 13th demon god, he would not leave the first abyss alive today. The 13th demon god wisely retreated to a corner and quietly exited the first abyss. Ingzio didn't linger either, turning to leave. The main plan was set, and there were many details he needed to handle. Staying too long would also put him in danger. After Ingzio left, the first demon god slowly descended from the throne and approached the corpse of the 6th demon god. He glanced disdainfully at the body, dead and still making a mess of the demon emperor's palace. Cleaning this up is a hassle. But in the next moment, the great demon god crouched down, cradling the body of the 6th demon god, his face full of sorrow. He howled to the heavens, his voice echoing through the 10 abysses. Ingio Old 13. You conspired against my sixth brother. I will never forgive you. Blood rain began to pour in the first abyss, as if the great demon god's tears for the sixth demon god were falling, a poignant display that moved heaven and earth. In the second abyss, the second demon god heard the furious roar and suddenly realized, so Old 6 was schemed against by the great demon god. Judging by his joyful tone, the essence must have been taken too. He shook his head. Why go to such lengths, big brother? Do you think we don't know what you're like? The second demon god quickly calculated the changes in the situation. The humans had been recuperating for 30 years, and now, in one swift move, they had broken through 3 abysses, all against original demon gods. The awakening of the supreme demon god seemed imminent. This made him a bit nervous. Xiao Yao, what will you do? From the moment Yi Bai saw Xiao Xiaolu, the curtain on the great war between the two races was lifted. In just half a day, earth-shattering events occurred one after another. The fourth demon god's projection descended on Blue Star. Ingzhou and Xiao Yao teamed up to seal the fourth demon god's projection. Wu Hen led the sword slaves to the third abyss. Elder Lan entered the second abyss with the human negotiation team. The 3 major legions wielded their swords in the fourth abyss, stirring the demon abyss. And Ingzhou and the 13th demon god ambushed and killed the 6th demon god. In this battle, the humans sought a swift and decisive victory, leaving no room for delay. If it turned into a protracted war, the original demon gods, in their desperation, would undoubtedly awaken the supreme demon god, risking mutual destruction. The humans would not give them that chance. Nowadays, with the 3rd and 6th demon gods successively defeated and the 4th abyss conquered, the 3 major abyss planes have returned to the Eternal Tower, establishing a decisive victory for humanity. However, amidst the celebratory atmosphere, few have noticed a crucial issue. The whereabouts of the 4th demon god remain a mystery. For 36 years, Bai Yun has enjoyed a peaceful existence. Sitting leisurely atop the clouds, he has observed the myriad aspects of the world below. Throughout these years, his true form has never left the Eternal Tower, not even when sealing the 4th demon god. Bai Yun quietly calculates the passage of time, aware that his end is approaching. After this battle, the Shura will no longer face direct threats from the demon gods. This is one of the agreements reached between humanity and the demon gods. Humanity promised not to initiate any purification wars against the Abyss for 30 years, in exchange for the demon gods agreeing not to target the strongest Shura seeds. However, an awkward fact remains. The demon gods do not know the true identity of the Shura. Shadow One, who led the negotiations, cleverly proposed a simple solution. Demon gods are forbidden from attacking any human under 50 years old. This condition, although seemingly broad, is actually precise, as only a few geniuses can become a true threat to the demon gods before the age of 50. Reluctantly, the demon gods accepted this condition. After the agreement was signed, Shadow One slyly smiled and softly added, I forgot to mention, I am 17 years old. I have an ID to prove it. Shadow 3, not to be outdone, chimed in, I just celebrated my 36th birthday. The demon gods were rendered speechless upon hearing this. Meanwhile, the awakening of the supreme demon god is accelerating. To prevent this generation's strongest seeds from rising, he must awaken quickly. The ultimate showdown between the supreme human, Bai Yun, and the supreme demon god is imminent. Bai Yun withdrew his gaze from the distance and noticed a trembling large eyeball. Behind him it was the 4th demon god. As it turns out, Bai Yun had long used the demon god's projection tube invite him directly to the 99th floor of the Eternal Tower, severing his connection with the 4th abyss. It wasn't until the battle was nearing its end that Bai Yun remembered there was still a demon god left unhandled. Gazing at the eye of the supreme demon god, Bai Yun suddenly spoke. Perhaps you are a turtles? As soon as the words were spoken, the 4th demon god's aura collapsed abruptly, quickly falling to the level of an ordinary being. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a real turtle complete with limbs, shell, and tail, though his small green eyes appeared particularly comical. The turtle lay on its back, staring at the ceiling with a look of utter despair, unable even to muster the strength to flip over. Bai Yun looked towards the horizon, feeling a sudden irritation at the sight of the blue sky. A persistent question seemed to echo in his ears. Who says the human world is the least interesting? This question from Lan Tianqi became an unsolvable riddle for Bai Yun. Why, in their eyes, was the human world full of interest, while in his it was utterly dull? This inexplicable, incomprehensible feeling plunged Bai Yun into unprecedented confusion. Not even the past battles between Wu Hen and the supreme demon god or the emergence of the strongest Shura seeds had troubled him so. Recalling his teacher's teachings, Bai Yun decided to follow Shadow Nine's advice. When in a bad mood, take it out on the demon gods to vent frustration. Even if some words were unclear, following them seemed harmless. Bai Yin stepped forward and casually flipped the turtle over. The fourth demon god awkwardly landed on his feet, and from the turtle shell came Bai Yun's cold, indifferent command: start crawling. Beneath the eternal tower, the eternal forest remained as tranquil as ever. The moment the live stream ended, Shadow 7's communication device buzzed incessantly with a flood of messages. Death Song, I have a mission to undertake, Shadow 7 said solemnly. A major abyssal plane is returning to the Eternal Tower. During this process, it will break apart and reassemble, leaving behind several smaller abyssal planes. We need to investigate them as soon as possible. She paused before continuing. The Great War is over, and the monsters won't be charging into the Eternal Forest to meet their doom anymore. As a Tier 9 war god, I'm the best candidate to scout these smaller abyssal planes. My strength allows me to operate independently and handle most crises. These newly formed planes are unlikely to have demon-level entities, and the accompanying monsters are still in their infancy. While their numbers are vast, their strength is not significant enough to pose a threat to me, though they could be a considerable danger to the human legions. In a concise summary, Shadow 7 said, in short, I'll go ahead as the vanguard to gather intelligence. This will pave the way for the subsequent seizure and occupation of the abyssal planes by our legions. Turning to Death Song, she softened her tone. Death Song, your task ends here. Continue with your previous mission. After a moment of contemplation, Shadow 7 took out a storage ring and handed it to Death Song. This is all my earnings from the recent battle. Don't rush to refuse. Yi Bai looked puzzled. Shadow 7, I didn't refuse. It's not like you're giving it to me for free. Shadow 7's expression turned serious. Consider it a commission fee. Didn't you write 10 topics earlier? Turn them into papers, and I'll pass them on to Elder Lon. Pass them on? Yi Bai was confused. Brother 7, why not use your own name? I can't produce work of that caliber. With a light laugh, Shadow 7 admitted. To be honest, if I put my name on it, the papers would likely end up in the trash. Your work is yours, and no one can take that away. I can be your introducer, a corresponding author. Yi Bai shook his head firmly. If the papers are under my name, I can't accept this payment. Even without opening the storage ring, he could guess the value of its contents. Death Song wasn't one to take things for free. It was a matter of principle. Shadow 7's resolve was unyielding. Take it. You know how important soul studies are to shadows? Seeing Yi Bai's bewildered look, Shadow 7 added. All shadow-level shadows fund corresponding individuals to conduct soul research. She didn't delve further, leaving no room for refusal as she pressed the storage ring into his hand. Finish the papers soon. As for how to get them to me, I'll come find you. With that, Shadow 7 vanished into the depths of the Eternal Forest. Left with a still-warm storage ring in his palm, Yi Bai chuckled wryly. Giving a ring on the first day we meet? Seems a bit too soon. Driven by curiosity, Yi Bai inspected the contents of the storage ring. Besides the spoils of battle, Shadow 7 had also included several sets of equipment ranging from level 300 to 600, 5 million eternal coins, a VIP card for the All Things Pavilion, and an anonymous black card with 100 War God merit points. Clearly, these items were not something the monsters carried, but were specially prepared by Shadow 7 for Death Song. Despite their brief acquaintance, Shadow 7 seemed to see a younger version of herself in Death Song and was willing to invest in him. As a genuine Tier 9 War God, these items were mere trifles for her. Yi Bai couldn't help but marvel at Shadow 7's generosity, a stark contrast to Xue Ming, who had only bought him 2 drinks when they first met. In the most prominent spot, Shadow 7 had placed a skill book Wind Without Boundaries. This girl, Yi Bai shook his head with a smile, momentarily at a loss for words. The skill book was incredibly valuable, and even for Shadow 7, acquiring another would come at a significant cost. Yi Bai recalled what Ninth Master had privately mentioned about Wind Without Boundaries. Following this great war, Wind Without Boundaries would become a focal point for the entire demon race. This meant that the demon gods would attempt to contact the supreme demon gods, who had substantial influence over major abyssal planes. The ultimate outcome might be that Wind Without Boundaries would be banned or heavily restricted in major abyssal planes. However, this wouldn't diminish its value. It remained an undisputed divine skill. The Windless skill, which could be used in small to medium-sized abyssal planes, the Eternal Tower, and Blue Star, promised substantial profits for Yi Bai. He recalled his argument with Ying Qi, who insisted that the Azura Guild would price the Windless skill exorbitantly. This idea displeased Yi Bai, and he silently resolved to set a price that would make both Ying Qi and Xue Ming view the Azura Guild with new respect. As Yi Bai hid in the shadows, a white cloud silently drifted above him. He sensed it immediately and froze as if struck by lightning. A wild thought crossed his mind. He might be forced to reveal his true form. The cloud descended slowly, and Yi Bai's heart churned with turmoil. The thought of fleeing was quickly dismissed. Running like a mad dog in the eternal forest was absurd. Despite Jiu Ye's warning to avoid being alone with Xiaoyao, he had no choice now that Xiaoyao had sought him out. Yi Bai forced himself to stay calm. If it's meant to be, it will be, he muttered to himself, deciding to face the imminent encounter with dignity. He took a deep breath, stepped out from his hiding place, and began contemplating how to start the conversation. As the cloud dissipated, a shadowy figure of a Taoist appeared less than 3 meters from Yi Bai. Yi Bai bowed slightly, his eyes showing respect. This supreme being, Xiaoyao, had protected the human race for over 30 years, his presence deterring the abyssal creatures from acting recklessly. The last rays of the setting sun lingered on the horizon as night began to envelop the land. Yi Bai adjusted his expression, adopting a stern and aloof demeanor. His lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes calm, as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of life. Finally, Yi Bai spoke softly, boring. If those 2 words hadn't been spoken, Yi Bai wouldn't have realized how uncomfortable he felt. Xiaoyao quietly watched him without saying a word. A subtle tension filled the air. A few minutes later, a turtle slowly crawled over, breaking the silence. Xiaoyao pointed at the turtle on the ground and calmly said, "For you?" Yi Bai instinctively wanted to refuse, but remembered Jiu Ye's advice not to reject Xiaoyao's spoils of war. He hesitated for a moment, a thought flashing through his mind. Could this be Xiaoyao's way of giving him a tonic? However, when he saw the terrifying label, 4th Demon God, on the turtle's head, Yi Bai immediately became alert. He couldn't help but marvel internally. I thought the Dracula pig was unbeatable, but this seemingly ordinary turtle is even more terrifying. Faced with the rare gift from a supreme being, Yi Bai was torn. Directly refusing would be inappropriate, but accepting such a dangerous gift was out of the question. A bright idea suddenly came to him. Could I trouble the esteemed Xiaoyao to pass my share to Xuemeng? Yi Bai said sincerely. Brother Xuemeng has always taken good care of me, and it's only right to return the favor. Xiaoyao didn't get angry, but responded calmly. Giving it to Xuemeng means he owes me something. Yi Bai tried to emphasize that it was a transfer, but Xiaoyao just said indifferently, "You have your reasons, and I have mine. I will give it to Xuemeng, and as for how he will repay me, I haven't decided yet." Yi Bai couldn't help but worry if he had set up Brother Xuemeng for trouble. But Xiaoyao's next words eased his concerns. Xuemeng has the best chance of breaking through to become a celestial warrior. The human race needs him. Knowing Xuemeng's importance, Yi Bai felt much more at ease. Taking advantage of the relaxed atmosphere, he remembered something crucial and was about to ask when Xiaoyao preempted him. The Eternal Tower has a Zeroth level, where the Supreme Demon God is sealed. Before Yi Bai could fully process this shocking information, Xiaoyao added, "If the Supreme Demon God fully awakens, the Eternal Tower will shatter, and Blue Star will be destroyed with it." The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Xiaoyao turned his back to Yi Bai, his gaze fixed deep into the eternal forest, and casually said, "You can ask anything you want. I rarely leave the tower, and don't often talk to people." Yi Bai tentatively asked, "So why did you come out today?" "Old Lan asked me to get out more," Xiaoyao replied succinctly. "And how do you feel about being out?" Yi Bai continued. "Want to go back?" Xiaoyao's answer left Yi Bai speechless. Realizing this topic was going nowhere, Yi Bai shifted gears. "Why do I feel like the abyssal demons aren't as strong as the various records suggest?" Xiaoyao didn't hesitate to answer. "Those records were written by our teacher to deceive you. After the Blood War ended, it has been the humans who attack and the demons who defend. 36 years ago, Wu Hen led a legion to break through 4 major abysses. On the battlefield, the attacking side generally has the advantage. Moreover, the human race has been on the offensive for 60 to 70 years, maintaining their advantage for just as long." A glint of understanding flashed in Yi Bai's eyes, as if he had uncovered some hidden truth. He recalled the information about the abyssal plains. Initially, there were 18 large abyssal plains, which were reduced to 13 before the Great War, and only 10 remained after the war. With a quick calculation, Yi Bai concluded. 1 plane was purified during the Nightmare period. His second brother Wuan purified 4 planes before confronting the Supreme Demon God, and Xiaoyao, despite being a supreme being for over 30 years, had never set foot in the abyss and had no achievements to speak of. Today's battle took down 3 planes, leaving only 10 abyssal planes. Yi Bai calculated silently, realizing that opportunities to improve his record were dwindling. To surpass his second brother, he would need to defeat at least 5 demon gods. No, he remembered that the 3rd abyssal plane was conquered by his second brother. The current standings were Nightmare 1 plane, Wuhan 5 planes, Xiaoyao 2 planes, and Shilua 0 planes. The road ahead was long and arduous. With this analysis, Yi Bai's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a new possibility. He inquired, "So, does this mean the human race isn't facing an extinction crisis?" Xiaoyao shook his head again, denying Yi Bai's assumption. "In all the records, only that statement is true. Yi Bai's emotions fluctuated wildly. Talking to a supreme being like Xiao Yao was a frustrating experience. Even if Xiao Yao wasn't playing word games, he might as well have been speaking in riddles. Xiao Yao's half-answers were highly misleading. Yi Bai tried to organize the information he had gathered and summarized. So, the abyssal creatures and demon gods aren't the main concern. The human race's extinction crisis comes from the supreme demon god, right? Wrong, Xiao Yao responded curtly. The atmosphere grew tense. If it were anyone else, Yi Bai would have already resorted to violence. But considering Xiao Yao was the student of Ninth Master, he restrained himself. Yi Bai asked sincerely, "Could you please clarify what's wrong?" "The abyss is also a threat," Xiao Yao explained, sensing the need to elaborate. "Every time an abyssal plane is purified, the remaining demon gods grow stronger. That's the rule of the abyss." Yi Bai nodded in agreement, taking out paper and pen to make notes. Xiao Yao continued, "When only two abyssal planes remain, the demon god's strength will rival our supreme beings. When only one plane remains, that demon god will be as powerful as a 50 complete supreme demon god." Hearing this, Yi Bai fell into deep thought. This meant that the apparent advantage was deceptive. Winning temporarily didn't equate to winning permanently. The rules of the abyss were extremely unfavorable to the human race. The more they won, the stronger the enemy became. Yi Bai asked, puzzled, "Then why purify the abyssal planes at all? When only one plane remains, that demon god will reach its peak strength. But right now, with 10 planes left, those demon gods seem weak. If the human race doesn't actively purify the abyssal planes, they won't grow stronger." Xiao Yao explained, "Purified abyssal planes return to the Eternal Tower, strengthening its seal on the supreme demon god and weakening it. Future powerful demon gods are still far away from the human race. But the present supreme demon god poses an immediate threat of annihilation. Strengthening its seal is more urgent. Among extinction crises, we must prioritize. The immediate threat takes precedence." These words completely resolved Yi Bai's doubts. The current situation of the human race was far from optimistic. They were playing a dangerous game, balancing on a tightrope with bombs on either side, where one misstep could lead to their demise. If they didn't purify the abyssal planes, the supreme demon god would continually regain strength, attempting to break free from its seal, ultimately bringing catastrophe to the human race. If they did purify the abyssal planes, they would create a new formidable enemy, which would also lead to their downfall. One was an immediate death, the other a slow death. It was merely a difference in timing. The human race had to maintain a delicate balance. They couldn't let the abyssal demon gods become too strong, nor could they allow the seal on the supreme demon god to weaken too much. However, this balance couldn't be maintained indefinitely. With only 10 abyssal planes left, nearly half of the original 18, the human race needed to buy more time, cultivate more supreme seeds, and increase the number of supreme beings. Perhaps only then could they resolve the current crisis and avert the slow death of their race. Stunned, Yi Bai's thoughts flashed like lightning. He suddenly realized a shocking truth. The true purpose of the human army stationed in the abyssal realm wasn't purification, but to weaken the abyssal forces and prevent them from devouring and destroying each other. Yi Bai's mind raced, forming a vivid analogy. He likened the abyssal demons to a group of aggressive pigs. If left to fight among themselves, they might eventually give rise to a super pig that humans couldn't handle. Instead, by drawing a bit of blood from each pig, they would be too weak to fight each other or produce a stronger entity. This vivid analogy made Yi Bai nod to himself, feeling he had grasped the crux of the matter. Xiao Yao also nodded slightly, silently affirming his understanding. As the truth became clearer, Yi Bai felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. The crisis facing humanity was far more complex and daunting than he had previously imagined. The simplified information he had encountered before might have been false, but the threat of humanity's extinction was all too real. Just as Yi Bai was feeling burdened, a shadow suddenly flew out from the depths of the eternal forest. It was Jui returning. Yi Bai's sense of security surged as Jui approached. However, midway through, the shadow abruptly changed direction and vanished into the night. Yi Bai was stunned, a tinge of disappointment welling up inside him. "So, love does disappear, doesn't it, Jui?" Xiao Yao spoke calmly. "Teacher said he's tired and needs a rest." Yi Bai immediately responded, "I'll go rest with him. Respecting the elderly has always been my principle." However, Xiao Yao's next words shattered Yi Bai's hopes completely. "Teacher said he saw us getting along well, and he wants me to protect you today." Yi Bai looked at Xiao Yao in disbelief. "You just followed Jui's orders like that?" Going from being protected by the elite fighter Jui to having the supreme Xiao Yao personally guard him. This sudden change left Yi Bai overwhelmed with emotion. He stood there, his heart racing, but dared not move, afraid of shattering this hard-won opportunity. Yi Bai tried to resist but eventually accepted reality. He had no choice but to spend an unforgettable night with the Supreme Master Xiaoyao. It was his first night without Jiu Yi by his side, and he missed him dearly. After the great battle, the summer camp will reopen. I have to go back, Yi Bai said candidly. Xiaoyao nodded in understanding. All right, you've worked hard. Using a teleportation scroll, Yi Bai returned to the previous safe house. He carefully put away the substitute doll and then reunited with his classmates. Under the teacher's guidance, the group returned to the summer camp. The sudden battle ended as quickly as it had begun. The other students only knew that the highest level emergency alert had been triggered, but they were unaware of the specifics. Throughout the entire ordeal, a turtle carrying white clouds followed Yi Bai closely. Yi Bai and his group were the last to return to the training hall. The teachers received simple orders. Everything was to proceed as usual. It was still not yet 7 p.m., and there were 5 hours left until the Eternal Tower opened. The previously scheduled combat tests would continue unaffected by the battle. When Yi Bai arrived at the training hall, he was surprised to see Zhao Lin, Lu Sueki, and other students from Nanjiang Third High School in a heated confrontation with another group, nearly breaking into a fight. Zhao Lin stood at the forefront, arguing fiercely with the other side, while the rest of the Third High School students formed a protective circle around Jiang Yun. Yi Bai's expression darkened as he strode forward and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Seeing Yi Bai, Zhao Lin immediately stopped talking and explained in a low voice. The students from Nanjiang Second High insulted Jiang Yun. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Since when did Zhao Lin get so close to Jiang Yun? Or when did Jiang Yun become so well-liked that all the Third High School students would stick up for him? Something was off. Zhao Lin continued to explain that Jiang Yun had previously gone to Nanjiang Second High and defeated everyone, offending the students there. He added grimly, there was a bit of a scuffle, and one of the jerks from Second High called Jiang Yun a bastard without a father. Zhao Lin almost whispered the last few words, afraid that Jiang Yun would hear them again. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai's face turned even darker. Though he didn't know Jiang Yun well, he had heard some things from Zhao Lin. Jiang Yun's father had died in battle on the Abyss battlefield when he was young. His mother, deeply in love with her late husband, couldn't accept the loss and fell ill, both physically and mentally, frequently hospitalized. Growing up in such a family environment, Jiang Yun's personality was understandably difficult, and Yi Bai didn't have much affection for him. But that didn't mean anyone could insult Jiang Yun's parents. Yi Bai's presence seemed to give the students from Nanjiang Third High a backbone, and they all looked at him expectantly. The students from Nanjiang Second High also realized that resolving this conflict might hinge on Yi Bai. A girl stepped forward, her face full of apology. "Are you Yi Bai?" "I'm sorry." Yi Bai ignored her and walked straight through the crowd to Jiang Yun. He recalled Xiao Xiaola's last words to Jiang Yun before his death: to study hard and be a good person. Standing in front of Jiang Yun, Yi Bai asked, "How do you want to handle this?" Jiang Yun, filled with pent-up anger, glared at a student from Nanjiang Second High and responded coldly, "It's none of your business." "Fine, I didn't plan to interfere anyway." Yi Bai turned and walked away decisively. His gaze shifted to the students from C District. This combat test was a match between C District and a district, with the winners getting more resources. Yi Bai was leading the C District team. "Gather," Yi Bai commanded in a calm but authoritative tone. The temperature in the training hall seemed to drop a few degrees with just that one word. Soon, the top 50 and bottom 50 students from C District lined up neatly in front of Yi Bai. All eyes were on him, waiting silently. They had all witnessed the earlier conflict and were curious about how Yi Bai would handle it. Once everyone was assembled, Yi Bai spoke again. "Who's leading a district?" The girl from Nanjiang Second High stepped forward once more, still looking apologetic. "I am Ling Guyu." "Yi Bai, I'm really sorry. I'm here to lead the team for the combat test. The other issues have nothing to do with me." Yi Bai maintained a businesslike demeanor, his face expressionless as he continued. Originally, the test rules included individual and team competitions. Since an urgent matter disrupted our plans, let's simplify things. Ling Guyu furrowed her brow and tentatively asked, "How simple?" Yi Bai turned coldly to look at the team behind him, his voice calm. "We have 100 people, you have 100 people. We'll fight. Whoever has people standing at the end wins. The losing side will have their last 50 members leave the summer camp and give up 50 of their resources to the winners." Ling Guyu's face changed drastically, her brow furrowing even more. She thought to herself, isn't this too extreme? Eliminating 50 people and giving up 50 of resources just because Jiang Yun was insulted? Ignoring Ling Guyu's reaction, Yi Bai turned to face the team from Zone C, raising his voice. "Any objections?" "No." 100 voices shouted in unison, loud and powerful. Ling Guyu sighed inwardly. The offspring of tigers and leopards, though not yet grown, already have the air of eating cattle. Yi Bai's proposal was a high-stakes gamble, a winner-takes-all scenario. Everyone was undergoing special training in the summer camp, starting from the same point, with the same resources and catch-up sessions. Zone A had no reason to lose to Zone C. Moreover, there were rumors that the ABC zones were initially divided based on strength, meaning Zone A's starting point was actually higher than Zone C's. Zone C's leader, Yi Bai, proposed this challenge, and everyone in Zone C agreed. If Zone A didn't dare to accept the challenge, they would never be able to hold their heads high in the summer camp, and the shame would follow them forever. At this age, once labeled a coward, it's hard to shake it off. When Yi Bai finished stating the conditions, Ling Guyu realized the situation was dire. The Zone A team was becoming restless, with many clamoring to accept the challenge. Ling Guyu made one last effort. Yi Bai, even if I agree to this, the instructor might not. I agree. An unfamiliar voice rang out. A one-armed, middle-aged man in an instructor's uniform walked into the training hall. You can start any time. With the instructor's approval, Zone A had no choice but to accept the challenge from Zone C, even if reluctantly. Ling Guyu's last attempt failed, and she sighed helplessly before returning to Zone A's lineup, preparing for the upcoming battle. Yi Bai looked at the 100 people of Zone C and didn't arrange any specific tactics. Wang Zheng, standing at the front of the lineup, asked on behalf of everyone, Yi Bai, how do we fight? Call me Brother Bai. Brother Bai, how do we fight? Wang Zheng quickly corrected himself. Yi Bai was pleased with Wang Zheng's attitude and raised his voice. Listen up, everyone. I'll only say this once. After the fight starts, you need to protect me. You all know I only have a club talent, and I'm the weakest. Everyone thought to themselves, you right? Yi Bai sincerely said, as long as I'm the last one standing, Zone C will definitely win. Everyone smirked inwardly. No kidding. If anyone from Zone C is the last one standing, Zone C wins. Thanks for the enlightening speech. Yi Bai didn't arrange any specific tactics. In such a large-scale brawl with 100 people, without special training, random tactics would only cause chaos. With both sides evenly matched, the key to victory was one word: boldness. In a narrow path, the brave win. If boldness wasn't enough, Yi Bai could always resort to other means. Soon, both sides were ready. The instructor began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin! In an instant, the people from Zone C and Zone A clashed, creating a chaotic scene. 10 minutes later, Wang Zheng was covered in soot, his battle armor in tatters, one eye bruised, and a lump on his forehead, looking utterly disheveled. He looked around and realized that besides himself and Yi Bai, no one else was standing. Yi Bai, unscathed, seriously said, Wang Zheng, if you can't hold on, just lie down. It's okay. You've done well. Leave the rest to me. Oh, Wang Zheng responded, slowly squatting down and then lying flat. He suspected Yi Bai wanted to show off, but had no proof. Just as Yi Bai had planned, during the battle, everyone in Zone C had protected Yi Bai well, allowing him to focus on minor skirmishes. Now, Yi Bai was the only one left standing. He looked at the instructor and smiled faintly. We won? The last 50 members of Zone A turned pale, their eyes filled with unwillingness and disbelief. This outcome was beyond anyone's expectations. They couldn't understand why they lost. With only a club talent left standing, he seemed like an insurmountable fortress, instilling endless despair in their hearts. The instructor's voice rang out again. I declare, the result of this combat test: Zone C wins. At Summer Camp Area C, the battle came swiftly and ended even faster. According to the previous bet, Area C, as the victor, not only had no eliminations, but also gained 50 of the resources originally belonging to Area A. Each area had 500 people, with resources evenly distributed initially, even including the special ingredients that Fit had prepared for Zhao Lin. Leading his victorious team back to Area C, Yi Bai encountered Feng Dong and others along the way. Surprisingly, Feng Dong's head was covered in bumps, and the other seniors bore various red marks, looking quite festive. Brother Bai, I missed you so much. Feng Dong's appearance genuinely startled Yi Bai. Feigning surprise, but actually calm inside, Yi Bai asked, Senior, did you run into abyssal creatures? Yes, Feng Dong said through gritted teeth. Those creatures played dirty, releasing mosquitoes to bite us. Yi Bai nodded in agreement. So nasty. Didn't you use insect repellent? Feng Dong became even more indignant. That's the worst part. These mosquitoes are fireproof, waterproof, and immune to insect repellent. They move quickly, and there are so many of them. After venting, he added seriously, I suspect the Abyssal Realms technology has greatly advanced. I've already reported this information. Yi Bai absent-mindedly nodded. Right? The conversation soon shifted to the combat test. After hearing Zhao Lin's explanation, Feng Dong exclaimed, Is that even possible? Nonetheless, the outcome was positive. Area C had no eliminations and gained a 50 resource increase, quickly setting them apart from other areas. Back in Area C, the team disbanded. Yi Bai and his group gathered in the cafeteria for a late-night snack, celebrating their dual victories in the human battle and the combat test. The aroma of barbecue filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. This time, Wang Zheng and his senior Guo Shoujiang joined the meal, and Yi Bai secretly dubbed them the Pot King Duo. Feng Dong patted Wang Zheng on the shoulder and said, "I've been hanging out with Brother Bai. Kid, you're on the right track. Your future looks bright." Wang Zheng was momentarily speechless, feeling something odd about the comment. Suddenly, Feng Dong received a message, his face full of shock. "Brother Bai, something big has happened." Yi Bai was also surprised. What happened? He wondered if Feng Dong had discovered the potential fourth demon god, the turtle under the next table. Fit had been eyeing that turtle, muttering something about turtle soup and the legend of Boang Biaji. Feng Dong waved his arms excitedly. "Remember the big thing my nephew mentioned before? The confidentiality period is over now. My nephew just sent me the skill data, and it's... Zhao Lin chimed in. "Awesome. Yes, incredibly awesome." Feng Dong handed his phone to Yi Bai, which detailed the skill Wind Without Bounds. Everyone was stunned after reading it, as if they had absorbed all the coolness from the cafeteria. Feng Dong mysteriously said, "Let me tell you another secret." Feng Dongqiang suppressed his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. "This skill was created by Shura, our race's fourth supreme seed, Shura. The key to this abyssal victory." His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if he could already see the glorious future of wind magic swift and deadly. To ease everyone's excitement, Yi Bai took the initiative to be the mood maker. Raising his glass, he shouted, "Let's toast to Shura." Everyone followed suit, raising their glasses and shouting in unison, "To Shura." The juice was down in one gulp. Still unable to hide his excitement, Feng Dong held up his phone. Someone from the Wanwu Pavilion just offered to buy Wind Without Bounds. Guess how much? Zhuo Lingxie tentatively offered a price. 300. Feng Dong nodded yes. Zhuo Lingxie widened his eyes. "I meant 300,000 gold coins. I meant 300 war god merits." Feng Dong corrected. 300 war god merits for a copy of Wind Without Bounds. The group continued their lively discussion, the first half focusing on the details of the great battle, and the second half on Wind Without Bounds and its creator Shura. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was almost midnight. Everyone returned to their dorms to rest, as the battle had ended so swiftly in less than half a day. Yi Bai opened the dorm room door, letting Wang Ba crawl in first before following inside himself. White clouds rose, and Xiaoyao appeared once more. Pointing at Wang Ba on the ground, he asked again, "This thing is useless. Are you sure you don't want it?" Yi Bai replied firmly, "I don't want it." Xiaoyao nodded. "Then I owe you a favor." Yi Bai calculated silently. A favor from a supreme being could be significant or trivial. He decided to use this opportunity soon to minimize the risk of further interactions with Xiaoyao. However, he couldn't think of a suitable request at the moment. The camp's bell rang, signaling midnight. Yi Bai asked, "Can I enter the Eternal Tower?" "Yes," Xiaoyao agreed. The Eternal Tower mark activated, and Yi Bai's figure disappeared from where he stood. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally shaken off Xiaoyao, he found himself in the Eternal Core City with the Daoist beside him again. "Nice to see you again," Xiaoyao said calmly. Yi Bai forced a smile. "Yes, we meet again." "Don't be formal, just relax," Xiaoyao said. Yi Bai steeled himself and walked forward, ready to fulfill his promise to Lone Wolf and treat them to a night of drinks. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He looked cautiously at the Daoist and asked, "You said you owe me a favor, right?" Xiaoyao nodded, yes. Yi Bai slowly said, "Well, here's the thing. I promised to treat someone to drinks for a night. Could you cover the bill for me?" "Sure." Xiaoyao led Yi Bai into the Wolf's Den, through the crowd, and to the bar. It was then he remembered a small problem, had no money. Xiaoyao thought for a moment and decided to solve the problem in the simplest way. He explained to Yi Bai, "I gave something to Xueming, so Xueming owes me. I owe you a favor, so I'll cover the bill for you. Essentially, Xueming will be paying for you on my behalf. This way, my debts with both you and Xueming are cleared." Yi Bai was dumbfounded by the flawless logic. Xiaoyao turned to Dai Meng at the front desk and said clearly, "Charge all of tonight's expenses at the Wolf's Den to Xueming's account." Back to where it all began. Yi Bai stood at the entrance of the Wolf's Den, recalling the moment when he gave the turtle to Xueming, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. Now, with two pieces of good news, Xueming had not only received the turtle, but was also about to face an astronomical bill. Inside the Wolf's Den, Dai Meng wore a troubled expression, her brows tightly knit. The Taoist in front of her left her puzzled. His appearance was unremarkable, almost forgettable. Though he was brought by fourth brother, she couldn't extend credit without Xueming's permission. Besides, she didn't have the authority. Dai Meng smiled politely and said, "I'm sorry, but Xueming has frozen all cards and accounts, so we can't process any transactions. She added, it's not just the accounts here at the Wolf's Den. Even the Wanwu Pavilion accounts are frozen. It seems Xuan Meng anticipated this and took precautions. The Taoist calmly replied, they can be unfrozen. Dai Meng shook her head. They can, but only if your authority surpasses Xuan Meng's. Given Xuan Meng's unique status, only 3 supreme beings or a war god could unfreeze his accounts. Even fourth brother the legendary Asura can do it. She continued, when Xuan Meng froze the accounts, he said, that brat can't possibly get a supreme being to unfreeze them. If he can't, I'll accept it. Among the 3 supreme beings, 2 are his fathers who wouldn't betray him. As for Xiaoyao, that's even less likely. Xuan Meng gambled that Azura wouldn't dare meet Xiaoyao. The Taoist seemed to understand partially. He took out an aged card from his robe and swiped it on the machine. Beep beep, the machine sounded. Authorizing, unfreeze successful. Dai Meng instantly realized the identity of the man before her body trembling uncontrollably, almost losing her balance. She stammered, Su, Supreme Xiaoyao, what are your orders? Xiaoyao repeated, charge the expenses at the Wolf's Den to Xuan Meng's account. Dai Meng's fingers moved swiftly as she reported, Xuan Meng's total account balance is 62 War God merits across all networks, 125 War God merit points in anonymous accounts, and 347 War God merit points in proxy accounts, totaling 534 War God merit points, roughly equivalent to 534 million gold coins. Normally, this would cover a night's expenses, but lately, spending at the Wolf's Den has been out of control, she added. Xuan Meng's authority allows him to advance 1,000 War God merits, which should be enough. Good, Xiaoyao nodded, turning to leave and rejoining Yi Bai. Yi Bai realized that Xiaoyao's identity had been exposed and decided it was best not to linger. He instructed the front desk to prepare some food before leaving the Wolf's Den. I'm planning to return to my exclusive space. Would you like to join me? Yi Bai asked politely. Xiaoyao shook his head no. My teacher advised me never to enter someone else's exclusive space, except to kill. After I leave, I plan to challenge the Eternal Tower. Will I see you there? Yi Bai pressed. Do you think you can reach the 99th floor today? Xiaoyao countered. Yi Bai hesitated. Probably not. Then you won't see me, Xiaoyao replied calmly. Yi Bai felt a mix of admiration and resignation. Is this the humble brag of a true master? Then farewell? Yi Bai wanted to say goodbye, but feared it might be a final farewell. After parting ways with Xiaoyao, Yi Bai returned to his exclusive space, the Evernight Castle. He teleported directly to his room, made some brief preparations, and summoned his subordinates for an audience. Responding to Yi Bai's call, Dracula quickly scurried up the stairs, his hands greasy from chicken. As he passed a wall painting, he wiped his hands on it. Before even entering the room, he could hear the conversation inside. Yi Bai's voice rang out clearly. I met the Supreme Being today. It's truly awe-inspiring. Even if I have to pay a small price, it's worth it. The mention of the Supreme Being made Dracula's heart skip a beat, flooding his mind with unpleasant memories. His brain raced, considering the possibility. Could the Demon Lord have encountered that entity? Was Yi Bai's price referring to him being turned into an animal? Dracula couldn't help but let his mind wander, curious about what animal Yi Bai might have become. This thought unexpectedly lifted his spirits. The Demon Lord exploited them, the vampires, but that strange Taoist could actually subdue the Demon Lord. A sense of sweet revenge surged within Dracula. Humming a tune, he pushed open the door with a spring in his step. The scene before him left him stunned. Jack the werewolf, the minor leader, and Morbek were gathered around a pitch-black wolf dog. The dog seemed uneasy, wagging its tail furiously. Dracula could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Centuries of vampire decorum and training couldn't stop his hysterics. He laughed freely, confidently, and unrestrainedly. Internally, he shouted with glee, "This is amazing! Shura, you got what you deserved." Yi Bai turned into a dog by Xiaoyao. Is there anything funnier in the world? Just then, Yi Bai's voice came from behind. What's so funny? Care to share? Dracula's smile froze instantly, his entire body turning to stone. Slowly, he turned around to see Yi Bai staring at him with a cold, mocking smile, holding a black cat and stroking its fur. As Yi Bai appeared, the black wolf dog in the room stood up, shook its head, and transformed into a 3-headed hellhound, obediently trotting over to Yi Bai. Only Dracula stood there, dumbfounded, feeling utterly outsmarted. It turned out the dog was Yi Bai's ploy to observe Dracula's reaction. The others were unaware of Xiaoyao's terrifying power. Only Dracula could connect the dots to being turned into a dog. He had been tricked. Yi Bai coldly said, "You're a clever one. Make it easy on yourself." With that, he kicked the dog lightly, walked into the room, and continued discussing the development of a private space with the minor leader and Jack. Dracula knew that if he didn't make it easy on himself, Yi Bai would help him do so. A minute later, a small pig trudged into the room, dejectedly lying beside the three-headed hellhound, letting out a weak oink oink. A pig and a dog in the same pit. Yi Bai casually tossed the cat in as well. He coldly surveyed the creatures he regarded as mere beasts, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Yi Bai stood at the edge of the mine, overlooking the busy workers. He quickly calculated in his mind, deciding to alter the initial production plan. Keep the ore output steady, but prioritize higher-grade materials, he whispered to the overseer beside him. The human race had just concluded a major war, leading to a plummet in ore demand. Moreover, the recent conquest of the three abyssal plains had yielded abundant resources, including a large quantity of ore. Yi Bai frowned, realizing that ore prices would continue to decline in the near future, making it difficult to fetch a good price. More importantly, his second brother had been persuading that renowned demon blacksmith for some time. After the recent war between the two races, that blacksmith would surely come around. A flicker of anticipation crossed Yi Bai's eyes as he planned to forge SS-grade equipment for himself, requiring top-tier ores. In addition to the mysterious mine, Yi Bai's private space now included a mushroom forest. Previously, to avoid any mishaps, the forest had been off-limits for exploration. Now that he had some free time, developing the mushroom forest naturally became a priority. I've drawn a simple map of the mushroom forest, Yi Bai said, pulling out a highly accurate map from his pocket and handing it to Mo Bei Ke. Retrieve the grade resources marked on the map today. Ride this pig and take the other vampires. Ensure the task is completed. Mo Bei Ke stood up straight, just a bit taller than the Dracula pig. The vampires of the ancient castle had the ability to resurrect infinitely, making them ideal for exploration. With the Dracula pig present, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. This team could handle the grade resource points without much difficulty, though it would take some time. After assigning the tasks, everyone got to work with great enthusiasm. The initial investment had already paid off, and Yi Bai's generosity made him well-liked among the werewolves and miners. As for the vampires, admiration wasn't in their vocabulary, only fear. The harsher Yi Bai treated Dracula, the more loyal his vampires became. Putting aside matters of his private space, Yi Bai began to organize the spoils of this battle. In terms of loot alone, he had gained a lot, most of which was collected by Ying Qi and then handed over to him. Altogether, it might be worth over 1,000 war god merit points. However, Yi Bai didn't plan to sell these items. He would keep what he could use, and the rest would serve as mementos. 1/3 of the fourth demon god could be considered Yi Bai's trophy in a strict sense. However, he gave it to Xue Ming to express his gratitude. It was a favor repaid with another favor. Besides these spoils, there were returns on Yi Bai's early investments. 50,000 copies of the Wind Without Distance skill book had secured 1/3 of the human race's gains this time. The Wanwu Pavilion was calculating the accounts, and the results would be out soon. Yi Bai estimated that by the time he finished today's 4S rating, he would receive a substantial sum. It feels like I'm about to hit several small goals at once. Yi Bai couldn't help but feel excited. With 3 major abyssal plains conquered and 3 demon gods defeated, becoming the richest person on Blue Star seemed within reach. Yi Bai's gaze fell on the sword in his hand, the Heavenly King's sword. This sword carried an obsession, unlocking greater power once the obsession was fulfilled. In the previous battle, Yi Bai had used the Heavenly King's sword to slay a War King tier demon, completing the first obsession. He carefully examined the attributes of the Heavenly King's sword. Weapon: Heavenly King Sword LV.108. Grade: S level. Attributes: Strength 1620, Constitution 810. Physical attack: 3600. Traits: 1. Armor break. The first physical damage inflicted on the enemy ignores physical defense. The same target will only suffer armor break damage once every 6 hours. 2. Permanent. Durability always remains at 100, never degrading. 3. King with sword. When the Heavenly King's sword is the only weapon wielded, its attributes are doubled. Obsession. Fulfill the obsession by using this sword to destroy the main weapon of a War King tier demon. 81 completed. In addition to the previous traits being enhanced to varying degrees, a new trait, King with Sword, had been added. When triggered, it would double the sword's strength attribute to 3240 and Constitution to 1620. A smile crept onto Yi Bai's lips as he realized the sword's potential far exceeded his expectations. Wielding the King's sword not only enhances the Heavenly Grace effect, but also doubles the 20 attribute boost to 40. Among S-grade equipment, the King's sword is undoubtedly the most superior. When Yi Bai left the Eternal Forest, he took with him 2 precious items: the battle-damaged Nightmare Wind and the King's Sword. Strictly speaking, the King's Sword is the most powerful equipment in the Eternal Forest without dispute. As for repairing the battle-damaged Nightmare Wind, the cost is equivalent to forging a new SS-grade item, a luxury only someone as wealthy as Yi Bai could afford. After a brief examination, Yi Bai stored the unsealed king's sword. Today's mission was clear: achieve at least 3 4S ratings. The 15th, 16th, and 17th floors of the Eternal Tower are interconnected, requiring continuous completion to achieve a 4S rating. The 18th floor is related to the 13th, which will likely be out of reach today. Time was tight, and the task was daunting. Yi Bai took out the map of the 15th floor and studied it carefully. Sailing? As he looked at the information on the map, more hints surfaced. In this instance, players will act as the captain of a ship, leading the crew across the ocean. They can choose to transport cargo along fixed routes, raise the pirate flag and plunder, or even seek out the legend of the mermaids. The key is to protect the crew while collecting more treasures to increase exploration points. The ocean will randomly generate various events and storms. For most, the ocean might be captivating, mysterious, and full of the unknown. But for Yi Bai, equipped with the Eye of Insight, these words lost their meaning. It was akin to having the most powerful navigation system. Unknown ceased to exist in his presence. The Eternal Tower was initially mistaken for an online game, because some levels are indeed filled with game elements and are highly entertaining. The 15th floor is a prime example. Many people, even after clearing it, would often return to relive the thrill of being a captain and sailing the blue seas. Following the guidance of the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai prepared the necessary items and left his exclusive space. He summoned the Eternal Core Crystal in the Eternal Core City. Although it had only been a day since he last saw it, it felt like an eternity. The excitement from the recent battle still lingered, especially the time spent with Xiaoyao, the impact of which Yi Bai preferred not to dwell on. Choose the floor you wish to go to. 15th floor. Yi Bai placed his hand on the crystal, a smile forming on his lips, barely containing his excitement. Eternal Tower. I, Yi Bai, have returned. The familiar prompt sounded in his ear, wishing you a swift completion of the Eternal Tower. The Eternal Tower, 15th floor. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze blew through the air, making it a perfect day for an outing. Yi Bai stood at the dock, accompanied by a merchant with a broad smile on his face. You have a keen eye, sir. Our ships here are the finest among the 3 islands. St. Mary's Port will not disappoint you. The merchant enthusiastically pointed towards the various ships anchored, rattling off names like Bronze, Silver, Gold, Soaring, Cobra. Yi Bai raised his hand to interrupt the merchant's endless chatter. I want the Blade, departing in 5 minutes. The merchant's eyes widened in exaggerated shock. The Blade? My goodness! That's the fastest ship in the entire sea. No one dares to challenge that fierce vessel. Yi Bai, expressionless, tossed a small pouch of coins to the merchant and turned to leave. 6,000 gold coins. If this doesn't shut you up, I'll try my staff. Don't waste my time. In the 15th layer of the Eternal Tower, players need to personally complete tasks like buying a ship, recruiting crew members, and embarking on sea adventures. While exploration resets daily, the map does not, leaving traces of all previous activities. The Blade, which Yi Bai bought for 6,000 gold coins, would forever belong to him and could even be brought into his personal space if a sea area appeared there. After purchasing the ship, Yi Bai needed to recruit crew members. He could persuade NPCs to join, but that required meeting their specific conditions. Considering the time cost, Yi Bai opted for a simpler method: hiring at the tavern. This approach was quicker, but came with the risk of low loyalty, making betrayal a constant possibility. However, the obligation to protect hired crew members was reduced. If they betrayed him, killing them would increase his exploration rating. Yi Bai pushed open the tavern's louvered doors, revealing a dimly lit scene of human diversity. As the only bar at St. Mary's Port, it was filled with drunks and female freelancers. The environment was chaotic, teeming with all sorts of people, some of whom possessed remarkable skills. For a moment, Yi Bai felt like he was back in the Wolf's Den, minus Xuan Ming offering him a drink. Without hesitation, he jumped onto the nearest empty table and loudly announced, I'm recruiting 10 crew members to sail with me. A whistle came from the corner, followed by a sultry voice from a young woman. Handsome, for half a gold coin, I'll let you sail any way you want. Her suggestive remarks sparked laughter throughout the tavern. Yi Bai wasn't angry. He saw it as a sign of acceptance. Once the laughter died down, he spoke again. I'm setting sail to find the mermaid's treasure. The laughter abruptly stopped, and all eyes focused on Yi Bai. Most people glared at him with suspicion, their gazes piercing. Anyone else might have been intimidated, but Yi Bai remained unfazed, using the moment to scan the room for suitable crew members. Behind the bar, a bartender scoffed. The mermaid's treasure is a myth. Rubbish. A pirate with a hook hand immediately retorted, mermaids are real. To seek their treasure, you need wisdom, strength, courage, and luck, all in equal measure. In the corner, an old man seemed to be triggered by unpleasant memories. Trembling, he lifted his glass and said haltingly, "You must cross the death zone, race against the sea's masters, and battle fierce storms and winds. Without a good ship, none of that is possible." Most people were skeptical about Yi Bai's claim of seeking the mermaid's treasure. Even those intrigued were hesitant to act immediately. Yi Bai spoke again. "I bought the blade." The blade! The name caused an uproar in the tavern. "Are you crazy? Sailing that ship is suicide. No cannons, no reinforced hull. It's built solely for speed. Any collision or attack would sink it. Reefs, storms, sea monsters, pirates me friend, the sea is no living room. For your own sake, turn back now." A weathered old captain shook his head with a wry smile, a glint of mockery in his eyes. "Kid, you should be recruiting a priest, not sailors. At least a priest can pray for your soul." Ignoring him, Yi Bai leaped off the table and loudly announced, "We set sail in 5 minutes. Only 10 crew members needed." He strode to the bar counter, ordered a glass of rum, and waited for the right crew members to come forward. Searching for the mermaid's treasure. Aboard the Blade's Edge, these two conditions were enough to deter most, yet they also attracted a select few true adventurers. Yi Bai knew this well. His goal was 100 exploration, and the Blade's Edge, with its unparalleled speed, would save him a lot of travel time. Under the protection of the Eye of Insight, natural threats like reefs and storms would be mere trifles. As for the mermaid's treasure, finding it would grant him 30 exploration progress, a necessary condition for achieving an SS level completion. Sure enough, a one-eyed man soon approached Yi Bai. He doffed his hat and bowed respectfully. "Captain, my mates and I were crew members of the Black Chocolate. I swear by the sea god, we never shirked work, never got drunk, and never stole anything, but that foolish Count Mipoli insisted on firing us." He looked at Yi Bai with a pitiful expression. "May we have the honor of joining your voyage? I've grown up hearing tales of mermaids, and would love to see one with my own eyes." Yi Bai glanced at the one-eyed man, and the Eye of Insight immediately revealed his true identity. Pirate Captain Robert, LV.100, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 6,200 gold coins. This guy was not only a menace at sea, but also committed heinous crimes on land, including 3 home invasion murders. Interestingly, he had once set foot on the Mermaid's Island and witnessed the undead creatures there. Feigning hesitation, Yi Bai took a sip of his drink before slowly nodding. "You can bring 5 of your men. There's a place for you on my ship." Clearly, Robert's real goal wasn't the mermaid's treasure, but rather seeing Yi Bai as an easy target. Despite its flaws, the Blade's Edge was the fastest ship in these waters. Capturing it would fetch a hefty sum if sold to St. Mary's dockyard, even if he didn't use it himself. Yi Bai smirked inwardly, curious to see what kind of trouble this pirate would stir up. Sinking pirate ships and repelling pirate attacks were excellent opportunities to boost his exploration progress. Robert's face lit up with a broad smile, his gestures exaggerated. "Thank you. Thank you so much. You're a great captain, really." But as he turned, his smile vanished, replaced by a cold, menacing look. He silently warned everyone around him. Anyone who revealed his true identity would be signing their own death warrant. As he walked toward the corner, a smug grin crept onto Robert's face. He was already plotting. Once they were at sea, he'd find a chance to eliminate this naive kid and claim the Blade's Edge for himself. This fool was too easy to deceive, practically a gift from the sea god. Refusing such a gift would be truly blasphemous. Aside from the one-eyed pirate Robert, Yi Bai had welcomed several more volunteers. Despite their enthusiasm, they were neither pirates nor possessed of any special background, so Yi Bai politely declined them. Including Robert and his 5 subordinates, there were now 6 people on the ship, leaving 4 positions to fill. Just as Yi Bai was about to look elsewhere, a fierce-looking man barged into view. This man had a face full of rough features, a menacing scar on his left cheek, and arms covered in knife and bullet wounds, looking even more like a pirate than Robert. "Kid, I heard you're looking for mermaids?" the burly man asked gruffly. Yi Bai scrutinized the man, and information immediately appeared above his head. "Bounty hunter, Weiss Randy, LV.105. Clearly, he was someone who made a living hunting pirates and had recently set his sights on Robert. More intriguingly, this guy seemed to have also encountered the Undying Monster. This was the second time Yi Bai had heard this term, and it made him wary. He focused his mind, trying to gather more information. A system prompt flashed. Undying Monster, a creature that cannot be killed no matter what. Yi Bai silently mocked the useless explanation and continued to delve deeper. New information emerged. "You have dealt with her sister before." Sister? A light bulb went off in Yi Bai's mind, and he thought of a name, Medusa. According to the mythological knowledge Yi Bai had before crossing over, Medusa had 2 sisters, collectively known as the Gorgon sisters. Medusa was mortal, while her 2 sisters were immortal monsters. As daughters of the sea god, it made sense for them to appear on the sea. But there was a troubling question. Why would the Gorgon sisters appear in the Eternal Tower on Blue Star? This was no coincidence, and the hidden secrets were chilling. Yi Bai understood that with his current strength, exploring these secrets recklessly would be suicidal. He carefully buried these thoughts and, with a calm expression, said to Randy, "You can join my crew. For each voyage, I'll pay you 50 gold coins." This offer clearly exceeded Randy's expectations. Even for a single silver coin, he would have followed to capture Robert. 50 gold coins were a significant sum, far more than he could earn through normal means by capturing Robert. Without any hesitation, Randy nodded and agreed. "Happy to serve you. As long as it doesn't endanger my life, I'll do my utmost to protect you. Even if something happens to you, I'll bring your remains back to land. That's my promise." As he spoke, he made a peculiar gesture, as if taking an oath. Yi Bai put down his glass and said casually, "Stick with me, and speak more positively. I've always had good luck." He then instructed, "Find 3 experienced sailors, capable of handling a ship like the Razor, and have them meet at the port." With that, he placed 60 gold coins on the table. "Understood." Randy took the coins and quickly left the tavern. As a bounty hunter, he had extensive connections at the port, and finding 3 seasoned sailors was not difficult. Yi Bai's generosity left a strong impression. 10 gold coins were enough to live like a king for a week at the port, enjoying every indulgence. Such an employer was naturally the most sought after. 6 pirates, 1 bounty hunter, and 3 sailors. Yi Bai shook his head. The crew of the Razor was indeed unique. Besides these NPCs, he could summon subordinates from his exclusive space. While werewolves and vampires might not know how to sail, their combat prowess was undeniable. However, with Yi Bai's current strength, he didn't seem to need their assistance. But it never hurt to be prepared. Having more help was always a good thing. Since the crew issue was resolved, Yi Bai had no reason to stay in the noisy tavern. He stood up, ready to leave this bustling place and begin his maritime adventure. Pirate Robert arrived just in time with his crew. The air was filled with the stench of the dirty pirates, clad in ill-fitting sailor uniforms they had likely stolen. Their arrival instantly made the atmosphere in the tavern tense. "Captain, we're ready to set sail." Robert grinned obsequiously, his single eye greedily scanning Yi Bai without any attempt to hide it. He thought to himself, as long as they were at sea, on his turf, this naive young man before him would be as helpless as a lamb. "Let's go," Yi Bai said, preparing to lead his group out. Suddenly, the bartender spoke up. "Sir, you haven't paid for your drinks." Yi Bai raised an eyebrow. "I already paid." Although no one had treated him, he wasn't the type to drink for free. The bartender insisted. "You drank 2 glasses but only paid for 1. This sounded familiar to Yi Bai. He decided to reason with the bartender and slowly drew his Heavenly King sword. Seeing this, Robert got agitated. "Are you looking for troubles?" The bartender came around the counter and stood in front of Yi Bai. "Sorry, I made a mistake. You did only drink 1 glass." He paused and then lowered his voice. "But I heard you mention looking for the mermaid's treasure. Can I join you on your voyage?" As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt appeared above the bartender's head. "He has seen a mermaid." Yi Bai thought. Everyone has a story. He loved having people with stories on board. It made for great storytelling sessions and helped him increase his exploration points. However, he pretended to be in a dilemma. "My ship can only hold 10 crew members, and as you can see, it's full." Robert chimed in, cursing. "Get lost, kid. Don't get in the way of our captain's journey." Bunga gunshot interrupted Robert. The bartender, now holding a shotgun, had blasted a pirate away, sending a shower of pellets that left the poor soul bloodied. The gunshot plunged the tavern into dead silence. Even the always foul-mouthed Robert turned grim, realizing this opponent was not to be trifled with. "Now, there's a vacancy," the bartender said, his shotgun still smoking. He looked at Yi Bai, lowered the gun, and bowed slightly, asking once more, "Can I join your ship?" Yi Bai admired the young man's spirit but set a condition. "All right, but on one condition. Whenever I come to this tavern, you cover my tab." Spending money in taverns was something Yi Bai was still not used to. He felt uncomfortable without someone to pick up the bill for him. The bartender didn't hesitate. "Deal?" The young man had no idea what this simple condition would cost him. He didn't understand the pain of schwemming. Set sail. Under the driving wind, the Razor slowly left the harbor. On board were Yi Bai, 5 pirates, 3 sailors, a bartender, and a bounty hunter. This motley crew was like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Standing on the deck, Yi Bai gazed into the distance. The sky was clear, the sea calm, and it seemed like his journey to 100 exploration would be smooth sailing. However, just 5 minutes later, the Razor was tossed about like a leaf in the waves. The fierce winds and crashing waves kept every sailor on their toes. Even the pirates were using all their strength just to keep the ship steady. Robert, struggling at the helm, cursed loudly amidst the storm. "This is the sea god's curse. There's someone cursed by the sea god on this ship. He shouldn't be on the sea. Damn it. You want us all to die here?" Listening to his curses, Yi Bai remained unfazed. He thought, cursed by the sea god? What's that got to do with me, Azura? Who says killing his daughter automatically means being cursed? Do you have proof? Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. As he watched the inky black clouds, the roaring thunder, and the torrential rain that seemed to herald the end of days, Yi Bai even had the leisure to shout into the sky, "Let the storm rage on." The storm raged on for a full 10 minutes. Throughout the struggle against the tempest, Yi Bai felt his exploration progress slowly increasing. When it reached 25, he realized that was the maximum he could gain from the storm. Time to end this farce, Yi Bai thought, his gaze fixed on the heavy clouds. Slowly, he raised his staff and silently chanted, "Heavenly thunder." Boom! A deafening roar pierced the sky. In an instant, a red lightning bolt shot upward, shattering the clouds. The electric light dominated the scene, becoming the sole protagonist. A muffled groan echoed from behind the clouds, and a dark figure flashed by. The sky cleared almost immediately. "It's the Thunder God! The Thunder God!" The surviving sailors, ecstatic, raised their hands and shouted, "The Thunder God saved us from the sea god's storm." Those who made a living on the sea were often superstitious. The other crew members followed suit, kneeling to worship the Thunder God. Even the bounty hunter Randy joined in. Only Yi Bai and the bartender watched coldly. The bartender's name was Jack, though his real name was Henry. He had once had an unforgettable encounter with a mermaid, and now carried a special blessing, the sea god's curse. Every time he went to sea, he would encounter at least one storm. Yi Bai pondered silently. There was indeed someone on the ship cursed by the sea god, but it wasn't him. He was more curious about the dark figure hiding behind the clouds, an undying monster. Unexpectedly, the opponent had come to him, which was a pleasant surprise. Although the creature had fled after being severely injured by the heavenly thunder, this proved that even an immortal being could be hurt. Yi Bai calculated that with a fully charged attack, even he might not withstand a strike from the heavenly thunder. Following the direction in which the creature fled, Yi Bai decisively ordered, "Hard to port. Full speed ahead." The rules of the 15th level required a ship to navigate the sea. Without the ship, one couldn't stay afloat and would immediately fall into the sea, continuously losing health until death. Without this rule, Yi Bai would have used Wind's Step to pursue directly, avoiding the hassle of buying a ship and recruiting a crew. In the Eternal Tower, Yi Bai knew when to follow the rules and when to exploit loopholes. At that moment, the Razor's Edge sped across the azure sea, slicing through the waves like a sharp blade. Guided by the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai chose the shortest route. Of course, they were bound to encounter sea monsters along the way. The Razor's Edge had no defensive capabilities. If attacked and sunk, it would likely result in the loss of both the ship and crew. Yi Bai was well prepared for this. Two shadows lurked beneath the Razor's Edge, swimming back and forth: Hellhound, a three-headed Cerberus, and Sea Panther, a black tiger. Any sea monster daring to approach would be mercilessly devoured by these creatures, leaving no bones behind. Their combat prowess was near the War King level, making them formidable on the 15th level. No sea monster could survive a bite from the three-headed Cerberus. After half an hour of sailing, the Razor's Edge encountered no sea monster attacks. The perilous sea was unusually calm today. The experienced pirate Robert couldn't help but mutter, "This luck is uncanny. Could it really be the Thunder God's blessing?" Suddenly, a sailor atop the mast shouted, "Island! Island! Island!" His voice was filled with surprise and disbelief. "What?" Robert quickly climbed the mast and peered into the distance. Indeed, an island not marked on any map appeared in view. What did this mean? Treasure, hidden riches, endless resources, a new stronghold. The value of this place far exceeded everyone's imagination. Robert glanced at the young captain and sneered inwardly. This guy is incredibly lucky. No, I should say I'm incredibly lucky. Originally, he only had his eyes on the Razor's Edge, intending to seize it. Who knew there would be such an unexpected bounty? Truly a double blessing. Robert discreetly moved to a corner and whispered orders to his men. "Signal our home base. Tell them to follow us." One of his henchmen, eyes gleaming with malice, asked, "Boss, don't we have a ship tailing us? Should we act now?" "No." Robert shook his head. "The Razor's Edge is too fast. If we act now, they'll get away." If Yi Bai were alone, Robert would not hesitate to make his move. The bounty hunter Randy stayed close to Yi Bai, scanning the surroundings with a watchful eye. The bartender, whose strength was unknown, also made him wary, preventing him from acting rashly. Captain Robert, the pirate, stood on the deck with a furrowed brow. For years, he had ruled these seas with a mix of bravery, cunning, and shamelessness. Robert stared at the distant island and muttered, "They'll definitely go ashore. Take this chance to bring out every ship we have and surround the island." "Every ship?" his first mate asked in surprise. "Yes, every ship. Robert confirmed through gritted teeth, though a sense of foreboding rose within him. Even with all his might, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. His instincts told him that the island was far from ordinary. After a moment's hesitation, Robert was unwilling to let the prize slip away. Lowering his voice, he ordered, "Spread the word and draw every pirate in these waters here." He vowed silently. Robert refuses to believe that with so many powerful pirates, we can't conquer a mere island. Yi Bai, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't help but nod in approval, thinking, "Robert, you're such a good guy. You know I need to explore, and you're bringing all the pirates here for me." Feeling a bit remorseful, Yi Bai thought, "Fine, I'll close my eyes when I kill him." Sensing the danger, Randy quietly advised, "Captain, I suggest we don't go ashore. If we just report the island's location, we'll earn a hefty bounty. Staying here is too risky." Yi Bai pointed towards the island and smiled. "There's a saying in my hometown. Since we're here, how can we leave empty-handed?" Meanwhile, 12 kilometers away in the depths of Mermaid Island, a massive shadow exuded a scorched aura, with arcs of electricity flickering across its body as if it had been struck by lightning. A venomous roar echoed across the island. Roar. In the darkness, a deep voice filled with boundless hatred whispered, "He's come. That damned individual is here again, the one known as the supreme seed of evil. I can smell his scent. My sister died at his hands. If I hadn't been gravely wounded and sealed, I wouldn't have ended up like this." The whispering gradually weakened, but the immortal creature continued to murmur in the darkness. "Nightmares can't kill me. Swords can't kill me. And he refuses to kill me. This time I won't die." The Eternal Tower, 15th floor. Mermaid Island. The blade surged forward, finally crashing onto the beach. The ship rocked violently as a few crew members quickly jumped down to steady it and cast the anchor. Yi Bai led the charge off the deck, followed closely by the rest, with only 3 sailors left to guard the ship. "Captain, we need to be cautious," Bounty Hunter Randy warned in a hushed tone. "If the ship gets hijacked, we'll have no way out." Yi Bai waved dismissively. "Don't worry, I've got it covered." His gaze swept over the ship's side and caught a shadow lurking in the corner. It was Black Tiger, vigilantly keeping watch. Yi Bai nodded to himself, confident that with Black Tiger's strength, as long as they didn't encounter a boss-level enemy, the blade would be well guarded. Having landed on Mermaid Island, Yi Bai saw no need to keep up appearances any longer. "This island is huge. Everyone, feel free to explore," he said casually. This was exactly what they wanted to hear. The bartender Henry turned and left without a word. Pirate Robert made a show of saying a few polite phrases before eagerly leading his men into the jungle. As an experienced pirate, he understood the importance of taking the initiative. Scouting the terrain in advance not only prepared them for potential battles, but also allowed them to gather more treasure first. Only Randy remained, insisting, "Captain, even if I'm not guarding the ship, please allow me to stay by your side." He had just accepted Yi Bai's 50 gold coins and was determined to fulfill his duty. Yi Bai waved impatiently. "Suit yourself. As long as you can keep up." Before he finished speaking, his figure had already vanished. Randy stood there, dumbfounded, looking around but unable to find any trace of Yi Bai. Where did he go? How can a captain just disappear like that? He felt a sudden chill, realizing that this seemingly good-for-nothing but handsome captain might be far stronger than anyone had imagined. Yi Bai was now standing on a branch not far away. However, what works in comics doesn't always work in reality. The branch couldn't support his weight and snapped instantly. Yi Bai plummeted, but a shadow appeared beneath him just in time to cushion his fall, allowing him to land safely. "Cerberus, can I curse?" Yi Bai brushed the leaves off himself, exasperated. "No, you cannot," Cerberus replied sternly. Yi Bai sighed. Figures. Comics are so misleading. Branches can't hold people, let alone ninjas. Stepping on a mermaid island, Yi Bai quickly noticed something odd. There were no mermaids in sight, not even a single scale. His excitement was in vain. As the distance to the undead creature shortened, the Eye of Insight provided more detailed information. A piece of hot knowledge suddenly popped up. The undead creature had once faced 3 top-tier entities. Yi Bai froze, alarms ringing in his head. He suddenly felt the urge to retreat, thinking, this place is too dangerous. To withstand the might of 3 top-tier entities was unimaginable. Could the creature really be unkillable? Nightmare, Wuhan, Zioyo against these 3. Even the Abyss's first demon god would meet its end. Only a supreme demon god could achieve such a feat. In other words, the undead creature was likely a supreme demon god-level existence. Yi Bai was about to turn back, but felt that retreating now would be too cowardly, tarnishing his reputation as the Shura. He looked at the shadow at his feet and said seriously, "You're the vanguard for this battle. Go scout ahead. If you achieve anything, you'll be handsomely rewarded." Cerberus was speechless. Recovering quickly from his shock, Yi Bai analyzed the situation. The claim of withstanding 3 top-tier entities was likely exaggerated. At least 33 of it might be bluff. Top-tier entity Xiaoyao was known for disliking killing, preferring to attack the heart. He might have had reasons to avoid dealing with the creature. Yi Bai nodded slowly. This behavior might seem absurd for others, but it made perfect sense for the third brother. This meant the undead creature might have only withstood the first and second brothers. Following the Eye of Insight's guidance, Yi Bai navigated through the tropical jungle and soon reached a fork in the path. Turn left ahead to directly face the undead creature, the Eye of Insight prompted. Yi Bai was about to send Cerberus to scout the left path when the nightmare cloak on his back fluttered slightly, as if tugging at his coat. The cloak pointed to the right, seemingly wanting Yi Bai to choose the other path. The left path led to the undead creature, an entity that had faced 3 top-tier beings and was just below a supreme demon god. The right path was guided by the nightmare cloak, possibly hiding crucial clues for passing the level, or maybe just nightmares embarrassing secrets. For Yi Bai, this choice was easy. Right, he said without hesitation. Skipping a 4S rating was fine, but missing out on nightmare secrets was unacceptable. You have deviated from the route. Recalculating, the system's voice announced. Yi Bai didn't mind. After all, Mermaid Island wasn't going anywhere, and he had plenty of time. Following the nightmare cloak might lead to unexpected surprises. After running for less than 1,000 meters, Yi Bai quickly made a new discovery. This was a massive stone, its surface densely covered with inscriptions. Yi Bai's gaze was immediately drawn to a twisted, ugly heart symbol at the bottom of the stone. The unique handwriting and the signature heart were undoubtedly the work of Nightmare. Almost instinctively, Yi Bai pulled out his camera and rapidly snapped photos of the stone. He chuckled to himself, thinking, another piece of Nightmare's dark history secured. After taking the photos, Yi Bai began to carefully read the content on the stone. I was moved by your sister's love story, but unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to return the token to her. It's a pleasant surprise to meet Medusa's sister here. Please accept this token and pass it on to your sister. I'm Nightmare, the anonymous do-gooder, wishing Medusa a happy future. At the end, there was that unmistakable, ugly heart again. Yi Bai couldn't help but marvel at how consistently awful Nightmare's hearts were. It indeed required a unique skill. Suddenly, Yi Bai sensed something off. Nightmare didn't seem intent on killing the recipient. Could it be that Medusa's sister wasn't the fearsome creature capable of fighting off 3 top-tier warriors, but rather a lucky survivor, or perhaps just an unfortunate soul? As Yi Bai pondered this, the Heavenly King's sword in his arms emitted a faint hum. Danger? Instinctively, Yi Bai leapt away, scanning his surroundings warily, fearing an ambush. He quickly clarified that this wasn't a jab at his second brother, but a genuine self-preservation reaction. After confirming the area was safe, Yi Bai commanded the Hellhound to investigate. Once the 3-headed dog circled the stone and reported no threats, he approached again to examine the stone closely. Soon, Yi Bai discovered a small inscription in a corner on the back of the stone, carved with a sword. Are you stupid? I told you that woman is trouble. Kill her. Yi Bai couldn't help but mutter. Are you guys having a conversation across time? He speculated that this message was likely left by his second brother, Wuhan. The stone bore messages from both Nightmare and Wuhan, but there was no trace of Xiaoyao. Yi Bai's mind conjured an image from the past. Daoist Xiaoyao casually arriving at Mermaid Island, glancing at the stone, and leaving with a nonchalant boring. That was very much in line with Xiaoyao's style. Looking at his second brother's message, Yi Bai felt compelled to leave his mark as well. So he added, Are you stupid? I told you that woman is trouble. Kill her. Good job. I'll take it from here. The monster Wuhan couldn't kill. I'll kill. The creature the 3 top warriors couldn't slay. I'll slay. Act first. Report later 9th Lord's special permission. This is Shura. After leaving his mark, Yi Bai meticulously scanned the surroundings to ensure everything was in order before resuming his journey. 3 kilometers ahead, an immortal creature lay in wait. But just as he had barely covered 1 kilometer, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Henry the bartender. Henry stood alone by a tranquil pond, lost in his memories, completely unaware of Yi Bai's approach. He murmured to himself, 40 years. I never thought I'd set foot on this island again. His eyes were distant, as if traveling back in time to those unforgettable moments. When I set sail, I was just a poor kid, Henry continued, his voice tinged with nostalgia. After the shipwreck and the storm, I was washed ashore on this island. You saved me, healed my wounds, and granted me eternal youth. Listening to this familiar tale, Yi Bai thought to himself, another cliched love story. A handsome but penniless young man falls in love with a kind and caring mermaid, only to be separated by some unavoidable circumstances. After leaving the mermaid's island, Henry couldn't set sail again due to the curse of the sea god. Until today, when he heard someone was taking the blade to sea in search of the mermaid's treasure, he realized his chance had come and managed to join Yi Bei's expedition. Indeed, the blade braved the storm, bringing him back to the island he had longed for, where he could finally reunite with his beloved. Henry didn't linger in his memories for long. He pulled a leaf from his pocket and blew a sharp whistle. The piercing sound echoed across the mermaid's island. Soon, the pond began to stir. First, small bubbles surfaced, followed by ripples spreading outward. Under Henry's excited gaze, a shadow suddenly leaped out of the water. A mermaid! Yi Bai's eyes widened, eager to see the legendary creature. He thought with beauty in its name, it shouldn't disappoint. Judging by Henry's taste, he didn't seem like someone with peculiar preferences. If he fell in love with a mermaid, she should at least be passably attractive. If she were too ugly, she'd be called an ugly maid. As the water cleared, the shadow's true form was revealed in the sunlight. Both Henry and Yi Bai were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Why is it so ugly? Yi Bai couldn't help but exclaim in his mind. The legendary mermaid's upper half was that of a fathead fish, with a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth and gills emitting a strong fishy odor. Large scales covered its body from the fishy torso down to the knees, where human-like legs finally appeared. The lower legs were indeed human-like, pristine and smooth. Yi Bai shook his head, thinking, what good are those perfect legs if you can't walk properly? This appearance, and Henry fell in love with it? There's no way he's getting a spot on the return ship. Unlike Yi Bai's shock, Henry's reaction was even more intense. He looked around in bewilderment, his voice filled with confusion. Where's the mermaid? Where's my Jeanne? At that moment, the howfish, half-human creature spoke, emitting a series of strange sounds. Thanks to the Eye of Insight, no language was a barrier. Yi Bai immediately understood its meaning. I am Jeanne, dear Henry. I have waited for you for 40 years. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, realizing something was amiss. 40 years ago, when Henry met the mermaid, she shouldn't have looked like this. What had happened during this time? Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through Yi Bai's mind. The supreme being Xiaoyao had been here. The idea made his scalp tingle, leaving him uneasy. What had Xiaoyao said to turn a perfectly beautiful mermaid into this grotesque creature? To get to the bottom of this, it was best to ask directly. Yi Bai stepped out from the shadows, startling the bartender. Don't worry, I'm not here to steal your wife, Yi Bai said, pointing to the ugly mermaid. I understand some mermaid language and can help you communicate. Henry's face lit up with joy, and he blurted out, then please ask her where Jeanne is. Yi Bai replied heavily. She says she is Jeanne. Impossible. You're lying. It can't be. Henry shouted in agitation, pulling out a drawing from his pocket. It was a portrait he had commissioned based on his memories. The mermaid in the drawing was indeed beautiful, while the current one was anything but. The difference between expectation and reality was staggering. Yi Bai patted Henry on the shoulder, trying to calm him down. Face the reality, my friend. Be strong. Henry took a deep breath, calmed himself, and then spoke again. Jane, can you tell me what really happened? The fathead fish nodded slowly, a complex expression flashing in its eyes. Its voice came through the water, heavy with emotion. We sank your ship on purpose. After it went down, we brought all the crew to the shore, making it look like you were washed up by the tide, and then pretended to rescue you. Yi Bai translated every word accurately, and Henry's expression grew increasingly grim, as if he had swallowed a fly. Struggling to contain his shock and disappointment, he pressed on, why would you do such a thing? Was it to fall in love with humans? Henry recalled the unparalleled beauty of the mermaid and said, puzzled, with your looks, you wouldn't need to go to such lengths. Just showing yourselves would make anyone fall in love with a mermaid. The fathead fish's gaze became even more complicated. It continued, we did it to lure you to the depths of the mermaid island, so that the sea god's daughter could devour you and restore her power. Hearing this, Yi Bai's eyes darkened slightly, and he thought to himself, the story is getting interesting. The sea god's daughter commands the mermaids to wreck passing ships and lure sailors to the island to be eaten. This is a classic villain plot. If I don't strike her down with a couple of swords, it would be a disgrace to Master Zhou's training. When Yi Bai translated this for Henry, the latter's face turned deathly pale. He had thought it was a romance that transcended species, only to find out they wanted to eat him. Henry felt as if his 40 years of life had been wasted, a bitterness he couldn't express. How many 40 years does a man have to squander? Holding back tears, Henry spoke one last time, his voice tinged with hope. Then, why am I still alive? Why did you let me escape? He clung to a faint hope that maybe he was special. The fathead fish was about to speak. Because I love you. Before it could finish, Yi Bai sent a lightning bolt down. The electric current spread rapidly through the pool, making the fish convulse. Yi Bai smiled, but his tone was icy. Tell the truth. Having experienced the power of the lightning bolt, the fathead fish dared not lie again. Trembling, it said, because the sea god's daughter was already full and told us to let one bait go to lure more people. After hearing this, Henry felt completely drained. He had finally opened his heart, only to face such a betrayal. Henry's melodramatic story with the mermaid came to an end, but Yi Bai had one more critical question. About 30 years ago, did a Taoist priest visit Mermaid Island? The mermaid's expression changed dramatically, and Yi Bai knew he had the answer. This had to be related to Xiaoyao. There was no doubt. With a look of lingering fear, Jane recalled that Taoist priest did come. When he arrived on the island, he saw the sea god's daughter. Her voice trembled slightly. None of the mermaids on the island can forget what happened that day. It was the day true nightmare descended. Jane paused before continuing. The Taoist priest said one thing to that undying monster, ugly creature. A single word, monster, transformed the entire Merfolk Island into Fishman Island. In his shock, Yi Bai quickly pulled out a small mirror he always carried with him to examine his reflection. He let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he still retained his human form. Looking around, the island appeared as usual. People were people. Dogs were dogs, just another peaceful day. Yi Bai frowned, deep in thought, feeling like he was missing an important clue. He recalled the story Xiaoyao had shared, and a crucial question surfaced in his mind. When the nightmare first arrived on Merfolk Island, for some reason, it didn't kill the Merfolk leader. However, when his second brother arrived, he came with murderous intent. What made Wu Hen change his mind and spare the leader's life? Yi Bai quickly dismissed an obvious wrong answer, being unable to kill. At that time, his second brother was immensely powerful, capable of cutting through water with his left hand and supporting the heavens with his right, coupled with his SS-level talent, making him a formidable force. If his second brother had intended to kill, he definitely could have done it. Understanding why his second brother changed his mind was crucial for Yi Bai. Jane shook her head, denying Yi Bai's guess, and explained, "No, that's not it." After that day, we all turned into hideous fish monsters and sea creatures. She hesitated for a moment, looking at the lightning flickering on the power of nature, and decided to tell the truth. We discovered that as long as we don't eat humans, we can slowly regain our beauty. But if we continue eating humans, we instantly turn back into sea monsters. Bartender Henry almost despaired upon hearing this, wailing. "So, in over 30 years, you've only managed to restore a part of your leg." Yi Bai did a rough calculation. At that rate, it would take at least 246.86 years to fully recover. He thought to himself that even if Henry worked tirelessly, by then, the grass on his grave would be meters high. Jane quickly waved her hands to explain, "No, it's not like that. I only turned back because I couldn't resist eating a pirate before I came here. If I don't eat humans for 7 days, I can fully restore my appearance." Yi Bai turned to Henry, sincerely trying to comfort him. "See, your lover sneaking a bite might not be such a bad thing. Just think, if she hadn't eaten that pirate, you might have been the one eaten. You should be grateful." Henry's mouth twitched, forcing out a thank you, though he felt even more disheartened inside. Yi Bai thoughtfully rubbed his chin, muttering to himself, "I think I'm starting to understand the third brother's point." He suddenly realized Xiaoyao's monster wasn't a punishment for the merfolk. He was merely stating what he saw, like a mirror reflecting reality. If he saw something boring, he said it was boring. If he saw ugliness in people's hearts, he called it ugly. A beautiful heart makes a beautiful person, and an evil heart makes an ugly person. Jane nodded repeatedly, eagerly adding, "That's what we think too. So we try our best not to eat humans and only indulge when we encounter pirates." Yi Bai understood the merfolk's approach, but his eyes turned to the hideous monster ahead. The monster's ugliness far surpassed Medusa by 1,000, even 10,000 times. This indicated that she not only refused to repent, but had become even worse. Having figured out the changes on Merfolk Island, Yi Bai felt there was no need to stay any longer. He awkwardly said, "I wish you a long and happy life together." With that, he tactfully left, giving the couple some space. Yi Bai continued on his way, heading towards the immortal monster's lair. However, he suddenly stopped by the roadside, as a new prompt appeared before him. Someone once watched the Eternal Tower records here, leaving behind traces. "Do you want to view the records?" Yi Bai gasped. Given the current state of his inside eye, he couldn't directly view the recordings. He quickly realized that this someone had to be Xiaoyao. Ninth Master had told him that Xiaoyao, as the third strongest, had an extraordinary growth process. Except for the Novice Dungeon, Xiaoyao never got an SSS rating in the Eternal Tower, always cleared it with 99.99 completion. Such precise control over difficulty surpassed even perfect scores. Yi Bai hadn't expected that Xiaoyao could access the Eternal Tower's records. This meant Xiaoyao had high permissions within the tower from the start, not something acquired gradually. Of course, viewing records didn't require immense strength. nor did it involve time manipulation. It was as simple as retrieving surveillance footage. Without Xiaoyao's action, Yi Bai wouldn't have been able to glimpse the truth today. The cause of the past, the effect of today, Yi Bai mused, decisively choosing view. Immediately, a blurry holographic projection began to unfold slowly before Yi Bai's eyes. On the screen, an ordinary and unfamiliar figure slowly emerged. The figure extended a hand forward, offering a stone to a beautiful mermaid. The figure spoke, "This is the token your sister wanted. Please pass it on for me. Thank you." Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing the figure's identity. It was none other than the legendary Nightmare. Nightmare waved to the mermaid and said gently, "Thank you for helping me. Remember to do more good deeds and fewer bad ones. Oh, and sweet dreams." As soon as the words were spoken, Nightmare's figure dissipated like smoke, and the projection ended. Yi Bai watched this precious footage, thinking to himself, this is the historic moment when the Supreme Nightmare first stepped onto the 15th level. He quickly recorded it, planning to keep it as a memento for Jiu Yi. Although the recording had ended, Yi Bai's mind was flooded with questions. He frowned and thought, something's not right. Nightmare clearly saw that something was wrong with the other party, yet didn't strike them down, instead giving them a chance to reform. The legends surrounding the Supreme Human Nightmare are numerous and contradictory. But one thing is certain, Nightmare is no fool. To have many powerful human warriors like Lan Tianqi and Ing Jiu follow him, to single-handedly fend off the invasion of the 18 Abysses and a 30-year war between the two races, and sign a century-long pact with the Supreme Demon Goddess isn't something achievable by mere SS-level talent alone. Yi Bai recalled the example of Ing Qi. She, though a sharp weapon capable of tearing through any defense, could never grow into a reliable leader. This further attested to Nightmare's extraordinary nature. When Yi Bai was on the 14th level, he had received a message from Nightmare. As the one who had explored the Eternal Tower the farthest, Nightmare seemed to have sensed some issues with the tower. During his journey, Nightmare preferred to show goodwill and tried to establish friendly relations with various beings. Whether facing NPCs, bosses, or other entities, Nightmare always chose peaceful communication over violence. Yi Bai set these questions aside for the moment and played the second recording. The holographic projection unfolded again, showing a figure in white swiftly passing through the scene, accompanied by a cold snort. "The Supreme Nightmare spared your life, and this is how you repay him," the figure in white questioned coldly. "For 30 years, you've destroyed over 200 ships, caused countless deaths and injuries, and left countless others missing. Mermaid Island is littered with bones." In the projection, a severely injured monster knelt on the ground, pleading for its life. It was powerless against Air Ge's sword. The monster trembled as it spoke. "You're saying that if you kill me, this sea will lose control, flooding the land and causing widespread destruction?" Hearing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He thought, "Little sister, you shouldn't say such things. Daring to threaten Erge? How many heads do you have to lose for that?" In the projection, Erge flicked his right thumb, and his sword flashed out of its sheath. He sneered, "With my sword, I can tame the sea and fill it if necessary. Watch my sword." Sword energy surged, slicing the projection into countless fragments. The scene before Yi Bai shifted abruptly, revealing a sharp sword energy splitting the vast ocean in two, as if cutting through a bar of Dove chocolate. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but remark, second brother Xing is still the best. Reflecting on the deeds of the three supreme seeds, Yi Bai had a clear understanding. Nightmare was kind-hearted, Xiaoyao was dull, but only second brother Wuhan was fiercely just, always keeping his word. When he said he'd draw his sword, he did. When he said he'd fill the sea, he did. His decisive nature was truly admirable. Unfortunately, the recording ended abruptly, the sword energy being too fierce to capture the rest. Yi Bai could only speculate whether second brother failed to kill the monster because he was focused on filling the sea, or perhaps he severed the monster's connection to the ocean. Combining the accounts from Mermaid Jun and the recordings from the two supreme seeds, Yi Bai had a reasonable understanding of the sequence of events. The human players had already shown great kindness to this immortal monster. Nightmare tried to persuade her to change. Wuhan urged her to reform, and Xiaoyao gave her a chance to start anew. They gave her 3 opportunities, yet she showed no remorse. Over the 30 years since Nightmare left, she cruelly killed over 10,000 people, either to regain her strength or simply for amusement. Wuhan severed her connection to the sea, limiting her actions, but the immortal monster remained relentless, even sending mermaids to hunt for her, with Henry being one of the victims. When Xiaoyao visited, he left with just one remark: "Ugly monster." If she had stopped eating people, she would have recovered and reformed long ago. Yi Bai recalled the hideous scene he glimpsed through the clouds earlier. The monster was more grotesque than Medusa, with countless innocent lives taken by her bloody hands. Unrepentant, Yibai shook his head with a cold smile, then just die. As Yibai appeared before the cave, the massive monster rushed out. She was covered in tentacles and suction cups, resembling a grotesque patchwork of sea monsters. Most striking was her hideous head, with hair transforming into countless venomous snakes, terrifying and fierce. Good thing I had a late-night snack. Yibai sighed. I definitely won't have an appetite for breakfast tomorrow. The Eye of Insight revealed the monster's information. Flying Maiden Euryale. Ability to fly regardless of rules, demonic body, immortal existence. Seeing the last note, Yibai scoffed. Immortal? I specialize in killing the immortal. He was confident he could find a way to kill her. For others, it might be a challenge, but Yibai only needed to take a closer look to find the answer. 100 ways to kill Euryale. Yibai waved his hand, choosing the most satisfying method. 1. Have an NPC drink both the Fountain of Youth and a Mermaid's Tear, acquiring the Curse of Immortality. 2. Drive Euryale to the brink of death 9 times. 3. The NPC with the curse will inherit Euryale's curse. 4. Drive Euryale to the brink of death once more to kill her permanently, with no chance of resurrection. According to the Eye of Insight, Euryale's immortality wasn't due to her strength, but the curse of immortality. There were many ways to break the curse, some even leaving her a chance to live. But since Yibai decided to kill her, he would do it thoroughly. Gathering the Fountain of Youth and a Mermaid's Tear wasn't difficult. Yibai glanced at the boss Euryale, summoning a bolt of heavenly thunder with a casual gesture. Boom! Red lightning shattered most of her body, flesh scattering in the air amidst her agonizing screams. This was the second time driving her to the brink of death. In this state, Euryale was temporarily invincible. Yibai had to wait for her health to recover to a certain extent before attacking again. He took advantage of this time to collect the Fountain of Youth and the Mermaid's Tear. The Fountain of Youth was easy to find, located within the mermaid's lair. Drinking from it ensured eternal youth, explaining why the 60-year-old Henry looked like a 20-year-old. Guided by the Eye of Insight, Yibai easily located the Fountain of Youth. Unfortunately, it couldn't be taken out. The water from the Fountain of Youth only worked on NPCs, being no different from ordinary water for players, even tasting a bit fishy. Yibai muttered to himself, wondering what the mermaids had been doing in there. With the water collected, Yibai still needed the Mermaid's Tear. During the break, Yibai took a detour to check on Uriel. He effortlessly pushed the recently recovered boss back to the brink of death for the 3rd time. Yibai couldn't help but mutter to himself, why is this boss so easy to beat? Can't you put up a bit of a fight and give me some challenge? However, when Uriel attempted to counterattack, Yibai's attitude shifted immediately. Dare to fight back? Huh? You got some nerve? I'll beat you to a pulp. His moves became even more aggressive, each strike deadly. Yibai's experience fighting the boss was a cycle of disdain, frustration, and rage. Leaving Uriel's territory, Yibai arrived at the place where Henry was. Henry, we meet again, Yibai said, holding a container filled with water from the Fountain of Youth. He turned to Jane and asked seriously, can you give me some mermaid tears? Jane looked troubled and hesitated. Finally, she reluctantly told Yibai, I can, but our tears dried up over the past 30 years. We can't cry anymore, even if we want to. Jane continued to explain that ever since they transformed from beautiful mermaids into their current monstrous forms, they had cried countless nights in secret. The sound of sorrowful sobbing often echoed from the mermaid nest. Ugh, I really want to eat humans today. Jane mimicked the other mermaids' voices. Men, women, elders, clean them up, brush them with oil, put them on the grill, and sprinkle some cumin powder. Stop it. You're making me hungry, another voice interjected. Jane added, didn't you hear? Iourna from next door secretly ate a merchant, and now she's turned into an octopus. Ugh. Another day of wanting to eat humans but not being able to. Listening to Jane's description, Yibai couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, why do I feel no sympathy for them at all? Yibai turned to Henry and said, your lover. Wife. Henry corrected immediately. I've decided to marry her. Jane promised me she would never eat humans again, and she can come back to the mainland with me. Clearly, after some internal struggle, Henry still believed that beauty outweighed everything. As long as Jane regained her former appearance, he was willing to accept her again. All right, your wife. Yibai pointed at Jane and asked, do you mind if I make your wife cry? Henry looked puzzled. Is there something wrong? Yibai quickly explained, don't misunderstand. I don't intend to hurt her or do anything else. I just need to say one thing to her. Henry looked at Jane, seeking her opinion through eye contact. Clearly, they both realized that escaping Uriel's control on their own was impossible. Their only chance of escape lay with this mysterious captain. Henry, still uneasy, repeated, just one sentence, right? I know what I'm doing. Yibai waved his hand and then turned to Jane, saying slowly, ugly freak. Jane froze for 3 seconds, then suddenly burst into loud sobs, tears streaming down like rain. Tears, I can't hold them back, she cried out. Jane's crying was incredibly penetrating, carrying a specific message that spread across the entire Mermaid Island. At that moment, all the hidden mermaids couldn't control their emotions and burst into tears. That day, the mermaids were once again reminded of the fear instilled by Yi Bai. The Fountain of Youth and the mermaid's tears were now in Yi Bai's possession. All he needed was a test subject. He scanned the area, his gaze briefly resting on the bartender, Henry, who had already drunk from the Fountain of Youth and was thus unsuitable. Yi Bai knew that to inherit the curse of immortality, one must drink both the mermaid's tears and the water from the Fountain of Youth. On this mermaid island, apart from Henry, only the pirate Robert and the bounty hunter Randy remained. Yi Bai pondered silently, thinking about cursing Robert and turning him into a new monster. A new menace? No, that was definitely not wise. A gentle breeze blew by, and Yi Bai suddenly appeared in front of Randy. Startled by the sudden appearance, Randy quickly regained his composure. Captain, Randy exclaimed. Yi Bai smiled and said, Randy, I haven't formally introduced myself. Let's start over. My name is Shura. He extended his hand to Randy. Vince Randy, bounty hunter. Randy responded, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I've heard of you, Captain Shura. These days, in the tavern, on the ship, at St. Mary's Port, no, almost every port people are talking about you. Randy wasn't exaggerating. The 15th floor was a gathering place for human players, where they often fished and chatted. Recently, Shura had become the hottest topic. Yi Bai continued. Then you should know that I, or rather we, are quite different from you. Randy nodded in understanding. Yes, it was discovered over 100 years ago. You can only appear for a maximum of 6 hours a day and come from a place called Blue Star. Oh, and you can't be killed. He listed some of the player's characteristics and then chuckled self-deprecatingly. You seem to call this place the 15th floor? Correct. Yi Bai admitted openly, seeing no need for concealment. To him, the so-called NPCs in the Eternal Tower were as real as any living person. They were flesh and blood individuals, and only by recognizing this could one truly understand the actions of those who came before. Yi Bai understood that treating the Eternal Tower as merely an online game, ignoring right and wrong, and focusing solely on personal gain could lead to rapid growth, but would also result in losing something precious. For instance, on the 15th floor, he could simply take the mermaid's treasure to achieve a 30 exploration rate without having to kill the immortal monster. But as Yi Bai said, since he was here, how could he not slay a boss to celebrate? Randy, I'm giving you a choice now. Yi Bai took out the mermaid's tears and the water from the Fountain of Youth, explaining the background and consequences. Randy asked in disbelief, so, you're planning to give me this blessing? It's not a blessing, it's a curse, Yi Bai emphasized seriously. Immortality isn't as glamorous as it sounds. And even if you agree to accept it, there are conditions. Go ahead, Randy listened attentively. Yi Bai laid out 3 conditions for Randy. Once Randy acquired the curse of immortality, he had to return to St. Mary's Port and reintegrate into society. Yi Bai didn't care how Randy used this power, but he had to ensure one thing. He must never use this power for evil. This power, this curse, could easily cause one to lose oneself and ultimately fall into the abyss. Randy didn't hesitate long before agreeing to Yi Bai's conditions. Do I need to swear an oath or sign a contract? Randy asked, knowing that verbal agreements were often weak. No need, nothing is needed, Yi Bai replied, handing the items to Randy with a gentle smile. Just remember Shura is watching everything. Your actions won't escape Shura's eyes. When you break your promise, Shura will come for you and take back everything given to you. Despite the scorching heat of the island, Randy felt a chill rise from his feet, spreading throughout his entire body. The man standing before him was the Azura captain, wearing a half-mask. Although he spoke in the calmest tone, his words were menacing. Randy couldn't help but shiver, taking a half-step back. He removed his hat and placed it over his chest, respectfully saying, As you wish, Captain. Randy then picked up 2 glasses, downing their contents in one gulp. As soon as he swallowed, he bent over and started gagging. Ugh, the drinks were worse than horse urine. So disgusting he felt like he was going to vomit his guts out. Seeing this, Yi Bai casually tossed Randy a bottle of mouthwash. Rinse your mouth and let's go. Soon, the 2 of them took to the sky. Although flight was permitted on Mermaid Island, Yi Bai chose a more efficient method. The Hellhound's 4 limbs transformed into safety belts, securely strapping Randy in place. The middle head elongated its ears, morphing into a helicopter rotor, and began spinning. The other 2 heads flattened and flapped like wings. Helicopter lift off! Yi Bai shouted. This unconventional flying method worked well. The pilot was stable, the current state was good, and the endurance was maxed out. The only downside was that it was tough on the heads. With fewer heads, this method was generally not recommended. Watching this bizarre mode of flight, Randy couldn't help but remind, "Boss, you know that cat can fly, right?" Yibai didn't respond. The two quickly returned to the cave entrance, standing beside Uriel. Yibai tossed a few healing scrolls and instructed, "Use these when the time is right." Randy nodded, his expression serious, not daring to be careless. He could feel that the monster in front of them, Uriel, was terrifyingly powerful. Even a single tentacle was more frightening than the strongest sea monster in the depths. Randy thought, taking on such a monster with just the two of us? This seems a bit overconfident. However, before Randy could take action, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, putting the newly revived boss Uriel back into a near-death state. Randy's eyes widened, momentarily at a loss. "What are you standing there for? Get moving!" The Azura captain's voice came from beside him. Randy was utterly bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Yi Bai, exasperated, continued to prompt. "Use the healing scroll." Randy finally snapped out of it, tearing open a healing scroll. Green light enveloped him and the Azura, providing healing and a shield. Yi Bai rolled his eyes. "His health hasn't even dropped. Why are you healing him?" "I'm in heal Uriel. Can't you see she's nearly dead from the lightning? Do you have no compassion at all?" With no other choice, Yi Bai had to demonstrate, tearing open a healing scroll to restore Uriel's life, quickly pulling her out of the near-death state. In front of the Azura, Uriel had no ability to resist. The Azura even helped her heal, complaining she was too slow at recovering. Once healed, Uriel, out of the near-death state, was immediately struck by another bolt of lightning. This process repeated over and over in a continuous cycle. Randy stood aside, dumbfounded, his fragile mind deeply traumatized. He muttered to himself, "Is this something humans can even do?" Boom! One thunderbolt after another struck down, killing Uriel repeatedly, leaving her writhing in agony on the ground. Randy watched in shock, his mind gradually growing numb. Each time she died, it took longer for Uriel to recover, and even Yi Bai's healing efforts were futile. Yi Bai, stingy with his high-quality healing scrolls, only used inferior ones on her. As the stalemate dragged on, Yi Bai leisurely started playing Gamoka with Randy. In the heat of the game, Yi Bai suddenly placed 3 stones in a row, instantly connecting 5. "I win," he declared calmly. Randy stared at the board, lost in thought. He sensed something was amiss, but given the surreal events unfolding around him, the oddity of the game seemed insignificant. Randy, though not a fool, was shaken by the scene before him. The curse of immortality, Uriel's torment, Shura's promised, all felt like a dream. He realized his presence here was no coincidence but a deliberate arrangement by Shura. It was an unspoken warning. If he misused the power he was about to gain, his fate would be worse than Uriel's. Yi Bai raised his hand again, and the 9th thunderbolt struck. This time, Uriel's body shrank rapidly, reverting to a young girl's form. Even more astonishing, her skin began to petrify, turning her into a beautiful statue, her hair frozen midair, exuding an eerie aura. "Just one more kill, and the curse of immortality will transfer to you," Yi Bai said calmly as he approached the statue. "Uriel, let's have a heart-to-heart." As soon as he finished speaking, a message popped up in front of Yi Bai. She once had the ability to truly kill human players. Even Yi Bai couldn't help but gasp at those words. True killing abilities typically appeared in levels above 50, yet a level 15 boss possessing such power was unheard of. Yi Bai keenly noted the word once, speculating that Nightmare might have taken some of Uriel's abilities when it left. He observed closely and noticed that the petrified Uriel had lost her shadow. Yi Bai wondered if it was Nightmare or Jiu Yi who had taken her shadow. Reflecting on his journey through the tower, Yi Bai realized that shadow-level powerhouses seemed to leave no trace in the Eternal Tower, unlike other human warriors. He speculated that Xiaoyao might have helped erase all their traces. Yi Bai sighed and spoke to the statue. "You had 3 chances to survive, yet you didn't cherish any of them. Honestly, to survive under the hands of 3 supreme powerhouses, you're quite unique. This life has been quite thrilling. Don't live it so thrillingly in the next one," Yi Bai said coldly, as the Heavenly King sword in his hand shimmered with a chilling light. Without hesitation, he swung the sword down towards Uriel, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. "I promised someone I'd come here to kill you. That's the end of my heartfelt words." The moment the Heavenly King sword struck, the petrified layer on Uriel's body shattered like fragile glass. Immediately, the Cerberus lunged forward like an arrow, its sharp claws and teeth aiming straight for Uriel's chest. Amidst the sound of flesh being torn apart, a beating heart was ripped out and tossed at Randy's feet. Yi Bai turned to Randy, his tone calm. "Destroy this heart, and you will inherit the curse." Without a moment's hesitation, Randy stomped down hard. The heart burst under his foot, splattering blood everywhere, like a ripe tomato crushed to pieces. Uriel dead, Yibai declared in a low voice. Instantly, a series of notifications from the Eternal Tower flooded Yibai's mind. Killed Uriel, gained 50 million experience points, LV.108, LV.124. Remove the Curse of the Sea, gained the blessing of 4 seas soaring. Movement speed 100 while flying over the sea. Killed Uriel, gained the friendship of the merfolk. Although Uriel's death did not increase the exploration progress, it caused a dramatic change on Mermaid Island. Beautiful songs filled the air, melodious and joyful, celebrating Uriel's demise with tears of joy. When Yibai and Randy found Jane, she was celebrating with a group of mermaids. Captain, was it you who killed that immortal monster? Upon receiving a positive answer, the mermaids erupted in cheers. Jane explained, Uriel was not only cruel to humans but also to mermaids. Jane held up a pair of conch shells solemnly and presented them to Yibai. These are the treasures of the merfolk. You will have our friendship until the seas dry up and the heavens collapse. Yibai took the conch shells, and the system immediately provided a notification. Magical conch, S-grade item, allows communication through the conch. Blowing any conch can open a portal for travel, even across the abyssal plane. Yibai nodded to himself, thinking this item would be perfect for emergencies. He planned to keep one for himself and give one to Jui, ensuring maximum safety. If faced with an unbeatable enemy, why not try blowing the magical conch? However, as Yibai read the conch's description, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Was the communication function a bit excessive? He began to imagine. If he gave the conch to Jui, and Jui casually handed it to a disciple who then used it to amuse themselves. Imagine being in class, sleeping and dreaming, when suddenly the conch's voice interrupts. The ancient, emotionless voice says, perhaps, you are a dog? Yibai shivered, envisioning himself turning into a dog in the classroom. He decisively put the conch away, resolving, this thing, I definitely can't give to Jui. After defeating the boss and securing the mermaid's treasure, Yibai pocketed the magical conch shell. He looked around and decided it was time to leave Mermaid Island. He called out to Randy and Henry, and the three of them quickly headed back to their ship, the Razor. On the deck, the sailors gathered anxiously. One sailor hurriedly reported, Captain Robert and his crew tried to seize the ship, but a sea monster devoured them. Just as he finished speaking, the sea surface rippled, and a dark figure slowly emerged. It was Black Tiger. It let out a loud burp and looked confusedly at the nearby hellhound. Bro, you changed your skin again? Black Tiger tilted its head and asked, you're always so impressive. It's really stressful. We're all shadows. There's no need to compete so hard. Yibai chuckled and ordered the ship to set sail. Standing at the bow, he stretched and calculated the gains from this adventure. Battling the storm had earned them a 25 exploration rate. The mermaid's treasure added another 30, and with the sea monsters and pirates they defeated along the way, their exploration rate had reached 70. The remaining exploration would have to be collected gradually. Yibai was secretly glad he had instructed Black Tiger to let Robert live. He still needed the pirate leader to boost their exploration rate. Not far from Mermaid Island, a pirate ship bearing a one-eyed emblem slowly approached. This was the flagship of the one-eyed pirates, the Black Chocolate, which Robert had acquired from a destitute count. On the deck, a figure covered in seaweed was hoisted up by ropes. This sorry figure was none other than the infamous pirate Captain Robert. His face was ashen, and his lips were pale and bloodless, barely hanging on to life. Thanks to the ship's doctor's emergency care, Robert gradually regained some color and consciousness. He suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, mermaids, this is Mermaid Island. Robert struggled to his feet and staggered to the bow. His greedy eyes scanned the island, and he shouted excitedly, the legendary Mermaid Island that disappeared for 100 years. We're going to be rich. One mermaid sold to those lords is worth at least 1,000 gold coins. Clearly, Robert was unaware of the latest situation on Mermaid Island. He seemed invigorated by a newfound strength, brimming with excitement. How many men came with us? Robert turned and asked, his remaining eye flashing with a menacing red glow. A blonde pirate grinned and said, Boss, everyone came. We've got 6 ships, and all the pirates near St. Mary's Port got the message. By now, there must be hundreds of pirate ships in these waters. Fantastic. Robert took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the distance. You've only got one Razor. How can you fight me? Surround Mermaid Island, and if anyone spots the Razor, chase it down. I want their ship destroyed and their crew dead. Robert had realized that the captain of the Razor was no ordinary foe. On land, he would never easily provoke such a person. But at sea, the rules were different. Once someone falls into the water without a ship, they quickly perish. This was Robert's confidence in making his move. He knew that if the Razor returned to St. Mary's Port, he would be in serious trouble. This was his last chance. Standing at the bow, with the pirate flag fluttering in the wind, Robert muttered to himself for encouragement. Don't be afraid, we've got more ships. Meanwhile, on the Razor, Henry anxiously reported to Yi-Bai, Captain, they have too many ships. He looked around and saw numerous pirate ships, with more on the way. Surrounded by pirate ships, the defenseless Razor was like a lamb to the slaughter. A couple of cannonballs would spell their doom. In contrast to Henry's worry, Randy remained calm. More ships? So what? Are they here to feed Shura? Randy doubted that even 100 Urileys could take on Shura. Having witnessed Shura single-handedly defeat a boss, Randy, now bearing the curse of immortality, wasn't afraid of death. More ships? Yi-Bai chuckled. This is just a few ships. Before we start the battle, raise the flag. At sea, raising the flag before a battle was like showing your hand before a duel in the canyon. You could die in the lane, you could lose the team fight, but no one could stop you from showing your badge. Today, that badge was going up. Hearing the captain's order, the crew instinctively moved to raise the flag, only to realize something. Captain, we don't have a flag, a sailor said awkwardly. No flag? We'll make one on the spot. Hold on, Yi-Bai said nonchalantly, summoning a piece of black cloth. He intended to draw something on it to represent himself. Yi-Bai's gaze unconsciously fell on the Hellhound, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. With the battle about to commence and the flag needing to be raised urgently, he decided to keep things simple. Scanning his surroundings, his eyes lit up. Do we have any white paint? Receiving an affirmative answer, he took the paint bucket and turned to the shadow of the Hellhound. Just as he was about to speak, the Hellhound raised a paw, interrupting him. No need to explain, even dogs get it. Those who don't understand won't get it even if you explain. Under the astonished gazes of Hay, Hu, and the crew, the Hellhound unhesitatingly leaped into the paint bucket, instantly turning Snow White. The paint dried at a visible speed, transforming the Hellhound's image into a pure white dog. It then voluntarily adhered to a black cloth, instantly becoming a unique flag, the Doghead Pirate Flag. Everyone was dumbfounded, marveling at the seamless cooperation between man and dog. However, Yi-Bai wasn't satisfied and began adjusting the white dog's posture. The left head, move a bit to the left. The right head, open your eyes. Are you spineless? Your eyes are so small. The middle head needs to look more menacing. After fussing for a while, Yi-Bai finally said, the first version looked better, revert to that. It seemed the Hellhound was prepared for this, instantly reverting to its original form. Yi-Bai nodded in satisfaction. Great. Raise the flag. The Doghead Pirate Flag slowly rose, standing out vividly against the azure sea and blue sky. Around them, over a dozen pirate ships were eyeing the blade keenly, ready to attack. When they saw this peculiar flag, their ships erupted in laughter. Who would use a dog as a pirate flag emblem? What's so special about a three-headed dog, huh? Am I seeing things? I feel like this pirate flag is alive, and it's smiling at me. However, their laughter quickly ceased. The sky suddenly darkened, and red-purple lightning, like divine retribution, struck down, reducing the massive pirate ships to dust in an instant. Amidst the blue waves, only the Doghead flag continued to flutter. 10 minutes later, the entire sea was stained a light red, with the pirate fleet completely annihilated. Those pirates who once struck fear into hearts were now nothing but remnants. Yi-Bai's exploration progress also reached 100, signaling it was time to leave this world. After bidding farewell to Henry and Randy, Yi-Bai summoned the Eternal Core Crystal and placed his palm on it. A few seconds later, all humans in the Eternal Tower received a notification. Congratulations to player Azura for achieving an SSS-level clearance on the 15th floor. Congratulations to player Shioloa for achieving an SSS rating on the 15th floor. The announcement had barely finished when more good news followed. Player Shioloa also cleared the 16th and 17th floors, both with an SSS rating. While this might seem slightly less impressive compared to a 5S rating or clearing 4 levels with a 4S rating in a single day, the accomplishment of 3 4S ratings is still remarkable. With the rating announcement, generous rewards quickly followed. For clearing the 15th to 17th floors, players will receive the Eternal Tower's human race buff, Immortal and Indestructible. Additionally, 3 limited-time buffs were awarded. 1. Shui Jimiao. Skills used by the Eternal Tower's human race gain a 10 effectiveness increase for each additional character in the skill name, lasting 18 hours. 2. Blue Sky and Sea. Water-based magic effects for the Eternal Tower's human race increase by 20, lasting 18 hours. 3. Experience Boost. Experience gained by the Eternal Tower's human race increases by 20, lasting 8 hours. The Immortal and Indestructible buff astonished everyone. Upon receiving fatal damage, the player immediately recovers 20 health. If the source of the damage is killed within 10 seconds, the buff is retained. Otherwise, it is lost. Note that this effect is only active within the Eternal Tower. In the trading area, a player excitedly ran around shouting, "I'm invincible! Ha! I'm invincible!" People thought he had lost his mind and were about to send him to a mental hospital when he revealed his talent. Wong Pang Pang, Second Awakening, with the Slevel talent Killer Dies. Killer Dies effect. Upon receiving fatal damage, it deals 100 true damage to the source of the damage. This talent was originally considered somewhat underwhelming in actual combat, but when combined with the immortal and indestructible buff, it effectively created a perpetual motion machine within the Eternal Tower. Angered by this, the crowd ganged up on Wong Pang Pang before letting him go. The scene shifts to the Eternal Core City. As Yi Bai, wearing a mask, appeared, a Taoist named Zaiyath Supreme being materialized beside him. Forcing a smile, Yi Bai greeted him. "Hello." Xiao Yao bluntly replied, "Hello? Not for me. In fact, it's more like hello. I'm screwed." Yi Bai tentatively asked, "Are you planning to follow me around? This place should be pretty safe after all." He initially wanted to say, "This place is practically your home," but thought better of it and instead said, "After all, it seems very safe here." Xiao Yao shook his head and said, "I never said I was here to protect you. To be precise, being near me is the most dangerous place for you." Seeing Yi Bai's confusion, he explained, "When you first awakened, if I had been near you, the Supreme Demon God would have annihilated you instantly. Even now, as you've gained some self-defense abilities, the Demon God is still debating whether to directly act against you at a cost." Yi Bai suddenly understood that the only true threat to him was the Supreme Demon God. He took 2 steps back, then resignedly returned to his original position, sighing, "Is there anything else I need to know? Just tell me everything so I can give up once and for all." Xiao Yao pondered for a moment before adding, "In the past minute, I considered 76 million times whether to kill you directly, and each time, the answer was no." Curiosity piqued. Yi Bai pressed further. "Why?" He thought. Although curiosity killed the cat, with Xiao Yao's protection, he should be safe. Xiao Yao replied bluntly, "Because you fear me." At that moment, Yi Bai had an epiphany. He realized that communicating with Xiao Yao required a specific approach. Any questions in his mind should be asked directly, without beating around the bush or using indirect hints. Xiao Yao didn't respond well to subtleties. Only straightforwardness yielded answers. The more precise the question, the more effective the answer. More importantly, Xiao Yao always answered questions. Taking a deep breath, Yi Bai decided to take a risk. He looked directly at Xiao Yao and asked, "You seem to know a lot about the Supreme Demon God. What is your relationship with him?" This question caught Xiao Yao off guard. He had never considered it before and couldn't provide an immediate answer. Xiao Yao thoughtfully said, "When I figure out the answer, I'll let you know." As they spoke, Xiao Yao took a closer look at Yi Bai for the first time, this human's fourth Supreme candidate Shura. He suddenly felt that Elder Lan might be right. Perhaps he should venture out more often. In less than a day, he had encountered a question he couldn't answer immediately, which was quite valuable. Xiao Yao had always been troubled by a question. Is it Xiao Yao dreaming of a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming of Xiao Yao? Recently, another question had been added. Who says the human world is boring? These 2 questions were quite vexing for Xiao Yao. In contrast, Yi Bai's question, while challenging, was a pleasant distraction. Yi Bai hadn't expected such a reaction from Xiao Yao. Since Xiao Yao didn't have an answer, he decided to use his years of experience in making educated guesses on multiple choice questions. When you don't know the answer, start with the process of elimination. Carefully, Yi Bai spoke, "This might be a bit offensive, but the next question is very important to me." Xiao Yao was the only supreme being he had access to, and also the most mysterious and unique one. Ninth Master had warned him to avoid being alone with Xiao Yao and not to take Xiao Yao's spoils. Xuanming had also mentioned the existence of a legacy among supreme beings, suggesting Yi Bai learn more about Xiao Yao. Every time he met Xiao Yao, Yi Bai felt an almost suffocating pressure. It would be a waste not to exchange this pressure for some information. In other words, to gain from a supreme being, Yi Bai was willing to risk it all. Summoning his courage, Yi Bai asked the earth-shattering question. "Are you and the Supreme Demon God one and the same? Or is there any fundamental connection between you two?" Xiao Yao answered succinctly, "No, we're not, and there's no connection." After answering Yi Bai's 2 questions, Xiao Yao countered, "Does he even deserve that? He's worthy?" Those 3 words hit Yi Bai like a sledgehammer, stirring up a storm within him. This powerful statement allowed him to relax a bit, knowing that the Supreme Being Xiao Yao had no ties to the Supreme Demon. For Yi Bai, this was the best news he could receive. "I need to go back," Xiao Yao said, breaking the silence in an unusually calm but undeniable tone. Yi Bai immediately bowed respectfully. "Farewell, senior." He didn't say another word or attempt to detain him, simply beginning the farewell process. Xiao Yao's figure vanished instantly, as if he had never been there. He returned to the 99th floor of the Eternal Tower, sitting quietly at his desk, contemplating the questions he had just received. A blank sheet of paper lay before him, and Xiao Yao picked up his pen, carefully writing the first line of his response. Of course, he wouldn't start with something as cliched as "thanks for the invitation." With deliberate strokes, Xiao Yao wrote, "The relationship between killing and being killed." He stared at the remaining blank space on the paper, lost in thought. Meanwhile, as the clouds dispersed, Yi Bai let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just survived a life-or-death ordeal. Only now did he have the chance to check his personal rewards for clearing the Force level. SSS level clearance of the 15th, 16th, and 17th floors. Reward: Poseidon's Choice. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Poseidon's Choice offered two options. Option 1. The trial path of Poseidon, gaining a second profession, becoming Poseidon's favored, and receiving his blessing. Option 2. The path of Godslayer, gaining a second profession, and upon truly slaying a god, becoming the new Poseidon. Choosing this path means bearing Poseidon's curse. Yi Bai frowned slightly as more detailed information appeared before him. He thought to himself that the Eye of Insight, while not very useful at critical moments, came in handy for these minor matters. Swearing again? Yi Bai couldn't help but mutter. Then his thoughts shifted to the issue of becoming a god. In the power hierarchy of the Eternal Tower, becoming a god was an inevitable path at level 900. At level 900, one was already considered a war god among humans. Yi Bai couldn't help but speculate. So, level 1000 is the final stage of becoming a god. The system immediately provided the answer. At level 1000, create a divine kingdom, ignite the divine fire, and reach the 100th floor of the Eternal Tower to become a true deity. Yi Bai couldn't help but comment. This feels a bit off. The demons have supreme demons, so if a human supreme being becomes a god, what are they? A supreme god. Although the matter of reaching level 900 seemed distant for Yi Bai at the moment, he had to face this choice as part of the Force level clearance reward. After carefully studying the 4 conditions for becoming a god, Yi Bai realized that these requirements were far beyond his current capabilities. In simple terms, this reward primarily involved gaining a second profession, likely related to the sea or water, becoming a favored one, or a godslayer. When faced with this choice, Yi Bai found there wasn't much need for hesitation. He had already encountered Poseidon's daughter twice, and neither time had she proven to be anything good, as he had completely defeated her. In this situation, choosing to become Poseidon's favored would be akin to willingly degrading himself. The path of Godslayer. Yi Bai made his decision without hesitation. The moment he made his choice, a great roar of waves echoed from beneath the central plaza of the Eternal Core City, accompanied by lightning, thunder, and raging winds. A furious voice rang in Yi Bai's ears. Those who disrespect the gods shall be punished by divine retribution. In the next moment, a pale blue light enveloped Yi Bai. System notifications followed in quick succession. Gained second profession. Raging Sea Mage S-level profession template. Gained permanent status. Raging Sea Warrior. Gained skill. Raging Sea. Raging Sea skill description. After chanting for 1 to 60 seconds, summon waves from the Raging Sea to attack enemies. Each wave inflicts 502 intelligence magic power damage to enemies and removes 1 positive buff from them. Each time an enemy is hit by a wave, they take 10 more water damage for 10 seconds. The number of waves summoned depends on the chanting time, with a maximum of 120 waves. After reading the Raging Sea description, Yi Bai nodded slightly. The initial damage wasn't particularly high, but if he could fully utilize it, the power was indeed considerable. However, the difficulty of achieving full potential seemed daunting. Yi Bai has now mastered the abilities of wind, fire, and lightning, making his attack power quite formidable. His newly acquired skill, Raging Sea, seems powerful, capable of stacking damage. But in practice, it is nearly impossible to make an enemy endure 120 layers of wave damage. However, a sudden inspiration struck Yi Bai. By combining his advanced Wind Fury with Raging Sea, he could summon 360 layers of waves at once. This discovery thrilled him. Upon closely examining the status description of the Raging Sea Warrior, Yi Bai found that this class not only accumulates rage points during combat, but also offers a variety of powerful effects when the rage meter is full. These effects include an additional 500 water damage, near-complete damage reduction, permanent enhancement of water skills, and reduced casting time. Yi Bai realized that these options provided him with more tactical possibilities. Comparing the Raging Sea Mage and Heaven's Fury Mage class templates, Yi Bai clearly saw the gap between SS and SSS grades. The Heaven's Fury Mage starts with a 50 skill effect boost, whereas the Raging Sea Mage requires the accumulation of 500 rage points to achieve the same effect. This made Yi Bai marvel at how the starting point of an SS grade class is the end point of an S grade class. As soon as Yi Bai completed his class change, a curse suddenly descended upon him. This was the price he had to pay for embarking on the path of godslaying. Naturally, the sea god harbored no goodwill towards a future godslayer and set a tough challenge for Yi Bai. In his next class change dungeon, he would face the sea god's projection. Only by defeating this projection would the curse be lifted, and he would also gain an increase in rage accumulation speed and the effects of a raging sea warrior. Yi Bai merely smiled calmly, thinking that even if he defeated the sea god's projection, there would likely be new challenges awaiting him. He put away the second-class template and instantly returned to his personal space. Although the remaining time was insufficient to continue clearing stages, it was more than enough to handle some miscellaneous tasks. Meanwhile, a weary traveler named Xuan Meng arrived at Wolf's Denver. He entered, loudly complaining about how exhausting the journey had been. The atmosphere in Wolf's Den was unusually lively today, filled with the joy of a great victory and the generosity of Xiaoluo, who was treating everyone. People were enjoying fine wine and food, celebrating their triumph. Before Xuan Meng could even sit down, Dai Meng brought a series of good news. Wanwu Pavilion had increased his advance limit, and the higher-ups at Wolf's Den had approved his request. Overjoyed by the good news, Xuan Meng felt that his luck had turned. He grandly slapped a massive storage ring on the table and asked Dai Meng to use it to hold wine. Then, mimicking someone's tone, he downed his drink in one gulp and shouted, "Fill it up!" In the exclusive space of the Eternal Tower, Yi Bai stood before a pile of ores, nodding in satisfaction. The fruits of the miners' and dwarves' hard work lay before him, a mountain of various ores glimmering faintly. Their enthusiasm for work was high, likely due to Yi Bai's humane work policies 5 days on, 2 days off, which was far more popular than the grueling 996 schedule. Yi Bai carefully inspected each ore, storing them properly. He then strolled to the window, gazing out at the mushroom forest. Mobek and Dracula Pig were still busy there, and everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. The sight of the Dracula Pig, with mushrooms sprouting from its piggy head, made Yi Bai Chucklight was both comical and somewhat eerie. Just then, a message from the goblin interrupted his thoughts. The spoils from the recent battle had been tallied and were ready to be claimed in the trade realm. Yi Bai recalled the previous agreement. He had provided 50,000 copies of Wind Without Boundaries, and in return, he would receive a third of the loot acquired by those who had learned the skill and participated in the battle. Turning to the head miner and the dwarf leader, Yi Bai spoke casually. "No need to rush with the mining for now. Take it easy and rest up. We'll get to forging equipment later." The two nodded in agreement. With everything arranged, Yi Bai left the exclusive space and headed straight to the trade realm. Inside the realm, the goblin had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Yi Bai, he nodded slightly. "Hello, Brother Four." Yi Bai got straight to the point. "So, how much did I earn from this battle?" The goblin spoke slowly. Technically, this battle resulted in a net loss for the human race. Yi Bai froze, alarm bells ringing in his head. Could Ninth Master have set him up? If the humans lost 30 million, wouldn't he have to shoulder 10 million of that debt? Lightning elements flickered around him, nearly out of control. He cursed inwardly, wishing he could confront Ninth Master if he weren't so outmatched. Seeing Yi Bai's reaction, the goblin quickly added, "Don't worry, Brother Four. The expenses were high, but the gains were immense. This was the most lucrative battle for the human race in the past 36 years. Hearing this, Yi Bai relaxed a bit, abandoning thoughts of confronting Xuan Meng. The goblin continued explaining that while the expenditure of gold and resources had nearly depleted their reserves, the ultimate gain was 3 abyssal planes. As he spoke, 3 maps appeared before Yi Bai. The goblin explained that once these abyssal planes were purified, they would return to the Eternal Tower, strengthening the seal on the supreme demon god. As long as they existed within the tower, they would be effective, regardless of whose hands they were in. Yi Bai pondered this and tentatively asked, "So, what you're saying is—" The goblin nodded in confirmation. "That's right. You can choose one of the 3 abyssal planes as your reward for this battle." Yi Bai felt a twinge of disappointment. "I was hoping I could have all 3. The goblin looked at him helplessly, thinking, "You've barely started and you're already this greedy." He then went on to describe the 3 abyssal planes in detail. The 3rd abyss tongue, severing abyss; the 4th abyss eye, extinguishing abyss; and the 6th abyss nose, suffocating abyss. Each corresponded to the tongue, eyes, and nose of the supreme demon god. Although Yi Bai was already inclined to choose the 4th abyss, he pretended to scrutinize all 3 carefully. The goblin's explanation seemed lackluster compared to Yi Bai's own insights. Yi Bai focused on the rules of the 3rd abyss. During the day, no one could speak without suffering negative effects and continuous damage. At night, no one could lie and must keep their promises, or they would face punishment. The special resources of this abyss included ores, metal-type monsters, earth-type monsters, integrity fruits, and oath trees. Yi Bai pondered, the rules of this plane are quite interesting. However, he quickly dismissed this option. Regardless of which abyss he chose, it would be moved to his exclusive space. Forcing the dwarves, miners, and werewolves to remain silent all day would be worse than a death sentence for them. Moreover, Yi Bai had a mysterious mine at his disposal, so his need for ores was minimal. He focused on the maps of the three abyssal realms. After quickly scanning the information on the sixth and fifth realms, he finally settled on the fourth abyssal realm. The map indicated that the fourth abyssal realm had unique and dangerous rules. During the day, the entire realm was shrouded in mist that reduced visibility to only 1%. This mist concealed various terrifying monsters ready to attack at any moment. At night, those with the map could move within specific illuminated formations, which were absolutely safe. However, stepping outside these formations not only caused a loss of visibility, but also enhanced the monster's attributes tenfold, with their damage increasing by 200. Yi Bai noticed the unique resources of the fourth abyssal realm: mist fruits, blinding water, and prominent wood. These items would undoubtedly be useful in the future. Glancing at the other two abyssal realms, Yi Bai found that both had suffered varying degrees of damage. The third abyssal realm was nearly shattered. Even through the map, one could sense the residual sharp sword aura. The fourth abyssal realm was also in dire condition, with traces of the wind of unrest affecting it. Periodic strong winds disrupted the effectiveness of the illumination formations. Worse still, due to the return to the Eternal Tower, the abyssal realm showed signs of collapse and fragmentation. Upon closer inspection, Yi Bai found that the fourth abyssal realm had already been divided into thousands of fog-covered islands. He calculated silently. If he could set up illumination formations on all these islands, he could completely light up the entire realm. After weighing his options, Yi Bai ultimately chose the fourth abyssal realm. The goblin assistant put away the map and suddenly remembered something, reminding him, "Fourth brother, it's best to sell less or for the time being. After this recent war, our legion has stationed itself in many newly formed small and medium abyssal realms, many of which are rich in ores. Shueming alone brought back a substantial amount. Not to mention the incredible ore yield from the third abyssal realm, which has already begun development." The goblin assistant continued, "The current situation is unique. On one hand, the human race is entering a dormant period and only needs to maintain existing defense lines, drastically reducing their demand for ores. On the other hand, the market supply of ores has surged. These two factors combined have driven ore prices to rock bottom. Selling ores now would only result in losses for you, fourth brother. It's better to fulfill the minimum contract supply and deliver periodically. The fourth abyssal realm will soon be sent to your exclusive space, fourth brother. If you have any issues, feel free to contact me. Everything from the Pavilion of All Things is guaranteed to be top quality, with a full return and exchange policy," the goblin assistant said proudly. Yi Bai's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped something crucial. "Can I return or exchange it after mining?" The goblin assistant sighed and shook his head. "You never fail to impress, fourth brother. When it comes to being unscrupulous, you're unmatched." After finalizing the spoils of the battle with the goblin underling, Yi Bai had another important matter to address. His face was serious, and his eyes gleamed with determination. "Fourth brother, about the pricing of the windless skill," the goblin underling organized his thoughts, his voice slightly tense. "My boss didn't give any instructions. According to the established procedures, we need to arrange a meeting with the 6 top leaders to negotiate the price." Yi Bai waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. "No need for all that trouble. Negotiations are pointless since it will ultimately go my way. I'm not planning to make any concessions." The goblin underling was momentarily speechless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself before continuing. Shura was right. For negotiations, you need leverage. To obtain the Windless Skill book, it must be created by Shura. He paused, his voice growing more somber. "Firstly, these methods come with significant costs, so it's better to buy directly from Shura. Secondly, everyone emphasizes intellectual property protection and wouldn't break the rules. The price of the skill book is really up to Shura." The goblin underling cautiously asked, his voice trembling slightly. "How much do you plan to sell it for?" Yi Bai raised one finger, a sly glint in his eyes. 100 war god merits, guessed the goblin underling. Yi Bai shook his head. 1 million gold coins? Yi Bai shook his head again, looking dissatisfied. "Too high. I'm Shura, not a rip-off artist. I think you all have a bias against me." The goblin underling was taken aback, then mustered the courage to say, "Fourth brother, don't you know where this bias comes from?" He took a deep breath and gathered his courage to ask, 10,000 gold coins? Yi Bai's expression remained unchanged. The goblin underling's voice started to tremble. 100 gold coins? Guess again. Yi Bai's words hit the goblin underling like a hammer to the heart. As the head of the guild of everything for many years, he had never met anyone who wasn't interested in money. His boss, Xiaoyao, was one exception. But Xiaoyao wasn't interested in anything, not targeting anyone specifically. For Shura, who always sought to gain an advantage, to be so generous, could he have been influenced by the supreme being Xiaoyao? The goblin underling didn't know what had happened. He only knew that what was about to happen might exceed everyone's expectations. Trying to control his trembling, he asked with difficulty, 1 gold coin? Wrong guess. Yi Bai's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he revealed his answer. To purchase the Windless Skill Book, you need to queue up based on past merits and provide your own materials. Each purchaser will receive not only a Windless Skill Book, but also 1 gold coin. The goblin underling's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yi Bai. Yi Bai continued, with a hint of pride in his voice, selling skill books for profit? Underestimating Shura. I'll subsidize the skill books. Today, Yi Bai will break the stereotypes held by people like Xue Ming and Ning Qi. It's infuriating to be underestimated. His eyes shone with determination. Even if billions worldwide come to learn the Windless skill, Yi Bai would only need to spend 100 billion gold coins, a mere 10,000 war god merits. Is that a lot? Mining for 2 days would cover it. Yi Bai's expression turned serious. As for money, Yi Bai understands it well. If you break it down, how much does it cost for Jiuye's protection for a day? How much for the human race to break through 3 abyssal realms? How much for the summer camp training expenses? Some things are not worth calculating too precisely. Besides, some accounts can't be calculated clearly. His voice became low and resolute. As I once said, if the nation treats me as a national hero, I will repay it as one. The human race has protected Shura's path. And in my experience, this promise is not empty words. Yi Bai paused, then continued. Even Ning Qi, who privately considers Shura a rival, shows no hesitation on the battlefield. Of course, it could be that Ning Qi simply craves the thrill of battle. Regardless, protecting Shura's path, these 5 words, the human race lives up to them. His gaze sharpened. Whether it's the source of life or the Windless skill, these are strategically significant items. Yi Bai could profit from them. Monopolize? No need. Sacrificing the greater good for minor gains is beneath Yi Bai. But if anyone tries to morally blackmail Yi Bai with lofty ideals, Yi Bai won't fall for it. The goblin underling's expression shifted from shock to confusion and finally to resignation. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Shura's proposal was too crazy, and he couldn't make up his mind right away. One thing for sure, Azura has offered the best possible deal in this matter. The little goblin's eyes widened in shock, and he stood silent for a moment before blurting out, let's be clear, this money can't be charged to Xue Ming's account. Yi Bai rolled his eyes, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Come on, you really think I'd do that to Demengzi, given our relationship? The little goblin replied without hesitation, yes. He added, Xue Ming already owes 3,000 war god merit points to the Wanwu Pavilion. Unless he brings in his 2 dads, he'd have to sell everything to pay it off. Yi Bai waved dismissively. All right, enough joking around. The little goblin then said seriously, Azura's proposal is worth considering. We'll need to discuss it with all parties involved and come up with a final plan. Of course, the final plan must have Yi Bai's approval before it's announced. Yi Bai nodded, got it. Someone's treating at Wolf's Den today, so I'll head out first. He thought to himself. When it comes to free stuff, Yi Bai can't miss out. Besides, this time, it's not even him taking advantage of Demengzi. It's Xiaoyao who's tricking Xue Ming, and technically, it's Xue Ming's future 3rd dad doing it. Maybe this is the price of having a powerful godfather. As Yi Bai arrived at the entrance of Wolf's Den, the presence of the 9th rank war soldier, the Star Lone Wolf, caused a stir. The cheering crowd parted like waves, making way for him. Wherever Azura went, no one dared to block his path. Thus, Yi Bai made his way effortlessly to Xue Ming's side. Little brother, what took you so long? Xue Ming beamed with joy, holding a pig in one hand and a cow in the other. He was reveling in the delight of getting things for free, especially since it was Azura footing the bill. Double the joy. Seeing Xue Ming's elated state, Yi Bai sighed inwardly. Demengzi still doesn't know the truth. Struggling to contain his laughter, he softly said, no need to say anything, it's all in the drink. Xue Ming grabbed the most expensive bottle of liquor, pouring a glass for both Yi Bai and himself. He said earnestly, I know you're feeling down, it's okay. If you need to cry, just let it out, you'll feel much better. His words were heartfelt, as if he had experienced it himself. Butterfly Dream, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject, Xue Ming, I have to tell you. Say nothing. Xuanmeng raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Just feel it with your heart. He wanted to savor every moment of spending Azure's money. Earlier, Butterfly Dream had tried several times to reveal the truth to Xuanmeng, but he had cut her off each time. Cheers! The two clinked glasses and downed their drinks. Xuanmeng slapped Yi Bai on the shoulder, exuding confidence. Take whatever you like, don't be shy. I want to pack 100,000 individual meals and 100,000 bottles of liquor for my fourth brother. Yi Bai pretended to be hesitant. Isn't that a bit much? Not at all, it's perfect. Xuanmeng laughed heartily. Just consider it a treat from your Meng brother. Don't worry about the money. We can always earn more. Butterfly Dream, standing beside them, coldly remarked, it was always your treat. Crash. The sound of breaking glass echoed through the wolf's den, drawing everyone's attention to the bar. There, Xuanmeng stood abruptly, eyes reddened, staring blankly at the long list of bills and astronomical figures. His mind went blank, leaving him with one thought. Oh no, I'm the one paying the bill. In the wolf's den, Yi Bai looked at the distressed Xuanmeng and gently consoled him. Don't worry about it. Money can always be earned back. He glanced at the bill. The debt of 16,258 war god merits was just a few years of hard work for Xuanmeng. Originally, the gathering at the Wolf's Den was meant to be a fun get-together among friends. But Xuanmeng's arrival changed the atmosphere. He urged everyone to drink excessively and even encouraged them to take food to go, despite Dai Meng's attempts to dissuade him. Yi Bai sighed inwardly. Heaven may forgive, but self-inflicted sins are inescapable. Xuanmeng never imagined that the gathering, which was supposed to be paid for by Xiao, would end up being his burden. He downed a large bottle of liquor and lamented, I shouldn't have come to the Wolf's Den tomorrow. I'm applying for a transfer to the Legion Command Center. If I stay here any longer, I might have to sell my gear to pay off my debts. He then asked for a glass of water, clearly starting to economize. Yi Bai couldn't bear to see his friend in such a state. Resolutely, he closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and sternly said, Enough! A man shouldn't be crying like this. Follow me inside. Yi Bai dragged the 9th-rank war god, Xuanmeng, into the deepest office. After closing the door, he rolled his eyes and said, What are you afraid of? It's not like you only have one father to pay the bill. Xuanmeng threw his hammer into a corner and sighed. You don't understand. If I spend too much, my second father will lock me in the dark room. The dark room? Yi Bai asked curiously. What for? To chop you up? Xuanmeng shivered, as if recalling some terrible memory. My second father said, if I don't practice my swordsmanship and keep wasting money, a good beating will fix me. Yi Bai nodded slowly, thinking how strict the second father must be. Then he changed the subject. By the way, the demon smith I helped you find is news. She's handling the paperwork and should be arriving at Eternal Core City soon. Xuanmeng's eyes lit up. Really? What level of equipment can she forge? SS level, Xuanmeng said gravely. Such top-tier equipment can only be crafted a few times in a master's lifetime. Our quota was used up, so we had to capture one from the demons. He pointed to the hammer in the corner. Even this hammer is only S level. I'll sell it to you for 100,000 war god merits. Interested? Yi Bai shook his head. What would I do with a hammer? But I'm curious. Why don't you switch to using a sword? Xuanmeng gave a bitter smile. You think I don't want to? My second father has very high standards. If I can't meet them, he won't let me use a sword. I once had an S-level sword that could be used up to level 980, but my second father broke it. Yi Bai was shocked by the second father's methods and quickly changed the subject. What are your second father's requirements? Xuanmeng shrugged. It's quite simple. I just need to know more sword techniques than he does. Yi Bai looked at Xuanmeng sympathetically. Do you think you'll ever get to wield a sword in this lifetime? Xuanmeng instantly flared up. Don't underestimate me. My second father only knows 108,001 sword techniques, and I've already mastered 36,000. Yi Bai nodded repeatedly, thinking how vast the gap still was. What shocked him even more was that the second father was like a walking sword technique encyclopedia, comprehending new techniques wherever he went, making it seem utterly hopeless. Some people exhaust themselves, spending 6 hours battling the Wind Elemental Emperor, barely earning a windless feather. Meanwhile, others can effortlessly grasp godlike techniques like the water-severing slash or sky-lifting hand with just a moment's distraction. This is the unfathomable gap between the strongest. We're here. Xuanmeng stood up and called to Yi Bai. Let's go pick up your master blacksmith. Second uncle had to put in a lot of effort to persuade him. With that, he led Yi Bai outside. At the edge of the Eternal Forest, a teleportation array silently activated. On the other side of the array stood a figure in white, sword at his side, facing away. It was Wu. Next to him, besides his sword slave, was another figure shrouded in black mist. This figure was bound in chains, each step accompanied by the crisp sound of clinking metal. This was the master blacksmith Wu had invited for Xiao. On this side of the teleportation gate, the area was deserted for miles, with even the guards of the Eternal Forest ordered to stay away. In front of the gate lay a single black coffin. To have even moved this one, you must think highly of me. The master blacksmith in chains sneered. Wu Hung, you might as well just kill me with one strike. The white figure stirred slightly, a hint of delight in his voice. Do you mean that? Damn it! The demon blacksmith suddenly realized the danger and dashed out of the teleportation array in 2 strides. Despite her speed, the sword light was faster. A sliver of sword energy struck her back, causing her aura to plummet. The previously still black coffin began to tremble. Seeing this, the demon blacksmith was filled with fear. She could sense the almost tangible killing intent locking onto her. The presence within the coffin was a near god, walking both the paths of death and slaughter. Locked on at such close range by such a being, another person might have had a sliver of hope. But the one in the black coffin was notoriously unstable. With a hint of despair, the demon blacksmith shouted angrily, Wu Hung, we had an agreement. This place isn't under his jurisdiction. A hoarse voice from within the coffin replied, if I kill her, how about compensating Shilal with 2 S-grade items? The black coffin was initially there to prevent the demon blacksmith from causing trouble. After all, as a master blacksmith, her strength was no less than Xueming's. However, upon seeing her, the only thought in the coffin's mind was to kill the demon. Under the bright moonlight, a figure quietly appeared beside the black coffin. That's not allowed. The seemingly ordinary middle-aged man gently placed his hand on the coffin. The coffin immediately stopped trembling, and the killing intent receded like a tide. With just a word and a gesture, he calmed the near-rampaging war god, who then obediently followed his command. The demon blacksmith trembled as she looked up at the middle-aged man, already guessing his identity nightmare. The middle-aged man smiled kindly and softly said, this place is under my control. In front of a mysterious grand hall in the Eternal Core City, Yi Bai and Xueming stood side by side. The surroundings were sparsely populated, and even this grand hall was not marked on any map. Xueming whispered to Yi Bai, explaining that this was the entrance directly into the Eternal Core City from the outside world and the passageway for imprisoning demons. As you climb higher in the Eternal Tower, your privileges here will increase. Xueming continued, a sly glint in his eye. Maybe I should start charging for this knowledge. Giving you these Shura insights should come with a fee. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow. Just learn this. Keep going. At level 20, rank 200, your private space can connect with the Eternal Core City. At level 40, rank 600, the Eternal Hall will be open to you. As Xueming finished speaking, a hall door slowly opened, and white clouds drifted out. Yi Bai tensed up instantly, instinctively wanting to flee. Xueming hid behind him, mocking, look at how easily you get scared. However, they soon realized it was a false alarm. From the white clouds emerged a powerful being shrouded in demonic aura. Xueming's face grew serious as he whispered, so strong, roughly 0.8 hammers of my strength. How does it compare to Shadow 5? Yi Bai asked curiously. Xueming shook his head. Shadow 5 had only 0.3 hammers of strength last time we fought. But he did once assassinate a 9th-ranked demon war god with 0.8 hammers of strength, which was his most glorious achievement. When the Shadow organization came up, Xueming's chatterbox opened. If we're talking about the Shadows, aside from Uncle 9, the most straightforward one is that kid Shadow 7. 0.6 hammers of strength, and never keeps any trump cards for himself. Yi Bai was inwardly shocked. Was Shadow 7 really that powerful? He noticed that Xueming seemed unaware that Shadow 7 was female. Excluding Uncle 9, without using any trump cards, I can fight the top 3 Shadows to a draw, Xueming summarized. With my trump cards, I'm invincible. They can do as they please. Yi Bai was about to express his amazement when he suddenly realized Xueming's trump cards were his 2 supreme adoptive fathers. He silently scoffed. If I had 2 supreme adoptive fathers, I'd be invincible too. At that moment, a demon forging master approached, glaring angrily at Yi Bai. Are you the damn Shura? Xueming frowned. Be respectful. Use honorifics. The forging master reluctantly corrected himself. Are you the damn Shura, sir? Yi Bai sighed. No need to curse me twice. Yes, I'm Shura. How should I address you? Just call me fool, the forging master said self-deprecatingly. If I weren't a fool, why would I get involved in this mess? Yi Bai didn't hold back. All right, fool? He turned to Xueming. What's the plan next? Xueming explained. Take her to your private space. The forging will be done there. She'll be confined and unable to leave. With Xiaorao watching, there won't be any trouble. Yi Bai nodded in agreement. Before taking the forging master away, he pulled Xueming aside and explained the whole story behind tonight's bill. Xueming's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind echoing with Yi Bai's recent words. The old wizard unfroze my card and then maxed it out. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with uncertainty. Yi Bai let out a cold laugh, mercilessly tearing open Xue Meng's wound. It was unfrozen by him, but you share half the blame for maxing it out. If you hadn't been encouraging people to take more, we wouldn't be in this mess. His tone was laced with a hint of sarcasm. This is called reaping what you sow. Just as Xue Meng was about to retort, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Wait, did you say you gave me a third of the fourth demon gods?" Yi Bai nodded nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. "Yeah, I thought it was useless, so I gave it to you." In truth, Yi Bai was too scared of Xiao Yao to keep it, but he would never admit that. After speaking, Yi Bai quickly dragged the Fool Master away, leaving Xue Meng standing there in a daze. Xue Meng's mind raced, recalling the complete remains of a demon god at home, not the wind spirit, but the 18th demon god killed by Nightmare long ago, the only one ever slain by Nightmare. Even a drop of blood from those remains could fetch a sky-high price of thousands of war god merits. And now, he had 1/3 of the fourth demon god, still alive. Whoa, Xue Meng slapped his forehead, almost jumping with excitement. Did I just hit the jackpot? He suddenly realized this might be his biggest windfall, aside from his two powerful foster fathers. The price he had paid before seemed insignificant in comparison. By the time Xue Meng snapped back to reality, Yi Bai had vanished without a trace. He grinned, "I've really struck it rich this time. I need to go back and have a drink to celebrate." Meanwhile, Yi Bai had already entered his private space with the Fool Master. The Mobek expedition team had not yet returned, and the fourth abyss was not yet connected to this space. Yi Bai carefully sized up the Fool Master, calculating in his mind. Although Xiao Yao had concealed some information about her, Yi Bai never took oaths seriously. To him, true constraints came only from strength. "Fool," Yi Bai began, "before you start forging equipment, I'm curious about something. Why are you willing to forge for me?" He narrowed his eyes. "Not my kind, their hearts must differ. Even if you fell into my second brother's hands, a demon forging master shouldn't submit so easily." The Fool Master replied nervously, "Does forge or die count as a reason?" Yi Bai was clearly unsatisfied with this answer, his gaze becoming even sharper. The Fool Master realized that if she didn't tell the truth, Shuro wouldn't let her start working. Taking a deep breath, the demon forging master confessed, "The reason is simple. The equipment I forge cannot harm me. If possible, I would gladly forge weapons for every powerful human." "I see." Yi Bai understood, but a new question arose. "Have you ever considered the possibility? What if someone could kill you barehanded?" Upon hearing this, the demon forging master's face turned pale, and she pondered silently. Is it too late to book a ticket back to the abyss? The Eternal Tower, Yi Bai's exclusive space. "Have a seat, don't be shy. Make yourself at home," Yi Bai said with a smile, inviting the demon blacksmith master. The two sat down in the spacious room, and Yi Bai's expression grew serious. "There are some things we need to clarify up front. First, you can't kill any NPCs here." The demon blacksmith master frowned. "Agreed, but I have a question. What is an NPC?" Yi Bai realized that his guest from the abyss might not understand some basic concepts. "Hold on a moment." He took out a card from the Wanwu Pavilion and sent a message to a goblin assistant. Moments later, Yi Bai received the ordered item and handed it to the demon blacksmith master, a book titled A 3-Year-Old's View of the World. The demon blacksmith master snorted as he took the book. "I'm almost 300 years old." Yi Bai glanced at the insight prompt and nodded slowly. "Maybe closer to 3,000, trying to sound younger." "Understandable," he thought. "An NPC is any intelligent being you encounter in this exclusive space," Yi Bai explained, pointing to a mysterious mine not far away. "Those miners, dwarves, vampires, werewolvesthi, all count. There's a super furnace there that can be used to smelt ores. If you need any materials or equipment for forging, just let me know." The demon blacksmith master nodded in understanding. Yi Bai continued, "How many more SS-grade items can you forge?" "I'll only forge one for you." "That's my agreement with Wu Heng," the demon blacksmith master replied cautiously. Yi Bai remained calm. "Don't be so quick to refuse. Hear my offer first. I have a friend who needs a good sword. If you can forge one more SS-grade item, in return, I can guarantee your safe return to the abyss." The demon blacksmith master hesitated for a moment. "This friend of yours, it's actually you, isn't it? There are already rumors in the abyss that you have a very powerful sword. You don't need an SS-grade sword." Yi Bai replied frankly. "That's why I say there needs to be basic trust between humans and demons. I'm telling the truth. I'm really asking on behalf of my friend." Seeing the demon blacksmith master still hesitating, Yi Bai changed the topic. "Let's talk about my item first." He pulled out a thick stack of A4 paper, densely covered in writing, and handed it to the master. The demon blacksmith master took the papers, scanned them for a long time, and then coldly said, "I can't read." Yi Bai was taken aback, realizing that this self-proclaimed fool of a blacksmith master wasn't being modest at all. He quickly took out another book titled Preschool Literacy Guide and handed it over. As a ninth-rank war god, the demon blacksmith master had exceptional learning abilities and quickly mastered human writing. However, she soon discovered another issue: the papers, despite their varied handwriting, repeatedly emphasized just two words: survival. How afraid of death are you? The demon blacksmith master couldn't help but mock. With Xiaoyao around, what are you so scared of? Yi Bai could only smile wryly. It's Xiaoyao I'm afraid of? You're right. Yi Bai suddenly realized, quickly adding another note on the paper. It should also have soundproofing. After their first meeting, Yi Bai and Master Shotzi could only finalize the broad details. They agreed that once the initial design draft was completed, Master Shotzi would provide a list of required materials, and they would begin work once everything was ready. It wasn't long before Mo Bei and his team returned, brimming with excitement. Captain, we collected resources from 2 grade points this time, Mo Bei reported enthusiastically. He briefly listed their haul: 5 grade materials, 12 grade materials, and most precious of all, 3 grade mushrooms. Potion mushrooms, Mo Bei explained. Just a drop of potion reagent on the mushroom, and consuming it will double the potion's effect. You can use up to 3 drops a day. Yi Bai frowned slightly upon hearing this, feeling the effect seemed rather ordinary. However, Mo Bei continued, potion mushrooms can also be cultivated, doubling in number each day. The new mushrooms inherit the previous effects and can be replicated up to 5 times. This piqued Yi Bai's interest, and he nodded lightly. He quickly realized this meant the potion mushrooms could stack numerous effects. For example, with healing potions, using 3 drops a day, the potion mushrooms could eventually become incredibly potent healing elixirs. One bite could fully restore health and status. Of course, this would require a long accumulation period. Even with the highest quality potion, it would take considerable time to enhance the potion mushrooms to the desired level. Similarly, dripping various harmful or offensive potions on the mushrooms could give them immense destructive power. However, getting enemies to willingly consume these mushrooms posed another challenge. Yi Bai pondered that if he could force enemies to eat them, it might be simpler just to attack them directly. The nearby master blacksmith seemed to have the same thought and suggested, we could create mushrooms focused on defense and healing benefits and incorporate them into forged armor. The effect should be impressive. Yi Bai was surprised. Is that even possible? He hadn't considered mushrooms as a forging material. The master blacksmith nodded slowly. I've never tried it, but theoretically it should work. Yi Bai's eyes lit up as inspiration struck. What if we divided the armor into inner and outer layers, using beneficial mushrooms for the inner layer and offensive mushrooms for the outer layer? Could that also work? We could even equip different areas with different mushrooms for various effects, striking unexpectedly at critical moments. Yi Bai excitedly envisioned the possibilities, while the demon blacksmith beside him grew increasingly silent. She couldn't shake a strange feeling. Could this strongest human seed be a reincarnation of a demon? Eternal Tower, within a private space. Yi Bai stood beside a cluster of colorful mushrooms, carefully tallying the harvest from his trip to the mushroom forest. He handed the pre-packed food and wine to Jack, a satisfied smile on his face. As agreed, those with high work points can freely exchange for items, Yi Bai said as he sent the item list to the goblin assistant. Before long, a pile of brand new supplies appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, Yi Bai's communicator lit up, showing a pricing plan from Feng Jiwuju. In addition to the previously proposed conditions, they were willing to offer Yi Bai a subsidy of 1,000 gold coins for each copy sold. Yi Bai quickly did the math and realized this deal would not only break even but also bring in a small profit. No problem. Yi Bai nodded in agreement, concluding the matter. In the space, Dracula had reverted to his vampire form, looking much more subdued than before. Yi Bai turned and pointed to a burly woman beside him, introducing her enthusiastically. This is the master blacksmith. From now on, everyone can just call her master. Dummy, say hello to everyone. Under Yi Bai's guidance, everyone greeted the self-proclaimed dummy blacksmith. Subsequently, the production plan for the mysterious mine was completely overhauled to forge SS-grade equipment. The extraction of grade and A-grade ores was temporarily halted, and all efforts were focused on mining S-grade and above ores. S-grade materials won't cut it. We need at least SS-grade ore, the blacksmith asserted firmly. The dwarves were thrilled to hear this. They were long tired of the monotonous task of hammering away at the mine and were eager to take on more challenging work. Yi Bai approached the blacksmith and earnestly suggested, regarding the idea of incorporating mushrooms into the equipment, we could start by crafting a few S-grade and SS-grade items for practice. The demonic blacksmith shot him a cold glance, a hint of disdain in her voice. You call S-grade equipment low quality? Yi Bai quickly nodded, smiling as he explained, it's just to showcase your exceptional skills. The blacksmith couldn't help but roll her eyes. Though she called herself dummy, she was far from foolish. She saw through Yi Bai's attempt to get more for less, but reluctantly agreed. You can start by forging a sword. As for the forging fee, we can negotiate. After arranging everything, Yi Bai left the private space. The time was almost up, so he headed to the wolf den to find Xuemeng. After confirming that Jiu Yi was ready, he returned to Blue Star. Back on Blue Star, a familiar silhouette awaited Yi Bai. He pretended to be overwhelmed with emotion, nearly tearing up. Jiu Yi, I've missed you so much. A flash of a blade lit up the shadow, and Jiu Yi coldly said, Miss me? Shall I help you die? Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat, realizing this was still the hot-tempered version of Jiu Yi. He quickly raised his camera and shouted, Jiu Yi, is this how you treat the fourth strongest human candidate? Before the shadowed blade could reach Yi Bai's neck, he continued, great attitude, very unique, I love it. Keep it up. With that, Yi Bai tossed the camera to Jiu Yi. Jiu Yi caught the camera and fell silent, clearly reviewing its contents. Yi Bai leisurely pulled up a chair, sat down, stretched, and asked, Jiu Yi, I have a question I'd like to ask. Speak. Jiu Yi's mood seemed good, willing to chat a bit more. Yi Bai was secretly pleased. Using Nightmare's blackmail to win Jiu Yi's favor never failed. He asked, Jiu Yi, I heard you can reach the pinnacle state? I can, came the brief reply from the shadow. Jiu Yi paused and elaborated, it's complicated. Everyone has the potential to reach level 1000. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but mentally scoff. Enough with the lies and the materials. If Eternal Tower were a game, reaching level 1000 would require an SS grade talent, which would mean 99.999 of people would never reach it. No one can become a god without an SS grade talent? That's ridiculous. Should everyone just give up after drawing their talent? Yi Bai quietly waited for Ing Jiu to continue, listening patiently to his explanation. Ing Jiu's voice was deep and magnetic as he revealed a little-known secret. When an ordinary war god reaches level 1000, a corresponding deity will descend. They must engage in a life-and-death battle, and only one will survive. Yi Bai nodded slightly. He was already aware of this information. The birth of a new god often comes with the fall of an old one, and a fierce battle is inevitable. However, Ing Jiu's next words made Yi Bai's brow furrow. Even if someone manages to kill the descending deity, Ing Jiu's voice carried a hint of sorrow, as if recalling past events. The survivor will be forcibly taken by the power of the Eternal Tower, leaving Blue Star and entering a mysterious space, never to return. No trace of them can be found in Blue Star, the Eternal Tower, or the Abyssal Plane. Ing Jiu paused before continuing. This has happened twice in human history. Only those with SS-level talent can remain on Blue Star after reaching level 1000. This is the origin of the Supreme Beings. Yi Bai pondered, realizing that this information revealed a harsh truth. It wasn't that others couldn't reach level 1000, but that those who did and survived the divine battle would be forced to leave, never to return. Only those with SS-level talent could forcibly stay on Blue Star. Suddenly, Yi Bai noticed a logical flaw. He stared into the shadow where Ing Jiu was hiding and asked, Master Jiu, according to what you said, when you reached level 1000 and killed the corresponding deity, you would also be forced to leave. Doesn't this mean that reaching level 1000 weakens the top combat power of humanity rather than strengthening it? You wouldn't be an exception. A cold laugh emanated from the shadows, and Ing Jiu responded leisurely. I created a secret technique that allows me to cut myself down at the moment I reach level 1000, causing my level to drop. This way, I can maintain my strength between level 999 and 1000. It may not be enough to deal with the supreme demons, but it's more than enough for the lesser threats. The phrase, cutting oneself down, conjured images in Yi Bai's mind of the Sunflower Manual, the evil resisting sword manual, and the life of eunuchs in the palace. He couldn't help but think, truly ruthless, Master Jiu. However, Yi Bai quickly sensed something amiss. Normally, Ing Jiu was aloof and indifferent towards him, but today he was unusually forthcoming. This abnormality signaled that something was up. Yi Bai became cautious and carefully asked, Master Jiu, you're unusually talkative today. Is there something you need my help with? Ing Jiu seemed to either mishear Yi Bai or intentionally misinterpret his words. Feigning surprise, he said, What? You want to help voluntarily? How did you know that Lan Tianqi is in trouble and needs you to go to the Abyssal Plane to rescue him? As expected of the fourth supreme seed of humanity, you're insightful, passionate, and ready to take on the responsibility. I am impressed. Yi Bai cursed inwardly. When it comes to shamelessness, no one beats you, Master Jiu. He realized that he was likely about to be dragged into another troublesome situation. Lan Lao is in trouble? Yi Bai suddenly sat up straight, his brows furrowed and his eyes piercing as he stared at Ing Jiu. The last time he saw Lan Lao was during a live stream in the second Abyssal Plane. At that time, The Abyssal Demon God had specifically requested Lan Lao to join the negotiation team, clearly with ill intentions. However, under a stern warning from Zhou Yi, the leading second demon god ultimately backed down. Yi Bai originally thought that Lan Lao's trip was for his second talent awakening and that he needed the help of his second brother. Since he was already in the Abyssal Plane, it made sense to complete this task before returning. But now, things seemed far from simple. Yi Bai speculated internally, could it be that something went wrong with the second talent awakening? Ing Jiu sighed irritably and explained briefly. They had just left the second abyss when they got trapped in a small abyssal plane. As Jiu Yi provided more details, Yi Bai gradually understood the peril Lan Lao was in. This small abyssal plane was specifically created to target Lan Lao. After the second demon god's plan to kill Lan Tianqi failed, he immediately joined forces with other demon gods and hastily constructed this trap with the power of the supreme demon god. The most crucial restriction was that beings with power exceeding a certain threshold could not enter this plane. Forcing an entry would cause the plane to collapse, and while Ing Shi might barely survive, Lan Lao would certainly perish. Therefore, top human warriors couldn't enter for rescue and had to prevent corresponding demon warriors from breaking through. Yi Bai frowned in thought for a moment and asked, "What's the highest level that can enter?" "Ninth tier war god. Level 980, Ing Jiu explained. Crossing level 900 earns you the title of war god. Level 900 corresponds to a first-tier war god, and for every 10 levels, the tier increases by 1. A level 990 is a transcendent war god, which is in a different realm altogether. A level 980 is just touching the threshold of a 9th-tier war god. Ing Shi, who is with Lan Lao, is at level 980. Besides the level restriction, this small abyssal plane had other obstacles. Thick fog, pervasive illusions, extremely limited visibility, and even periodic loss of vision. If it were just these, Ing Shi could manage. However, the abyssal creatures had a special buff: immunity to damage from beings of higher levels. Yi Bai had encountered this troublesome ability on the Ice Dragon boss on the 7th floor of the Eternal Tower. Unexpectedly, it appeared again in the abyssal plane. Yi Bai couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Ah, these guys might as well have "This is a trap" written all over their faces. The trap was so obvious that even Ing Qi couldn't be fooled. Clearly, one Lan Tianqi was no longer enough to satisfy the demon god's greed. Having borrowed the power of the supreme demon god, they naturally aimed for a bigger catch. Using the trapped Lan Tianqi as bait, they intended to lure more human prodigies and cause greater casualties. The growth of the supreme seed Shura was unstoppable, and no demon god was willing to trade their life for Shura's. So instead, they aimed to kill as many human prodigies as possible. Even killing one would be worthwhile, and taking down two would be a huge gain. These prodigies were the future backbone of the army and posed a direct threat to the demon gods. Ing Jiu added, "There is some good news. These creatures range from level 201 to 600. Even at level 600, no demon prodigy can directly threaten a 9th-tier war god. Ing Shi can protect Lan Lao for now." Having understood the situation, Yi Bai rubbed his temples and got straight to the point. "When do we leave, and how do we organize the team?" These questions were crucial. Yi Bai was definitely going. After the last battle, he didn't face any immediate threats from the demon gods. Plus, a 9th-tier war god would accompany the team, ensuring Yi Bai's safety. Ing Jiu seemed to have anticipated Yi Bai's decision and said calmly, "No rush. The abyssal plane hasn't fully stabilized, and the passage can't be built yet." This guy always had a tough exterior, but a soft heart. Yesterday, facing Xiao Xiaola, the 4th demon god's projection, Yi Bai had also stood in front. Probably around noon tomorrow, Ing Jiu pondered for a moment before asking, "What level are you now?" "Level 124, Yi Bai replied. Ing Jiu thought for a moment before speaking again. One of the 3 level conditions for clearing the 18th floor is level 199. The 19th floor is the 3rd job change, Secret Realm. The minimum level for Abyss monsters is 200. Yi Bai decided to level up, which was undoubtedly beneficial. He planned to grind to level 199 tonight, and if time permitted, complete his 3rd job change. In Jiu Ye's eyes, completing 2 force-level dungeons was as easy as eating or drinking. Yi Bai was equally confident, feeling well prepared. Besides, the accompanying team was exceptionally strong. Su Qingfeng recently broke through a bottleneck and reached level 980. He could continue leveling up, but pause for this mission. As a 9th-tier wind warrior, he was undoubtedly the best candidate for this task. Ing Shi would also be joining, bringing the team size close to the limit for a small abyss dimension. 2 9th-tier warriors, along with geniuses from various age groups of the human race and a hidden Azura, formed an incredibly formidable rescue team. This mission to rescue Elder Lan was essentially another showdown between the 2 races, with the victor gaining a significant advantage. If the human race successfully rescued Elder Lon and returned unscathed, it would not only weaken the supreme demon god, but also potentially deal a critical blow. However, failure would be catastrophic. Losing so many talented individuals would be a severe setback, even in the era of the Supreme. The hard-earned advantage would be lost, and the two races would be back in a stalemate. Just as Yi Bai and Jiu Yi finished their discussion, there was an urgent knock on the door. Bai, something big has happened. Feng Dong burst in, carrying top-tier food from Wolf's Nest. Let's talk while we eat, Yi Bai said, taking a breakfast portion and gesturing for Feng Dong to continue. Feng Dong spoke as he chewed. Elder Lon is in trouble, and the summer camp wants to select talents from all stages to form a team to rescue him. His information was reliable not just because his nephew was Su Qingfeng, but also because he would lead the student team from Modi University. Bai, we need to go to the Abyss Dimension. When I come back, I'll be Elderland's savior. Feng Dong proudly patted Yi Bai's shoulder. Don't be upset if you miss this chance. Who knows, maybe someday, I'll need you to save me. Yi Bai simply smiled faintly and said nothing. Oh, by the way, Bai, Feng Dong suddenly remembered the main point. We're leaving for the small Abyss Dimension tomorrow to rescue Elder Lon. Don't you also have Abyss Dimension training? Before we leave, you need to duel with your assigned senior as a strength assessment. Feng Dong coughed lightly and grinned mischievously. Don't worry, Bai. I'll go easy on you. I promise not to hit your face. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, the senior students at the summer camp have become exceptionally busy. Today, Yi Bai and his group had a training session focused on the abyssal plane, with their instructors emphasizing its importance. The instructor's stern expressions and repeated warnings. Tomorrow you will depart for the abyssal plane. Any carelessness could lead to your death, sent waves of anxiety through the trainees. During lunch, the cafeteria was sparsely populated. Only Yi Bai, Zhao Lin, and Wang Zheng sat together, silently chewing their food. The absence of the senior students added to the somber atmosphere. Suddenly, Wang Zheng lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Have you heard about the Windless Distance skill book? You just need a height-year wind element core to buy it. And it comes with a bonus coin from Azura. Zhao Lin's eyes lit up, almost dropping his chopsticks. Really? No wonder Senior Fei told me to use my points to exchange for a height-year wind element core. After I did, he took it away. Watching Zhao Lin's excitement, Yi Bai couldn't help but think about the special attention Fei had given Zhao Lin. Fei not only helped Zhao Lin achieve an S-rank class change and gain new abilities, but also made crucial decisions that left everyone in awe. Zhao Lin's own dedication was also a significant factor. He always gave his all to complete any task Fei assigned him. Zhao Lin enthusiastically said, if I can exchange for Windless Distance, I'll keep that coin as a family heirloom. Yi Bai's expression turned a bit odd. It's just a coin from Azura, not that big of a deal. He thought to himself. Every coin he had was from Azura, but he never considered them particularly valuable. Still, he appreciated Zhao Lin's frugality. After the afternoon training session, Feng Dong and Fei, who had been absent all day, finally showed up. Feng Dong triumphantly waved 2 skill books. Look what we brought back. Windless Distance? Zhao Lin exclaimed, his breathing quickening as if in a dream. Feng Dong glanced at the silent Fei. You explain? Clearly, Fei was the one who managed to get these precious skill books. Fei simply said, Yi Bai, know it's for me. Useless, so it's yours. Zhao Lin looked puzzled. Windless Distance is useless? Are you kidding? Feng Dong patiently explained. The major abyssal planes have banned this skill. Only its creator can use it there. More than 50,000 people have learned Windless Distance, and they now form the main force in small and medium abyssal planes. Higher-ranked warriors often go to the major abyssal planes, where the casualty rate is actually lower. The High School Alliance believes that the old generation's combat habits are hard to change, so they decided to train a new batch of specialists in Windless Distance. Our summer camp is a key focus, which is why we got these 2 books for you. Yi Bai nodded frequently as he listened to Feng Dong's explanation, thinking to himself, coming up with so many reasons. That's quite a task for Jiu Yi. Zhao Lin, excited, kissed the skill book twice. As Yi Bai took the other book, Feng Dong teased, Bai, there's something you should know. This skill book was made in the bathroom. The cost of the skill book has been deducted from your summer camp points. Practice more tonight. You might last a bit longer in tomorrow morning's combat test. Yi Bai nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense? The usually silent Fei suddenly spoke. Feng Dong has over 3 abilities, and wind is his weakest. After saying this, he returned to his quiet demeanor. This single sentence, however, revealed everything about Feng Dong. Feng Dong waved it off generously. It's fine, Bai. It's just a combat test. Don't worry about it. Yi Bai could only nod in agreement, yeah right? He looked at Feng Dong with a hint of helplessness. With his keen insight, Yi Bai knew that Feng Dong was proficient in wind, fire, space, and wood elements, and indeed, wind was his weakest link. Yi Bai's gaze once again fell on Feet, and he couldn't help but be amazed. This seemingly ordinary teammate was actually a hidden powerhouse. Feet mastered 5 elements: earth, wind, fire, wood, and lightning, with earth being his strongest element. He possessed the S-level ability Immovable as a Mountain, which meant his affinity and spell effectiveness for earth were doubled, and when activated, he could become immune to all elemental damage he controlled. Even more astonishing, Feet could enter a second form and turn himself into stone. Shaking his head with a light sigh, Yi Bai realized that Feet's strength far exceeded Feng Dong's expectations. From a damage immunity standpoint, Feet almost completely countered Feng Dong. Except for spatial attacks, none of Feng Dong's other methods would work on him. This seemingly unremarkable teammate was actually the most deeply hidden one. After training, Yi Bai returned to his dormitory. With some time before midnight, he decided to ask Jiu Yi a few questions. Jiu Yi, is the sea god very powerful? Yi Bai asked directly. Since he had chosen the path of the sea god, a future confrontation was inevitable. Understanding his opponent in advance was key to ensuring victory. This was Yi Bai's consistent battle principle: never fight a battle he wasn't confident in. Jiu Yi was silent for a moment before asking, have you acquired a second profession? Up until now, the Shura only mastered wind, lightning, and fire, with no connection to the sea god. Suddenly asking about the sea god had to have a reason. Yi Bai admitted it frankly. Jiu Yi praised him. You lucky kid, a second profession is a treasure. I thought you'd have to go through a third job change to get it. He explained. With a second profession, each level up will enhance your attributes according to both profession templates. The downside is that the experience required for leveling up will double. There are other benefits too, which you will discover in time. After answering Yi Bai's question, Jiu Yi continued. Among the known deities, the sea god's power is considered above average. Actually, you can deduce a deity's strength based on the profession template. Yi Bai gasped. Heavenly Wrath Mage, SS level profession template. This means I will face the most elite deities in the future. Compared to that, the sea god seems like an appetizer. Jiu Yi pondered. Kid, now that you have a second profession, reaching level 199 by tonight might be a stretch. Don't be too greedy. If you can't finish the job change in time, don't force it. The appearance of a second profession disrupted Jiu Yi's previous expectations. Besides the increased difficulty in gaining experience, Yi Bai would face more challenges in his job change. Just passing the sea god's trial would be tough. Scoring 2 4S ratings in 6 hours and 10 minutes would be extremely difficult. Yi Bai nodded slightly. Don't worry, I've got it under control. At the stroke of midnight, a white light flashed, and Yi Bai disappeared from his original spot, entering the Eternal Core City. He placed his hand on the Eternal Core crystal and selected the 18th floor. Instantly, Yi Bai's figure vanished again, and a familiar prompt sounded in his ears. Wish you success in conquering the Eternal Tower. The Eternal Tower, 18th floor. Yi Bai's figure suddenly appeared outside the city of Mogu, causing a stir within the city walls. The wrinkled chief led a group of Mogu people rushing out of the city gate, exclaiming excitedly, the legendary traveler, guided by fate, we meet again. Although only 2 days had passed since their last meeting, the chief seemed to have aged 20 years. Yi Bai's eye of insight revealed that the chief's actual age had increased by 200 years. This astonishing discovery made Yi Bai realize that there was a significant difference in the flow of time inside and outside the tower. He quietly noted this crucial detail, a bold speculation flashing through his mind. If the power system of the Eternal Tower culminates in godhood, could the Eternal Tower itself be a divine realm? Or perhaps, each floor is an independent divine realm? The Mogu chief, trembling, grasped Yi Bai's hand and said excitedly, it has been 200 years, and the Mogu tribe has never forgotten your kindness. We have built a statue in your honor within the city. After expressing their gratitude, the group returned to the city of Mogu. The scene within the city was vastly different from 200 years ago. The streets were crowded and bustling with activity. Standing on the city wall, Yi Bai looked into the distance and was astonished to see that the once barren land had transformed into a lush, green grassland. Clearly, in those 200 years, the Mogu people had completely changed the ecology of the land through their efforts. While chatting with the chief, Yi Bai summoned Morbek. After 200 years, few in the city recognized this former hero. Seeing the aged chief, Morbek exclaimed, what happened here? He could hardly believe it. While only a day had passed outside, centuries had gone by here. The chief's face was full of smiles as he said contentedly, everything is fine, very fine. If they hadn't met Yi Bai, their tribe might have perished on the wasteland long ago, and they wouldn't have today's prosperity. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Bai got straight to the point. Fate has guided me back here. Is there anything you need my help with? The chief put on his reading glasses and pointed to a direction outside the city, his expression serious. Indeed, there is something strange. We planted many mushrooms on the grassland, but one day, the mushrooms suddenly came to life. They turned into terrifying monsters. When one was killed, two more would appear soon after. After losing several young people, we no longer dared to approach that area. Luckily, those mushroom monsters seem unable to leave the cursed place, allowing us to continue living here. Yi Bai learned that there were two ways to clear the 18th floor. Either help the Mogu tribe establish a new safe settlement or explore the cursed area, eliminate the mushroom monsters, and find the source of the curse. Both methods would increase his exploration progress, but Yi Bai chose to do both without hesitation. Morbeck, take the dwarves and vampires to find a new settlement and build a bigger, safer city. Yi Bai ordered while summoning his subordinates from his exclusive space. When Dracula appeared, he was holding half a roast pig, his mouth greasy, exuding a certain vampire nobility. Looking at Dracula, Yi Bai half-joked, "We come from the same root, so why rush to devour each other?" "Dracula, you come with me to explore the cursed area." "As you wish, my master," Dracula replied respectfully, clearly unaware of the imminent danger. Splitting up, both teams operated at maximum efficiency. Yi Bai's primary goal was to quickly level up to 199. With the acquisition of a second profession, the difficulty of leveling up had doubled, but the time hadn't correspondingly increased. He had to seize every opportunity. Yi Bai wouldn't miss any chance to exploit a bug. As he approached the so-called cursed area, several giant mushroom monsters charged at Yi Bai. They had orange caps and white mushroom bodies with a blurry face. Despite their cartoonish appearance, they were extremely eerie. Staring at them long enough would give anyone nightmares. Without hesitation, Yi Bai unleashed his fully charged power, shouting, "Heavenly thunder!" In an instant, red lightning jumped between the monsters, ravaging them like chain lightning. The advanced Heavenly Thunder automatically locked onto the next target upon a successful kill, reducing damage by 50, yet still delivering a stunning effect. All the giant mushroom monsters turned to ash under the ravages of the Heavenly Thunder. Dracula's eyebrows twitched, a sense of unease rising within him. He realized he might have underestimated the dangers they were about to face. That lightning was terrifying. The thunder summoned by Yi Bai exploded in the sky, its blinding white light illuminating the entire cursed area. Dracula shivered involuntarily, thinking that if he were struck by such lightning, even his ability to resurrect wouldn't save him from the deep psychological trauma it would cause. The last time he felt such fear was because of a guy named Xiao Yao. As a former vampire prince, Dracula prided himself on his strength and insight. However, he had recently encountered a series of men who defied logic, as if they were all part of the same bizarre lineage. Yi Bai wasted no time dealing with the weaker monsters on the outskirts. He led Dracula directly into the depths of the cursed area, his steps firm and swift. Following closely behind, Dracula couldn't shake an ominous feeling. He suspected that this demon lord had ulterior motives, and every fiber of his being screamed that trouble was ahead. Harnessing the power of the lightning, Yi Bai cut through their path like a hot knife through butter. As they ventured deeper into the cursed area, the mushroom monsters they encountered grew stronger and more diverse. One particular type, a purple poisonous mushroom, emitted a nauseating gas. Dracula, forced to inhale it, turned pale and stiffened like a true zombie. Although the poison didn't cause him any real harm, the discomfort was unbearable. Meanwhile, Yi Bai, wearing a gas mask, seemed completely at ease, as if to say, "No big deal." Oddly enough, Yi Bai didn't rush straight to the deepest part of the area. Instead, he stopped near the core, carefully scanning the surroundings as if searching for something specific. Suddenly, Yi Bai exclaimed, "Found it!" He led Dracula to a dark red mushroom monster. As soon as it appeared in Yi Bai's sight, a swift bolt of lightning reduced it to ashes. "This mushroom is called a bloodthirsty mushroom," Yi Bai explained with a hint of pride. "Before coming here, I did my homework. Unlike other mushroom monsters, the bloodthirsty mushroom has a unique respawn mechanism. The spores left behind after its death, when exposed to high-quality blood, will instantly give birth to powerful monsters that enter a bloodthirsty state. It's quite troublesome." Dracula fell silent, seriously questioning his decision to become a vampire. Just then, Yi Bai nonchalantly remarked, "It would be really convenient if someone could spill some blood right now." Dracula thought to himself, "Do you have to be so obvious? No wonder the demon Lord Shura brought me along today as using me as a walking blood bank. Truly, he is the demon lord. Sometimes it's hard to tell who the real vampire is." Dracula felt that his master's identity was quite complex. The foolish master thought Shura was a demon, while Dracula himself believed his master was the true vampire. Even the hellhound saw him as a dog. Perhaps Shura was a demonic blood-sucking dog, or maybe a blood-sucking demon dog. Or maybe Shura was like a mirror reflecting all the world's darkness. Or perhaps he was the darkest existence himself. Lost in his thoughts, Dracula suddenly let out a scream. "My master, your foolish servant accidentally hurt himself." Holding a dagger in his left hand, a wound appeared on his right palm, and blood dripped down. "Look at my clumsiness, spilling blood everywhere. If it falls on the bloodthirsty mushroom spores, we'll be in big trouble." The blood landed precisely on the bloodthirsty mushroom spores, causing them to rapidly grow into one powerful monster after another. However, as a vampire, Dracula's wound healed quickly, and the bleeding stopped within seconds. Without the continuous supply of blood, the bloodthirsty mushroom monsters ceased to spawn. Closing his eyes, gritting his teeth, and steeling himself, Dracula cut himself once more. The Eternal Tower, 18th floor. Yi Bai's hands moved like fluttering butterflies, casting one spell after another. Wind Fury, Spark of Stars, Heavenly Thunder. With his incantations, newly spawned bloodthirsty mushroom monsters fell one by one. Standing nearby, Dracula, pale-faced, cheered for his master. He had found a simpler way to stimulate the spores of the bloodthirsty mushrooms, directly inserting the spores into unhealed wounds, causing the mushrooms to keep respawning. However, respawning monsters required a large amount of blood. Even Dracula couldn't create blood out of thin air. So, while observing Yi Bai's monster slaying, he held a piece of iron in one hand and a bucket of water in the other, constantly eating the iron and drinking the water to produce blood quickly. To him, this bizarre scene seemed perfectly scientific. The monsters on the 18th floor were as strong as, if not stronger than, the intruders, offering substantial experience points. After 2 hours of intense fighting, Yi Bai's level skyrocketed from 124 to 194. Suddenly, a giant bloodthirsty mushroom monster collapsed under Yi Bai's fierce attack. However, no new mushroom monsters appeared. Dracula, who was munching on iron, quickly checked his arm and found over 20 mushroom spores still there. "Am I out of blood?" Dracula muttered to himself. He swiftly cut a gash on his arm, and blood immediately flowed out. He hurriedly caught it with his mouth, thinking with a pang of regret, "This is all my blood. I can't waste it." After the wound healed, Dracula squeezed out over 20 mushroom spores, only to find that they had all withered. Curious, he asked, "Why aren't the bloodthirsty mushrooms respawning?" Yi Bai, who had anticipated this, casually explained, "The remaining monsters here are enough to get me to level 199. No more will respawn. Only after clearing this cursed land will the source of the curse appear. Once we kill it, the exploration progress will reach 100, and I'll achieve my 4S grade clearance." With Dracula's willing assistance, the monster-killing speed had significantly increased. Suddenly, Yi Bai tossed a small bottle of red liquid into Dracula's hands. "What is this?" Dracula looked at the bottle in surprise. Even without opening it, he recognized the contents. "Bloodline essence, from a prince's blood. Can I really drink this?" A flicker of greed flashed in Dracula's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. As a not-Sahona servant, he knew that his master's rewards could be a test. With the sole contract in Yi Bai's hands, he was entirely at his mercy. Yi Bai rolled his eyes and said seriously, "You work, you get paid. It's only fair. Likewise, if you slack off, you'll face the consequences. Understand?" Dracula nodded frantically. "Understood, totally understood. Please, no more lectures, or I'll start slacking off again." Eagerly, he opened the small bottle and gulped down the prince-level blood essence. To avoid wasting even a drop, he swallowed the entire bottle. Given his appetite, this small item was easily digestible. The small bottle contained at least 10 drops of prince-level blood essence. Dracula's originally pale face became even paler, and his four fangs started to protrude but were quickly ground down again. He was accustomed to being a flat-toothed vampire, elegantly sipping blood through a straw. As his aura surged, Dracula's level rapidly increased, soon surpassing 400. Yi Bai watched coldly and nodded slightly. Not bad. He was about to head to the Abyssal Plane and, if all went well, would return within a few days. Although there was no need to worry in his exclusive space, and Dracula had been quite obedient, with his biggest daily desire being a good meal, the recent addition of a foolish demon blacksmith necessitated some precautions. Yi Bai needed to ensure some level of defense while he was away. Reluctantly, he had to admit that Dracula was his only option. With his strength partially restored, Dracula knelt on one knee, placing his right hand on his left shoulder, and solemnly said, "Your kindness will never be forgotten." In terms of acting, he had always been top-notch. Yi Bai cut straight to the point. "How much essence blood is needed to restore to level 600 Battle King strength?" Dracula, once a top-tier prince, now fallen from grace, answered without hesitation, 100 drops. However, Yi Bai's insight revealed the truth: it only required 40 drops. Shaking his head, Yi Bai took out 4 small vials of prince-level essence blood from his space ring and handed them to Dracula. "This is your payment for the next period. I need to leave for a while. Keep an eye on the house." If everything is in order when I return, you might even have a chance to advance further. Dracula quickly assured, understood. If anything goes wrong, I'll vomit out every drop of blood I've consumed. Yibai chuckled. No need for that. We're civilized people. If anything's amiss, just stand still and let me strike you once. I promise, just one strike. At these words, Dracula couldn't help but tremble. The terrifying red lightning seemed to flash before his eyes again, making every cell scream. One strike? He'd rather die. Having made the arrangements, Yibai turned his attention to farming monsters. He commanded, head to the other side of the cursed land and drive all the mushroom monsters over here. Dracula respectfully complied and transformed into countless bloodbats, flying into the sky. Soon, the sound of mushroom monsters running could be heard from the other end of the cursed land. Standing at the edge of the cursed land, Yibai first unleashed Ember, igniting a sea of flames. Once Wind Fury had cooled down, he cast it again and began chanting Furious Sea. A fully chanted Furious Sea for 60 seconds could summon 120 layers of waves, which, under the effect of Wind Fury, would surge to 360 layers. Yibai also channeled all his accumulated rage points into his water-based skills, adding an extra 5 damage. After a minute, the chant concluded. With a roar, the first wave surged forth, crashing heavily into the mushroom monsters. More waves followed in quick succession. No, it wasn't just waves, Anna Maria, it was a roaring ocean. Amidst the furious sea, the embers spread wildly. Countless mushroom monsters were instantly consumed by the inferno. Having restored his strength to the Duke level, Dracula, in the form of a blood-red bat, coldly observed the annihilation of the mushroom monsters from above the sea of flames. Though bats are warm blood, Dracula's blood felt ice-cold at this moment. He knew all too well that the mastermind behind this was his seemingly benevolent master, the incarnation of a demon lord, the merciful insulator, the civilized Azura. The longer Dracula spent with Azura, the more he understood one principle. Even if you have to be a pig, never become Azura's enemy. Azura always dealt with enemies with thunderous means. Boom, a clap of thunder exploded. Dracula shuddered and reverted to his human form, standing amidst the furious sea. He was stunned by what he had just witnessed. As soon as the mushroom monsters died, a powerful level 198 boss descended, gathering all the power of the cursed land. Even if they were of the same level, Dracula would find this creature troublesome. Yet, in the moment it appeared, it was reduced to ashes by a single strike of red lightning. Under the thunder, nothing could survive. All that remained was a pile of ashes, the only testament to its existence. No matter how many times he witnessed it, Dracula was always overwhelmed by the thunder's power. Coming back to his senses, he gazed into the distance. Amidst the thunder and over the furious sea, the only figure standing tall was Azura. Dracula slowly bowed, his eyes lowered, showing a look of submission. A drop of essence blood fell from his forehead, merging into the furious sea and disappearing instantly. The sea took on a faint red hue, like a slightly tipsy maiden. Kneeling in the furious sea, Dracula softly said, I offer my humble loyalty to you, my master. Lord Azura. The blood-stained sea of fury underwent a subtle change. Yibai didn't turn to look at Dracula. He knew perfectly well that this was the work of that guy. Whether it was about showing loyalty or getting close, Yibai's attitude towards Dracula remained consistent. Just do the job and get paid. Yibai opened the skill description and discovered a new effect for the Sea of Fury. The added note read, when dealing damage with Sea of Fury, gain a 5 lifesteal effect. Any overhealed amount converts 50 of the healing into shield value, lasting for 10 minutes. This essentially gave Sea of Fury the effect of the Blood Feast gem, allowing not only lifesteal but also conversion of overhealed amounts into shields, up to a staggering billion-level value. Recalling that he had previously enchanted the Nature's Force with the blood of the Vampire Prince, granting an 80 lifesteal effect and allowing for 1,000,000 casts, Yibai noted that he had only used it less than 50,000 times so far, with a long way to go before it was used up. Staring at the new description of Sea of Fury, Yibai fell into deep thought. If equipment or status effects also provided lifesteal, could they too convert into shield value? If so, that would be quite something. Unfortunately, all the monsters in the Cursed Land had already been slain by him. Suddenly, Yibai remembered a convenient target. He waved to the distant vampire with a friendly smile on his face. Dracula, come here. Get closer. I need to test a skill effect. Dracula instantly regretted it. He had spent a huge amount of effort to help Shura enhance his skills, only to be used as a test subject? What kind of logic was this? Dracula swore to himself that if he ever volunteered to help Shura again, he'd turn into a pig for 100 years. As Dracula slowly started moving forward, Shura's voice rang out again. 10 drops of prince's blood. This phrase seemed to electrify Dracula. causing the little bat wings on his back to light up instantly. He flapped forward with a cheerful shout. Coming! Woohoo, take off! When the soaking wet Dracula appeared in the Mushroom City, the residents of Mobek were not the least bit surprised. After all, nothing was too strange when it happened to this vampire. The test results of the skill left Yi Bai very satisfied. In a rare moment of generosity, he praised Dracula a couple of times. Yi Bai had always been generous with compliments that cost nothing. When casting Sea of Fury, all lifesteal effects generated by will convert 50 of the overhealed amount into shields. Yi Bai explained. In other words, the 80 lifesteal from Nature's Force plus the 5 from Sea of Fury totals 85 lifesteal. When I cast Sea of Fury at full health, I can gain shields equivalent to 42.5 of the damage dealt. This value was quite significant, enough to make up for the long casting time of Sea of Fury and provide Yi Bai with another means of survival. Although the enhancement of Sea of Fury was an unexpected surprise, Yi Bai didn't forget the main goal of his journey, clearing the Force level. Looking at the arriving clan leader, Yi Bai earnestly said, the curse has been lifted. That land will be at peace forever. Shura's physical exorcism, professional and reliable. The source of the curse, obliterated completely. The clan leader was so excited that he danced with joy, repeatedly thanking him. Thank you. Thank you so much. Child of Destiny, you've proven your friendship with the Mobek clan through your actions. Can you bring out the mushroom hat? You deserve a new blessing. Yi Bai handed the mushroom hat to the leader. The clan leader carefully held the hat in both hands and climbed up the statue they had erected for Yi Bai, placing the mushroom hat on top of it. A white light flashed, and the mushroom hat received a blessed enhancement. Yi Bai felt as if he had just successfully upgraded his gear to 14. When the mushroom hat was returned to Yi Bai, its appearance hadn't changed at all, but its attributes had undergone a complete transformation. Yi Bai carefully examined the Mogu hat in his hand. This level 200 S-tier hat emitted a mysterious glow, and its attributes were highly coveted. Intelligence 3000, Magic Power 3400. Yi Bai put on the hat and felt its unique magic. The mushroom pattern on the hat seemed to pulse, hinting at its special abilities. 1. Mushroom. Stand still for 5 seconds and transform into a mushroom. Reverts to original form when attacked. 2. Mushroom Enthusiast. Mushroom effects are enhanced by 200. 3. Red Stem. Increases wood-type spell damage by 100. 4. White Stem. Enhances wood-type healing effects by 100. 5. Hemp Stem. Strengthens wood-type debuff effects by 100. 6. Hidden Mushroom. Upon killing an enemy, generates a concealed poisonous mushroom at the spot. Deals 3005 Magic Power 2 Intelligence wood-type damage over 5 seconds. Yi Bai gently touched the brim of the hat, pondering these abilities. Although he had yet to master wood-type magic, the hidden mushroom effect caught his eye. He envisioned a battle scene. Fire ants swarming the battlefield, sparks flying, while countless poisonous mushrooms quietly grew, waiting for the moment to explode. However, a slight feeling of regret crossed Yi Bai's mind. As a level 200 S-tier item, the Mogu hat would eventually be replaced by higher-level gear. He couldn't help but imagine himself disguised as a mushroom, launching a surprise attack, and a smile crept across his face. I need to figure out a way to get Dummy to enhance this hat for me, Yi Bai thought slyly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He believed that given enough time, she would eventually relent. After all, in the exclusive space of Azura, nothing was impossible. Stowing away the Mogu hat, Yi Bai bid farewell to the Mogu chieftain. Mogabek would remain there, ready to return to the exclusive space at any time. With the tasks of clearing the cursed land and building a new city completed, their mission was a success. Exploration 100. Yi Bai sent the others back to the exclusive space and summoned the Eternal Core Crystal. As the settlement began, the humans of the Eternal Tower received a familiar announcement. Congratulations to player Azura for achieving SSS tier clearance on the 18th floor. Today was yet another day of Azura's 4S rating runs. Player Shua achieved an SSSS rating and cleared the 18th floor. The system immediately announced a server-wide reward. Yi Bai carefully read through the reward details. All human players in the Eternal Tower receive the Bloodthirsty Curse buff, along with 3 special buffs that last for 6 hours each. Greatwood Forest boosts the effects of wood-related items by 30. Higher Than You allows humans to deal 25 extra damage to taller creatures. And You're So Short grants humans an astonishing 150 extra damage to short creatures. Yi Bai shook his head at these rewards, inwardly sighing at the system's consistent double standards. Nonetheless, he recognized that the You're So Short buff was crucial for his job change plan later tonight. The system also rewarded Xiolaw with 3 Bloodthirsty Seeds, an SS-grade material used for equipment enhancement. Yi Bai muttered to himself that the reward seemed a bit stingy, but he didn't have time to deal with it now, and decided to put the seeds away for the moment. Upon returning to the Eternal Core City, Yi Bai did not immediately resume his climb in the Eternal Tower. He first contacted his goblin underling, instructing him to prepare some height-increasing potions and mushrooms without side effects. After sending the message, he opened his personal attribute panel to carefully review his stats. The significant attribute boost from his dual professions pleased Yi Bai, even though some of his equipment had yet to catch up to his level. He closed the attribute panel and decided to take care of some business while waiting for the goblin to prepare the items. Yi Bai headed straight to the wolf's den and found Xuemeng busy in his office. Xuemeng was swinging a large hammer at a tortoise. Yi Bai entered and asked how things were going. Xuemeng put down the hammer, wiped his sweat, and explained that only a third of the tortoise belonged to him, and the strange old man wanted him to take as much as possible. Clearly, Xuemeng couldn't take any more. Seeing Xuemeng's predicament, Yi Bai had an idea and suggested that he shout a slogan to boost his morale while hammering the tortoise. Although puzzled, Xuemeng curiously asked what he should shout. Yi Bai slowly revealed his clever plan. Just shout 80, 80. With each hammer strike, imagine you're earning 80 war god merit points from this tortoise. These words instantly ignited Xuemeng's fighting spirit. Thinking about his enormous debt, he almost wished he could hit Shilua himself to vent his frustration. Yi Bai's words seemed to give Xuemeng boundless strength. He gripped the hammer tightly, ready to give it his all. Yi Bai hurried into the wolf's den, and Xuemeng looked up warily, furrowing his brow. Shouldn't you be busy tackling challenges? What are you doing here? There's no one treating today. Yi Bai chuckled softly, pointing upwards and lowering his voice. Come on, don't underestimate me. I need a favor, pass a message to that guy. Xuemeng's eyes lit up with interest. That guy? You mean Xiaoyao? What's the message? It's rare for Shura to seek out Xiaoyao. Is he planning to quit being human? Yi Bai's expression turned serious. I'm heading to the 19th floor to tackle the third job change dungeon. Once I clear it with a 4S rating, could you delay the server-wide rewards and announcements? Xuemeng gasped in disbelief, staring at Yi Bai. Is something like that even possible? Yi Bai shrugged. Worth a shot. Nothing to lose. His motto was always to try, no matter the odds. Xuemeng nodded thoughtfully. He knew Xiaoyao had considerable authority within the Eternal Tower, partly due to his high level and rank, and partly because of his secrets, which even Jiu Yi could only speculate about. Yi Bai continued, tonight's third job change is crucial for me. The problem is, every time there's a job change, there's a server-wide announcement, sometimes revealing some of my cards. It's quite troublesome. He recalled how his hidden wind element skill was exposed during his second job change. After tonight, I'm heading to the Abyssal Plane with my team. It's extremely dangerous. The Abyssal Demons are always watching my moves. Although the Demon Sect is weakened, such server-wide announcements can't be hidden. A glint of determination flashed in Yi Bai's eyes. If we can delay the server rewards, I can keep more cards up my sleeve and give the demons a big surprise. Xuemeng nodded in understanding and left the wolf's den. A few minutes later, he returned with a joyful expression, relaying Xiaoyao's message. The old weirdo said he can delay it for up to 10 years. Make sure you go and come back quickly. Yi Bai smirked. Damn, he always manages to show off. Despite his words, he felt relieved. With his worries resolved, he quickly grabbed potions from the Everything Pavilion and left in haste. Deep within the wolf's den, rhythmic shouts echoed. 80, 80. Xuemeng smashed harder with each shout. Though it yielded no results, it felt great. The fourth Demon King Hua despaired and roared. Kill me now. Xuemeng ignored him, continuing to swing his weapon. A flash of white light, and Yi Bai appeared on the 19th floor of the Eternal Tower. The third job change dungeon. This job change was considered a significant milestone, typically requiring level 200. After the third job change, all attributes would see substantial boosts, and high scores could bring various benefits, such as a second job template advancement, or new skills on the current template. However, the rules of the Eternal Tower were always fair. The greater the benefits, the higher the difficulty. Clearing the third job change dungeon required one task: defeating the boss. As soon as Yi Bai appeared, the entire dungeon began to tremble violently. Bones flew past his eyes, and a massive bone serpent emerged, hovering in the air. Before Yi Bai could attack, another head sprouted from the serpent's side. The two-headed bone serpent let out a deafening roar, and Yi Bai shouted back defiantly. Why are you roaring so loudly? Think you're something special with more heads? Xiao Sango. The Hellhound looked helplessly at its master. In such a grand scene, don't make it hard for a level 108 dog, okay? Boom! A bolt of lightning struck, reducing the bone serpent to ashes, only for it to be reborn again. Watching his master battle the boss, the Hellhound and Black Tiger were enthralled. The Hellhound couldn't help but mutter, why do I feel like my master is the real boss here? The Eternal Tower, 19th floor. The clamor of battle echoed through the vast space. But this fight was more of a one-sided massacre. Yi Bai, a warrior with devastating damage output, was showcasing his unparalleled prowess. Each of his attacks was as powerful as a thunder strike, while the enemy's counterattacks were as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. Yi Bai's offense was ferocious, and his defense was nearly flawless. His lifesteal ability allowed him to continuously gain massive shield values during the battle, as if an indestructible barrier enveloped him. Additionally, his life-saving techniques like Thunder Spirit phasing ensured his safety to an almost perfect degree. Before stepping onto this floor, Yi Bai had done his homework. He meticulously studied the boss's information and prepared thoroughly for the fight. The boss before him was a bone serpent, reminiscent of the legendary Hydra, with heads that would regenerate endlessly, growing stronger with each battle. Whenever a new head emerged, it had a brief period of invincibility. These heads not only possessed different elemental attributes but also came with powerful buffs. More challenging was the fixed sequence required to defeat these heads. If not followed, the remaining heads would become invincible until the shattered head reformed. For ordinary players, figuring out the correct sequence was a daunting task. But for Yi Bai, with his Eye of Insight, it was no problem at all. His combat style was straightforward, no need to bother with the sequence. Just overpower the enemy with sheer strength. In the past 10 minutes, Yi Bai had defeated the boss twice. Now, he faced a bone serpent with 4 heads, each representing the elements of thunder, fire, wind, and water. As the water head emerged, a blue light flashed, bestowing it with the sea god's blessing. Clearly, the sea god did not want to see Yi Bai pass easily. If Yi Bai defeated the boss again, his exploration progress would reach 60, allowing him to clear the level at any time. However, the rewards for this would be the lowest. Even with the enhancements from the Supreme Realm and Eternal Blessing, Yi Bai found this result unacceptable. As a self-proclaimed top-tier player, his goal was to achieve a 4S rating in this crucial career advancement dungeon. Yi Bai focused and carefully reviewed the rewards for each rating. S rank: 50 to base attributes, upgrade career template grade, or add 1 element. SS rank: 100 to base attributes, upgrade career template grade, or add 1 element or a secondary career. SSS rank: 200 to base attributes, 1 luck, upgrade career template grade, add 1 element, gain a secondary career. On this floor, the further he progressed, the harder it became to gain exploration points. Heads that had been slain and revived would no longer provide points, and new heads offered diminishing returns. Based on past experiences, achieving an SSS rating required at least 9 bone serpent kills. In the past century, fewer than 20 humans had managed an SSS rating, but Yi Bai was not content with just that. With the Eternal Blessing, the rewards for a 4S rating would undoubtedly surpass those of an SSS rating. In the brief moment Yi Bai was contemplating, the 4-headed bone serpent fell again, completely defenseless. The elemental affiliations of the heads were crucial as they directly influenced Yi Bai's future development. Upon completing a high-rating 3rd career advancement, players could gain new elemental abilities derived from the boss itself. In other words, the more heads the bone serpent spawned, the wider Yi Bai's options. As he awaited the boss's revival, Yi Bai noticed the newly formed 5th head earth element. This new head was covered in a dirt-colored armor, with a smooth, rounded appearance, resembling a massive, dung-colored spherical creature. Yi Bai decided to start the new round of slaying with this ugly earth head. Without hesitation, he drew his Heavenly King's sword and slashed down. The dung-colored spherical creature was flattened into a slightly squared, oval dung-colored creature. Its grotesque form disgusted Yi Bai, prompting him to finish it quickly to avoid further annoyance. Ugly thing, die! Yi Bai snarled, swinging his sword again. With the aid of his Eye of Insight, combined with his formidable damage output and prepared strategies, the boss stood no chance against Yi Bai. Repeatedly killing the boss was just a matter of time. 5-headed, 6-headed, 7-headed serpent. Time ticked away. There were 1 hour and 44 minutes left until 6:10. Finally, the 9-headed serpent collapsed before Yi Bai, the last head mercilessly slain, awaiting its next revival. In addition to the previous 5 elements, the new heads represented ice, bone, lightning, and charm elements. Yi Bai coldly surveyed the newly spawned heads, thinking to himself, in summary, none of them are any good. Elements like ice and lightning aren't part of the major elemental categories. Instead, they're specific mutations in a particular direction. Standing beside the corpse of a 9-headed bone serpent, Yi Bai's gaze swept over each serpent head as he weighed the pros and cons of each element. The characteristics of the lightning element flashed through his mind. Lightning fast movement, rapid attack rhythm, and high-frequency output, yet it was equally fragile, capable of being shattered with a single blow. Yi Bai recalled the lightning 5-strike whip he had once mastered, a signature skill of the lightning element. He pondered. The thunder element could learn all the skills of the lightning element, but not vice versa. Choosing such a mutation as his development path didn't seem wise. Why take the winding path when there's a broad avenue? Yi Bai thought wryly, unless it's irresistibly enticing. His gaze lingered on the head representing the enchantment element, and he couldn't help but touch the mask he always wore. Although his looks perfectly suited the enchantment element, his need to conceal his identity made him prefer earning respect through strength rather than relying on his appearance. Eliminating the 4 existing elements and discarding 3 unsuitable options, Yi Bai was left with only the bone and earth elements to consider. Both choices made him frown. The bone element had too many restrictions and didn't match his expertise, while the earth element, though strong, had an unappealing muddy yellow monster form. As Yi Bai pondered, a 10th serpent head quietly emerged. Unlike the previous roars, this head appeared silently, hidden in the shadows of the massive serpent body, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. However, with his keen insight, Yi Bai immediately noticed its presence. The 10th had the shadow element. Yi Bai's spirits lifted, and his grip on his sword tightened instinctively as his blood began to boil. Shadow element? This is perfect, he thought excitedly. I won't have to worry about ambushes anymore. I can become that elusive, rebellious youth. A slight smile curled his lips, and his eyes sparkled as he envisioned the future. I'll secretly master the shadow element and amaze everyone at the crucial moment, especially Ninth Master. The exploration meter showed 99.99, and Yi Bai knew this layer's challenge was about to end. But his mind was already racing ahead to the new adventures that awaited him. The Eternal Tower, 19th floor. The unstoppable forces of thunder and wind converged at the fingertips of Yi Bai, then erupted. The 10-headed serpent was reduced to ashes under this cataclysmic attack, dissipating within the tower. Yi Bai glanced around, his exploration progress showing 99.999. So close, yet not quite 100. He understood that this was due to the sea god's projection not yet appearing. The sea god's projection had been conspicuously absent, clearly observing the situation. Yi Bai realized that without defeating the sea god's projection, he wouldn't obtain his second profession, and 100 exploration would remain a dream. The sea god was cleverly exploiting the rules of the Eternal Tower, delaying its appearance to the last possible moment. Exploiting a bug, huh? Yi Bai sneered. You certainly know how to play the game. Time was running out. The sea god's projection had to appear by 5:55. This meant Yi Bai had only 15 minutes to fight. His brows furrowed as the situation grew increasingly dire. 15 minutes, with an opponent fully prepared, would undoubtedly mean facing the sea god's full might. Yi Bai pondered. If he were in the sea god's place, he would be even more ruthless. This implied that the sea god's projection, when it finally appeared, might be bolstered by multiple buffs and shields. The situation was clear. The sea god's sole objective was to survive. By giving Yi Bai 15 minutes to fight, the projection aimed to outlast him without taking the initiative, merely enduring the brief combat duration. Yi Bai was all too familiar with such tactics. The sea god's projection, which should have been the boss, was desperately clinging to life, while Yi Bai, the challenger, seemed like the boss, relentlessly unleashing brutal attacks. The roles had amusingly reversed. Facing such a bug-exploiting opponent, Yi Bai decided to go all out. He began inventorying his arsenal, searching for means to defeat the sea god's projection within the 15-minute window. Charging up with thunder? No. The sea god was likely immune to water-based attacks and possibly resistant to thunder. If it were that simple, the projection wouldn't have delayed until the final 15 minutes. Yi Bai meticulously reviewed his skills. Wrath of the Sea, Nightmare Wind, Blackheart abilities. After thorough calculations, he found his chances of winning were near 100. When casting spells, Yi Bai had a 5 chance to trigger the Blackheart effect, which could manifest in 4 ways. 1. The enemy's next healing skill turns into damage. 2. The enemy's next damage skill turns into healing. 3. The enemy's next physical damage taken becomes magical damage. 4. The enemy's next magical damage taken becomes physical damage. Moreover, with perfect accuracy, by the 100th cast, these probability events would become certainties. This meant Yi Bai's 100th magic attack would definitely trigger the Blackheart effect and other powerful effects. Another clever bug-exploiting technique. Yi Bai calculated that with water mastery and healing, the sea god would be no exception. Given the current situation, the sea god's sole focus on survival would mean maxing out healing. If the Blackheart effect triggered any of the first, third, or fourth outcomes, it would be immensely beneficial for Yi Bai. Having assessed his advantages, Yi Bai turned his attention to the resurrected 12-headed bone serpent boss. This colossal creature had been reborn from the ashes, its massive body towering over the diminutive Yi Bai. Yi Bai hadn't forgotten his special ability. You're so short, which dealt 150 extra damage to creatures shorter than himself. How he would leverage this buff would depend on his on-the-spot ingenuity. As time ticked away, Yi Bai prepared for the sea god's projection while discreetly setting up his countermeasures, ready to give the projection a huge surprise. The bone serpent's heads continued to multiply, its size growing ever larger, soon surpassing 1,000 meters and still expanding. Compared to this several-kilometer behemoth, Yi Bai was as small as a matchstick. Finally, through Yi Bai's relentless efforts, the bone serpent boss evolved to 18 heads. This was the largest boss in known human history. With only 100 seconds left until the sea god's arrival, Yi Bai hastily used all his remaining potions. Strangely, his body showed no change, but the bone serpent's body swelled once more. Countdown: 3, 2, 1. In the final second, the entire job-changing realm shook violently as a mysterious force descended from the heavens. It was like painting the air blue, as countless roaring waves echoed in Yi Bai's ears. Before his eyes, an expansive ocean appeared, with a salty sea breeze hitting his face. In this blue light, a colossal figure slowly took shape, towering and majestic to the point of being overwhelming. The giant's face was indistinct, but its muscles were sharply defined, as if carved by a blade, exuding a powerful visual impact. Every movement seemed capable of shaking the heavens and earth, leaving one breathless. Such a dramatic entrance made it hard to believe that this was a being capable of glitching. Yi Bai had been waiting for the sea god for over an hour, yet he felt no impatience. Even if he had to wait a few more seconds, he wouldn't mind. Finally, the sea god's projection spoke, with a voice like thunder. "Mortal, dare to challenge a god, and you shall suffer divine punishment." Before the words had fully left its mouth, a bolt of blue lightning struck precisely at Yi Bai. Though the lightning caused Yi Bai no substantial harm, the curse of the sea god on him instantly doubled. For the next 15 minutes, Yi Bai would be unable to generate rage points or activate the Raging Sea Warrior. However, Yi Bai was prepared. He had already stacked his buffs and anticipated every move of his opponent. The sea god's 100-foot projection looked down on the diminutive Yi Bai with disdain, letting out a cold snort. Such an insignificant creature dares to challenge a god. The sea god's form grew more solid, but did not expand further. Clearly, he believed that a 100-foot projection was sufficient to deal with the Shura. As a being familiar with the eternal rules, the sea god was well aware of the "You're so short" buff on the Shura. To avoid taking an additional 150 damage, he deliberately controlled the size of his projection. In the sea god's view, 100 feet was safe enough. Increasing his size would only weaken the projection's power. To last 15 minutes, every ounce of strength was crucial. After observing for over 2 hours, the sea god confidently believed he had seen through Shura's tricks. As long as he didn't trigger that annoying buff, he had more than a 50 chance of making his projection last 15 minutes. This trial, Shura will not pass, the sea god thought to himself. Anyone who dares tread the path of god-slaying will fall halfway. No matter what, I will not let Shura achieve 100 exploration. In the first minute, Yi Bai remained silently observant, waiting for the right moment, until the sea god's projection size was fixed. "Now!" Yi Bai shouted inwardly, and a black gleam shot from his palm. A vial of potion flew forward at incredible speed. The sea god's projection instinctively dodged, easily avoiding the black gleam. "Shura, surely you don't think such an attack could hit the great sea god?" He began to mock, but quickly realized something was wrong. The black gleam didn't change course, but instead crashed straight into the 18-headed bone serpent. Yi Bai's actual target was the much larger bone serpent boss. In the next moment, Yi Bai produced a red potion and drank it in one gulp. This was an Scrade's special potion called Dual Inversion. Its effect was to swap the sizes of the two parties for 10 minutes. As it turned out, after entering this job transfer secret realm, Yi Bai had fed all the size-increasing potions to the bone serpent boss. All for this moment. In an instant, the bone serpent shrunk to a mere 1.8 meters, looking like an elaborate toy with its 18 heads crowded together, appearing comically absurd. Meanwhile, Yi Bai's size skyrocketed to several thousand feet. In the presence of this giant Shura, the sea god's projection seemed as insignificant as a bean sprout. Yi Bai spoke slowly, his voice echoing throughout the secret realm. "Now, who is the insignificant one?" Accompanied by this thunderous question, Yi Bai gently raised his foot. The enormous shadow instantly enveloped the sea god's entire field of vision, leaving nothing but endless fear and the wails of a tormented soul. At this moment, Shura was the ruler of this realm. The Eternal Tower, 19th floor. The decisive battle was imminent. The projections of Azura and the sea god faced off, one towering 3,000 feet tall, the other a mere 100 feet. This stark contrast in size granted Azura a 150 damage boost with the taunt. "You're so short." The clash commenced. Azura struck first, with thunder roaring through the sky. Crimson lightning, like a furious dragon, swooped down, but was repelled by the pale blue barrier surrounding the sea god's projection. Unyielding, the sea god wielded his trident, which glowed softly, and cast true redirect calamity. The red lightning raced along the water flow, striking an 18-headed bone serpent. In an instant, 7 heads shattered, a gruesome sight. The battle grew fiercer, with Azura on the offensive and the sea god on defense. The sea god's projection had always known Azura was formidable, but experiencing it firsthand, he now felt the suffocating pressure. Each of Azura's attacks was precise, giving no room for respite. Any minor mistake was swiftly exploited, snowballing into a fatal blow. Worse still, the sea god's projection found himself on the defensive from the start. He hadn't anticipated Azura's ability to achieve such an enormous form through dual reversal, a miscalculation that placed him at a disadvantage from the outset. Even realizing this, the limited power available at this level left the sea god unable to turn the tide. Attempting to increase his size beyond 3,000 feet would deplete too much of his projection strength, making him more vulnerable to defeat. Under Azura's relentless assault, the sea god's projection had to repeatedly use life-saving techniques. Once his protective shield was shattered, he roared and summoned an ice barrier. However, this so-called ultimate defense was shattered before it could fully form under Azura's fierce attack. In a critical moment, the sea god used Thousand-Wave Illusion. Instantly, thousands of indistinguishable illusions appeared. Azura's attacks missed several times, igniting a glimmer of hope in the sea god. Yet by the fourth strike, Azura accurately pinpointed the true body and delivered a heavy blow. Desperate, the sea god resorted to another illusion technique, this time with higher stakes, casting 10,000 wave illusion. If successful, it would not only fully heal him, but also double his maximum health. He gambled that Azura couldn't find the true body within 3 seconds. However, Azura's response exceeded the sea god's expectations. Without hesitation, Azura raised his staff, and thunder descended once more. Amidst the myriad illusions, the lightning struck the sea god's true form with precision. "How is this possible?" the sea god exclaimed. With his true body gravely injured, the other illusions dissipated like bubbles in the sunlight. The sea god's projection finally realized that escape was no longer an option. The projection of the sea god spat out a mouthful of blood, his body rapidly shrinking and unable to maintain his towering size. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he finally realized that he had fallen into the Azura's trap from the very beginning. Azura's acting was nothing short of masterful. Even when he had the upper hand, he remained highly vigilant, displaying astonishing insight at critical moments. When the sea god's projection first used the Phantom of 1,000 Waves, Azura had seen through it but deliberately missed his attack to lull his opponent into a false sense of security. When the sea god used the same move again, Azura struck decisively, shattering any hope of a comeback. The outcome of this battle was sealed the moment Azura transformed into his colossal form. All that remained was a matter of time. The sea god had confidently believed that his projection could hold out for at least 10 minutes, but he was gravely mistaken. From the moment they truly clashed, only 5 minutes had passed, and the sea god was already utterly defeated. In Yi Bai's relentless assault, the 100% hit effect was triggered, applying the Blackheart skill to the sea god's projection. What should have been a healing skill turned into a lethal poison. Under his own healing, the sea god's projection crashed to the ground and completely dissipated. The only consolation the sea god could find in this outcome was that he could claim Azura did not personally kill his projection. It was, in a sense, a form of suicide. As soon as the sea god's projection vanished, Yi Bai wasted no time and immediately turned his attention to the Bone Serpent boss, which now had only 7 heads left. During the earlier battle, the Bone Serpent had already lost several heads, and under Yi Bai's meticulous control, these heads were destroyed in a predetermined sequence. The heavenly sword sliced through the air with a cold gleam, and the Bone Serpent's final head shattered. As the battle concluded, the Hellhound, which had been watching from the sidelines, split into 3 forms to celebrate their master's victory in different ways. One clapped, another howled, and the last danced joyfully. The Black Tiger was momentarily stunned, but quickly joined in the celebration with a loud "Bawa." At that moment, Yi Bai's double reversal effect ended, and his form returned to his normal height of 1.8 meters. Looking at the 2 fallen bosses, he thought to himself, the sea god's projection was easier to deal with than the Bone Serpent. The system notification immediately followed. Current exploration rate, 100. Remaining time, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Calculating results. Yi Bai placed his palm on the settlement crystal, feeling a cool sensation spread throughout his body. SSS grade score for clearing the 19th floor. Rewards obtained. Base attributes 500. Luck 5. Upgrade to professional template tier. Additional skill tree. Acquired second professional template since a second professional template already exists. Converted to base attributes 100, additional skill tree. The author mentioned at the end that the promise of daily updates by the end of last month has been fulfilled, and the new update schedule will be announced in the author's notes. The Eternal Tower, 19th floor. Yi Bai cleared it with a 100 exploration rate, effortlessly earning an SSS rating. However, the expected announcement to the entire server didn't go off. Got it? Yi Bai clenched his right fist and gave a light swing in front of him, a sly glint in his eyes. Reliable as always, third brother, he muttered to himself, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With this, the demons in the abyssal plane would have no clue that Shura had completed his third job advancement. Yi Bai's entry into the abyssal plane would undoubtedly be a massive surprise for them. But the benefits didn't stop there. Yi Bai was well-versed in the art of reward distribution and had already made his calculations. For now, though, all his attention was focused on the rewards for his third job advancement. A 600 base attribute boost, 5 points of luck, the chance to add 2 new elements, and an opportunity to upgrade his job template. These rewards thrilled Yi Bai. He immediately attempted to exploit a bug to upgrade his Sky Fury Mage job template. Upgrade failed. Current job template is SSS level. Please select again. The system's cold prompt sounded. Yi Bai frowned. From the feedback from the Eternal Tower, if he only had an SS level job template, he could indeed continue to upgrade. A surge of frustration rose within him, and he felt like punching the sea god. This useless thing, Yi Bai gritted his teeth. Why is the job template only SSS level? Messing up my bug exploit. In Yi Bai's mental notebook, the sea god earned another death sentence with reprieve. Yet he knew deep down that he couldn't entirely blame the sea god. If not for obtaining the second job, Ocean Fury Mage, this job advancement would likely have still resulted in an SS level second job. Shaking his head, Yi Bai turned his attention to upgrading the Ocean Fury Mage job template. Advancement complete. Acquired Shura Grand Mage job template, SSS level. The system prompt sounded. Learned skill, Shura C. Summon the Shura C within an exclusive space. Currently unconstructed, skill cannot be used. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. An SS level template named after his eternal ID? The name, Shura C, exuded an imposing aura. He quickly noted to himself. Before heading to the abyss, he must build the Shura C. Setting aside the Shura Grand Mage information for now, Yi Bai faced a more crucial decision, adding 2 new elements to his job. In the previous boss battle, the Bone Serpent had evolved to 18 heads, meaning 18 choices. Excluding the 4 elements Yi Bai already had, there were 14 options left. Earth, Ice, Lightning, Enchantment, Bone, Shadow, Undead, Wood, Metal, Earthwood, Rare Metal, Control, Puppet, and Air. Yi Bai carefully weighed each option. Earthwood was powerful, but required both earth and wood elements, so he dismissed it immediately. Undead seemed fitting for Yi Bai's persona, but upon closer inspection, it only made summoned creatures undying, offering little help in self-preservation. If I turned myself into a skeleton and ran into Xiaoyao, who turned into a dog, would I become a bone dog? Yi Bai shook his head with a chuckle, quickly dismissing the dangerous thought. Ultimately, Yi Bai settled on Shadow as his first choice. To be a defiant youth, I must use Shadow to defeat Jui, he resolved silently. Only a shadow can defeat a shadow. As for the second choice, Yi Bai was torn between Control, Air, and Wood. Air, being a mutation of Wind, had extremely fast movement speed and burst damage. Control could synergize with Shadow and some puppets or decoys, playing a crucial support role in battles. Both were extremely rare, and choosing either as a trump card would be a win. Wood element? Yi Bai had once tested his elemental affinity, and would ranked in his top 5, along with Soul. His eyes scanned the options. If there were Soul or spatial elements available, he wouldn't hesitate. At this moment, Yi Bai was weighing his choices. The air element could be temporarily replaced by wind, and as for Control, glanced at his loyal Hellhound and Black Tiger, thinking his underlings could be trusted. Even Dracula could climb trees. In battles between true powerhouses, you can only rely on yourself in the end. The wood element, being a basic elemental type, might not stand out in some areas, but its foundation meant stability. With high elemental affinity, combined with items like the Natural Force and the Mushroom Hat, learning the wood element would undoubtedly provide the greatest boost to his current combat power. As he was about to venture into the abyssal plane, he couldn't afford to miss any opportunity. I choose the shadow element and the wood element. Yi Bai made his decision decisively. As soon as he spoke, a white light flashed over him, and a series of notifications appeared before his eyes. Level up 200. Third job advancement successful. Current class: Grand Archmage of Tempest, Thunder, Fire, and Wood. Secondary class: Grand Archmage of Azura, Shadow, and Water. Curse of Poseidon, I has been lifted. Blessing received. Blessing of the Azura Sea. New curse received. Curse of Poseidon 2. Skill acquired. Shadow Sea. After the job advancement, Yi Bai's attribute panel unfolded. Eternal ID. Azura. Talent. Eye of Insight SS level. Level 200. Class. Grand Archmage of Tempest, Fire, Thunder, and Wood SS level. Secondary class. Grand Archmage of Azura, Shadow, and Water SS level. HP. 278, 8003, 278, 800. MP. 257, 6007, 257, 600. Strength. 41, 2517, 350. Intelligence. 85, 666, 2360. Spirit. 81, 75, 31740. Agility. 25, 0, 326, 871. Constitution. 23, 8356, 710. Luck. 17. Equipment. Natural Force 4, Nightmare Wind, Heavenly King Sword 1, etc. Skills. Azura Sea, Shadow Sea, etc. Status. Blessing of the Azura Sea, Curse of Poseidon 2, etc. All basic attributes increased by 600, making them 7 times their original values. Yi Bai's health broke through 3 million, and his mana approached 10 million. Even without additional boosts, his 5 main attributes all exceeded 10,000. Most importantly, his intelligence and spirit attributes were nearing 100,000. The third job advancement was undoubtedly a qualitative leap in Yi Bai's paper strength. The newly added shadow element was automatically integrated into the Grand Archmage of Azura class template, along with the class skill Shadow Sea. Yi Bai also gained some basic shadow abilities, such as hiding within shadows. Shadow Sea. Usable after creating the Azura Sea. Before Yi Bai could examine more information, it was 6:10, and the time limit for the Eternal Tower was up. He was directly sent back to Blue Star. In his dorm room, a shadow was waiting for Yi Bai's return. As soon as Yi Bai appeared, with a thought, he turned into a shadow and merged into the shadow at his feet. At the same time, an old monster's presence was caught off guard and was ejected from the shadow. The black Mistio yellowed at the shadow beneath his feet, then at Azura within the shadow, and rasped. Having fun? Yi Bai was about to say yes, but Jioye's next words made him immediately leave his shadow and return to reality, standing obediently in place. The defiant and sharp young man vanished in an instant. Jioye coldly said, "If you like playing, should I call my apprentice to play with you?" As soon as Jioye finished his joke, Yi Bai immediately put on a calm and composed look, although he was already itching with excitement inside. He blinked and said in a relaxed tone, "I just learned a new skill set, and my hands were itching to try it out. Plus, I thought I might help improve your living conditions, Jioye." Ing Jio was taken aback upon hearing this. He scrutinized Yi Bai carefully, astonished. "Wait, you successfully changed jobs for the 3rd time? In one night, you went from level 108 to 199 and defeated the Sea God's projection to complete your 3rd job change. I must admit, your efficiency is beyond my expectations." Ing Jio squinted slightly, his tone tinged with suspicion. "What trick did you use this time?" The old fox is still the craftiest. He was convinced that Yi Bai must have used some shortcut to level up so quickly. Seeing this, Yi Bai decided not to hide anything and casually mentioned that Dracula had voluntarily helped him, though he cleverly omitted some unnecessary details, only highlighting the pleasant parts. After listening, Ing Ju nodded thoughtfully and then shook his head. "No wonder you reached level 199 in less than 3 hours. Not everyone has a vampire servant, and certainly not your insane leveling speed. This trick isn't something everyone can use." After discussing the job change, Ing Jio suddenly remembered something else and asked curiously, "Did you choose the Shadow class? If I heard correctly, you evolved your Bone Serpent to 18 heads, so you should have had many options. Why did you choose the Shadow and what classes?" Just as Yi Bai was about to answer, Ing Jio interrupted him, unceremoniously exposing him. "You probably think hiding in shadows is safer, right?" Yi Bai admitted somewhat awkwardly. "There's a bit of that consideration, yes." As they were talking, Yi Bai's phone suddenly vibrated with a text message from Feng Dong. "Bai Go, the combat test is at 10:30 a.m. Location, Training Hall. I have something to attend to first. See you later." It seemed that everyone was very focused on the plan to rescue Old Man Lon. Feng Dong was quite strong among the new generation below level 600, consistently ranking in the top 10. Yi Bai thought, "This will give me some time to organize my gains." With 2 new job classes, there was a lot of preparation to do. This trip to the Abyss Plane was crucial and fraught with danger. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Without the protection of Jiu Yi and Xiao Yao, and with only Ying Shi, a 9th-level War God guard, Yi Bai's sense of security plummeted. He quickly instructed his goblin underlings to prepare the skill books and suitable combat tools needed for the Wood class, temporarily setting aside Wood class matters. Yi Bai listed a string of tasks to be done: sorting out job change gains, studying the shadow class, developing the Shura Sea, advancing the power of nature, and further repairing the nightmare wind. He decided to first check his status bar, as he hadn't had time to look closely before. The status bar showed that the original Sea God's curse had disappeared, replaced by the Shura Sea's blessing and the Sea God Curse 2.0. Shura Sea's blessing. All skills released relying on the Shura Sea have their effects increased by 100. Sea God Curse 2.0. When creating or enhancing the Shura Sea in an exclusive space, material consumption is increased by 100, and the Shura Sea size limit is increased by 100. Looking at this petty Sea God curse, Yi Bai couldn't help but sigh. The Sea God is really considerate. Although the material consumption doubled, the Shura Sea size limit was also increased. Overall, it meant Yi Bai could do more by spending more, a small loss for a big gain. Yi Bai gritted his teeth and mentally noted down this debt from the Sea God. This debt, I'll remember it. Putting away the status bar, Yi Bai turned to Ing Jiao and asked, Jiu Yi, what skills do I need to learn for the Shadow class? The Wood class, as a basic elemental class, already had established schools and systems to follow. Yi Bai now essentially had 6 classes: Thunder, Fire, Wind, Water, Wood, and Shadow. If each class required dedication to refine and study, it would be understandable. However, with the impending departure, Yi Bai needed skills that he could learn and use quickly and efficiently. Yi Bai looked at the exam paper with anticipation, thinking, if I can score 99 out of 100, I'll be satisfied. There's no need to nitpick for a perfect score. Suddenly, Ing Jiao scoffed disdainfully. Shadow techniques? Do you really need to study that? Feigning surprise, Yi Bai retorted, don't tell me you don't know the complete set of shadow skills. This instantly infuriated Yi Bai. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, this old man is showing off again. Unable to resist, he sarcastically remarked, look at you, being all stingy. Who taught you that? Master Jiao, even if I don't get a skill book directly, at least give me a list of shadow skills. Unfazed, Ing Jiao responded calmly. In the Wanwu Pavilion, you can buy anything with money. Want a skill book? Hold on, I'll print one for you right now. Yi Bai felt utterly defeated and complained to himself. I can't stand this for another second. He suddenly realized that while he intended to take advantage of others, Master Jiao was treating him like a sheep to be fleeced. There wasn't even the slightest bit of respect. He even considered giving up his status as a top-tier candidate. However, Yi Bai quickly calmed down. He knew that although Master Jiao seemed unkind, he would definitely help him master shadow skills before his departure. As for the cost, Yi Bai had previously helped Master Jiao gather blackmail material on 2 top-tier warriors, essentially earning himself a favor. Reflecting on this, Yi Bai thought to himself, I need to collect more blackmail material on these nightmares. It's really valuable. If necessary, I'll find a chance to meet a top-tier nightmare in person and ask for more dirt to trade with Master Jiao for money. We'll split it 50-50. Yi Bai wasn't in a hurry to make money. He joked to himself. Who doesn't have 29,980 warrior merit points in their pocket? Shuiming doesn't? Well, that's fine. After dealing with the shadow and wood techniques, Yi Bai turned his attention to the next big problem, the Azura Sea. He asked again, Master Jiao, what should I pay attention to when creating the Azura Sea in my exclusive space? What materials do I need? Yi Bai knew that although the Eye of Insight provided a lot of information, it took time to sift through what was truly useful and important. The experience of predecessors was equally valuable for cross-referencing. Ing Jiao replied irritably, you ask me, who should I ask my disciples? Seizing the opportunity, Yi Bai quickly said, that's great. Thank you. I'll head back to my exclusive space to complete the advancement of natural forces and wait for your good news. With that, he disappeared, leaving only a shadow behind. Ing Jiao was silent for a moment. Then, a white cloud slowly descended from the 99th floor of the Eternal Tower, stopping outside the window. A raspy voice emerged from the black fog. How do you create an Azura Sea within the Eternal Tower? Before the other party could respond, Ing Jiao added, prepare the materials too, no, make it 2 sets. 1 set might not be enough for this kid. Sorry to trouble you, but I owe him. The white cloud responded with a voice that could give nightmares to Azuras. All right. Then the cloud began to drift away. Wait! Ing Jiao suddenly called out. The black fog churned, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked, will this kid survive this trip? I don't know, Xiaoyao replied honestly. Not every question has an answer. As Xiaoyao had previously communicated with Elder Lan, there is no omniscient being in this world. If the master didn't know the answer, neither did Xiaoyao. After answering, the white cloud drifted away, leaving Ing Jiao standing alone, feeling uneasy. He thought to himself, this trip might be big trouble. Ing Jiao recalled how the human race had accumulated power for over 30 years and purified 3 abyssal planes in one go. At the same time, the abyssal demons had been quiet for 30 years. This meant they had hidden a lot of things. No one who survived the 30-year war between the two races was a fool. This trap, tailored for Lan Tianqi and the Azuras, was far more complex than it appeared. The black fog churned as Ing Geo pondered. An abyssal plane accessible only to those above level 980. Cutting himself 19 times to enter with Yi Bai? Ing Geo felt that such a sacrifice might be too great. Moreover, his current state was poor, and leveling up after a drop was 100, even 1,000 times harder. From the black fog came Ing Geo's muttered words, "I need to find someone else who would be suitable." Meanwhile, in the deepest office of the Blue Star Wolf Den headquarters next to the Eternal Forest, the sound of a hammer pounding and a man's enthusiastic shouts echoed. 80. 80. The more he hammered, the more excited he became. Suddenly, his fervor was interrupted by a phone ring. He answered excitedly. "Uncle Geo, what's up so early? A big money-making deal? I'm in. It's not about the money. I just want to contribute more. Hold on, I'll be right there." The Eternal Tower, a personal space. As Yi Bai stepped in, it felt like coming home. The moment Shuro appeared, the heads of various departments quickly gathered around. Yi Bai glanced around, nodded to everyone, and a smile crept onto his lips. "I'm in a good mood today. Let's make the vampires work some overtime and enjoy the blessings." Such devilish words from Shuro's mouth didn't surprise Dracula at all. He seemed well accustomed to it. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, "It is our great honor. Thank you for your generosity." Yi Bai waved his hand impatiently. "Enough talk, get to work." "As you wish." After Dracula left, Yi Bai met with the others one by one, assigning tasks. He might need to leave for a few days, so everything had to be arranged in advance to prevent any chaos. The pinnacle of the Eternal Tower's power system is becoming a god, and a divine kingdom is a necessary condition for divinity. For Yi Bai, this personal space held immeasurable importance. The last person to meet Yi Bai was Master Idiot. Before Yi Bai could speak, Idiot exclaimed, "You've grown stronger. 5 times? No, at least 10 times. Yi Bai retorted, "Is that strange?" Master Idiot shook his head. "No, I just didn't expect he would allow you to grow at such a pace." Even though Master Idiot didn't say it outright, Yi Bai knew who he was referring to. Xiaoyao. Yi Bai's expression turned serious as he stared at him. "First, I don't like riddles. Second, don't try to drive a wedge between me and anyone else." Sensing the severity in Yi Bai's words, Master Idiot chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I spoke out of turn. Huh? I'm just an idiot, right?" "Hard to disagree." Yi Bai nodded, then got straight to the point. "You're a smart person. Name your price." A small iron hammer appeared out of thin air in Master Idiot's hand, spinning deftly between his fingers. He pondered. "Overnight, you've grown at least 10-fold stronger. You must have completed your 3rd job change. Yet I didn't hear a server-wide announcement. By the way, until today, I didn't believe anyone could clear an SSS-level challenge, but you did it." Suddenly, the spinning hammer stopped abruptly, gripped tightly in his palm. Master Idiot's tone sharpened, his presence like an unsheathed sword. "In other words, you have something important to do that requires you to increase your strength as much as possible. I didn't hear a server-wide announcement, which means you found a way to hide or delay it. Shura completing his 3rd job change is crucial information. If unknown, many demons would suffer greatly." He analyzed meticulously. "You're always thorough, and I'm from the demon clan. If you were willing to see me, you knew the risk of being exposed or leaking information. Even so, you went ahead, leaving only one possibility. The mysterious forging master from the demon clan had eyes like torches. You need my help, even at the risk of leaking information." Yi Bai couldn't help but applaud. "Brilliant, brilliant. It's a pity you chose blacksmithing over a detective career." In just a minute, the other party had seen through Yi Bai's intentions. Yi Bai had long known that this demon clan forging master, invited by his second brother, was no ordinary being. She had even met Xiaoyao before coming to Yi Bai's personal space. In other words, she had survived encounters with 2 of the strongest human warriors. This was no ordinary demon. Dealing with her was like negotiating with a tiger. But Yi Bai had no choice. Even without Ji's reminder, he knew this rescue mission was far from simple. For one thing, the Eye of Insight couldn't provide an accurate survival rate. The probability of Yi Bai returning from the abyss unscathed was below 50. Even with the condition of Lan Lao's successful second awakening, the chance of survival was under 15. Clearly, some unknown peril awaited Yi Bai. The Eye of Insight couldn't give accurate hints due to the distance. Yi Bai had to get close, even walk into the trap, to have a chance to see the truth. The problem was that sometimes, the moment you see the truth is also the moment death arrives. Therefore, despite knowing the demon clan forging master was no saint, Yi Bai still came. To increase his strength as much as possible, he had to make a deal with her. "Ladies first," Yi Bai gestured invitingly, waiting for her to speak. Yi Bai made a welcoming gesture, his eyes sincere. "State your terms first." "I like what you said earlier. The Master of Fools suddenly interjected with a seemingly random comment, but quickly returned to the main topic and stated his conditions. I want freedom of movement. When Mo Bay and the others go on an expedition, I want to go with them. Yi Bai immediately added, his tone firm. You cannot harm anyone, neither by action nor intent. No problem. The Master of Fools nodded, then continued with another demand. Also, after the fourth abyssal plane is purified and merged with your exclusive space, I want to explore it, of course, with the main group. Yi Bai frowned. This demand was pushing his limits. But he quickly adjusted his expression and stance. Not until I return. Also, you must explore the fourth abyssal plane with me. The Master of Fools agreed with a nod. No problem. She then added seriously. One last thing. I need you to swear in Xiaoyao's presence that you will fulfill all these conditions and abide by all the oaths you've sworn in the past 7 days. Deal. Yi Bai replied confidently, a cunning glint in his eye. He had always kept his promises, but he was already thinking of loopholes in the oaths. For instance, as long as Yi Bai didn't enter the fourth abyssal plane, the Master of Fools couldn't go there either. Yi Bai had no intention of going to such a dangerous place until he became a war god. They shook hands briefly, sealing the verbal agreement. What do you need me to do? The Master of Fools asked, knowing that the ease with which Yi Bai accepted her conditions meant the task he required was significant and left her little room for refusal. Yi Bai was prepared and began outlining his requirements. First, I have a staff that needs to be upgraded with 4 seeds. Your help should yield better results. Second, I need a sword. Hold on, the Master of Fools interrupted, frowning. I've already told you, with the Heavenly King sword in your possession, you can't wield another sword. She casually pulled out an Scrade sword and tossed it to Yi Bai. Try it. As soon as Yi Bai held the sword, a burst of sword energy from his waist sliced the Scrade sword in half. What a domineering sword! Yi Bai's eyes gleamed with delight. The Master of Fools sneered. The Heavenly King sword has the potential to be SS Scrade equipment, and it has a bad temper. As its owner, didn't you know that? Putting the broken Scrade sword into his storage space, Yi Bai continued, I told you, this sword is for a friend. Why don't you believe me? Is there no basic trust between humans and demons? The Master of Fools was astounded by Yi Bai's shamelessness. Even the most despicable second demon, God, couldn't match this level of brazenness. She asked in exasperation, What's your friend's name? Xueming. Yi Bai replied without hesitation. The Master of Fools burst into laughter again. Everyone in the abyss knows Xueming can't use a sword. Are you really his friend? Do you know what would happen if Xueming got a sword? The Master of Fools recalled a humorous incident. Ever since Xueming reached the war god level, he had been obsessed with using a sword, despite always wielding a giant hammer. Driven mad by his desire, Xueming once snatched a sword from a 9th level demon war god during a battle. Before Xueming could even swing the sword, the supreme being Wuhan appeared, glanced at Xueming, and casually struck with a sword. The unfortunate demon war god was obliterated, along with the sword. From that day on, no demon in the abyss dared to wield a sword. After hearing Master Fool's story, Yi Bai thoughtfully rubbed his chin. He pondered, letting Xueming hold the sword is like summoning my second brother? That seems feasible. However, Master Fool seemed to read his mind, and immediately threw cold water on his idea. I don't know what you're thinking, but I advise you not to do it. Yi Bai waved his hand slightly, steering the conversation back on track. If the sword won't work, how about another weapon? Like a Fontian Huaji? Master Fool looked puzzled. What's that? Yi Bai quickly explained. It's a spear with double-edged blades on either side. Let me draw a simple design for you. Using his insightful eye ability, he swiftly sketched an S-rank Fontian Huaji suitable for level 989. Entering his professional mode, Master Fool's demeanor changed completely. He evaluated seriously. I can make it, but what's the point? Xueming's current hammer, though he dislikes it, has immense destructive power. Even if he masters a new weapon quickly, it'll just be another hammer for him. Yi Bai wasn't convinced and pointed to a part of the design. Look closely, there's an energy slot here. During battle, the Fontian Huaji can absorb the enemy's blood to accumulate energy. When the energy overflows, it releases a burst of blood light. Master Fool's eyes lit up, and he laughed. The blood light forms a heavy sword. This way, both you and Xueming will definitely be chased by Wu Hong. I'll make this weapon. Yi Bai selectively ignored the first part of his statement and thought, Joke's on you, my second brother would never harm me. I'm a proud Azura, an SS rank talent holder, the strongest human seed, Xueming's close friend, a big fan of my second brother, Ninth Lord's designated bodyguard, and Xiaoyao's chosen successor. My second brother would hurt me? Seeing Master Fool nod in agreement, Yi Bai asked, How long will it take? Master Fool held up 3 fingers. Yi Bai frowned slightly, calculating in his mind, 3 days or 3 weeks. If it's 3 months, forget it, the opportunity will be gone. 3 minutes, Master Fool mocked. Do you have a misunderstanding about master blacksmiths? I usually forge SS rank equipment. Making an S rank piece is faster than you getting a 4S rating. For the sake of his own life, Yi Bai swallowed his pride. What materials do you need? Master Fool handed him a list, and Yi Bai's expression changed drastically, his molars grinding. The materials on the list were enough to forge 2 S-rank weapons. He felt like a sheep no matter where he went today. A sheep before Ninth Lord, a sheep before Master Fool, and a dog before Xiaoyao. Master Fool chuckled. It's not incompetence. There's always a risk of failure. Yi Bai grudgingly accepted the list, thinking, anyway, Master Fool can't leave his exclusive space. Whatever he takes, he'll have to pay back with interest. The extra materials can be counted as a low-interest loan at 6 daily, noted on the account. I'll bring the materials shortly. Wait here, Yi Bai said, then immediately headed to the Wanwu Pavilion and found a goblin assistant. I need the materials on this list, plus some skill books for wood and water classes. Let's settle the bill. The goblin assistant quickly calculated. That'll be 6,500 war god merits. Yi Bai gasped and reluctantly swiped his card, reducing his balance to 23,480 war god merits. After obtaining the items, he studied the skill books and browsed through the corresponding tools and scrolls. Thanks to the presence of the mushroom hat, wood-based healing also carried extra damage, commonly known as poison healing. Therefore, the water element focuses on healing and damage reduction, while the wood element specializes in shielding, trapping, and killing enemies. As Yi Bai examined his skill tree, he realized he hadn't learned any healing skills from the wood element. The dual attribute of nature's force flashed in his mind, which occasionally triggered wood element spells when he cast lightning spells. This hadn't been an issue before, but the situation was different now. Furrowing his brows, Yi Bai pondered. If he accidentally poisoned himself during battle while wearing the mushroom hat, the consequences could be dire. For his own safety, he decided not to learn any wood element healing skills for now. Reviewing both element skills, Yi Bai identified several core abilities. Redirecting Calamity could divert the enemy's next attack. Infinite Ice Seal could freeze a dying entity, maintaining it at 1 HP, but consuming a large amount of mana per second. Nature's Shield automatically granted a shield worth 25 of the mana spent with each spell cast. These skills were primarily for survival and escape, compensating for his weaknesses. Yi Bai nodded to himself. He had long since stopped worrying about dealing damage in real battles. Even if enemies were immune to wind, fire, and lightning, he had countermeasures. After learning the skills, Yi Bai immediately returned to his private space with the materials and handed them over to the master blacksmith, Shotzi. Just 3 minutes later, a brand new Fontian halberd was forged. The weapon not only met the design specifications provided by the Eye of Insight, but even surpassed them in some aspects. Yi Bai had to admit that although Shotzi wasn't very smart, his professional skills were top-notch. This S-grade weapon, custom-made for Xue Meng, required level 989 to wield. Staring at the halberd standing upright on the ground, Yi Bai's mouth twitched slightly. The weapon's weight was astonishing. Even with his strength attribute exceeding 10,000, he couldn't move it an inch. As Yi Bai was fretting over how to carry the weapon, Shotzi casually walked over, hooked the halberd with his pinky, spun it around his finger, and then placed it back down smoothly. This silent display of disdain left Yi Bai speechless. With no other choice, Yi Bai made another trip to the trade sanctuary and borrowed a spatial tool to carry the Fontian halberd. Armed with this heavy weapon, he left his private space and returned to Blue Star. Master Jiu, I'm back, Yi Bai said excitedly, placing the long box on the ground. Look what I got from Aang. No bragging intended, just a little gift from the younger generation. From the shadows, Master Jiu's voice sounded slightly unnatural. He glanced at the Fontian halberd and said, impressive, a weapon that requires level 989 to use. Perfect for Xue Meng right now. He'll probably cry tears of joy when he sees it. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.